The air in the rented room was thick and foul, saturated with the sour stench of cheap instant noodle seasoning mingled with dust. Lin Yu sat at the table, his back slightly hunched. The light was dim and yellow, casting two heavy pools of shadow into his sunken eye sockets. He reached out his right hand, bony fingers picking up a small ashen stone. As his fingertips touched the rough surface of the stone, a faint gray radiance seeped from his palm, gently enveloping it. The light lingered for 3 seconds, then suddenly drew back and vanished. He opened his hand. The stone was gone. In its place lay a card, wholly gray and dim. On the front of the card, a perfectly ordinary little stone was illustrated. A small stone. Expressionless, Lin Yu tossed the newly crafted card into the corner of the table. There a small hill had already formed, built entirely from similar gray cards. He reached out again to take another stone, his movements mechanical, as if repeated tens of thousands of times. On the other side of the table, the cracked phone screen suddenly lit up, the light leaking through its fractures painfully bright in the murky room. The caller display showed Brother Wong Collections. Lin Yu paid it no heed. The phone rang stubbornly on, its vibration making the damaged back cover hum with a low, miserable buzz. The ringtone cut off. A text notification popped up. Lin Yu, if you don't pay up today, I'll take a leg off you. The screen went dark again. Taken as a whole, the cramped room looked like residue chewed and spat out over and over by some giant beast. On the wall, the words, "Pay your debts," were spray-painted in glaring red. The wardrobe door hung open, clothes inside yanked out at random and tossed all over the floor. It was obvious the place had been ransacked more than once. Lin Yu's gaze never left the heap of cheap raw materials before him. It was as if his world had shrunk to nothing but this table, this chair, and this pile of stones. This was his only way of resisting the entire world. A violent bang thundered against the old security door, then another and another. The door groaned under the strain, the frame trembling. A coarse male voice came from outside, brimming with undisguised fury. "Lin Yu, open the door. I know you're in there. Stop playing dead." The hand holding the stone paused for a brief moment in midair. He did not turn around. Yet in those sunken, bloodshot eyes something stubborn was slowly hardening. He gently set the stone down, braced both hands on the table, and slowly rose to his feet. His body wavered, worn by long-term malnutrition. But he stood very straight. Each jolt against the door sent dust cascading from the walls. Lin Yu turned, facing the door that looked as if it might fall apart at any moment. He walked toward it step by step, his movements slow, every stride seeming like a battle against his own weakness. Years of hunching over his work and of poor nutrition had left him with almost no strength for anything. Even his sole skill of card making was supported only by a fleeting, stubborn breath holding up his spine. The curses outside did not cease. "Lin Yu, you son of a bitch, how long do you think you can hide from your debts? If you don't open up, I'll tear this damn door down today." Lin Yu's hand settled on the cold door handle. Without the slightest hesitation, he turned it and pulled inward. The door swung open. 3 men stood outside. At their head was a bald man, a thick gold chain around his neck glinting faintly in the dim corridor. This was Brother Wong. Behind him, his 2 lackeys, one lanky, one short and stocky, wore brutish expressions, their arms inked with crude, snarling tattoos. The 3 of them had already struck fierce poses, ready to charge in the instant the door opened. Yet when they got a clear look at Lin Yu, all of them froze. The torrent of curses they had prepared jammed in their throats. Lin Yu, standing there, looked less like a man than a skeleton draped in human skin. His cheeks were deeply hollowed, his skin the lifeless gray white of someone long estranged from sunlight, his lips cracked and peeling. The washette de pale, old clothes hung loosely on his frame, as if a single gust of wind could topple him. Brother Wong instinctively stepped back half a pace. He was not afraid of Lin Yu. He was afraid of Lin Yu dying here. In this condition, forget taking a leg. Any rough shove might make him come apart entirely. If the man really died at his hands, the money would be lost, and he would invite a mountain of trouble. Behind him, the 2 lackeys exchanged glances. The ferocity on their faces shifted into bewilderment and a faint hint of wariness. The air sank into a strange silence. Lin Yu paid no attention to the rich play of expressions on their faces. He simply opened the door, then turned back, walked inside, and sat down again at the battered table. Once more he stretched out his hand and picked up a stone. Throughout the entire process, he did not spare the 3 debt collectors even a glance. That absolute disregard infuriated Brother Wong more than any fierce resistance could have. Yet Brother Wong did not dare truly lay hands on him. The suffocating frustration made his chest feel tight. "Hey," the lanky lackey finally snapped, stepping forward. "What the hell are you pretending at? Brother Wong is talking to you." Lin Yu's hand did not stop. Gray light once more shimmered from his palm, wrapping around the new stone. When the glow receded, a small stone card appeared in his hand. He tossed it casually into the little hill of cards, where it landed with a soft, distinct click. In the deathly still room, that sound was unusually clear. Brother Wong's temples throbbed. In all his years of collections, he had seen people rolling on the floor, people sobbing and begging, and people fighting with knives. But someone like Lin Yu treating him as if he were air and calmly playing with stones on his own was a first. "Lin Yu, Brother Wang forced his temper down, striving to keep his voice level, though the grit of his teeth was impossible to hide. I don't want to waste words with you. Today you must pay this money. Lin Yu finally reacted. He did not turn around, he merely set down the stone he had. I will pay. His voice was hoarse like two sheets of sandpaper scraping together. Hearing this, Brother Wang's expression eased slightly. Willing to pay was good enough. Smart move. You know the account number. Transfer it now. But not today, Lin Yu added calmly. You know I don't have the money right now. Brother Wang's face, which had just softened, darkened instantly. Are you screwing with me? I'm not, Lin Yu replied. His back remained turned toward them like a stubborn statue. What I owe you, principal, interest, late fees, penalties, none of it will be missing. Not a single cent. The stocky lackey snorted. Sounds nice. If not today, then when? Next year. The year after. Lin Yu was silent for a moment. Then he said something that left all three of them baffled. Don't worry. When that day comes, you'll know. With that, he seemed unwilling to continue the conversation. He braced his hands on the table, preparing to stand, and closed the door. It was a blatant dismissal. Brother Wang was completely enraged. Toying with me, on my turf. He lunged forward in a single stride, seized Lin Yu's shoulder, and slammed him back down onto the chair. If you don't give me a straight answer today, don't ever think about standing up again in this life. Lin Yu's thin body looked unbearably fragile under Brother Wang's large hand. I told you when that day comes. To hell with your damn that day. The lanky man behind Brother Wang rushed forward, grabbing Lin Yu by the collar. Brother, stop wasting words on him. Let's teach him a lesson first. Just as he raised his hand, a clear female voice, tinged with anger, rang out from the stairwell. What do you think? Brother Wang and the others stiffened and turned toward the sound. Not far away stood a girl in a clean school uniform, a backpack on her shoulders, holding up a phone whose camera lens was aimed straight at them. Which company are you from? Does your company know you're using violence for debt collection here? Her voice trembled with anger, yet every word was clear, her reasoning sharp and orderly. I've recorded everything you've done. I'm calling the police right now. Brother Wang's expression darkened. For people in their kind of grave, business evidence like this was what they feared most. All the more so because the other side was clearly a good student, a high school girl. He spat on the ground and shot Lin Yu's back a vicious glare. Damn it, consider yourself lucky today. He released his hand and gave a meaningful look to his two lackeys. We're leaving. The three of them turned away, cursing under their breath as they strode quickly out of the dim passage. Only when their footsteps faded completely did the surroundings return to a suffocating stillness. This was not a residential building at all, but a stretch of abandoned old factory grounds. Lin Yu's so-called rented room was nothing more than a row of derelict connected containers in a corner of the grounds. On the rusted steel walls, red paint screamed phrases like "pay your debts" and "shameless deadbeat." All around, piles of reeking construction waste and household garbage had clearly been deliberately dumped here, while several blackened stains of dried sewage clung to the nearby wall. All of this was the debt collector's handiwork. A gust of wind swept through, whipping up dust from the ground, and a stench so foul it made one retch. The girl ran quickly to the container's doorway. When she saw the scene inside, and the misshapen, emaciated figure sitting at the desk, her eyes instantly brimmed over with tears. She stood at the threshold, her lips trembling, yet no words would come. Lin Yu slowly turned around and saw her. The numb, distant expression he wore as if shutting out the world melted away in an instant when his gaze fell upon the girl. He parted his lips in a pale smile, fine lines gathering at the corners of his eyes. And who might this little darling belong to, finding time to visit her big brother? The newcomer was his younger sister, Lin Yu. Her voice came out thick with sobs like a tiny kitten soaked through by the rain. Brother. She rushed into the foul-smelling metal box, and her tears finally broke free, spilling in great drops from her eyes and tracing down her clean cheeks. This was no place fit for human habitation. It was in truth nothing but a heap of garbage. Lin Yu's smile faltered for a moment, then softened again. He reached out, wanting to wipe the tears from his sister's face, but halfway there he noticed the grime lodged between his fingers and silently let his hand fall back. He only spoke softly, "Why are you crying? Your brother's still fine, isn't he?" "Fine." Lin Yu's emotions collapsed in an instant. She pointed at the bare, dilapidated room, at the glaring, blood-red graffiti on the walls, at the pile of useless gray cards stacked by the table corner. "This is what you call fine? Brother don't live like this anymore. Let's go home, all right. As for the money you owe, we'll figure it out. I'll talk to Mom and Dad. They'll help. With the savings at home, it's not impossible to pay it back." She choked on her words, almost unable to continue. As long as you stop this madness, we'll go home, and everything will get better." Home. Such a warm word, and yet so far out of reach. The smile slowly faded from Lin Yu's face, replaced by a calmness Lin Yu could not begin to comprehend. A stubborn, almost immovable calm. He shook his head. "Xiao Yao, you don't understand. Don't understand. What is it that I don't understand?" Lin Yu's voice rose again. "All I know is that my brother is going to die soon. Look at yourself. Have you even looked in a mirror?" Lin Yu did not answer. He simply turned away and sat back down on the chair, his back facing her once more. That familiar solitary silhouette. "I'm making a grand move on the board." His voice was soft, yet carried a conviction that allowed no doubt. A grand move. Lin Yu was stunned. She watched that frail back of flames seeming ready to gut her out at any moment and wept in silence. Her tears blurred her vision, and with it time itself. She no longer knew when her brother Lin Yu had begun to change into what he was now. In her memories, her brother had always been, from childhood, he had been that model child adults spoke of. No, calling him a prodigy would have been even more accurate. Whatever he learned, he was always one step ahead of his peers, no 10 steps ahead. He was always so mature, so steady, so brilliantly intelligent. Elementary math, Olympiads, middle school physics, modeling, high school mastery across all subjects. His life path was paved with certificates and awards shimmering gold. Ranking first in the province overall was not a goal for him, but a fixed position that simply never changed. Lin Yu remembered how when she was in elementary school a group of older boys bullied her and stole her pocket money. She ran home in tears, and it was her brother who found those boys. He simply stood there calmly reasoning with them, laying out pros and cons, speaking from school rules all the way to the laws of society. Of course, he started his lecture only after those guys together had already been beaten up by him. Those boys all a head taller than he not only returned the money in the end, but also stammered out apologies. They even became Lin Yu's followers almost at the level of being reformed. From that day on, Lin Yu's eyes were always full of tiny stars whenever she looked at her brother. Her brother could do anything. 5 years ago, on the eve of the college entrance exam, the career awakening day was the brightest moment of Lin Yu's life, and the most glorious day for the entire Lin family. Among the hundreds of thousands of candidates in Ning'ai province, only one golden epic tier career was awakened. Wanxiangji Ka Shi, the myriad forms card artisan. That title spread through the city's every corner via news broadcasts and the internet. Everyone thought a dragon was about to rise from the Lin family. With this unique epic career, the Lin family might even leap in social class, entering the upper ranks of Ning'ai City. The school principal came in person to visit their home. Admissions offices of top universities nearly blew up the phone line. Countless companies and consortia extended olive branches promising benefits beyond imagination. On that day, the Lin household was thronged with guests and overflowing with congratulations. On that day, Lin Yu watched her brother being surrounded by people and straightened her small chest in pride. On that day, his elder brother wore a brand new white shirt with his hair meticulously styled and a confident, bright smile on his face. He stood in the center of the crowd, calmly responding to everyone's compliments and questions, full of vigor and radiance. Lin Yu's memory here experienced a fracture. Because right after that, the next day, everything changed. There were no signs. Just the day before, Lin Yu, who was praised as the light of Ning'ai and future giant, locked himself in his room. At first, his parents thought he was just tired from dealing with various people day after day and needed rest. They kindly refrained from disturbing him and simply left food at the door. But 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, the door remained tightly shut. Inside, Lin Yu neither read books nor meditated nor engaged in any basic training expected of a professional. He merely paced back and forth in the room, muttering to himself. Not right. Not enough. Core components. Keycards. The logic of the deck. Closed loop. His parents stuck to the door, only able to intermittently hear these nonsensical terms. They exchanged glances, seeing profound confusion and a hint of unease on each other's faces. On the 4th day, Lin Yu finally opened the door. His eyes were bloodshot, his hair disheveled, but he was in a state of extreme excitement. He held out a list to his father. Dad, help me buy these things. His father took the list, glanced at it, and was stunned. What was written was not rare magical materials, nor expensive enchanted items. Instead, it was a pile of garbage. Pebbles, sand, dried grass, scraps of iron. All of it was waste that could be found everywhere, and even required payment for removal. Xiaoyu, what do you need these things for? His mother asked worriedly. Card production. Lin Yu's answer was simple. Card production. His father's brows furrowed. Isn't the school supposed to help you apply for a beginner card production materials package? Those are the standard materials. Those are useless. Lin Yu shook his head, pointing at the list. I only need these. Seeing their son's stubbornness, although his parents were puzzled, they complied. They thought this might be the unique perspective of a genius. Soon a truckload of raw materials arrived at their home, filling the entire backyard. Then Lin Yu began his frenzied activities. He locked himself in the warehouse in the backyard day and night, producing one after another. A small pebble, a handful of sand, a piece of dried grass, all of these were worthless grade. The strangest thing was that these cards, produced through his epic professional skill, had a peculiar characteristic. They would turn to ashes at midnight, disappearing without a trace. Day after day, he was like a Sisyphusian madman, repeating this meaningless task every day. The entire family watched, anxious in their hearts. Finally, the day of the college entrance examination arrived. The whole family, even the media of Ning'ai City, was waiting for this epic professional to soar. But Lin Yu did not appear at the examination site at all. He chose to defer his exam. The news caused an uproar. For professionals, deferring the exam is allowed. This is to give those who have awakened powerful but rare professions more preparation time, allowing them to achieve better results and enter better schools, not wasting their talents. But the cost of deferring is enormous. Every year of deferral doubles the comprehensive difficulty of the exam. This punitive mechanism is to urge the vast majority of candidates to embark on the professional path as soon as possible, contributing to society. For ordinary professionals, deferring for a year is equivalent to seeking their own demise. But Lin Yu was different. He was a Wanxiang card master, a golden epic level. Although people were shocked, they could still understand. Perhaps he wanted to use a year to create a breathtaking deck, crushing the competition and securing the top position. Both the media and the public held on to such expectations. However, the following year, on the day of the college entrance examination, Lin Yu was absent once again. He once again chose to defer. This time, public opinion shifted from expectation to doubt. 2 years of deferral meant that the difficulty of the third year's exam would be 4 times the normal level. This was no longer a gap that could be easily bridged by an epic profession, unless he had some monumental stroke of luck. Everyone held onto their last glimmer of hope, waiting for the third year. Lin Yu still did not attend. He deferred for the third time. This time, the whole Ninghai province erupted. He had gone mad. Lin Yu had completely lost his mind. This once proud son of heaven had turned into a complete lunatic. An exam with 8 times the difficulty. Let alone an epic profession, even a legendary divine profession, would have to think twice. His life was completely ruined. The principal who once visited the admissions office that bombarded calls the consortium that extended olive branches. All vanished without a trace. In their place were the neighborhoods pointing fingers and the endless ridicule and curses online. The Lin family had fallen from grace. To force him to turn back, to make him wake up, his father finally made a hard decision and cut off all his financial support. As long as you don't give up on these useless things, you won't get a single penny from me. Aren't you capable? If you have the ability, go earn your own living. His father's furious roar echoed throughout. All right. With that, he packed a small bundle and silently moved out. He had no complaints, no anger, but his all right. With that, he packed a small bundle and silently moved out. He had no complaints, no anger, but his calmness was unsettling. He first slept in a tent, then under a bridge, and finally ended up in a shipping container in this abandoned factory area. The only unchanging things were 2 matters. The second was continuously buying a cheap potion called mental stabilizer and drinking it bottle by bottle. The second was continuously buying a cheap potion called mental stabilizer and drinking it bottle by bottle. He had no income, yet he had to buy medicine and eat. Soon he fell into debt. The snowball grew larger and larger. Collection agencies came knocking, causing chaos in the household. His parents, soft-hearted, helped him pay off the debt twice. But what they saw was not their son's repentance, but his increasingly reckless madness. He took the money his parents used to pay off the debts and promptly bought more mental stabilizer and a pile of new raw materials. At that moment, his parents were utterly desperate. When the collection agency came knocking for the third time, threatening to break Lin Yu's leg if he didn't pay, Lin Yu returned home. That was his last time returning home. He stood at the door without entering. Through the door, he spoke to his parents inside. Dad, Mom, don't help me pay off debts anymore. After speaking, Lin Yu deeply bowed to the tightly closed door. Inside, he could hear his mother's heart-wrenching cries and his father's suppressed sobs. Lin Yu was also crying, beating against the door, pleading with her brother not to leave. Lin Yu stood outside listening to his family's cries, his face devoid of any expression. He also wanted to cry, but he could not. To be free from the constraints of others, merely relying on an epic profession, was not enough. From that moment on, the Lin family treated him as if he had never existed. They believed he was beyond saving, even contemplating forcibly taking him back for treatment. However, Lin Yu's refusal was resolute, and given that they had severed ties, they were left with no options. Today, 5 years later, only Lin Yu stubbornly and secretly comes to check on him from time to time. This family has already broken his heart. Brother. Lin Yu's cries pulled Lin Yu from the depths of his memories. She grasped his arm, her nails digging into the thin fabric of his clothes. It's been 5 years. 5 whole years. What on earth have you been doing? Lin Yu's voice was sharp, filled. She looked at her brother, who had become unrecognizable at this home that was worse than a garbage heap, in her heart. You weren't like this before. You are my brother, you are Lin Yu. You are the all-powerful Lin Yu. Look at yourself now. Look around you. She pointed at the stinking garbage, at the insulting graffiti on the wall. Is it worth it for these broken stones? Is it worth it to torment yourself like this, eh? Her tears flowed uncontrollably like pearls slipping off a broken string. Please, brother, let's go home. Throw all this away, and we can start anew. She prayed to the heavens, to the deities, to bring her brother back to her. She collapsed to the ground, squatting down like a helpless child. Lin Yu quietly watched her. Each tear from his sister felt like a scorching iron searing into his heart. Had he gone mad? In everyone's eyes, he had long since lost his mind. A madman who abandoned an epic profession with limitless prospects to hide among garbage and play with stones. But he was clear-headed, more so than ever. He was rational, determined, and fully aware of what he wanted, steadfastly walking down this singular path. Lin Yu slowly crouched down, extending his hand, hovering just above Lin Yu's trembling shoulder, but he did not let it fall. He feared that the dirt on his hands would tarnish his sister's clean school uniform. Xiao Yao. His movements were gentle, afraid of startling this wounded little beast. I am not mad. Lin Yu abruptly looked up, her tear-streaked face filled with disbelief. Not mad? Then tell me, what have you been doing for the past 5 years? What significance does all this hold? These cards, what use do they have apart from turning to ash at midnight? Lin Yu withdrew his hands, slowly straightening his body. He did not respond directly. He had answered this question many times before, but, to be honest, what he was doing was not much different from gambling. Yet he was certain there would come a day when he would win the gamble. The cards of a card maker are not infinite. There will come a day when he can draw the right one. Lin Yu and the others did not understand. They did not know what kind of card could make Lin Yu pay such a heavy price. Brother, stop lying to yourself. I am not lying to you, nor am I lying to myself. Lin Yu interrupted her. He turned around, and in his deeply sunken bloodshot eyes there was a light that Lin Yu could not comprehend. It was a burning, unwavering flame, misunderstood by everyone. This path is difficult, very difficult, but it can definitely be traversed. He looked at his sister, a rare softness appearing on his face. Thank you for still being willing to visit me, Xiao Yao. He stepped forward this time, without hesitation, extending his rough hand to gently wipe away a tear stain from Lin Yu's cheek. But you should have your own life. Prepare well for the college entrance examination and do not be distracted by me. College entrance examination. The mere mention of these 2 words made Lin Yu's body stiffen. Lin Yu continued, if I remember correctly, your class career awakening ceremony will be soon, right? Lin Yu instinctively nodded but avoided Lin Yu's gaze. Inside, a fierce internal battle raged. On one side was her brother, whom she had once idolized, but now caused her immense pain. On the other side was her own impending turning point in life. She looked at her brother, observing the almost stubborn calm on his face. Suddenly she understood. She could not sway him. No one could persuade him. Because in his world, everything he did, a wave of immense helplessness and sorrow surged within her. She bit her lip and nodded firmly. I will. She stood up from the ground, brushing off the dust from her school uniform, her movements a bit stiff. She vowed. She absolutely would not become like her brother. She wanted to awaken a powerful profession, to enter the best school, to live a glamorous life. She wanted everyone to know that the Lin family had not only one fallen genius, but also a rising star. Lin Yu took one last look at the dilapidated iron container, glancing at that lonely figure. Then she did not look back and ran out. In the wind, only the sound of her gradually fading footsteps remained, along with a tear stain that quickly evaporated in the sunlight. At the end of the small path Lin Yu ran out of by a withered tree, another girl was quietly waiting there. She was dressed appropriately in casual wear, a stark contrast to the decay of the abandoned factory area. Seeing Lin Yu running towards her in tears, she stepped forward, but her gaze crossed over Lin Yu's shoulder, casting a distant look at the rusty container. After a quick glance, she withdrew her gaze and focused entirely on Lin Yu in front of her. Xiao Yao, Qing Shuejia. Lin Yu threw herself into her embrace, crying uncontrollably. The newcomer was Su Qingxue. The Su and Lin families had a long-standing friendship. Su's mother and Lin's mother had grown up together as close friends, akin to sisters. Su Qingxue was the same age as Lin Yu, and when the two families visited each other, Su's mother would jokingly say that she wanted Qingxue to marry Lin Yu to strengthen their ties. Su Qingxue did not mind this joke in the past. Although Lin Yu seemed a bit dull due to his excessive excellence, his talent and future were solid. Marrying him would be akin to obtaining a lifelong ticket to the upper echelons of society. This deal was a win-win. However, later on, Lin Yu fell from the clouds, shattering into pieces. Su Qingxue was not a member of the Lin family, nor was she a blindly adoring Lin Yu. She was merely a calm observer and a pragmatic evaluator of interests. When Lin Yu, once a potential powerhouse, turned into a worthless asset, she naturally turned away. Now 5 years have passed. Su Qingxue has graduated from the auxiliary department of Ninghai University, achieving a professional level of 30. While not top tier, she is undoubtedly exceptional among her peers. Currently, she is studying diligently at home, aiming for a stable public office job, a secure position that guarantees a steady income. Ideally, it would keep her away from the frontline battles against monsters. Meanwhile, Lin Yu is still going crazy in that garbage heap. She has already graduated from college while he hasn't even entered the doors of the college entrance examination. They have long become people from two different worlds. Lin Yu has completely fallen into the shadows of the lowest class in this city of failure, for whom even survival is a problem. His life can probably be summed up as merely waiting to die. She gently patted Lin Yu's back, her movements tender, yet her mind was exceptionally clear. The reason she still maintained the relationship of best friends and good sister with Lin Yu was of course her own considerations. Lin Yu's talent is a fact. This gene may be hereditary. As long as Lin Yu does not fall into the same hopeless madness as her brother, her future achievements are unlikely to be low. Investing in a future powerhouse in advance is a surefire business. At this moment, she gazed at the distant blurred container, a helpless smile lingering in her heart. She held Lin Yu's hand, softly comforting her. All right, stop crying. It's not worth it for that kind of person. But he is my brother. Lin Yu choked on her words. He is only your biological brother. Su Kingsu's tone was calm, but carried an undeniable sense of reality. Look at what he is doing now. Where is the semblance of being a brother? He will only drag you down, dragging uncle and aunt along with him. She pulled out a tissue from her bag and handed it to Lin Yu. Wipe your tears, your face is all smeared with crying. The most important thing for you now is not to worry about him, but to take care of yourself. The career awakening ceremony is coming up soon. This is the matter that will determine your entire life. Su Kingsu's words felt like a bucket of cold water poured over Lin Yu's chaotic heart. Yes, her own future. She could no longer continue like this. Qingxue Jiai, I know you are sad. Su Qingxue interrupted her. But one must look forward. You cannot live your entire life in his shadow. You need your own path, your own life. She grasped Lin Yu's wrist. Let's go, we'll take you home. This place is dirty and smelly, it is not where you should be. Su Qingxue led the dazed Lin Yu toward the exit of the factory area. A white new energy car was parked by the roadside, its body impeccably clean, forming a stark contrast with the surrounding environment. Su Qingxue pressed the key and the car lights flashed. She skillfully opened the passenger door, helped Lin Yu inside, and thoughtfully fastened her seatbelt. Sitting in the driver's seat, she started the car. The warm air from the air conditioning dispelled the cold and foul odor from outside. The car smoothly drove out of the abandoned area, leaving behind the rusty container and the stubborn figure within it. Su Qingxue glanced at Lin Yu's pale profile in the rearview mirror, contemplating. Once Lin Yu awakened her profession, if her talent was good, she could leverage her family's connections to help her secure some valuable resources. This favor would eventually come in handy. As for Lin Yu, that name could now be completely crossed off from her life. The car emerged into the city, traffic, neon lights flickering through the window, casting a dance of light and shadow on Lin Yu's face. She leaned against the window, watching the rapidly retreating street scenes, tears silently sliding down her cheeks once more. Su Qingxue did not offer further persuasion. Some things need to be understood on one's own. She believed that Lin Yu was a smart girl who would soon realize that letting go of a burden that no longer held value was the wisest choice. The sound of the car engine gradually faded away, ultimately disappearing into the chaotic background noise of the factory area. Lin Yu did not turn around, but stood silently until the last trace of the external clamor also subsided. He turned around and walked back to the rusty container. He closed the iron door, cutting off everything from the outside. Did he waste a few minutes? He forgot. Perhaps it was those few minutes that would cause him to miss something. He approached the makeshift workbench made of wooden planks in the corner and sat down. On the workbench, stones, sand, and scrap iron were scattered in disarray. He casually picked up a stone the size of a pigeon egg, cradling it in his palm. A faint but pure energy flowed from within him, coursing down his arm into his palm, enveloping the unremarkable stone. 5 seconds later, the stone transformed into shimmering specks of light, gradually dissipating, and a gray card quietly took shape, landing before him. A small stone. He then picked up the second stone. Repeat. The third stone. Repeat. His actions were mechanical and precise, without any superfluous steps. Like a production line programmed to churn out these worthless scraps steadily. In 1 minute he produced 12 cards. In 1 hour 720 cards. Time in his world was measured in units of cards. Unaware of how much time had passed, just as he was about to create the next card, the thousands of small stone cards in the cardboard box at his feet suddenly began to tremble slightly. A buzzing resonance echoed within the cramped container. Today's quantity had not yet reached the limit. The effect of the potion had worn off. Lin Yu stopped his movements and pulled out a small brown vial from beneath the workbench. He unscrewed the cap and drank the last bit of pale blue liquid in one gulp. He casually tossed the empty vial into the corner where it had already piled up with over 100 identical bottles. This was the last bottle. As the potion went down his throat, a cool sensation spread from his esophagus to his limbs, finally converging in his brain. The dizziness and tingling sensation caused by the excessive consumption of mental energy were quickly smoothed out. The cards in the cardboard box at his feet also ceased trembling, returning to stability. He picked up another stone and continued making cards. The rise and fall of day and night in the outside world had nothing to do with him. He only knew that he had to prepare enough fuel before midnight. As the old electronic clock on the wall switched from 2359 to 00, a translucent panel appeared in the air, before him, visible only to him. Career skills have been refreshed. Lin Yu paused his actions. On the panel, 2 skill icons lit up simultaneously. Card innovation. Delete X cards and select one from X1 random cards to obtain. Daily limit once. Mirror copy. Obtain a temporary copy of a card you already own. Daily limit once. This is the source of all his madness. With the skill of card innovation, he can create all cards theoretically existing in this world at the lowest cost, using a vast quantity of the easiest to make garbage cards as offerings to pry open the infinite card library in exchange for a chance to glimpse a treasure. A chance to make a choice. A possibility of winning a gamble. To put it bluntly, it's about playing the cards. To take a gamble with an unimaginable number. Every day, without fail, he spends 20 hours creating 14,400 gray cards. The remaining 4 hours are reserved for basic sleep to maintain bodily functions. Occasionally, he compresses his sleep time to go by medicine. Other physiological activities such as eating and using the restroom are done without interrupting card production. In one day, 14,400 cards. Today marks exactly 5 years. In total, 26,280,000 cards. He uses this astronomical number of fuel to refresh day after day, all just to find that one crucial card he needs. His vocational talent tells him that card must exist. His rational mind tells him that the probability of finding it this way is appallingly low. But he must gamble, and it's worth the risk. The reason he needs to keep consuming mental stabilizer is that his mental strength cannot sustain having over 14,000 gray cards each day. Moreover, his deck also permanently contains a special blue card. He carefully takes out a card from his inner pocket. The material of this card is completely different from those gray cards. It presents a profound blue, and at the center of the card's face, a constantly rotating X2 symbol emits a soft glow. Doubling card. Affect the effect of your next card will activate twice. This card is his inner demon. He obtained it on the night he awakened his profession. Doubling card. Affect the effect of your next card will activate twice. This to maintain its coexistence with tens of thousands of garbage cards as a level 0 professional, he teetered on the edge of mental breakdown every day, relying only on cheap potions to hold on. Now everything is ready, just missing the final core card. As long as he gets that card combined with this doubling card, his deck will truly be complete. Lin Yu carefully put away the doubling card and focused his thoughts on the card revolution skill. Is it time to start? He glanced at the electronic clock on the wall 0001. He decided to compress his sleep time tonight from 4 hours to 3 hours and 45 minutes. It's just one day, he won't die. Probably. Today he was delayed a little by Lin Yu and the others. He must make up for it. Lin Yu picked up a pebble again, his eyes showing no sign of emotion. He immersed himself once again in that endless cycle. 1 minute 12 cards. 1 hour 720. Lin Yu's movements did not pause until a sliver of moonlight shone through the window, illuminating the mountain of empty medicine bottles piled up inside the container. He finally put down the pebble in his hand. Today's manufacturing quota has been met. He stood up and stretched. His bones creaked under the burden. Before him lay the fruits of over 20 hours of labor today, 14,400, a small pebble neatly stacked into a new small hill. This has been his daily routine for 5 years, and it comprises all of today's gambling capital. Lin Yu focused his thoughts on the translucent panel, landing on the icon of the card revolution skill. It's time. He chose to activate it. Do you wish to consume 14400, a small pebble cards to perform a card revolution? Yes, he murmured. Buzz. There was no earth-shattering sound, only an intensely suppressed. In the next moment, the pile of cards he had just completed, still carrying a hint of residual energy, seemed to be wiped away by an invisible hand. They transformed into the smallest specks of light at the same moment, neither burning nor turning to ashes, simply dissipating silently into the air. The entire process was eerily quiet. The fresh card hill vanished, revealing the darkened ground beneath. At the same time, before Lin Yu's eyes, an interface of a torrent of cards unfolded. 14,401 cards. A chance to make a choice. Lin Yu's expression remained unchanged. He extended his finger and lightly swiped upwards in the void. The torrent of cards began to roll upward at an astonishing speed. His movements were so fast they left only afterimages with countless streams of card information flashing before his eyes. Most of them were gray garbage cards. Occasionally a different hue would flash by. A hint of green. Blessing card, gentle breezes caress. Effect permanently increases your movement speed by 1. Swipe away. Lin Yu's finger did not pause for a moment. Such a minor enhancement was meaningless to him. The cards continued to roll rapidly. Another different card appeared. Blessing card, resilience of the tardigrade. Effect grants you a talent, basic attack. Swipe away. Perhaps for a professional this would be a decent talent for sustainability and growth. But it wasn't what he was looking for. He needed something that could change everything. He needed the core that could change everything. Thousands of gray cards rolled past again. Suddenly, a brilliant golden flash appeared. Field card, Sanctuary of Compassion. Effect creates a sanctuary lasting 1 hour. Forcefully converts all creatures within the domain, including monsters, into temporary friendly units. A golden legendary card. A strategic card capable of driving any guild or military power crazy. During a beast-tide siege, this card might just save a city. Lin Yu's movements paused for a fraction of a second. Then without hesitation he swiped it away. Very powerful, but not what he wanted. There was no place for this card in his plan. Selecting a card would increase the mental burden affecting his card draw quantity. The torrent of cards continued. Soon another golden card appeared. Minion card, Immortal Battle Soul. Effect: when this minion is killed, all its attributes gain a permanent 10 growth and return to your hand. A minion card with limitless growth potential. Given sufficient time and resources to cultivate, it could even grow into a divine existence. This is the partner that any summoner professional dreams of. Swipe away. Another purple flash passed by. Enchantment card Mask of the Soul. Effect: choose a minion card. You can temporarily embody it for the next 10 minutes, gaining all its skills and 70 of its attributes. Swipe away. The cards continued to roll upward, their speed increasing. Lin Yu's eyes were already filled with more blood vessels, his mental strength rapidly depleting. Simultaneously reviewing such a massive amount of information was a tremendous burden on the brain. Yet he seemed unaware of fatigue. His will had long been sharpened to the hardness of the most resilient diamond through 5 years of monotonous labor. Another golden card appeared. Effect: card world. Effect: time stops for 9 seconds. Struck out. A trump card capable of reversing the tide in any battle. Assassins can use it to achieve a lethal strike, mages can use it to chant forbidden spells, and even ordinary people can use it to evade deadly crises. Lin Yu didn't glance at it. A golden counter card. Counter card: Mirror of Causality. Effect: after use it hides and passively triggers. When you are attacked in any form, it can reflect 100 of the damage back to the attacker. Struck out. A green equipment card Vampire's Fawn. Effect: all damage you inflict will restore 10 of your health. Struck out. One card after another. Rare cards, epic cards, and even legendary cards that could cause a bloodbath in the outside world were discarded one by one. They may be powerful, even possessing the ability to change the fate of a practitioner. But Lin Yu knows that those are not what he needs. His goal since that day 5 years ago has been singular. He knows exactly which card he needs. That card that theoretically exists yet is elusive and intangible. Everything he has done is to turn this theory into reality. The torrent of cards continues. 1,000, 5,000, 10,000. Lin Yu's fingers are still sliding steadily. At that moment his fingers suddenly stopped. They hovered in midair, fixed in an absolutely still position. The torrent of 14,401 cards also came to an abrupt halt at this moment. On the interface a card quietly floated. It lacked the brilliant glow of a golden legendary card, the profound mystery of an epic purple card, and even the slightest energy fluctuation of a rare blue card. It was just a card. The most ordinary-looking gray-white card. In the center of the card, there was a simple gesture. It was just a card. The most ordinary-looking gray-white card. In the center of the card, there was a simple gesture. Lin Yu looked at this simple description. 5 years. 1,826 days and nights. A pile of 26 million garbage cards. He dreamed of this card. At first he would shout excitedly during card selection, feeling disappointed with each failed refresh, wavering at the occasional appearance of a golden card. But now only numbness remains. A deep-seated numbness that almost engulfs him entirely. He extended his hand, moving slowly and stiffly, reaching for the card suspended in the void. The sensation at his fingertips was that of a tangible card. It was not an illusion. He truly found it. The moment he held the card in his hand, Lin Yu felt redeemed. The tension that had gripped him for 5 years finally loosened. He swayed slightly, nearly losing his balance, and hurriedly leaned against the cold metal of a shipping container. He did not feel elated, nor did he shout. He simply pressed the ghost card tightly against his chest, resting against the wall, and slowly slid down to the ground. He curled up in the corner like a lonely soul that finally found a home. Time lost its meaning at that moment. He did not know how long he had been sitting. Perhaps a minute, perhaps 10 minutes. Until his body protested from prolonged exhaustion and intense emotional fluctuations, sending waves of pain, he slowly raised his head. In his bloodshot eyes light began to gather once more. A light brighter and more frenzied than ever before. Now it was time to test the harvest. Lin Yu suppressed the surging excitement within his chest, forcing himself to... He carefully put the ghost card into his pocket, then focused his thoughts on the profession panel. The second skill he hadn't used since his awakening. Mirror copy. Activate. Please select the card you wish to copy. Lin Yu's mind unhesitatingly landed on the brand new ghost card in his pocket. Selected ghost card. Do you wish to proceed with the mirror copy? The copied card will be a temporary card and will disappear after 24 hours. Yes. A faint light flashed, and a perfectly identical ghost card appeared in his hand. Only the edges of this copy bore a barely perceptible sense of illusion. He did not know if the next operation would succeed. Theoretically it could. His madness stemmed from this very fear. He stood up, walked to the workbench, and took out the doubling card he had kept close for 5 years, placing it next to the eerie blue doubling card. The gray-white temporary ghost card. His life was about to face its final judgment upon these two cards. Lin Yu extended his hand, his fingertip gliding across the surface of the doubling card. Use. Buzz. The eerie blue light flashed and merged into his body. Your next card effect will activate twice. Success. His heart skipped a beat. Now is the time. Lin Yu picked up the temporary ghost card, using all his strength to steady his hand. Use. Please select the card you wish to copy. The panel popped up. Select doubling card. Please select the card you wish to copy. It worked. The effect of the ghost card was doubled by the effect of the doubling card. The system panel popped up again. Select ghost card. It worked. The effect of the ghost card was doubled by the effect of the doubling card. The system panel popped up again. Select ghost card. 2 brand new cards quietly floated. One was the eerie blue doubling card. The other was the gray-white ghost card. All were permanent cards. It truly worked. At this moment Lin Yu used a temporary ghost card, consuming a permanent doubling card. In the end he obtained a permanent doubling card and a permanent ghost card. At first glance the cards in his hand had changed from one doubling card and one ghost card to one doubling card and one ghost card. It seemed as if nothing had changed. But Lin Yu's breath quickened as he forcibly suppressed the surging emotions and began the second operation. He picked up a new ghost card. Use. Please select the card you wish to copy. Select doubling card. Copy complete. He once again obtained a permanent doubling card. Now the cards in his hand were two doubling cards and one ghost card. Lin Yu picked up a doubling card. Use. Your next card effect will activate twice. He then picked up the second. Use. Your next card effect will activate twice. Your next card effect will activate twice. The effects of the two doubling cards stacked. No, it wasn't stacking. The first doubling card made the effect of the second doubling card activate twice. The doubling card was doubled. On Lin Yu's profession panel a status icon lit up. Doubling X4. Your next card effect will activate. Lin Yu gazed at the symbol X4 and his blood began to boil. Use. A prompt appeared. Please select the card to copy. This time an almost frenzied smile emerged on Lin Yu's face. He simultaneously chose 4 cards: ghost card, doubling card, doubling card, doubling card. Copying completed. The moment the system prompt appeared, Lin Yu's last old ghost card transformed into light points and dissipated. In its place were 4 brand new tangible permanent cards quietly hovering before him. 1 ghost card and 3 doubling cards. It was completed. The mad, nearly impossible theoretical loop he had been contemplating for 5 years was finally fulfilled at this moment. He consumed 1 ghost card and 2 doubling cards. Ultimately, he gained 4 new cards. His capital not only did not decrease, but rather increased. From this second onward, he possessed nearly endless resources. Lin Yu had never smiled as brilliantly as he opened his mouth, silently laughing, his body trembling violently from suppressed excitement, almost curling up on the ground. 5 years. He could finally escape the dark, endless life of servitude. He leaned against the wall, forcing himself to stand. This was just the beginning. He held the 3 newly acquired doubling cards in his hand. Used continuously. The first card merged into his body. The second card merged into his body. The third card merged into his body. The status icons on the profession panel jumped wildly, the numbers doubling successively. Doubling X2. Doubling X4. Doubling X8. 8 times. He picked up the new ghost card and activated it without hesitation. Please select the card to copy. Lin Yu's thoughts raced across the panel. He chose 1 ghost card and 7 copying completed. A flash of light appeared and 8 brand new permanent cards emerged before him, neatly stacked into a small pile. He now possessed 1 ghost card and 7 doubling cards. He could. Lin Yu did not hesitate as he picked up all 7 doubling cards. Use. 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 7 times in a row a ghostly blue light continuously entered his body. Underneath his clothing it felt as if a blue sun was rising. The status icons on the profession panel now displayed a terrifying level. Doubling X128. 128 times. Lin Yu's breath became heavy. He could feel sharp pains surging from his brain, a sign that his mental energy was being rapidly drained. His body began to protest. The effect of 128 times amplification was too much for his extremely weak body to bear. But he didn't care. He picked up his last ghost card. Use. Please select the card to copy. This time he aimed to copy 1 ghost card and 127 doubling cards. If successful, he would possess over 100 doubling cards. At that point, let alone doubling X128, even doubling X1024 and doubling X8192 would be a mere matter of moving a finger. However, just as he made his selection, a sharp sound erupted deep within his mind. Lin Yu's vision darkened, and he swayed, nearly collapsing to the ground. Mental energy began to collapse. In front of him the air was rapidly coalescing into over 100 card images. But these cards were no longer stable. Dozens of ghostly blue doubling cards had just formed when they began to tremble violently, spiderweb-like cracks appearing along the edges. Crack. The first doubling card shattered, turning into blue light particles that dissipated. Crack. 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 The chain reaction began. One by one doubling cards broke apart before his eyes, resembling a brief and brilliant blue firework. Lin Yu gritted his teeth against the stabbing pain in his head, staring intently at the continuously vanishing cards. He did not try to stop it, because he could not stop it. This was the limit of what his current mental energy container could bear. The process of shattering lasted for over 10 seconds. In the end of the 127 doubling cards, only 10 remained trembling as they stabilized and became tangible. Together with the ghost card he copied, he had a total of 11 new cards. Lin Yu exhaled, leaning against the cold container wall, slowly sliding down to the ground. It's fine, this is all a minor issue. The limitation on mental energy was something he had anticipated long ago. As long as the core cycling engine remained intact, there were plenty of ways to enhance mental energy. In his hands, he now held 1 ghost card and 10 doubling cards. That was enough. Lin Yu did not immediately begin the next round of frenzied multiplication. He took a very cautious step. He carefully set aside 1 ghost card and 2 doubling cards from the pile, placing them into his inner pocket. This was the starting capital. He was genuinely afraid that he might accidentally use up this set of infinitely cycling starter cards in the upcoming experiments. If that happened, the suffering he endured over the past 5 years would truly be in vain. He would have liked to swallow those 3 cards for peace of mind. After doing all this, Lin Yu finally felt at ease. He stood up, surveying the cramped space that had accompanied him for 5 years. It was time to verify the true power of. He walked to the corner and casually picked up a stone the size of a pigeon egg from the pile of debris. Energy flowed. A gray card formed in the palm of his hand. Item card: a small stone. He took this most basic, least valuable card and returned to his workstation. Then one by one he used the remaining 8 doubling cards. Doubling x2, doubling x4, doubling x8, doubling x256. An amplification effect of 256 times. Lin Yu placed the gray, a small stone card on the table. He extended his finger and gently tapped the card. Use. Whoosh. In the next moment, a deafening sound of friction and collision exploded within the container. A torrent of stones surged forth from the spot where the card had disappeared. They did not appear one by one, but rather in clusters and waves. In less than a second, countless stones the size of pigeon eggs filled the entire workstation, then spilled over and quickly piled up on the floor. Only when the doubling X256 status icon on the profession panel extinguished did the terrifying torrent of stones finally come to a halt. Lin Yu waved his hand, pushing aside the stones before him, and laboriously walked to his makeshift bed, made of a few wooden planks. Lin Yu did not go to clean up these things. He simply lay down, closed his eyes. The exhaustion from the excessive consumption of mental energy, along with the taut string that had been drawn tight for 5 years, overwhelmed him like a tsunami. He fell asleep. This time he slept more soundly than ever before. No nightmares, no sudden awakenings from mental pain in the early hours, and none of the numbing feeling brought about by the endless cycle of toil. The sleep deprivation accumulated over 5 years seemed to be compensated in this very moment. When he woke up again, light streamed through the gaps in the container, illuminating his face. Lin Yu slowly opened his eyes, still somewhat dazed. He sat up and glanced at the digital clock on the wall. 0001. Midnight. Achievement unlocked: sleeping from 0005 to 0001. He had slept for a whole day and night. Lin Yu moved his body and a series of crisp sounds echoed from his joints, but this time it was not the lament of being overwhelmed, but rather a long-lost sense of relaxation. His stomach growled. He skillfully retrieved 2 palm-sized compressed rations from the storage box under his bed. These were distributed regularly by the relief center, tasting somewhat like wood shavings, but they could fill his stomach. He also poured out 2 compound vitamin tablets from a bottle, which he had purchased with a portion of his meager savings at a high price. To maintain the most basic bodily functions, he never dared to skimp on this. He was not insane. Even in the most desperate moments of those 5 years, he understood that the body is the capital of revolution. He twisted open a bottle of mineral water, preparing to swallow the rations and tablets together. His actions suddenly paused. He looked at the items in his hand: compressed rations, vitamin tablets, mineral water. Then his thoughts turned to his profession panel. An absurd yet intriguing idea emerged. Lin Yu placed the items on the workbench and picked up the compressed rations. After a series of operations, using the compressed ration card to multiply 256. Activate. In the next second, a small tower made entirely of compressed rations appeared out of thin air on the desk before him. Not too few, not too many, exactly 256 pieces. Lin Yu picked one up and put it in his mouth. It was the same familiar taste that made one's jaw ache. He smiled. He picked up the bottle of mineral water, using the mineral water card to multiply 256. Splash. 256 identical bottles of mineral water filled half of the workbench, with a few bottles even rolling onto the pile of stones on the ground. He then looked at the 2 vitamin tablets. Activate. A small pile of white tablets appeared on the desk. Lin Yu looked at the scene before him and silently smiled. If the apocalypse were to break out now and supplies needed to be stockpiled, he alone would be a logistics army. Food, water, medicine. As long as he had a sample, he could replicate it infinitely. He could survive until the world's end, relying solely on these items. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, Lin Yu's thoughts began to expand. Food and water were merely the basics. Then, what about money? Once this thought emerged, it could no longer be suppressed. He rummaged through his belongings and finally found all his cash in the inner pocket of his old jacket that he had worn for 3 years. A crumpled 100 yuan bill. This was his last asset. Lin Yu carefully laid this bill flat on the table. Use. Buzz. A stack of brand new bills, still carrying the scent of ink, appeared out of thin air before him. It was a thick bundle. Lin Yu picked up the stack of money, feeling the incredibly real texture. He had succeeded. He would no longer have to worry about money. He could buy the best house in the city, dine at the finest restaurants, and enjoy the life he hadn't dared to imagine for the past 5 years. However, as he began to count these bills, the smile on his face gradually froze. He picked up the first bill. Serial number QN88688688. He picked up the second bill. Serial number QN88688688. The third, fourth, fifth. He quickly flipped through the entire stack of money. All the serial numbers were exactly the same. This money was a perfect replica. Perfect to the point of being the worst counterfeit. Using a little would be fine, but using too much would get him caught. He could not use this method to conjure cash out of thin air. One path to wealth had been blocked. Lin Yu did not feel disappointed, rather he found it quite amusing. Now if he wanted to get rich, it would truly be a matter of minutes. However, his gaze swept across the corner of the container. There was a rusty tin bucket there filled with some scrap materials he had collected over time. He walked over and rummaged through it for a long time, finally pulling out a coin. A 1 yuan coin. Lin Yu held the coin in his palm. This thing certainly had no serial number. Just you wait. Out of a kind of vengeful, mischievous mindset, he decided to play big. Although he could only multiply 256 at once, now he could do it many, many times. It was merely a bit more cumbersome to operate. Use. Ding, ding, dang. In the next instant, a crisp and dense sound of metal clashing rang out wildly within the tin bucket. That was not the sound of coins falling one by one, but rather a metal storm composed of coins. Countless silver glinting coins surged out from the position where they had disappeared from his palm, transforming into a silver torrent that slammed into the giant tin bucket. The tin bucket was filled at a visible speed. Soon coins overflowed from the mouth of the bucket, piling up on the ground into a new shiny little hill. Lin Yu did not pay any attention to the little hill made of coins. Those shiny objects might have had a deadly allure to him 5 years ago, but now they were merely a byproduct of an experiment proving the potential of the card set in his hands. True wealth was not these replicable metals, but the very ability to create all of this. He shifted his gaze away from the pile of money and refocused. The frivolities were over. It was time to get down to serious business. Lin Yu walked to the corner of the scrap pile and picked up a pebble the size of a pigeon egg once again. Energy flowed. A small pebble, he began to repeat this action. Crafting complete. Crafting complete. This process was as familiar to him as breathing. An entire hour passed. His movements showed no signs of stopping, and his spirit was as stable as a precision machine. When he finally stopped, 720 gray cards were neatly stacked on the workbench before him. All were a small pebble. In total, there were 720 cards. His thoughts focused on the skill on the profession panel that had completed its cooldown. Daily card draws were still necessary, but reducing the time from 20 hours to 1 hour. Let's see if anything good comes out. Card innovation. Activate. Please select the cards to be deleted. Lin Yu's palm slowly swept over the 720. Select all. 720 cards have been selected. Do you wish to proceed with the innovation? Yeah. Buzz. All 720 cards transformed simultaneously into specks of light, converging into a massive torrent of information that swirled and intertwined wildly before him. In the next second, the torrent froze. 721 brand new cards, shimmering in various colors like dandelions swaying in a breeze, slowly floated and rotated before him, waiting for his selection. Lin Yu's gaze swiftly swept across the scene. Gray, white, green, blue. Occasionally a flash of purple would appear, but it was quickly overlooked. There was no gold. He searched through all 700 cards 3 times, confirming that none of them were of the legendary gold grade. If this were in the past, it would have disappointed him for an entire day. But now he simply accepted this outcome with calmness. What sustained him through those 5 years of darkness was his obsession with the ghost card. Now, with this core infinite engine in hand, that obsessive feeling dissipated. He no longer needed to place all his hopes on the daily luck of Card Revolution. With this formidable deck, he had countless ways to grow stronger quickly. Luck from this day forth was merely an embellishment rather than the sole lifeline determining his fate. His mindset had completely transformed. Lin Yu began to carefully sift through his recent gains. Most were useless junk cards, but with enough quantity, he could always find something of value. His fingers glided through the air and information about each card flowed into his mind. Ultimately, his choice settled on a blue enchantment card. Enchantment card, Eye of Analysis. Effect: after use, your eyes can see through most basic information of things for 30 seconds. A card for reconnaissance and identification. Quite useful. Lin Yu took this card in hand, while the other 720 cards transformed into light dots and dissipated. Holding the Eye of Analysis, he fell into contemplation. Only 30 seconds. Too short. In many situations, 30 seconds was hardly enough to analyze complex information. A card for reconnaissance and identification. Quite useful. Lin Yu took this card in hand, while the other 720 cards, he could replicate it, even if it was only for 30 seconds at a time. He could refill it infinitely. Lin Yu hesitated not a moment and immediately began to operate. He picked up a card, that Eye of Analysis. Used it. A cool surge of energy flowed into his eyes. Lin Yu looked at the iron skin of the container before him. Ordinary container wall. Material Q235 steel. Thickness 2.5 millimeters. Condition mild rust, structural strength decreased by 15. Rows of data clearly floated into his field of vision. He then looked at the doubling card in his hand. Equipment card, doubling card. Rarity blue. Affect your next card effect will take effect twice. Constituent energy void, secret energy 72, mental mark 21, rule fragments 7. Impressive, he could even analyze the card's composition. But that wasn't enough. In the ever-changing battlefield, 30 seconds could determine life or death. But for targets needing in-depth research and analysis, this time frame felt terribly inadequate. Yet this issue was not a problem for him. Use the ghost card. Please select the card you wish to replicate. Lin Yu's attention fell upon the blue eye of analysis. Yes. Copying complete. The gray-white ghost card transformed into light dots and dissipated. A brand new tangible blue eye of analysis appeared before him. Next was the ghost card doubling cycle. The preparation work was complete. Lin Yu picked up the 8 doubling cards. Used. Doubling x 256. An effect amplification of 256 times. Now is the time. Lin Yu picked up the newly replicated eye of analysis. Used. A wave of cool energy hundreds of times greater than before surged from the card into his eyes. Converted, that's 128 minutes. A full 2 hours. Originally a reconnaissance skill lasting only 30 seconds had transformed into a long-lasting permanent state under converted, that's 128 minutes. A full 2 hours. Originally a reconnaissance skill lasting only 30 seconds had transformed into a long-lasting permanent state under his manipulation. For the next 2 hours, he could activate the analysis vision at any time and perceive the basic information of all things. It's done. A smile appeared on Lin Yu's face. But that wasn't enough. 2 hours, though long, was still not long enough. His ambitions reached beyond this. Lin Yu glanced at the timer. After confirming the duration of the eye of analysis, he began the second operation of ghost card doubling 256 times eye of analysis. After a seamless series of operations, the duration on his panel successfully doubled. You have gained the state eye of analysis duration 15,360 seconds. More than 4 hours. Lin Yu did not pause, continuing to repeat the entire process from earlier. His movements were precise and efficient with no waste whatsoever. Like a tireless machine, a miraculous creation unfolded within the cramped container. Time passed second by. On the table before him, the eye of analysis, used for replication, and the doubling cards, used for amplification, were continuously consumed and recreated. The duration on the professional panel was also accumulating at a terrifying speed. 8 hours, 16 hours, 1 day, 2 days, a week, a month. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Yu finally ceased his actions. He exhaled deeply, leaning back against the chair, feeling waves of fatigue wash over him. He glanced at his professional panel. The state that originally lasted 30 seconds now displayed an astronomical duration. A full year. He had successfully transformed a 30-second enchantment effect into a 1-year permanent state through the method of infinite refills. For the entire following year, he would possess the ability to see through the basic information of things. He could continue. As long as he wished, he could extend this time to 10 years, 100 years, until the end of his life. But he stopped. Not because his mental energy was exhausted, nor because he felt bored, but because he clearly recognized a problem. The efficiency of doing so was too low. He spent an incredibly long time repeating the tedious process hundreds of times to accumulate the duration to a year. The bottleneck in this process lay not in the cards, but in himself. Doubling x 256. This effect, achieved by stacking 8 doubling cards, was his current limit. It wasn't that he didn't want to use the 9th or 10th card. Rather, his current mental strength simply could not support the existence of an 11th doubling card. As long as he used the 9th one, he still had 1 doubling card and 1 ghost card left, allowing for a temporary skill replication to rebuild the startup deck. But if he used the 10th, he would be done for. To break through this limit, there was only one way: to raise his own mental power ceiling. As long as his mental strength was strong enough to maintain 12, 15, or even more doubling cards stably, by then, let alone extending one skill for a year. Even turning a pebble into a planet might just be a matter of a flick of his fingers. Currently, every additional doubling card represented a doubling of efficiency and power. Solving the issue of mental strength limitations was the real urgent matter. This was 1,000 times more important than simply stacking the duration of a skill. Lin Yu stood up, stretching his somewhat stiff body. It was time for him to move. Having spent 5 years in this metal box like a worm sealed in a cocoon, the cocoon has finally broken. Continuing to stay here serves no purpose other than the monotonous repetition of card stacking. Enhancing mental strength. This is his current core objective. Lin Yu pushed aside the wobbly chair and walked to the container's door. He reached out, resting his hand on the cold iron door, and pushed it open with force. Creak. The rusty door hinge protested with a piercing sound. In the distance the city was ablaze with lights outlining the silhouette of the steel jungle, but here there were only a few dim streetlights. In the distance the city was ablaze with lights outlining the silhouette of the steel jungle, but here there were only a few dim streetlights illuminating the chaotic contours and shadows of the abandoned yard. Lin Yu stepped outside. Just as he was about to turn onto the path leading out of the yard, three shadows emerged from the shadows of a pile of discarded building materials blocking his way. The leader was none other than the bald Wang Go. Behind him were two lackeys, one tall and one short, both wearing the same malicious smiles. Lin Yu. Wang Gu had a cigarette between his lips, the crimson ember flickering in the night. It's so late we're running away, said the tall thin one, stepping forward and cracking his knuckles with a sharp sound. You owe Wang Gu money and you still want to run. The short and stout one pulled out a half-meter long steel pipe from his waistband, flipping it in his palm, the metal clashing against his hand with a dull thud. Late at night, in an abandoned yard with no one passing by. This was a perfect place to reason things out. 2 days ago he had been scared off by a girl with yellow hair using a phone, a blemish on Wang Ge's career. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, feeling humiliated. Today he must reclaim this place. Lin Yu halted his steps, looking at the three men before him, his expression devoid of any extraneous emotion. I didn't intend to run. Didn't intend to run. Wang Gu spat out the cigarette butt and crushed it under his foot. Then you mean to keep playing us? Let me tell you, Lin Yu, my patience is limited. If you say any more nonsense, like, you'll understand when the time comes. Just see if I won't break you. Right? Stop with the bullshit and pay up, the tall thin one echoed. Lin Yu's reaction once again caught them off guard. He was straightforward. 3 days. Within 3 days, the full amount, no less. The air fell silent for a moment. Wang Gu and his two lackeys were stunned. They had prepared a bellyful of threats and vulgarities ready for various plans of attack, yet the opponent had casually given a precise answer. It was too straightforward, as if it were a trap. Wang Gu squinted, sizing up Lin Yu. Still that malnourished, frail appearance, easily blown down by a gust of wind. What gave him the audacity to say he'd pay in 3 days? What could he use to pay? 3 days? Wang Gu sneered. Lin Yu, do you think I'm easy to fool? What will you use to pay? Sell your bones. You don't need to worry about what I will use to pay. Lin Yu's response remained calm. The money will be in your account in 3 days. What if I don't believe you? Wang Gu stepped forward, his towering figure nearly overshadowing Lin Yu. What reason do I have to trust you? Just because of that mouth of yours. He suddenly raised his hand and grabbed a discarded scaffolding steel pipe nearby. The pipe was as thick as an adult's arm, covered in rust. Ha, he shouted. Crack. The hard steel pipe was smashed against the nearby concrete block, bending at an exaggerated 90-degree. Ha, he shouted. Crack. The hard steel pipe was smashed against the nearby concrete block, bending at an exaggerated 90-degree angle under his strength. The tremendous sound echoed through the empty yard. The two lackeys stared in awe, their faces full of admiration. Did you see that? This was a blatant show of force. However, in the face of this display, Lin Yu merely chuckled softly. The laughter was light, yet in the quiet of the night it sounded particular. This is the power of a professional. Even as a low-level berserker, reaching level 17 is beyond what an ordinary person can contend with. This was a blatant show of force. However, in the face of this display, Lin Yu merely chuckled softly. The laughter was light, yet in the quiet of the night it sounded particularly jarring. Wang Ge's expression darkened. What are you laughing at? Lin Yu did not respond. He slowly raised his right arm, assuming a punching stance. His movements were slow, and his body swayed slightly from weakness. Seeing this, the two lackeys momentarily froze, then burst into raucous laughter. What the hell? Does he want to fight Wang Gu? With that little body of his head fall over with a gust of wind, and he thinks he can hit someone. This is hilarious. Wang Gu also laughed in anger. This was the greatest insult he had faced in his career. A worthless debtor of frail waist had not only failed to kneel and beg for mercy after witnessing the power of his level 17 berserker, but he also intended to fight him. Good, very good, Wang Gu laughed in anger. Today I will make you understand what it means to. His words were cut short because Lin Yu threw a punch. A straight punch. The speed was not fast, and the force seemed weak. With his currently hollowed-out body, a full-force punch would barely have 40 kilograms of strength, even less than an average adult man. But at the moment the fist was extended, his entire aura changed. An invisible wave spread out from him. Ghost card doubling cycle turbo version. Doubling X256. The effects of 8 doubling cards instantly stacked. Ghost card doubling cycle turbo version. Doubling X256. The effects of 8 doubling cards instantly stacked. Straight punch impact. That seemingly weak punch, now accompanied by a 256-fold amplification of power, did not smash into Wang Gu or any of the lackeys. Instead, it grazed Wang Ge's body and struck fiercely against the granite block behind him, which was over a meter tall and solid. At the moment of contact between the fist and the stone, there was no expected loud bang. Only an extremely muffled thud was heard, as if the hard granite were merely tofu. Time stood still for a second. Wang Ge's sneer was frozen on his face. The laughter of the two lackeys was caught in their throats. In the next second, boom! Centered on Lin Yu's fist, spiderweb-like cracks instantly spread across the entire massive granite. Then under an irresistible, terrifying force, the solid stone suddenly shattered. It didn't just crack, it was countless fragments of varying sizes carrying terrifying kinetic energy exploded in all directions. Bang! 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 Fragments struck the distant container's metal surface, creating numerous dents. A powerful shockwave spread from the center of the explosion, causing Wang Ge and the others to stagger and retreat. Dust filled the air. The entire world fell silent. Wang Ge stood dumbfounded, his body stiff. He could feel a fist-sized fragment of stone flying past his cheek, the wind pressure causing his skin to sting. He mechanically turned his head to look at the spot where the granite block had originally been placed. 40 kilograms of force, multiplied by 256 times. That is over 10,000 kilograms of impact. 10,000 kilograms, 10 tons. Equivalent to a small pickup truck loaded with goods, concentrating all its kinetic energy at a point the size. Even though Lin Yu's punching power is weak after the 256-fold amplification, it exhibits a terrifying level of expressiveness. The dust slowly dissipated. Lin Yu retracted his fist, letting his arm hang naturally. He didn't even glance at the three collection agents who were petrified. He simply walked past their stiff bodies. All that remained was a scene of devastation. The originally solid granite stone pillar had now turned into a broken mass with debris scattered everywhere. The largest fragment was no bigger than a palm, and more were fine stone powder drifting in the night wind. Brother Wang stood rooted to the spot, immobile. The two lackeys behind him mirrored his stance as if they had been hit by a paralysis spell. The three of them, three statues, formed an absurd tableau. Lin Yu did not look back. He walked step by step on the uneven dirt road of the yard, his shadow stretched long beneath the dim streetlight. He appeared calm on the surface, but the feelings within him were known only to him. Oh, damn, it hurts. A fiery sting radiated from the surface of his fist. Though it wasn't enough to cause any serious injury, the sensation of the recoil from that impact made him grimace in pain. This is the price of the card attack. Transforming one's attack motion into an instantly effective attack card is an advanced application of the card master profession. The benefit is that the professional characteristic provides a layer of energy protection, mitigating most of the backlash, and can trigger various card effects. 10 tons of impact is no joke. Even with the professional protection, the residual shock left his arm tingling and the surface of his fist was reddened. 10 tons of impact is no joke. Even with the professional protection, the residual shock left his arm tingling and the surface of his fist was reddened. It seems that improving physical fitness must be prioritized. Having the power to destroy the heavens and the earth without a vessel to bear that strength is ultimately just a castle in the air. Brother Wang. The tall, skinny lackey stammered, pointing at Lin Yu's receding figure, then at the mess of shattered stones on the ground. Brother Wang. The tall, skinny lackey stammered, pointing at Lin Yu's receding figure, then at the mess of shattered stones on the ground. What was that just now? Brother Wang did not answer. His mind was blank, filled with a buzzing roar. The punch just now had struck almost right next to his body. He clearly felt the terror of that force. His level 17 berserker profession could create a dent in a concrete wall when in a berserk state with a punch. But compared to the scene just now, it was like child's play. Did he use some movie props? The stout lackey also came back to his senses, his face pale, but his mind raced swiftly. Hearing this, the tall, skinny one also felt it made sense. The terror on his face diminished somewhat, replaced by a dawning realization. Exactly. It must be that. Damn, that scared the life out of me, right? Playing tricks and making ghosts. The stout lackey seemed to embolden himself. He walked over to the pile of rubble, looking at the one remaining relatively intact part of what had been the stone pillar base. He spat on the ground. What a bunch of nonsense about power scaring me with props. Let's see. Saying this, he mimicked Lin Yu's earlier stance, concentrating all his strength into his right fist. Watch me smash it too. Huh? He shouted loudly, putting all his might into a punch that crashed down on the remaining stone pillar. Crack. A sound that made one's teeth ache rang out. But it did not come from the stone. A shrill scream instantly shattered the night sky of the abandoned yard. The stout lackey clutched his right hand, rolling on the ground in agony. His entire fist was twisted and deformed at an unnatural angle, with blood gushing from between his fingers, quickly staining his palm red. There was also a pool of blood on the stone pillar. The air fell into silence once more. The tall, skinny one stared in shock at his companion, then looked at the remnants of the stone pillar that had not even developed a crack from his full-force strike. Brother Wang also came to his senses. He looked at the rolling lackey as if he were an idiot. This fool really did, not holding back at all. Impressive. At this moment, all the luck and speculation shattered into pieces. That was not a prop. That was real, the true power belonging to Lin Yu. Brother Wang's heart was a mix of emotions at this moment. He recalled the past few years when he led people to his doorstep time and again. They smashed his things, spray-painted his walls, and insulted him with the most vicious words. Yet Lin Yu always wore that submissive demeanor, never resisting or defending himself. Brother Wang had always thought that was the cowardice of a waste. But now it seemed, if Lin Yu had always possessed such power, then all those past actions, that posture of allowing them to bully him, could it be that he was merely accommodating them? Why? What did he want to do? Is he some kind of informant fishing for a big catch? Was the goal to deal with the people? He felt cold sweat instantly soak his back. A powerhouse capable of shattering granite with a punch, disguising himself as a waste for slaughter, silently enduring their harassment and humiliation for years. What on earth was this person plotting? What was he planning? Brother Wang dared not think any further. He could only feel that for the past few years he and his two lackeys had been frolicking beneath the eyes of a monster completely unaware. Brother Wang, my hand is broken. On the ground, the stout lackey's cries pulled Brother Wang back from his fearful thoughts. He looked at his useless subordinate, feeling a surge of irritation. Shut your mouth. Brother Wang walked over and kicked him in the butt. Let's go. To the hospital. Get you bandaged up. He didn't want to stay in this damned place for another second. The tall, skinny one hurried forward, helping his wailing companion up. Brother Wang, what about Lin Yu? Shouldn't we deal with him? Brother Wang paused in his steps. Deal with him? What could he use to deal with him? Use his head to deal with it. How many stone pillars could his head withstand? Didn't he say he would pay back within 3 days? Hey. Brother Wang suppressed the fear rising in his heart and casually dropped a line. Let's talk again in 3 days. The night was drawing to a close. Lin Yao lay on her soft bed, tossing and turning, devoid of any trace of sleep. Outside the window, the neon lights of the city cast mottled shadows on the ceiling. Everything was quiet, yet her mind was a chaotic mess. The skeletal figure of her brother, the stinking container, and the blood-red, glaring words on the wall replayed over and over in her head. I am making the next big move. Her brother's calm and resolute words sounded more like a form of self-delusion at this moment. What kind of big move required him to torture himself to such an extent? She could not accept it. The brother who was once radiant and capable of anything had turned into this. Adding to this was the impending career awakening and the upcoming college entrance examination. Each piece weighed heavily on her mind, leaving her feeling anxious and suffocated. Lin Yao suddenly sat up in bed. Unable to sleep, she decided not to sleep at all. She changed into sportswear, put on her running shoes, and quietly left home. The morning air carried a slight chill. She started jogging along the familiar streets, attempting to dispel the gloom in her heart with physical exhaustion. Her footsteps made a rhythmic pat sound on the asphalt. The streetlights elongated and then shortened her shadow. As she ran, her feet uncontrollably veered towards the road leading to the abandoned factory in the outskirts. She knew she shouldn't come back here. She should listen to her brother and sister Qingxue, focus on her own life, and prepare for the upcoming career awakening. But she couldn't do it. Her real brother was there. How could she truly let go? When the outline of that familiar, dilapidated factory appeared in her sight, Lin Yao slowed her pace. The sky was already faintly bright, and the morning light coated the ruins with a layer of grayish-white glow. In the distance, she spotted that rusty container. However, as she approached, her steps suddenly halted. Not far from the container's door, the granite stone stump that was once used as decoration lay shattered, not just cracked, but utterly crushed. Small and large pieces of stone were scattered all over the scene, resembling that of a bombed-out area. In the morning light, she could clearly see several dried dark stains on the largest piece of debris in the surrounding. It was blood. Lin Yao's mind buzzed, plunging into instant blankness. The debt collectors. Those debt collectors from yesterday had returned for revenge. They had harmed her brother. This thought struck her like lightning. She could no longer maintain her composure and rushed wildly towards the container. Brother, are you okay? Her cries echoed in the empty yard, filled with sobs and uncontrollable tremors. The container door was tightly shut. Lin Yao rushed to the entrance and pounded on the cold iron door. Brother, open the door. Speak to me. This was a key she had secretly copied. She was the only one in the entire household who had a key to this container. The key struggled to fit into. This was a key she had secretly copied. She was the only one in the entire household who had a key to this container. The key struggled to fit into the lock. Several times her hands shook too violently. Please don't let anything happen. I beg you. Please don't let anything happen. She cried softly while praying. Click. The lock opened. Lin Yao forcefully pushed open the door and rushed inside. The room was still filled with the familiar nauseating smell of decay. But there was no one there. The broken table was empty, the chair toppled to the side. The spot where her brother often sat was devoid of any figure. He was not there. Lin Yao's last glimmer of hope shattered. She looked around. The scene in the room was even more chaotic than yesterday, as if it had endured a fierce battle. Thinking again of the shattered stone stump and the blood outside, a terrifying thought gripped her heart. Could it be that her brother had already been? She dared not think further and took out her phone, trembling fingers ready to dial the emergency number. At that moment, her movements halted. Something was off at the corner of the table. There had originally been a small mountain of gray cards piled up there. But now the pile of cards was gone. In its place was a heap of money. Not a stack, but an enormous brand new identical red 100 yuan bills were piled there haphazardly alongside a large scatter of Those bills were disturbingly new without a single crease. In the dim room, that splash of red appeared particularly striking. Lin Yu was stunned. She stepped forward, inexplicably extending her hand to pick up a bill. The texture felt right. The quality of the paper and the scent of the ink were indistinguishable from real currency. She picked up a coin as well. Its weight and luster exuded an indescribable peculiarity. But the cash was completely identical. How could this be? Counterfeit money. The term sprang to her mind. Immediately, all the details from the past 5 years that she could not comprehend suddenly seemed to find their answers at that moment. Why did her brother give up on the college entrance examination and isolate himself? Why was he obsessed with creating those garbage cards that disappeared at midnight? Why did he ignore their parents' advice, choosing to sever ties with the family instead? Why did he say, "I am making the next big move"? Why did he incur so much debt while claiming, "When that day comes you will understand"? So it was like this. So that was it. Lin Yu suddenly understood everything. The card-making nonsense, the Sisyphean madness. It was all a cover. He was honing his extraordinary professional talent, card master of all forms. Those stone, soil, and dried grass were all materials for him to practice. And his ultimate goal was to create currency, to manufacture counterfeit money. Once this thought emerged, it could no longer be contained. It perfectly explained all of Lin Yu's abnormal behaviors over the past 5 years. He had not gone mad, he was very much awake. He had been preparing for a massive, crazy, illegal plan. The blood and shattered stones outside were likely the result of a conflict during his dealings with certain underground forces. Brother. My foolish brother. The counterfeit bill in Lin Yu's hand fluttered to the ground. Her legs weakened, and she collapsed onto the floor. Tears streamed down her face once again. But this time it was not out of heartache or fear. It was a deeper, more profound despair. She had thought her brother was lost in madness and had mental issues. But now she understood that her brother had deliberately chosen a path of no return. He was a card master of all forms. A unique, golden epic profession. He should have had an infinitely bright future. He should have become someone of importance, the pride of the entire family. Yet he squandered this extraordinary talent on this petty thievery. This was even harder for Lin Yu to accept than if he had gone mad. Was it worth it? Was it worth giving everything up for these things? On the west side of Linzhou City, this area is like a scar on the city's body, with tangled power lines hanging chaotically from the walls of old residential buildings. The ground is perpetually damp, mixed with the sour smell of food remnants and unknown liquids. Lin Yu walked through the narrow alley, hiding himself in the shadows of the buildings. He was unaware that his sister had returned to that container after he left. Little did he know Lin Yu was daydreaming about a tragic drama titled The Fall of a Genius Card Master into an Unsurpassed Counterfeiter, while gazing at a pile of toy banknotes he had casually copied. If he were to find out, he would probably just shake his head, lamenting that his silly sister's aspirations were so limited. With the ghost card multiplication cycle, he essentially possessed theoretical infinity. The world is his canvas. Lin Yu was currently very cautious. He cherished his life. For the past 5 years he lived like a dog, not caring how much he degraded himself, as he was merely stockpiling fuel for an elusive goal. But now it was different. His infinitely exciting life was just beginning. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say limitless potential. However, he currently wasn't very strong. The recoil from shattering granite with one punch left his arms still aching. If he were to accidentally die at this moment, it would truly be a loss. He made several turns and finally stopped in front of a hardware store that looked like it was about to close down. A sign on the door read, "Internal renovation, closed for business." Without hesitation, Lin Yu reached out and knocked 5 times on the rusty rolling shutter door, following a 3 long, 2 short rhythm, neither too light nor too heavy. After a moment, a corner of the shutter was silently lifted and a murky eye peeked out. After confirming it was Lin Yu's familiar malnourished face, the gap widened enough for a person to slip through. Lin Yu slipped inside, and the shutter immediately fell, cutting off the light from the outside world. This was one of the entrances to the largest underground black market in Linzhou City's West District, known as the Dump. The countless bottles of cheap stabilizers he relied on for survival over the past 5 years were purchased here. He couldn't afford those from regular pharmacies. Passing through a long and moldy corridor, he was greeted by a sudden expanse. A vast underground space appeared before him, with various stalls arranged chaotically, dim light bulbs hanging overhead, and the air filled with a complex mixture of the scents of tobacco, alcohol, and sweat. People came and went here, but each person concealed their face with hoods, masks, or cheap magical illusions. Anonymity is the first rule of the black market. Lin Yu walked confidently to a counter in a corner. Behind the counter sat a man also wearing a mask. "I'd like a private room. And assemble a set of the cheapest crow for a day." Lin Yu's voice was kept very low. Crow is black market jargon referring to the most basic disguise set, usually consisting of a loose black cloak and a featureless white hard mask. That'll be 130 total, the man behind the counter stated concisely. Lin Yu pulled out a crumpled 100 yuan bill from his pocket along with a few coins and placed them on the counter. This was the last bit of real money he had on him. The man took the money, handed him a key and a package. Lin Yu quickly found the corresponding room. The room was small, containing only a table, a chair, and a scratched mirror hanging on the wall. But this room was not to mention at least his eye of analysis couldn't see through it. He quickly donned the loose black cloak and put on the white mask, storing away his original clothes. The person in the mirror was tall and thin, shrouded in the oversized black robe obscuring any physical features, with only two hollow black eye sockets visible on a blank face. There was a faint flow of energy. The more basic the service, the more stable it becomes. After doing all this, Lin Yu sat down. He looked at his empty pockets, falling into a brief contemplation. His startup funds were gone. To quickly increase his strength, purchasing materials, potions, and equipment all required money. He needed his first bucket of gold. The effect of the ghost card is to copy a used card. While copying in the rental house, he had used the 100 yuan banknote card. Copy successful. An identical 100 yuan banknote card appeared in his hand. He did not continue to use the multiplication card. Copying currency carries too much risk. He did not intend to go down this path. This was merely a last resort to obtain startup capital. Forgive him, he swore this would be the first and last time using counterfeit money. He restored the card, and now held a brand new 100 yuan banknote. The one he just had was quite different, so there was no problem. With startup capital in hand, Lin Yu left the private room and rejoined the flow of people in the black market. He did not look at the stalls selling equipment and potions. He couldn't afford those things yet, and they would draw attention. His goal was clear. After browsing around, he finally stopped in an inconspicuous corner. The stall was piled high with various industrial waste and materials, and the vendor was a wiry old man also wearing a mask. Lin Yu's gaze zeroed in on a pile of cylindrical substances emitting a soft white glow. White basic consumables. This was a standard product created by decomposers, primarily derived from breaking down low-level equipment. It has extremely wide applications from making equipment to construction toys and industrial production. Because it caters to both professionals and ordinary people, its price is very stable. The standard unit is 1 kilogram for 100 yuan. The circulation volume is enormous and the demand is equally great. A perfect first bucket of gold product. Standard price 100 per kilogram. He'll take 1 kilogram, Lin Yu replied, handing over the 100 yuan banknote he had just copied. The vendor took the money, scanned it with a low-quality counterfeit detector, confirmed it was fine, and casually grabbed a piece of the consumable, packed it into a bag, and tossed it to Lin Yu. The standard for this item is also 1 piece per kilogram. Lin Yu held the item and quickly returned to his private room. He closed the door. He poured the white basic consumable from the bag onto the table. It was neither too big nor too small, roughly the size of a palm. Then he reached out and pressed down on it. Card transformation. This time the card transformation process was much slower than when he created the stone card, consuming more mental energy. After a few minutes, a card radiating a white halo finally took shape. White basic consumable card has been successfully created. Lin Yu did not pause and immediately activated his core ability. Ghost card multiplication cycle. Multiplication x 256. The effects of 8 multiplication cards instantly poured out. With a crash, 256 kilograms. 260 pieces of white basic consumables. 256 pieces of material emanating a soft white light piled high on the old table, nearly overflowing. Beneath the mask, Lin Yu's breathing was steady. Each piece worth 100. 256 pieces amount to 25,600. Not long ago, he had to rely on various loans to barely scrape this amount together. Now it only took a few minutes, but it was still not enough. Far from enough. He did not pause, casually picking up another piece from the mountain of materials and activated his professional ability once more. Transformation card. The mental energy drained away like a receding tide, and a new white basic material card took form in his hand. Following this was the perfect loop he had practiced in his dreams for 5 years, now finally realized. Ghost card. Doubling x 256. The sound of material generating out of thin air rang again, crisp and pleasant. The materials on the table piled even higher, with a few pieces rolling to the ground. Lin Yu remained expressionless like a tireless machine, repeating the process. The materials on the table piled even higher, with a few pieces rolling to the ground. Lin Yu remained expressionless like a tireless machine, repeating the process. They had formed a small mountain, completely burying the only table and chairs. 1,024 pieces. 100,240. A dull pain throbbed at his temples, and he had indeed consumed a significant amount of mental energy. It was time to liquidate these items. Lin Yu took out the simple communicator provided in the room and sent an encoded message. 1024, white basic material standard. Room 307. Limited to certified buyers. He leaned against the door, waiting quietly. The black market operated efficiently. In less than 10 minutes, a series of knocks echoed from outside the door. Lin Yu opened the door. Standing outside was a man in a black cloak wearing a bronze mask. His gaze swept over the mountain of materials in the room without any discernible reaction. All standard items. The man's voice was hoarse and deep. Check for yourself. Lin Yu stepped aside to let him in. The buyer entered the room and took out a small device from his sleeve, scanning pieces from the upper, middle, and lower layers of the material pile. His gaze swept over the mountain of materials in the room without any discernible reaction. All standard items. The man's voice was hoarse and deep. Lin Yu quoted the price. Agreed. The buyer did not haggle. Transactions involving basic materials had transparent pricing. Bargaining would only waste both parties' time. He produced a black card and a small terminal. Your card. Just arrived. Use cash or transfer. The buyer's actions paused for a moment. Cash is troublesome. Transfers can be tracked. Get a black card. It's the rule. Where do I get one? At the exchange. Tell them the name Bronze Mask, and they'll set you up. They'll wait for you. The buyer seemed very patient, pushing aside the chair half covered by materials, and sat down, appearing unhurried. Lin Yu locked the door and followed the instructions to find the so-called exchange. A greasy fat man sat behind the window. Sent by the Bronze Mask. Need a card. The fat man pushed out a form and a card. Just fill in a nickname. The card costs 100. Lin Yu paid with a copied bill and quickly received a pure black card with no markings, just a chip. Back in room 307, the buyer with the Bronze Mask was still there. Lin Yu handed over the card. The buyer inserted the card into the terminal and operated it for a bit. Ding. Transfer completed. 100,240. He returned the card to Lin Yu. Lin Yu waved his hand. It's all yours. The buyer nodded and pulled out an unremarkable sack from beneath his cloak. He opened the sack and started to stuff the white materials into it. The sack was like a bottomless pit. Over 1,000 kilograms of materials were packed away in under a minute. A low-level space storage tool. Next time you have this quantity, contact me directly. The buyer hoisted the seemingly heavy sack and turned to leave. Lin Yu scanned the black card on the room's terminal. Balance 102,400. Below there was a line of small print. Internal circulation in the black market, no fees. Transfers to the outside world, 30 fee. Feathered passage, indeed fitting the black market style. As long as the money circulates internally, there's no need. 100,000, the first small fortune in hand. However, this method of filling the room and then trading was too inefficient and risky. He needed a more convenient tool. He left the room again, heading towards an area deep in the black market that sold miscellaneous items. He stopped in front of a stall filled with outdated equipment. I want a storage ring. The stall owner was a thin old man who pointed to a few rings in a tray. Official standard, 3 cubic meters, 300,000. Guild certified, 5 cubic meters, 550,000. These prices exceeded his budget. Do you have anything cheaper? The old man sized him up. Cheaper? Of course there is. He rummaged under the counter and pulled out a pitch-black iron ring. If you don't mind, it's a replica. What's the catch? The issue is that its space beacon is copied. Here there's signal shielding, so it can be used normally. Once you leave the black market, as soon as you activate it, an alarm will trigger, sending your coordinates to the company, which will notify the police, and you'll be waiting to get arrested. The old man grinned, revealing yellowed teeth. But it's very useful in the graveyard. A black market specific item. How big? 100 cubic. But it's unstable, though it can only hold one type of non-living substance. Once it's filled, you must empty it before putting in another. How much? Since you seem to come often, 80,000, no negotiation. Lin Yu only took a second to consider. The startup capital was meant for snowballing, efficiency was key. Deal. Transfer, collect goods. Back in the single room, Lin Yu put on the ring and infused a trace of mental energy. A vast yet chaotic space appeared in his perception. He placed a sample of material inside, then took it out again. It worked smoothly. 100 cubic meters, absolutely sufficient. His ghost card doubling cycle produced 256 pieces at once. An idea formed in his mind. He placed a piece of material into the ring, then transformed it into a card, activating the ability. Doubling x 256. With a thought, 256 pieces of material generated directly in the ring's internal space. It worked. This meant he could complete production and storage within the ring. Efficiency dramatically enhanced. Lin Yu did not hesitate and immediately began a new round of production. Mental energy consumption transformation, ghost card doubling. He completed the process in one go. He planned to fill the ring with 100 cubic meters of material and then sell it all at once. However, after repeating the cycle 40 times, he paused. Prompt storage space is full. 40 times. Each cycle produced 256 kilograms, which was 256 standard materials. This ring. Lin Yu's movements came to a halt. He picked up a piece of material and attempted to shove it into the ring. It wouldn't fit. It's really full. He felt both amused and exasperated. 100 cubic? This old man sure knows how to exaggerate. A standard piece of material roughly occupies 1,000th of a cubic meter. That's about 10 centimeters x 10 centimeters x 10 centimeters. 10,000 pieces would amount to around 10 cubic meters. Lin Yu activated his analytical vision and confirmed his suspicion. It had shrunk by a full 10 times. Indeed, it was a black market item, undoubtedly a counterfeit. Even if he went back to confront that old man now, the latter would definitely deny it and even turn the tables on him. Forget it. 10 cubic is 10 cubic. 10,000 pieces of material are worth $1 million. That's not insignificant. He piled the extra 240 pieces of material in the corner of the room. He would deal with them in the next round. For now, the ring held a complete collection of 10,000 white basic materials valued at $1 million. Lin Yu didn't reach out to that bronze mask again. A one-time transaction of $1 million worth of goods is too conspicuous. He valued his life and didn't want to attract any unnecessary attention. Better safe than sorry. He returned to the black market hall, beginning his search for new buyers. Instead of heading to those seemingly large shops, he specifically chose small stalls that looked less busy. The first stall was run by a woman wearing a clown mask. Do you buy materials? Standard quality. Yes, what's the price? Market price. 98 per piece. How many do you have? The woman pressed for a lower price. 500 pieces. Do you have storage equipment? Can we change the delivery location? Sure. The transaction was completed, quickly adding 49,000 to the black card. Lin Yu turned and left without a moment's hesitation. He approached the second stall where a seemingly dispirited young man stood. Need materials. 99. The young man was straightforward. 1,000 pieces. All right. Another 99,000 was added to his account. Lin Yu maintained an extremely high level of patience, moving like a ghost through the corners of the black market. He split the 10,000 pieces of material into several transactions. The largest did not exceed 100,000, while the smallest was only a few thousand. He split the 10,000 pieces of material into several transactions. The largest did not exceed 100,000, while the smallest was only a few. When the last transaction was completed, Lin Yu returned to his private room. He placed the black card against the terminal in the room. A series of numbers popped up. Balance 1031100. Adding the over 100,000 from the initial bronze mask transaction and deducting the 80,000 spent on the ring and 100 for the card, plus various discounts. Exactly 103,101. Lin Yu looked at the number, tucked the black card back into his pocket, feeling no stir of emotion. It sounds exaggerated, but for him, this is just the beginning. Over the past 5 years, the various debts he owed had accumulated to around 3 million, with interest piling up. At the current efficiency, he could pay it off in 3 days. However, Lin Yu had a more efficient plan, but the prerequisite was having enough strength to protect himself. Lin Yu called up his attribute panel. Name: Lin Yu. Occupation: Universe. Card Maker. Epic. Level 0. Strength 4. Constitution 2. Agility 3. Spirit 45. Skills. Card Creation of Max. Card Innovation. LV 10. Mirror Replication. LV 1. Besides the slightly above average spiritual power, due to 5 years of continuous card making and medication, his other 3 attributes could only be described as weak. The recoil from punching a stone pillar still caused a faint ache in his arm bones. This was the consequence of having too low a constitution. He must quickly raise his strength. Aside from leveling up, the fastest way is to take drugs. Lin Yu left the cramped room and once again blended into the flow of the black market. This time he had a clearer destination. He crossed the noisy trading hall and turned into a more secluded and dark. The air here was thick with a strong herbal scent and sharp chemical odors mingling together to form a nauseating atmosphere. Occasionally, he could see some lifeless experimental animals drained of their vitality lying by the roadside. This was the pharmaceutical alley of the black market, one of the most chaotic areas in the entire West City black market. Lin Yu walked confidently to the deepest part of the alley where there was an inconspicuous shop. A wooden sign hung at the entrance with 3 characters burned onto it: Old Ghost Hall. This was the place he had purchased cheap mental stabilizers over the past 5 years. Compared to the other madmen in the alley who would treat customers as materials, the owner of this shop still retained a shred of business reputation. Lin Yu pushed the door open. Dingling. The wind chime on the door emitted a crisp sound. The shop was dimly lit with shelves filled with various labeled glass bottles containing bizarre biological organs and plant roots. A gaunt man had his back to the door, stirring a bubbling green liquid in a cauldron with a glass rod. He did not. The mental stabilizers are sold out. Come back next week. This was Old Ghost Hall's absolute bestseller. Effective, cheap, and most people came here to buy this, including the former Lin Yu. I don't want that. Lin Yu lowered his voice, his crow cloak, while concealing his figure and voice characteristics. The man's stirring action with the glass rod came to a halt. He slowly turned around. The man also wore a mask, the kind resembling an ancient bird beak doctor's mask with a long beak that appeared strange and terrifying. His exposed skin showed an unhealthy pallor with several ugly stitches on his neck. Oh, then what do you? A potion that permanently enhances attributes. Lin Yu stated his purpose directly. The man known as the Old Ghost, the apothecary, let out a hoarse laugh. You have quite the ambition. The things I have here are not cheap. Name your price. Old Ghost did not respond immediately. His eyes hidden behind the mask scanned Lin Yu up and down. Potions that permanently enhance attributes are considered forbidden drugs among forbidden drugs. The materials for each one are extraordinarily precious and the side effects are ridiculously high. Are you sure you can afford it? Lin Yu wasted no words and directly slammed the black card onto the counter. Check the balance. Old Ghost picked up an old terminal from the counter and inserted the black card. When a long string of numbers appeared on the terminal screen, his movements noticeably paused. 10311100. Not bad. Old Ghost pulled out the card and tossed it back to Lin Yu. His attitude underwent a complete turnaround. Since you are a valued guest, we certainly have what you need. Old Ghost carefully took out 3 boxes and placed them in order on the counter. Power, Agility, Physique. 3 types corresponding to 3 different main ingredients. He opened the first box. Inside lay a syringe filled with a viscous deep red liquid resembling molten lava. Giant's Strength Potion Inferior. The main ingredient is the heart's blood of an abyssal troll. It can permanently increase strength by 13 points. The process will be painful as your muscles will be torn and restructured. Those with weak will may die from the agony. Priced at 200,000. He opened the second box. Inside was a test tube containing a light blue gas. Breath of the Windwalker Inferior. The main ingredient is wind elemental crystals. Inhaling it can permanently enhance agility by 13 points. The process is also quite interesting as you will feel your bones being shattered inch by inch. Priced at 200,000. Finally, he opened the third box. Inside was a yellowish pulsing mass. Heart of the Stone Inferior. The main ingredient is the life gland of a mountain giant. Swallowing it can permanently increase physique by 13 points. This is the safest option. Essentially, you just need to take a nap and you'll be fine. However, there is a 10% chance that you will assimilate with the rock and turn into a lifeless statue. Priced at 250,000. Lin Yu looked at the 3 potions. Random attributes, painful processes, and deadly risks. Truly a product of the black market. He scanned with his analyzing eye and found that Old Ghost was indeed telling the truth. He was a rare, conscientious person in the black market. Why are they all inferior products? Because I cannot obtain the complete version of the ingredients. Even if I could, it wouldn't be something you could afford with this amount of money. Old Ghost shrugged. Moreover, the complete version has even greater side effects. Only 1 in 10 who continue taking these potions can survive. Out of my simple professional ethics, I advise you that for each of these 3, I only recommend using it once. Old Ghost added. Once. Yes, once. Old Ghost's beaked mask turned toward him. These things can theoretically increase your attributes to a maximum of 500 points. But that is just theory. The more you use, the less effective the increase becomes, and later on you might only gain 0, 5, or 0, 6 at a time. More importantly, toxins will accumulate in your body. Using it once or twice, those with good health can endure. After 10 uses, one will basically go insane. 20 times. Even a deity would perish. Old Ghost picked up the Giant's Strength Potion Inferior, shaking it under the light. And with this money, wouldn't it be better to buy something else? Lin Yu remained silent. He had heard that some truly wealthy individuals or core members of major guilds would raise their base attributes very high before leveling up. They relied on potions as well. It seemed that things were not so simple. Is there a way to eliminate the side effects? Lin Yu asked. Old Ghost paused, his eyes behind the mask seeming to reassess Lin Yu. Yes. He slowly put back the Giant's Strength Potion Inferior and turned to rummage through a locked cabinet behind him. After a moment, he pulled out a silver metal briefcase. With a click, the case opened. Inside was only a beautifully designed syringe filled with a pure golden liquid. After a moment, he pulled out a silver metal briefcase. With a click, the case opened. Inside was only a beautifully designed syringe filled with a pure golden liquid. One is priced at 500,000. 500,000. Almost half of his entire fortune. Just to eliminate the side effects once. But Lin Yu was well aware that the value of this item far exceeded 500,000. For those crazed individuals who want to stack attributes with potions, this is life itself. I want one. Sorry. Old Ghost closed the case. This one has been reserved. Lin Yu paused. Reserved? Yes. That person has paid a deposit and could come to pick it up at any time. Old Ghost returned the case to the cabinet and locked it again. Lin Yu did not press the issue further. Do you have potions for mental attributes? Of course. Upon mentioning mental potions, Old Ghost's attitude noticeably changed, even carrying a hint of barely detectable pride. He pulled out what appeared to be an ordinary bottle of potion from beneath another counter. Inside was a light blue liquid. Awakening Potion can permanently increase mental attributes by 2 points. Moreover, there is little pain and the effect is stable. Similarly priced at 200,000. Does this one not have the inferior suffix? Of course not. Old Ghost lifted his beaked mask. This is a product from my previous company where I was one of the core designers. I left because of a minor ideological disagreement. Lin Yu looked at the bottle of potion. How many times can this be used? 10 times. Old Ghost held up a finger. Within 10 uses, the effect is stable and side effects are almost non-existent. After 10 uses, the effect will decrease and some after effects will begin to appear. 10 times. This was far better than those 3 basic attribute potions. Lin Yu's gaze swept across the 3 inferior potions on the counter before finally landing on the Awakening Potion. He decided to temporarily forego everything else. Awakening Potion and that Life Serum Standard version. Lin Yu spoke calmly. I want both. Old Ghost's movements froze. His beaked mask turned toward him. I already said the life serum was reserved. 1 million. Lin Yu pushed the black card back onto the counter, interrupting him. The entire Old Ghost hall instantly fell into silence. 1 million. The awakening potion was 200,000. The life serum was 500,000, adding up to only 700,000. This offer was a full 300,000 higher. Old Ghost was completely stunned. His eyes, hidden behind the beak mask, stared fixedly at the black card, as if he could see through it to the numbers representing wealth inside. This person, how could he be so indifferent to money? Reservation. Damn, what does that matter? Worst case, he could just pay the breach of contract fee. The deposit double compensation would still profit him. Ahem. Old Ghost coughed heavily to disguise his agitated emotions. The pallor on his face now had a hint of flush, and he smiled broadly. A truly generous guest. Reservations are just trivial matters. In business, of course, the one who offers the highest price wins. As he spoke, he deftly turned around, using his keys to unlock the cabinet he had just locked, retrieving the silver briefcase and placing it heavily on the counter. Click. The case opened, and the golden life serum lay quietly inside. The deal was made on the spot. Old Ghost picked up the terminal, took Lin Yu's card, and began to operate quickly. Ding. The transfer was completed. Lin Yu's black card balance immediately shrank to just over 30,000. But he was unbothered. He stored the awakening potion and the silver briefcase containing the life serum into his storage ring. Money can be earned again, but these two things, especially the life serum, are hard currency that even wealth cannot easily acquire. After the transaction was completed, Lin Yu turned and prepared to leave. However, he had not taken 2 steps before the wind chime at the entrance rang sharply. The door was violently pushed open by a tremendous force, crashing heavily against the wall. A massive figure blocked the entrance, completely shrouding the already dim light inside the store. It was an exceptionally burly man, nearly 2 meters tall, his muscles straining against the leather armor he wore, resembling a moving mountain. He wore a grotesque demon mask, revealing only a pair of bloodshot eyes filled with urgency and agitation. Old Ghost. As soon as the man entered, he let out a beast-like growl. "Where is the life serum I ordered?" The smile on Old Ghost's face instantly froze, quickly replaced by a professional fake grin, though it carried a hint. The giant immediately erupted in anger, stepping forward, causing the wooden floor of the shop to groan. The giant immediately erupted in anger, stepping forward, causing the wooden floor of the shop to groan. Gone. His voice rose an octave, filled with uncontainable fury. "I clearly placed an order. I paid the deposit. Do you know I'm counting on this to save my life?" Old Ghost maintained his smile, but subtly shrank back. "Customer, please calm down. Business is business. Someone offered a higher price, and as a small-time seller, I simply cannot refuse." He pulled out a small stack of cash from under the counter and tossed it on the table. "Here's your deposit back. I will compensate you for the breach of contract as well. As Old Ghost, I pride myself on my reputation and integrity in the medicine man lane. Please understand, this is business, not charity." The giant glared at the pile of money on the table, his breath growing heavier beneath the demon mask. Was he in need of money? He needed a life. Seeing this, Old Ghost's eyes flickered with cunning. He pointed at Lin Yu, who was still standing nearby. "Besides, if you have any dissatisfaction, don't take it out on me. The buyer hasn't left yet," bits him. Lin Yu immediately tensed up. The crow cloak he wore concealed his figure well, but could not alter his frail nature. The man at the entrance emanated a strong, bloody aura and oppressive presence just by standing there. Facing a direct confrontation, he knew his chances of winning were slim. The demon mask turned towards Lin Yu, and in those bloodshot eyes burned an anger and despair that seemed ready to erupt. "Is it you?" The man's voice was deep, filled with a beast-like growl. He stepped forward, causing the wooden floor of the shop to groan under the weight. Old Ghost shrank back with malice, hiding behind the counter with only his eyes visible, ready to watch the spectacle. In the black market, fighting was prohibited. But rules are rigid while people are alive. If someone is truly pushed to the edge, who cares about the rules? Lin Yu remained still silent. He was contemplating his next move. However, what happened next stunned both Lin Yu and Old Ghost. The towering man stopped just 3 steps away from Lin Yu. His massive body trembled violently, and the breath beneath the demon mask sounded as ragged as a worn-out bellows. Thud. A muffled sound. The man's knees buckled, crashing heavily to the ground. His knees left 2 distinct indentations on the hard wooden floor. The entire Old Ghost hall fell into a deathly silence. "Please." From beneath the grotesque demon mask came not a roar, but a plea tinged with tears and humility. "Sell it to me. I beg you." Old Ghost peeked from behind the counter, his bird beak mask crooked. He had been in this medicine man lane for many years and had never witnessed such a scene. Lin Yu was also completely taken aback by this turn of events. Kneeling, the burly man seemed unable to bear his inner collapse any longer, tearing off the demon mask to reveal a face covered in sweat and tear stains. It was an exceptionally youthful face with lingering childishness in his features, no older than 18 or 19. He was not a battle-hardened character, but rather a high school student on the brink of madness. My name is Zhao Tianyang. He choked, pulling out his student ID and identification card from his pocket, raising them above his head towards Lin Yu. Ling Zhou no. 1 high school class 7 of senior year. In 2 days it will be our school's career awakening ceremony. Please sell me the life serum. I cannot die. I really don't want to die. Zhao Tianyang completely broke down, revealing all his cards. In hopes of obtaining a good initial panel during the career awakening, he had listened to others and bought a large quantity of cheap attribute enhancement potions from some unofficial channels. In a short time his physical condition indeed improved rapidly, but he soon tasted the bitter consequences. The toxins in those potions accumulated wildly in his body, pushing him to the brink of collapse. The black market doctor had clearly told him that participating in the career awakening ceremony in his current condition would cause the awakening energy's impact to instantly trigger all the toxins in his body, leading to only one outcome: death. The life serum was his only hope. 500,000. This is the highest price I can offer. Zhao Tianyang pulled out a black card from his pocket, holding it high. This is the lifetime savings of my parents. Please. He even tossed his identification card and student ID onto the ground, wanting to prove that everything he said was true. At this point it was as if he was about to say, "I'm a student, give me the stuff," and throw in an extra 50 for travel expenses. Old Ghost watched on, sighing. He knew the boy was speaking the truth. Ling Zhou no. 1 high school indeed had a postnatal awakening. He was also well aware of the side effects of those illegal potions. This kid was ruined by his own impatience. But sympathy aside, business is business. Old Ghost had managed to acquire this vial of serum through special channels, already having done his best out of pity for the boy. Now that someone was willing to pay nearly double the price, there was no reason not to sell. He also needed money. He had a life to save. None of them were in the business of charity. Old Ghost's gaze turned to Lin Yu, and he did not believe that this mysterious cloaked figure, who casually threw around 1,000,000, would be a soft-hearted person. Lin Yu stared at Zhao Tianyang, who was kneeling on the ground without uttering a word. The young man before him was entirely different from the bullies who once roamed the school in his memory. The despair and pain on his face were genuine and could not be feigned. A high school student pushed to the brink. The old ghost behind the counter watched with great interest. He loved to see such drama unfold. The struggle of the weak, the indifference of the strong, and the judgments of money. This is the black market. Please. I really only have this much. Zhao Tianyang's voice was hoarse as he pushed the black card forward, his forehead heavily knocking against the cold floor, producing a dull sound. Bang, bang, bang. He repeatedly knocked his head, tears streaming down his face. In the entire old ghost hall, only the dull sounds of his bowing and his suppressed sobs remained. The old ghost couldn't bear to watch any longer. Was this kid really that foolish, or was he pretending? Who in the black market would fall for this? The hearts of the people here are harder than stone. Indeed, the mysterious buyer in the crow's cloak remained standing still, like an emotionless statue. After knocking his head a dozen times, Zhao Tianyang's forehead was already swollen and oozing blood. He raised his head, seeing that Lin Yu still looked the same. The last glimmer of hope seemed to have been snatched away. He seemed to have gone mad, suddenly screaming, "Isn't it enough? Is the money not enough? I can offer myself as collateral." Zhao Tianyang seemed to grasp at the last straw, incoherently shouting, "I can give you my life too. This can be arranged in the black market. A slave brand. As long as you give me the serum to let me live, I will be your dog from now on. I will survive, and I will earn money for you. I will definitely earn 500,000. Not just that. 1,000,000. 2,000,000. He had run out of time and had no other options. The awakening ritual was the day after tomorrow. He couldn't wait any longer. The slave brand is one of the darkest contracts in the black market. One party inscribes a brand on the other's soul, thus controlling their life and death. The price of such a contract is quite cheap. For a high school student like Zhao Tianyang, who has not yet awakened and whose future is filled with uncertainty, the cost of a brand might not even be worth 100,000. Finally, the old ghost walked out from behind the counter, shaking his head aside, escaping from beneath his bird-beaked mask. "Young man, you are overestimating your worth." He walked to Zhao Tianyang's side, looking down at him. "Right now you are merely an ordinary high school student riddled with injuries and full of toxins in your body. Don't even mention 500,000. Your life isn't even worth 10,000 right now. Moreover, you have taken quite a few drugs, and one serum may not even save you." The old ghost's words pierced Zhao Tianyang's heart like a cold knife. "If you had already awakened and showed some potential, then perhaps we could negotiate. But right now," the old ghost spread his hands, "this customer buying your life would be better off buying a few powerful potions. The cost effectiveness is so much better." Zhao Tianyang was completely frozen, the color drained from his face, leaving only a deathly pallor. All his chips had been revealed. Meanwhile, the other party remained indifferent. Despair washed over him like a tide, completely drowning him. The old ghost was also preparing to take action and kick him out. He had seen enough drama and didn't want to delay his business. The atmosphere in the entire shop was stifling to the extreme. Lin Yu still stood there, his body motionless beneath the cloak. To Zhao Tianyang and the old ghost, he seemed to be coldly weighing his options, or perhaps silently rejecting. But in reality, Lin Yu's consciousness was enduring an unprecedented storm. While Zhao Tianyang was knocking his head, Lin Yu had already made a decision. He was neither a good person nor a demon. A dying high school student, a potential asset, a loyal subordinate. This deal was worth it. Because his cost price was zero. Zero cost, zero risk. But the premise was that he also needed to have a life serum to use. When Zhao Tianyang shouted that he would offer himself as collateral, Lin Yu had quietly taken out the silver briefcase from his storage ring. He did not open it. Instead, he directly activated the skill. Card Transformation. Target Life Serum Standard Edition. A resistance of unimaginable magnitude surged from the briefcase. This was completely different from his previous experiences of making stone cards and food cards. As a military-grade advanced alchemical product, the internal structure of the life serum was exceedingly complex, containing far more energy than ordinary items. The difficulty of formalizing it was hundreds or even thousands of times that of the stones. Lin Yu felt as if his brain had been struck hard by a heavy hammer, with 45 points of mental power flooding out like a burst dam. His vision darkened, his legs turned weak, and he almost collapsed on the spot. No, he had to hold on. He bit his teeth tightly, pouring all his mental energy into it. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Time seemed to stretch infinitely. Finally, at the moment when his mental power was about to run out, the briefcase in his hand suddenly felt lighter. Card transformation successful. Item Card Life Serum Standard Edition. A card glowing with blue light appeared in his hand, which he instantly stored back into the ring. It worked. Lin Yu's body swayed, and under the cloak his face was as pale as paper, drenched in cold sweat. But he did not stop. Almost at the moment the card transformation succeeded, he activated his core ability. He didn't need to use the cycle of Ghost Card and Multiplication Card because he only needed one. First, he used the Life Serum Standard Edition card to obtain the physical serum. Then, Ghost Card. Use. Buzz. Mental energy was again drained a portion, but compared to the previous consumption, it was already negligible. A brand new Life Serum Standard Edition card formed in his storage space. Now he had 2 portions of the Life Serum. The entire process happened in a flash. To the outside world, Lin Yu simply stood still, silent for several seconds. Zhao Tianyang was utterly despondent, slumped on the ground. The old ghost also lost patience, preparing to speak and kick him out. At that moment, Lin Yu finally moved. He raised his head, his gaze beneath the cloak landing on Zhao Tianyang. 500,000 along with the conditions you mentioned. Lin Yu's voice was calm, breaking the deadly silence in the shop. What did he hear? Agreed. The old ghost was also stunned, his mouth agape beneath the bird-beaked mask. This person has gone mad. What did he hear? Agreed. The old ghost was also stunned, his mouth agape beneath the bird-beaked mask. This person has gone mad. Spending 1 million, or let's say 800,000 to buy a life serum was already a huge loss. Now he wanted to resell it for 500,000. What kind of operation was this? Charity. When has the black market ever had such a living bodhisattva? You? What did you say? Zhao Tianyang's voice trembled, unable to believe his ears. Lin Yu did not repeat himself. He took out the silver briefcase he had stored in the ring and placed it on the counter. With a click, the case opened. The vial of life serum, radiating golden light, lay quietly inside. Lin Yu looked at Zhao Tianyang. The item is here. The money and the contract need to be handled now. Those words finally jolted Zhao Tianyang out of his daze. He scrambled forward on hands and knees to the counter, trembling violently as he shoved both his black card and identity card across its wooden surface, his fingernails scraping against the wood with a grating, shrill screech. I'm here. The money's here. Old ghost, call someone. Old ghost, witnessing this theatrical turn, finally snapped back to awareness. His gaze upon Lin Yu had shifted utterly, from sizing up a fat lamb to confronting something monstrous, or rather an entity entirely beyond his comprehension. Yet his reflexes were lightning quick. The instincts of a seasoned merchant instantly overrode all shock. Excellent. Excellent. Esteemed guest, please wait a moment. I have someone who can do it. Old ghost snatched up an antiquated communicator from the counter and dialed a number. Hello, 7th Master. It's Old Ghost. Yes, a small commission, a brand mark. Right now? Here. He'll pay. His movements were astonishingly swift for a man of his years. Hanging up the communicator, he turned to Zhao Tianyang, still kneeling on the floor. His voice, muffled behind the bird-beaked mask, regained its sharp, calculating edge. All right, rise. The 7th Master arrives shortly. He glanced again at Lin Yu and added, I'll cover the branding fee myself, as compensation for your contract breach. We're square. Zhao Tianyang stared blankly at Old Ghost, then at Lin Yu, still reeling from the staggering. Old Ghost waved impatiently. Don't just stand there, get ready. The 7th Master dislikes waiting. Only then did Zhao Tianyang awaken, as if from a dream, hauling himself upright with frantic, uncoordinated limbs, so abruptly that he staggered, nearly collapsing once more. He stood aside, head bowed low, fingers clenched tightly around the hem of his shirt, like a convict awaiting judgment. Lin Yu remained motionless, shrouded entirely in his cloak, his expression inscrutable. He merely reflected Old Ghost was indeed a shrewd operator. Waiving the contract fee served both as a gesture of goodwill toward him and as a clean severance of whatever ill will lingered between Zhao Tianyong and the shop. Silence descended once more upon Old Ghost's shop, but this silence bore no resemblance to the earlier one. Before it had been the suffocating hush of despair, now it was eerie, uncanny. Behind the counter, Old Ghost polished his vials and jars, yet his peripheral vision darted incessantly between Lin Yu and Zhao Tianyong. He couldn't fathom it, truly couldn't fathom it. Spend 800,000 to acquire someone, then sell them for 500,000. A loss of 300,000, just to bind an uncertain toxin-ridden high schooler as a servant. The arithmetic made no sense, at least not in this world. Wait, no? Human life isn't worth 300,000. Unless this man simply didn't care about such sums. Or perhaps he harbored another motive entirely. Old Ghost had spent half a lifetime navigating the alley of alchemical slaves, witnessing countless acts of madness. But this kind of deliberate self-defeating charity was unprecedented. His eyes lingered on Lin Yu's mysterious crow cloak, and a thought surfaced: this man was either a colossal fool whose mind had been crushed beneath a door, or a true powerhouse from some formidable clan utterly impenetrable to men like him who wallowed in the realm of such magnates. Perhaps 300,000 was merely a modest venture, investing in potential. Succeed and gain a future asset. Fail, and the sum was negligible. Indeed, otherwise how could he have raised his bid by 300,000 without hesitation? At that thought, Old Ghost's posture toward Lin Yu instinctively softened into deeper deference. Before long, tinkling, a delicate chime sounded from the wind bell above the doorway. An elderly man entered, clad in a traditional Tang suit, his hair snow-white, his face gaunt and weathered. He carried an ancient wooden chest, moving so silently he seemed spectral. Seventh Master. Old Ghost hurried forward, his face wreathed in smiles. The man known as the Seventh Master merely nodded, his gaze sweeping the shop before settling upon Zhao Tianyong and Lin Yu. Without uttering a single question. The black market operated by its own immutable rules. He performed tasks, not inquiries. Who is master? Who is servant? His voice rasped like two slabs of sandpaper grinding together. I am, Lin Yu replied. I. Zhao Tianyong echoed, his voice barely a whisper, thick with shame and trepidation. The Seventh Master placed the wooden chest upon an empty table and opened it. Inside lay no arcane artifacts. Only ordinary tools: a silver scalpel, a porcelain bowl filled with crimson liquid, and several yellow talismans inscribed with intricate esoteric sigils. Extend your hand, the Seventh Master instructed Lin Yu. Lin Yu offered his left hand. The old man lifted the silver scalpel and made a shallow incision upon his fingertip. A single drop of blood welled forth, falling into the porcelain bowl. Instantly the crimson liquid churned violently, as though awakened to life. Then the Seventh Master turned his gaze upon Zhao Tianyong. Kneel. Press your forehead against the table's edge. Zhao Tianyong flinched, then obeyed without hesitation. He dropped to his knees, pressing his raw, swollen, bleeding forehead firmly against the cold hard wood. The posture radiated abject humiliation. The Seventh Master picked up a talisman and dipped a brush into the crimson mixture, now infused with Lin Yu's blood, then swiftly traced complex glyphs upon the paper. His strokes flowed like ink spilled by the wind, so rapid they blurred into afterimages. In moments a new talisman was complete. This is the Master-Servant brand. Once sealed, life and death rest solely in the Master's command. Resist, and your soul shall burn, leaving you unable even to beg for death. Have you truly considered this? Though termed Master-Servant, it was in truth absolute enslavement. The Seventh Master posed this final question. It was protocol. Zhao Tianyong's body convulsed violently. He squeezed his eyes shut and forced 3 words through gritted teeth. I consent. The Seventh Master fell silent. He lifted the talisman, murmured an incantation, and it ignited spontaneously, flameless yet fierce. With a flick of his finger, he sent the burning ash soaring straight to Zhao Tianyong's brow. SSSSS. A soft hiss. Zhao Tianyong emitted a stifled groan, his body arching and jerking uncontrollably, veins bulging across his temples, sweat drenching his back in an instant. A pungent scent of charred flesh bloomed in the air. Lin Yu felt it too. In that very instant the ash touched skin, an invisible thread unfurled within his consciousness. At its far end pulsed a soul, humbled, terrified, yet overflowing with gratitude and ecstatic elation. He perceived Zhao Tianyong's emotions with crystalline clarity. It was the profound relief of deliverance from doom, the ironclad resolve of surrendering one's entire being, and something else, a devotion bordering on sacred faith. This boy truly was guileless. His family likely was too. He genuinely believed Lin Yu was his savior, an incarnate bodhisattva who had rescued him from annihilation. The covenant was sealed within 5 minutes. The seventh master gathered his tools, closed the wooden chest, nodded curtly to Old Ghost, and departed as silently as he'd arrived. Not a single word escaped his lips throughout. Old Ghost slipped a black card into the seventh master's pocket. Payment settled. Only then did he turn to Lin Yu, rubbing his palms together, beaming with ingratiating warmth. Esteemed guest, the covenant is finalized. Between him and me, and between him and you, we are fully reconciled. Beep. Transaction confirmed. Lin Yu's account balance surged from 33,000 back to 530,000. And the life serum purchased at a premium of 300,000 now rested quietly in Zhao Tianyang's hands. Zhao Tianyang cradled the silver briefcase as though it held the universe's most sacred relic. He approached Lin Yu and knelt again, this time with reverent gravity. Master, brother, he lifted his tear-streaked face, this time not with despair but rebirth. From this day forward, Zhao Tianyang's life belongs to you. Lin Yu looked at the young man kneeling on the ground, having completely surrendered everything with no change in the expression beneath his cloak. The pure unreserved loyalty and gratitude conveyed through their soul link made him generally satisfied with this transaction. This was a qualified investment. Get up, Lin Yu spoke. Zhao Tianyang's body trembled, and he immediately scrambled to his feet, standing respectfully to the side, his head slightly bowed, not daring to meet Lin Yu's gaze. What you need to do now is find a safe place and use the potion. Lin Yu's instructions were very clear. Zhao Tianyang immediately responded, then hurriedly added, I will go with you. Wherever you go, I will go. In his eyes, he had already become the master's private possession and should not leave his side. No need. Lin Yu declined. He looked at the young man before him, still carrying a hint of childishness, continuing to arrange matters in a calm tone. When I need you, I will naturally find you. Zhao Tianyang was momentarily stunned, about to say something again. Lin Yu then threw out a statement that left him completely dumbfounded. Before I find you, you are free. Go do what you need to do. Free. Zhao Tianyang's mind went blank. He thought he had signed a contract of servitude, losing all dignity and freedom from that moment on becoming a dog shackled by chains. But now his new master actually told him he still had freedom. Zhao Tianyang's eyes instantly turned red. The tears he thought had dried up surged forth uncontrollably once again. He took a step forward, wanting to kneel again, but was stopped by the invisible aura radiating from Lin Yu. I understand. Master. Zhao Tianyang choked, tightly hugging the silver briefcase in his arms, bowing deeply to Lin Yu. I will not disappoint you. After saying this, he dared not delay any longer and rushed out of the Old Ghost Hall. He needed to survive, he needed to grow stronger, to create 100-fold or 1,000-fold value for the master who had given him a new life and dignity. Dingling. The sound of the wind chimes faded away and the shop returned to silence. The Old Ghost stood behind the counter, having forgotten to adjust his bird beak mask, looking at Lin Yu as if he were a monster descending from the heavens. His mind was a chaotic mess. Spending 800,000 to buy, selling for 500,000, losing 300,000. Just to acquire an ignorant high school student, and then letting him go afterward. What kind of operation was this? Which wealthy family's young master from Linzhou was out here experiencing life? Or was it a special process for a mysterious organization to recruit members? It was truly incomprehensible. The more the Old Ghost thought, the more his heart raced. He felt as if he had inadvertently glimpsed a realm he could not understand at all. Lin Yu ignored the Old Ghost's shock, finishing his business and preparing to leave. Seeing Lin Yu about to walk away, the Old Ghost suddenly felt a jolt in his heart. No, he couldn't just let him go like this. This could be an opportunity, a tremendous opportunity. This young man, whether he was truly foolish or pretending, represented an energy that a small person like him wallowing in the mud desperately needed to seize. Take a gamble. Honored guest, please wait. The Old Ghost dashed out from behind the counter and blocked Lin Yu's path. Lin Yu stopped, but said nothing. The Old Ghost bowed deeply to Lin Yu, lowering his posture significantly. Your actions today have truly opened my eyes and earned my respect. His words were sincere, as if he were genuinely moved by Lin Yu's benevolence. In this medicine man alley, I, Old Ghost, recognize money, but I also recognize people. Such a benevolent person like you, Old Ghost, if I were to profit from you, I wouldn't be able to sleep at night. Lin Yu remained silent. He wanted to see what tricks this old fox was up to. Seeing that Lin Yu was unmoved, the Old Ghost gritted his teeth and pulled out his black market card. I charged you 30,000 extra before. It was my fault for not recognizing the mountain blinded by pig oil. This money I must return to you. He handed the card to Lin Yu, his face filled with a painful yet resolute expression. Consider this. Consider me, Old Ghost, wanting to befriend you. 30,000 buying an opportunity for friendship. This was the largest risk investment Old Ghost had ever made in his life. Lin Yu looked at the black card being offered to him. Refunding money. This is interesting. This Old Ghost is more decisive than he anticipated. He was betting that his future value far exceeded this 30,000. Unfortunately, he bet correctly, but not entirely. Lin Yu did not feign politeness or refuse in a Unfortunately, he bet correctly, but not entirely. Lin Yu did not feign politeness or refuse he had anticipated that Lin Yu might exchange pleasantries, or even scoff, and say it was unnecessary. But he never expected Lin Yu would accept it directly, without a hint of hesitation. Ding! The prompt tone of the completed transfer sounded. Lin Yu's account balance jumped from 530,000 to 830,000. He retracted his card and nodded at the old ghost. Until we meet again. After saying this, he turned and left his cloak, drawing an arc through the air without a trace of reluctance. Dingling. The wind chimes rang again, and this time the shop door was completely closed. The old ghost stood dazed in place, still holding his card outstretched. He looked at the 30,000 that had been deducted from his account, then at the empty doorway, feeling completely numb. Just like that. He accepted it, and then just walked away. He felt as if he had punched a cotton ball. No, it was like punching into a bottomless black hole. His entire set of rhetoric about benevolence and making friends had not reached the other party at all. The other party had simply taken back what belonged to them. Moments later, a strong sense of regret surged in the old ghost's heart. Slap. He slapped his giving things away for free. That would be true boldness. That would be true investment. The other party spent 30,000 without batting an eye on the goods, did they even giving things away for free? That would be true boldness. That would be true investment. The other party spent 30,000 without batting an eye on the goods, did they even care about your 30,000? The more he thought, the angrier he became, the more he regretted. In this situation, refunding 30,000. What does it even mean? The other party doesn't even look at it. Neither did I flatter them properly, nor did I earn all the money. The old ghost clutched his hair in pain, feeling as if he had missed out on a fortune. He slumped down into a chair, filled with self-loathing. Old ghost, no wonder you can only guard this broken shop for your whole life. Not bold enough nor cunning enough. No wonder you can't make money. Lin Yu left the old ghost hall. The sound of the wind chimes behind him was drowned out by the noisy voices of the black market. This fellow called Old Ghost is indeed interesting. The scale was small. However, this actually gave him a sense of relief. Ordinary people are like this. They do not the scale was small. However, this actually gave him a sense of relief. Ordinary people are like this. They do not gamble too much, but they are not fundamentally bad. The future can be considered later. Lin Yu navigated through the crowded and chaotic alley with only one goal in mind. To grow stronger. Soon he returned to the small room he had initially rented. The room was still dim, and the air was filled with the mixed odor of cheap disinfectant and mildew. Lin Yu stood in the center of the room, counting the items in his storage ring one by one. A card of Life Serum Standard Edition. A physical awakening potion. And a black card with a balance of 830,000. Everything was accounted for. He was ready to begin. But glancing around, he stopped. This place wouldn't do. It was too unsafe. The soundproofing of this room was virtually non-existent, and the disguise was only the most basic. In case of any accidents during the process of strengthening, even the slightest noise could attract unnecessary trouble. Without hesitation, Lin Yu withdrew everything back into the ring, turned around, and left the small room where he had stayed for less than half an hour, merging once again into the flow of the black market. He walked straight to an area deep within the garbage dump. Here the buildings were no longer makeshift metal shacks, but solid concrete bunkers, with several formidable guards standing at the entrance. Renting a room. Lin Yu approached a building bearing the sign Hive, and spoke to the guard at the entrance. The guard sized him up, asked no further questions, and stepped aside to let him pass. Inside was a spacious lobby where a woman in professional attire and a metallic mask sat at the front desk. Renting a room. Lin Yu approached a building bearing the sign Hive, and spoke to the guard at the entrance. The guard sized him up, asked no further questions. Codename Bunker, independent power supply, physical isolation, energy, shielding, 8,008 per day, 1 month deposit and payment. All right. Lin Yu handed over his black card. 17,600 was instantly deducted. Bunker no. 3. Here's the key and the shielding device starter. The woman pushed a card and a small remote control towards him. Lin Yu took the items, turned around, and left without finding Bunker no. 3. He used the card to open the heavy alloy door and stepped inside. Boom. The door slowly closed behind him, completely isolating all external noise. The world instantly fell silent. The room was not large, only 30 square meters, but the walls, ceiling, and floor were all thick metal, giving an extreme sense of security. Lin Yu pressed the remote control in his hand. Buzz. An invisible energy field instantly enveloped the entire room. This was a military-grade signal shielding device capable of blocking all forms of surveillance. Now this place was absolutely safe. Lin Yu took off his cloak, revealing his slightly pale young face. He sat cross-legged in the center of the room and took out the awakening potion. Next was the crucial step. Card transformation. Target Awakening Potion Standard Edition. A wave of resistance as formidable as that encountered when creating the Life Serum card surged forth. The internal structure of this potion was equally complex and precise, and the energy attributes contained within were extremely unique. Attempting to normalize it consumed an alarming amount of mental energy. Lin Yu felt his temples throbbing intensely as his mental energy was drained at an unprecedented rate. With a limit of 45 points of mental energy, he felt as fragile as a sheet of paper in the face of such consumption. Over the past 5 years, he had created tens of millions of junk cards, and the skill of card transformation had already been pushed to the limits of its current level. In theory, whether it was Life Serum or Awakening Potion, their item levels far exceeded the scope of cards he could currently transform. Success relied entirely on the proficiency brought by his max-level skill and a bit of luck. His brain began to spin, and the scenery before him started to double. His mental energy was about to be exhausted. Now is the time. In the moment before his consciousness faded completely, Lin Yu pushed the last bit of mental energy with all his might. The potion in his hand trembled violently. Card transformation successful. A card shining with a clear blue light quietly appeared in his hand. He did it. Lin Yu swayed slightly and collapsed to the floor, gasping for air. Just creating a single card had nearly drained him. But he did not take a break. He took out several pills for restoring mental energy that he had purchased elsewhere, tossing them into his mouth like candy, and immediately activated his core ability. Ghost card. Multiplier card. Infinite loop activate. Buzz. The space within the storage ring began to undergo marvelous changes. 1 Awakening Potion card, 1 Life Serum card. 2 cards, 4 cards, 8 cards, 16 cards. Mental energy slowly recovered under the influence of the pills just taken, yet was rapidly consumed in the duplication of the cards. Lin Yu's complexion fluctuated between pallor and flush. He closed his eyes, immersing all his thoughts into this frenzied proliferation. 256 times. This was the limit his current mental energy could bear. When the cycle stopped, his storage ring was neatly stacked with 2 piles of cards. One pile shimmered with clear blue light, the other radiated a divine golden glow. 256 Awakening Potion Standard Edition. 256 Life Serum Standard Edition. There was no joy on Lin Yu's face. This was just the beginning. He took out 1 Awakening Potion card, and a syringe filled with blue liquid appeared in his hand. Then he took out another Life Serum card, and activated it as a syringe filled with golden liquid appeared in his other hand. Without any hesitation, he pointed the blue syringe at his arm, and thrust it in fiercely. The cold liquid flowed into his veins. The next moment, he thrust the golden syringe into the other arm. 2 syringes, 1 blue and 1 gold, were plunged into his veins without hesitation. The coldness and warmth, 2 completely different liquids, surged into his body simultaneously. Where the blue liquid flowed, the fatigue in his brain seemed to be instantly smoothed over by a cold hand, and his thoughts became clearer than ever. Every thought, every fragment of memory was as transparent as a freshly cleaned piece of glass. The golden liquid, on the other hand, turned into a warm torrent, instantly washing over his limbs and bones. It acted like the most efficient repairman, capable of restoring every hidden injury left after mental energy consumption and every ounce of vitality drained from sleepless nights spent making cards. An indescribable sense of comfort rose from the depths of the soul. Lin Yu could clearly see that his once fragile spiritual origin, weakened by the limits of his transformation, was being rapidly reinforced by a golden warm current. The pool representing the total capacity of his mental power widened slightly under the effect of the blue potion. It seems that the Life Serum not only removes toxins, but can even restore the origin. Mental power 47. It worked. A single vial of Awakening Potion brought a full increase of 2 points in mental power. Lin Yu did not pause, and once again took out 2 cards from his storage ring and activated them. 2 more syringes. Expressionless, he plunged the needle into the previous puncture. Second injection. Mental power 49. Third time. Mental power 51. 10th time. Mental power 65. Inside the cold metallic bunker, only the faint sounds of the activated syringes and the dull noise of liquid being injected into his veins echoed repeatedly. Lin Yu's movements were mechanical yet precise, like a tireless robot. His expression remained unchanged throughout, but within he was conducting the most meticulous and efficient calculations. Each vial of potion meant an increase of 2 points in mental power. Each point of mental power growth represented an increase in the upper limit of the number of doubling cards he could simultaneously control. This was the cornerstone of all his future plans. When he used the 28th Awakening Potion, he paused. Mental power 99. Just a little more and head reach 100. This was a crucial threshold. According to information circulating in the black market, any type of potion would significantly diminish in effectiveness once a certain base attribute was forced to reach 100 points. He took out the 29th vial and injected it. Indeed, the refreshing sensation was noticeably weaker. Mental power 100. This time it only increased by 1 point. The drug's effect had halved. Lin Yu was not surprised by this. He looked at his storage ring. Of the 256 potions, he had consumed 29 and had 227 left. At a growth rate of 1 point per potion, the remaining potions could at most provide over 200 additional points of mental power. Not enough. Far from enough. His goal was the theoretical limit that this potion could reach, 500 points. Moreover, as his mental power increased, he required more life serum to counteract the growing resistance to the potion, ensuring his body remained unaffected. It was time to enhance efficiency. Lin Yu settled into a cross-legged position, closed his eyes, and sank his consciousness deep within. There a clown card with a ghostly face and a card printed with X2 floated quietly. Ghost card. Doubling card. His current mental power was 100 points. Based on the experiences he accumulated over the past 5 years, 100 points of mental power was sufficient to sustain 12 doubling cards simultaneously. Excluding the 2 cards needed to initiate, he could perform exactly 10 doublings. 2 to the power of 10. 1024. Buzz. Lin Yu's temples throbbed violently as an overwhelming mental pressure descended. The ghost card activated, replicating the doubling card. The doubling card activated exponentially, increasing the number of ghost cards that could be replicated. This was a mad growth on an exponential scale. It took only a few seconds. The cycle stopped. Lin Yu's complexion paled for a moment, but quickly returned to normal under the residual effects of the life serum in his body. He looked at his storage ring. The cards that had once numbered only in the 200s now had transformed into Awakening Potion Standard Version X1251. Life Serum Standard Version X1251. One operation had replenished his stock to an entirely new magnitude. This is efficiency. Lin Yu felt no joy, he was merely a ruthless executor. The new ammunition was already loaded. He picked up the syringe again. Third injection. Mental power 101. 31st injection. Mental power 102. 100th injection. Mental power 171. Time lost all meaning in the absolute silence of the bunker. Lin Yu had completely immersed himself in this monotonous cycle. Inject, feel, inject again. His body had grown numb to the pain of the needle, while his spirit became increasingly exhilarated and alert with each increment. This was a positive feedback loop. The stronger his mental power, the more precise his control over his body, and the higher the efficiency of absorbing the potion's effects. When the potions in the ring were once again exhausted, Lin Yu's mental power had surpassed the 300 mark. He activated the ghost card doubling cycle once more. This time the number of doubling cards he could simultaneously maintain reached 16. Doubling times 14. 2 to the power of 14. 16,384. A massive quantity of potions instantly filled a corner of the storage ring with blue light and golden glow shimmering in harmony. Lin Yu didn't even glance and continued on his path of enhancement. 300 points. 400 points. 450 points. As his mental power approached 500, the growth once again became sluggish. From an increase of 0. 8 points per potion to 0. 5 points, then to 0. 1 points. The potential of the awakening potion was being squeezed to its limits. Lin Yu did not furrow his brow even once. As long as there was an increase, even if it was just 0. 1, he would continue. Because what he possessed was nearly infinite resources. He could disregard costs, disregard consumption. This is the most terrifying aspect of the ghost card doubling cycle. He did not know how much time had passed. After Lin Yu injected yet another vial of the awakening potion, that sensation of growth in mental power completely vanished. His mental power value steadied at a whole number. Mental power 500. It's maxed out. This potion worth 200,000 on the black market had been fully utilized to its limits. Lin Yu made a rough estimate. To reach this limit, he had consumed over 2,000 vials of the awakening potion and an equal amount of life serum. Converted to market value, this was a terrifying expenditure exceeding 400 million. Yet what he paid was merely some mental power and time. Lin Yu slowly stood up. He felt the unprecedented vast mental power within him. If his previous mental power was a small pond, now it was a bottomless lake. 500 points of mental power. This meant he could simultaneously maintain 22 doubling cards, excluding the 2 activation cards. The number of doubling cards he could continuously use was a full 20. Lin Yu's breath paused for a moment. A number automatically emerged in his mind. 2 to the power of 20. 104,857. An increase exceeding 1 million times. With 500 points of mental strength, it converged into a deep lake within the sea of consciousness. Lin Yu slowly stood up, stretching his slightly stiff body from sitting for too long. He did not indulge in the comfort of his soaring power. Instead, he immediately began calculating. 20 simultaneous uses of the doubling card. 2 raised to the power of 20. 104,857,600. A coefficient of increase exceeding 1,000,000 times. This is the fundamental trump card he possesses now. With such a trump card, the next consideration is how to transform this power into real combat strength. He temporarily decided against using potions that directly enhance physical attributes. The potions with other 3 attributes in the old Ghost Hall, excluding the side effects, would inevitably involve immense pain during the forced enhancement of attributes. This is what he himself said. Lin Yu is not afraid of hardship, but he is not insane and has no penchant for self-harm. With simpler, more efficient, and safer methods available, why choose the most painful path? His main attribute now is mental power. A vast amount of mental strength means he has a natural advantage in spell-based skills. Therefore the answer is very clear. Lin Yu donned his cloak, shrouding himself in shadows once more, and left the bunker that cost him 17,000. He re-entered the chaotic and noisy streets of the garbage dump. This time he did not head to the shop selling materials and potions, but walked straight toward a more secluded corner. In this world, skills come from various sources, whether it be skill crystals dropped by magical creatures or skill books produced in certain special dungeons. Lin Yu quickly stopped in front of a stall marked General Store. The stall owner was a one-eyed dragon lazily reclining in a chair, indifferent to the passing customers. "Boss, do you have basic spell skills?" Lin Yu asked. The one-eyed dragon lifted one eyelid, sizing up Lin Yu's crow attire. "Yes. What do you want?" "Earth, fire, water, wind, ice, lightning. The most basic ones." The one-eyed dragon paused for a moment and sat up straight. "Little brother, are you buying introductory materials for your newly awakened relatives?" he said while rummaging through a dusty box behind him. "What you're asking for are the most basic goods that even first-year vocational colleges disdain to teach. They're only good for fooling children who haven't awakened, letting them feel the affinity for elements in advance. These are the lowest grade skill crystals. Is there anything else?" Lin Yu ignored his mockery. "You want more? These are the lowest grade skill crystals. Is there anything else?" Lin Yu ignored his mockery. "You want more?" The one-eyed dragon became interested again. "Tell me. An enhancement defense spell and a shield spell." "Huh." The one-eyed dragon laughed. "That's quite comprehensive, all right. These worthless items are everywhere. But for a small business, it's better to earn than not earn at all." As he spoke, he pulled out 2 more dull crystals and pushed them to Lin Yu along with the other 6. "Package deal 80. No bargaining." Lin Yu took out a black card and paid directly. Beep. The one-eyed dragon put away his terminal, watching Lin Yu pick up the 8 worthless crystals, unable to resist saying one more thing. "Little brother, heed my advice. These things are fine for play, but if you truly rely on them for combat, you won't even know how you died. With $80 you'd be better off buying a small knife, though it's more reliable than this stuff." Lin Yu tucked away the crystals and turned to leave. The one-eyed dragon shook his head at his retreating figure and reclined back into his chair. Another fanciful novice. Lin Yu navigated through the crowd, his mind already sinking into the storage ring. Transform card. Those 8 cheap skill crystals had no resistance against his vast mental power and were instantly transformed into 8 brand new cards. Skill cards. Fireball spell basic, water arrow spell basic, wind blade spell basic, hardening spell basic, mana shield basic. Looking at these 8 cards, Lin Yu's mind already began to rapidly construct battle models. What would a most ordinary fireball spell become under 1,000,000 times amplification? How sturdy would a basic mana shield be under 1,000,000 times amplification? Any trivial item under 1,000,000 times amplification would unleash incredibly terrifying power. After accomplishing all of this, Lin Yu did not linger in the black market. He planned to return to the container where he had lived for 5 years. On one hand, there were still some things he needed to take away. On the other hand, he needed to return to contemplate a question. Should he participate in this year's college entrance examination? He had already postponed it for 5 years. With his current abilities, the college entrance exam and university, these paths of success in the secular sense, held no meaning for him. He does not need that diploma to prove himself. However, he has a pent-up frustration within him. A frustration that has been pent up for 5 full years. He cannot forget 5 years ago when he awakened the epic profession of card master. The faces of those people. Teachers sent by the top universities in the country blocked his door, promising the most favorable conditions. Representatives from major top corporations brought contracts that could be described as indentured servitude, trying to bind his future to their chariots through threats and temptations. Representatives from major top corporations brought contracts that could be described as indentured servitude, trying to bind his future to their chariots through threat. He was a walking goldmine, a resource with unlimited potential. What they thought about was not how to nurture him, but how to exploit him, how to squeeze him dry, how to turn all the value from him into numbers on their financial reports, and how to prevent Lin Yu from going to the opposing company. At that moment, Lin Yu realized that this world was not as he had imagined, with a sound legal system and stability. For those companies, groups, and collectives that possess enough advanced practitioners and sufficient power, they inherently have the ability to disregard the law. The violent organs of the state may not be able to consistently consume those capital interests that prioritize profits. They are lawless and monopolize everything. Walking down the path they have planned, Lin Yu had no chance to extricate himself. Therefore, Lin Yu knew that the 5 years he lost were certainly meant to be lost. 5 years' time in exchange for a future of infinite possibilities. Now, even if he is alone, he can walk forward without being bound by anyone. Thus, he will participate in the college entrance examination. He does not wish to prove to the world how great he is. He only wants to stand before those people and slap them hard in the face with results they cannot comprehend or imagine. He wants to tell those lofty companies, those self-righteous universities, "I do not need your sponsorship. I do not need your agreements. Lin Yu do not rely on anyone, nor am I bound by anyone. I alone can not only survive, but also surpass all of them. Lin Yu stepped out of the dark exit of the garbage dump, and the sky outside had already turned dim. Driver, take me to the economic development zone, to the Fuzhou old factory. The driver was a talkative, middle-aged man who stole a glance at Lin Yu in the rear view, and without asking more pressed the accelerator. He wondered aloud whether Lin Yu was heading to that place. He said the area was desolate now, though it had once been bustling, a vast factory that had employed tens of thousands. Lin Yu only hummed in reply. The driver commented that Lin Yu did not sound like a local. The driver warned him against coming for work, calling the place chaotic and unsuitable for respectable people. Lin Yu said nothing, merely watching the cityscape blur past the window. The car soon entered a barren development zone where half the streetlights were broken. The driver said this was as far as he could go, that the road was bad further in. The driver parked outside the gate of the old factory district. When asked the fare, the driver said 38. Lin Yu habitually took a black market black card from his chest and handed it over. He immediately realized the mistake. The card was an internal black market instrument, physically encrypted and unusable on any external terminal. What a foolish oversight, he thought. The driver, without looking, impatiently asked if he could scan. Lin Yu withdrew the card, slid his hand into his pocket, and pretended to search for something. With a slight movement of his mental force, a pristine 100 yuan note appeared between his fingers. He handed the note to the driver and indicated that no change was necessary. The driver took the bill, held it up to the light, and rubbed it between his fingers. Its freshness made him look twice, but he pocketed it in the end. Lin Yu thanked him, pushed the door open, and stepped out. The taxi quickly turned and departed, leaving him alone on that abandoned stretch of land. He returned to the shipping container he had lived in for 5 years. A huge granite pedestal lay shattered nearby, like a dismembered beast, silently testifying to what had happened that day. The blood on the ground had been washed away, yet the air still carried a faint metallic tang. He pushed open the creaking iron door. A familiar smell of rust, dust, and cheap materials washed over him. This place was both his cage and his. Standing in the cramped center of the space, 5 years of memories surged over him like a tide. The days and nights of despair, madness, and obsession felt as though they had occurred only yesterday. At that moment, the old phone in his pocket, freed from the black market signal blackout, began to vibrate violently. Dozens of missed calls and hundreds of unread messages flooded the screen, all from the same person, Lin Yu. Lin Yu opened the most recent message. The message ordered him to reply immediately and warned that if there was no response within 3 days, the sender would call the police. The terse command left Lin Yu momentarily stunned. Then he found himself laughing through a mix of emotions. He understood why. Lin Yu must have seen the broken stones and the blood at the entrance and feared he had suffered. He did not know how long Lin Yu had struggled after seeing the fake bill before suppressing the urge to alert the authorities and setting that 3-day deadline. What a ridiculous situation, he thought, yet a warm current unfurled in his chest. It was a comfort to realize that someone in this world, in a clumsy and earnest way, cared so desperately for him. He hurried to type a reply on the screen explaining that he was fine and had been in a place without signal, that what had been seen was a misunderstanding. He added that she need not worry, that he had come through it, and things were improving. He had wanted to say he had succeeded, but judging the situation, he chose to keep that to himself. That endlessly replicating card set was absurdly buggy. One careless move could invite mortal danger. He was not strong enough yet. The message sent successfully. In Linzhou City, inside an apartment in a residential complex, Lin Yu sat at the dining table, idly prodding her rice with chopsticks, her lovely face shadowed by persistent worry. Lin's mother urged her to eat properly, and with a tone full of concern placed a dish into her bowl. Lin's father glanced at his daughter, set aside the tablet he had been scanning for news, and sighed. They asked if she was still thinking about her awakening. Lin Yu only nodded. At that moment, the phone on the table lit up. She flinched as if shocked, and snatched up the phone. Seeing the familiar name and its message made her breath catch. "I am fine," he had written. "Everything is getting better." 2 days' accumulation of fear, despair, and anxiety suddenly burst forth. Tears blurred her vision. He was still alive. In her excitement, she wiped at her face with the back of her hand, her fingers trembling and causing several mistaps. "Where are you?" she typed. "Are you hurt? What exactly happened that day?" A rapid string of questions poured out. On the other end, Lin Yu watched his sister's rapid-fire messages as if he could see her pacing in agitation. He replied that he was at home in that shipping container. He reassured her that he was truly unharmed and urged her not to worry or imagine the worst. In the dining room, the moment Lin Yu saw the words shipping container, she leapt from her chair. She blurted that she had finished eating, shoved the phone into her pocket, snatched up her bowl, and with almost violent speed wolfed down the remaining half bowl. Lin's mother started warning her to eat more slowly and not to choke, but Lin Yu paid no heed, finishing in seconds and placing the bowl and chopsticks down forcefully. She announced she was going out, saying there was something important, and darted toward the door like a gust of wind, fumbling to. Lin's parents exchanged a glance that held both helplessness and surprise. The father wondered aloud whether their daughter might be in an early romance. He picked up the tablet, but could not concentrate on a single word. They debated whether to go and check, then decided to ask. They agreed that their daughter needed a special talk. The security door slammed shut, and Lin Yao's figure vanished down the corridor. A new message popped up on Lin Yu's phone telling him to stay where he was and not to move, that help was coming immediately. He set the phone down and surveyed the cluttered container. A reckoning seemed unavoidable, but he told himself that with a little composure, he could bluff Lin Yu. He leaned against the cold, corrugated wall and waited. Soon hurried, disorderly footsteps approached and stopped at the door. The rusty iron door was shoved open with a brutal crash against the wall. A figure burst in trailing dust and urgency. It was Lin Yu. She stood at the doorway, panting, her chest heaving, strands of hair at her forehead plastered to her skin with sweat. Her gaze swept the dim room and finally fixed on Lin Yu standing in the corner. There were no accusations, no scolding as she had imagined. She simply looked at him, at his still thin frame that nevertheless stood upright, at the unhealthy pallor replaced by a livelier color thanks to the life serum, a noticeable improvement since they last met. She noticed his clean cloak instead of the oil-stained work clothes, and most importantly that he no longer fiddled with those useless little stone cards. At that moment her tightly coiled body relaxed. The fear and despair accumulated over 2 days seemed to find release. She lunged forward 2 steps, and with a whoosh opened her arms and wrapped them around Lin Yu with all her might. Her soft body pressed into his embrace, trembling slightly. "You bastard." A cry filled with anger and tears came from his sister's arms, her small fists thumping against his back with little strength. "I thought you were dead. I thought someone had beaten you to death. I saw the stones on the ground shattered. And there was blood. I called you but you didn't answer. You didn't reply to my messages. Do you know how scared I was?" Lin Yu raised his hand and patted his sister's back. The gesture, once so familiar, now felt somewhat awkward. "I'm fine. You're lying. You must be in trouble. Did you borrow money again? Are those people coming after you?" Lin Yu looked up, her eyes red and filled with tears as she grasped Lin Yu's arm, checking him up and down. "No, really, I'm fine." Lin Yu allowed her to check him. Once she confirmed that there were no wounds on Lin Yu, it seemed as if her strength had been drained. She let go but still clutched the hem of his clothes tightly, as if letting go would make him disappear. "Brother, come home with me." Her voice was soft, filled with pleading. "Let's go home, okay? About the debts, our parents will find a way. Oh, we will pay them back together. We will never be apart again." Lin Yu pulled on Lin Yu's hand with unwavering determination, trying to drag him out. "Don't stay in this cursed place any longer. This place isn't fit for anyone to live." Lin Yu did not move. He looked at his sister's tear-streaked face and spoke calmly. Yao, I've already resolved the money issues." Lin Yu's movements came to a halt, staring at Lin Yu in disbelief. "Resolved? How did you resolve it? Where did you borrow money from?" "You're not." She thought of the brand new bills, but the rest of her words seemed stuck in her throat. "It's not what you think." Lin Yu interrupted her. "Trust me, everything is over now, and it's all better." "I don't believe you." Lin Yu shook her head vigorously. "Unless you come home with me. You have to come with me right now." Lin Yu looked at her stubborn expression and did not refuse again. A hint of joy appeared on Lin Yu's face as she pulled him to leave. But just after taking a step, she paused again. She leaned closer to Lin Yu, sniffing deeply, then wrinkled her nose in disgust. "Brother, how long has it been since you showered? And your clothes? What are you wearing? Hurry up and take them off. Change into something else." Lin Yu let go of his hand and began rummaging through the container as if preparing for a thorough cleaning. "Look at this place. It's as messy as a dog's den. No way, you can't go home looking like this. You'll scare Mom and Dad to death," she muttered as she pulled out all of Lin Yu's tattered clothes and tossed them on the ground. "These. Get rid of all of them. And this one. Throw it away too." Lin Yu watched as his sister buzzed around like a busy little bee, directing everything in his small prison, smiling indulgently. "All right, I'll listen to you." Upon hearing Lin Yu's response, Lin Yu paused in her actions. She turned to look at the long-lost genuine smile on Lin Yu's face, and her eyes grew warm again. She quickly walked in front of Lin Yu, tiptoeing. She gently pressed her forehead against his. "Brother, I missed you so much." Her voice was low, filled with a thick nasal tone. Lin Yu said nothing, merely raised his hand and ruffled. After a few seconds, Lin Yu stepped back, hastily wiping the tear marks off her face, and regained her energetic demeanor. "You wait here for me. I'll go home first and give Mom and Dad a heads up. Otherwise, if you suddenly return, Mom's heart won't be able to take it. And you must take a shower. Clean yourself up. When I come to pick you up tomorrow, I want to see a brand new you." She shook her fist at Lin Yu. "Tomorrow I'll bring new clothes." After speaking, she turned and ran off, as spirited as when she arrived. "Tomorrow, I'll come to take you home." At the door, she turned back and shouted once more. Lin Yu stood in place, watching her figure disappear into the sunset, responding loudly. "Okay." The golden rays of the setting sun poured in through the open iron door, casting a warm glow over everything inside the container. Lin Yu stood still, the air still lingering with the faint fragrance and vitality that his sister Lin Yu brought with her when she left. "Tomorrow, I'll come to take you home." This sentence echoed repeatedly in his ears. Home. What a distant yet heavy word. Lin Yu's words also stirred Lin Yu's memories. Over the years, he had not forgotten about his parents. How could he not think of them? It's just that he couldn't go back. He knew very well that in his current state returning would only bring greater burdens and pain to a family that was already not well off. He had never blamed his parents. They had worried enough for him and had done well enough. But they had their limitations. They were ordinary people who could not comprehend what an epic profession entailed, let alone believe that their son was embarking on a path that had never been tread before, one that was destined to be filled with difficulties. In their eyes, giving up the college entrance exam, severing ties with family, and hiding in an abandoned container to produce a pile of useless garbage cards was simply neglecting responsibilities and falling into depravity. They did not believe in the path Lin Yu was set to take. Fortunately, Lin Yu let out a gentle breath. He had already forged his own path. 5 years of time for an infinitely possible future. This transaction was not a loss. Now he had the ability to control his own destiny and the power to change his parents' lives. Perhaps he could even change this world. Of course, those were matters for the future. He quietly sat down on the only chair in the container that was still relatively intact, feeling a twinge of anxiety at the thought of returning home tomorrow. This feeling was very strange. It was as if a wayward child returning home after many years was feeling anxious about approaching his hometown. On the other side, Lin Yu hummed a little tune, her steps light, as if she could almost fly. She hurried home at the fastest speed, pulling out her keys to unlock the door. I'm back. In the living room, Lin's father and mother were sitting at the dining table facing several plates of food that had barely been touched, and the atmosphere was somewhat gloomy. Upon seeing their daughter return, Lin's mother immediately stood up. Yao, where have you been? Mom. Dad. Lin Yu flew to the dining table like a happy butterfly, her face beaming with an uncontainable smile. Lin's father looked at his daughter's exuberant demeanor and exchanged glances with his wife. Surprise. What surprise? It's a secret for now. Lin Yu winked mysteriously. You'll find out tomorrow. I promise it will surprise you. Lin's mother looked at her daughter and tentatively asked, is it related to your profession awakening? No. Lin Yu shook her head vigorously like a rattled drum. It's 100 times more important. Lin's father pondered for a moment and slowly spoke. Is this surprise a person? His question was quite skillful. He figured that at his daughter's age, such a huge reaction could only be related to romance. What else could it be? Lin Yu's movements came to an abrupt halt. She lifted her head, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at her father. Indeed, her parents still cared about her elder brother. They guessed it. It was just that they were too sad to directly mention her brother's name. She felt a surge of emotion in her heart and nodded vigorously. Yes, it's a person. Someone you would never expect. This. Lin's father and mother simultaneously drew a sharp breath. Could it be true? Moreover, judging by her tone, will they be bringing him home tomorrow? Lin's mother suddenly felt a complex mix of emotions akin to seeing a precious cabbage raised with great difficulty being snatched away by a pig. Yao, you are moving a bit too fast, aren't you? Fast? Lin Yu completely failed to grasp her mother's meaning, but she only felt that having her brother come home a day earlier was a good thing. Not too fast. If it's any later, it will be too late. If any later, her brother would awaken, and then he would surely be busier with even less time. This statement fell on Lin's father and mother like a different meaning altogether. Any later. So anxious. This. It seemed their daughter was truly infatuated. However, as the saying goes, once a child grows up, they are no longer under their mother's control. At her age, it was indeed time to talk about marriage. Bringing someone home tomorrow was already the behavior of an exemplary daughter. Thinking of this, the couple felt it unwise to ask more, fearing it would provoke their daughter's resentment. All right, as long as you like him, that's good. We'll see him tomorrow. Lin's mother sighed. Lin Yu nodded vigorously. After dinner, she dashed into her room, preparing to order clothes to be ready for tomorrow. She wanted to pick out the most handsome outfit for her brother, to let him return home in a whole new appearance. In the living room, only Lin's father and mother remained. The television was on, but no one had the heart to watch. Do you think this matter is reliable? Lin's mother asked anxiously. The child has grown up and has her own ideas. Lin's father picked up the newspaper, but couldn't read a single word. She appears quite happy. As parents, we should just support her. I'm just afraid she might be deceived. Let's see how it goes tomorrow. They fell into silence for a moment. It was unclear who sighed first. Sigh. This sigh acted like a switch, instantly evoking the deepest pain in their hearts. If only Xiao Yu had half of Yao Yao's understanding. Lin's mother's eyes turned red. Lin's father's expression also darkened. Lin Yu. This name was a taboo that their family never mentioned. Don't mention him, Lin's father said hoarsely. Just mentioning him makes my heart feel blocked. How can I not mention? Lin's mother's tears fell. He is a piece of flesh that fell from my body. It's been 5 years, a full 5 years. What kind of life has he been living? Every time I think of him living in that metal box, She covered her face, unable to control her sobs. Lin's father silently handed her a tissue, letting out a heavy sigh. This child was truly a wound in their hearts that would never heal. He picked up the remote control and turned off the telephone. In contrast to the oppressive sadness buried in silence in the Lin family, Zhao Tianyang's home was completely engulfed by a sea of cries. The light in the living room was pale, illuminating the despairing faces of the three family members. The so-called life serum, which was supposed to wash away all toxins and bring new life, indeed had its effects. It pulled Zhao Tianyang back from the brink of death, restoring his consciousness, no longer bloodshot and frantic. Yet its effects were limited to this. The diagnostic report left by the private doctor who had just departed resembled a death sentence coldly placed on the coffee table. The toxic agents had already penetrated his marrow and soul, making recovery impossible. The powerful vitality of the life serum merely delayed the rate of organ failure. However, it had clearly given Zhao Tianyang a final respite of 1 month. How could this happen? How could this happen? Zhao's mother slumped on the sofa, her hands tightly covering her mouth, yet unable to suppress her heart-wrenching sobs. Her body trembled violently, as if it would collapse at any moment. It's my fault. I harmed you, my son. Zhao's father, a usually strong and resilient middle-aged man at this moment, was like a beast stripped of its spine. He slammed his fist into his leg, his bloodshot eyes filled with regret and self-blame. I shouldn't have believed those people's nonsense. It was I who pushed you into the pit of fire. The news of the medication was something he had learned through connections, having spent a large sum from an unreliable source. He thought it was a shortcut, but unexpectedly, it was a one-way ticket to hell. Zhao Tianyang sat across from them, his face pale as paper. Listening to his parents' cries and self-reproaches, the chill within him felt more piercing than any side effects of medication. It was over for him. In the final moments of life, he should have stayed and accompanied his parents well. However, an uncontrollable figure clad in a crow cloak floated into his mind. That person without hesitation took out money, giving him a chance, and also purchased his life. That person, after signing the master-servant contract, granted him freedom again. That person was his master, his benefactor. Zhao Tianyang slowly stood up from the sofa. This action caused Zhao's father and mother's cries to abruptly cease. They looked at their son in terror. Tianyang, what are you going to do? I don't blame you, Zhao Tianyang spoke, his voice hoarse and dry. The road is one I chose myself, and the medication was also my own decision. He looked at his parents, the ones who loved him most in this world. But I cannot stay here. What nonsense are you talking? Zhao's mother screamed, rushing over to grab his arm. You only have a month left. You can't go anywhere. You must stay home with Dad and Mom. Mom, Zhao Tianyang grasped his mother's cold hand. You taught me that one should be grateful and repay kindness. He paused, speaking each word with utmost clarity. My life was bought back by someone. This last month also belongs to him. Therefore it does not belong to me, it belongs to my master. I need to find him and tell him this news. If he needs it, I can do anything I must repay this kindness. He could not let his benefactor spend a large sum of money only to receive a useless person, a dead man. He could not, burdened with such a tremendous favor, die so cowardly. Zhao's father and mother were stunned. They looked at their son's young yet resolute face, gazing at his dim, yet burning eyes filled with a stubborn flame. This is their son. This loyalty bordering on foolishness is what they have instilled in him. What else could they say? In the end, Zhao's father dejectedly lowered his head and waved his hand. Go on. Zhao's mother burst into tears again, unable to say anything. She turned and rushed into the room, haphazardly packing her son's belongings, as if he were not going to face death, but rather heading off to university far away. After a brief and painful farewell, Zhao Tianyang left home. He did not look back. He feared that if he did, he would no longer be able to move his legs. In the black market, the dump. In the noisy, chaotic alley, Zhao Tianyang wore an ill-fitting old coat, keeping his head down as he struggled through the crowd. With every breath, there was a dull ache pulling at his insides. He felt his life slipping away gradually. He did not know where Lin Yu was. Lin Yu had only said that he would find him when needed. But he could not wait. He only had one foolish method. Dingling. The wind chime at the entrance of the old ghost's shop rang out with a crisp sound. The old ghost, dozing off behind the counter, was startled awake and raised his head impatiently to see who was disturbing his peaceful dreams. Then he saw Zhao Tianyang. You brat. The old ghost was momentarily taken aback, then furrowed his brows. Why are you back again? You look worse than last time. Did the medicine not work? Zhao Tianyang leaned against the door frame, gasping for breath. Old ghost. I'm here to find someone. Find someone. The old ghost looked him up and down. Who? This is a pharmacy, not a detective agency. I'm looking for. Zhao Tianyang described the person's features, the one who bought the serum that day. The old ghost's movements halted. He removed his bird beak mask, revealing a shrewd face, and scrutinized Zhao Tianyang closely. What do you want with him? Zhao Tianyang did not hide anything, recounting the events as they had happened. The serum had failed to eliminate the toxin. He had only 1 month left. He was here to repay a debt. The old ghost remained silent for a long time after hearing this. The shop fell into a dead silence. After a while, the old ghost let out an ambiguous sigh from his nose. Sigh. He had seen too many madmen who would stop at nothing for power, too many fools who brought about their own demise through greed. but someone like Zhao Tianyang he had never encountered before. I don't know where he is. The old ghost put the mask back on, his voice reverting to the coldness of a businessman. People in the black market are like flowing soldiers. He bought his things and left. How could I possibly know where he went? A flicker of disappointment crossed Zhao Tianyang's face. But he did not leave. Then he'll wait here. Wait. The old ghost found it somewhat amusing. Until when? What if he never comes? Zhao Tianyang found a corner that wouldn't be in the way, leaned against the wall, and slowly sat down. He wrapped his coat tighter around himself, trembling slightly from the cold and pain. Then he'll wait until I die. If I die, please help me inform him of my death. I will repay his kindness in my next life. This phrase pierced into the old ghost's heart like a rusty nail. He looked at the young man huddled in the corner, trembling, yet stubbornly refusing to leave, and for a moment, he was somewhat dazed. In the black market, life is the least valuable thing. For a bit of resources, for a chance fathers and sons turn against each other, brothers harm one another, he had seen too much of it. Loyalty. That is a luxury only the wealthy can afford. Or perhaps it is a shackle used by the powerful to someone like Zhao Tianyang, who values his life so lightly, yet weighs a fleeting kindness heavier than anything else. The old ghost, having mingled in this pharmacy alley for half his life, saw this for the first time. At this moment, even if Zhao Tianyang were a useless waste, even if he were to die in this corner of his shop, the very next second the old ghost finally felt that the 30,000 that Lin Yu had seemingly lost that day was worth it. Such a person is too hard to find in this cannibalistic society. But then a stronger sense of absurdity and confusion surged up. He could not understand. The mind of a businessman made it difficult for him to process this pure emotional logic. But then a stronger sense of absurdity and confusion surged up. He could not understand. The mind of a businessman made it difficult for him to process this pure emotional logic. You think he saved you? He's your benefactor, right? The old ghost continued to ask. Zhao Tianyang nodded, a movement that tugged at his insides, causing him to cough. The old ghost looked at him, who looked like he might pass out at any moment, and lowered his voice to say something he should not have. Let me tell you something, listen closely. That vial of life serum was supposed to be yours. It had been reserved for you before you arrived. It was me who, seeing the higher bid, temporarily broke the agreement with you, intending to sell it to him. I was the one who breached the contract first. The old ghost articulated clearly, word for word. He fixed his gaze on Zhao Tianyang's face, trying to find shock, anger, or realization there. But he was Zhao Tianyang simply listened quietly, his dim eyes showing no ripple of emotion. This was not right. This reaction was not right. The old ghost's irritation grew stronger. He felt that his worldview was being shaken to the core by this half-dead kid. Did you not understand? The additional 30,000 he offered was just because I breached the contract. He wanted to cut in line to buy what should have belonged to you. This is not a kindness. This is a transaction. He was just a buyer who cut in halfway. The old ghost felt he had to enlighten this fool. He could not believe that there were truly such foolish people in this world. However, Zhao Tianyang simply shook his head gently. It's different. What's different? The old ghost was almost shouting. If that day the one in his position were me. Zhao Tianyang looked at the old ghost and slowly said, if I had already paid for that serum and another person, a dying person, knelt down to beg me, I wouldn't give it. Because that is my life, my only hope of survival. I am not that noble. Zhao Tianyang's every word struck like a heavy hammer on the old ghost's heart. But he gave it. Therefore he is worthy. The logic was that simple. Simple enough that the old ghost could not refute it. The old ghost opened his mouth, but found himself unable to utter a single word. Indeed, he himself could not do it. In this black market, who could give away the only chance at life to impossible? But this isn't how the account is settled. The old ghost felt as though he was about to go insane. He suddenly stood up and paced back and forth in the shop like a wild beast trapped in a cage. No, that's not right. He pointed at Zhao Tianyang, nearly roaring. Do you know? After he left, I returned that 300,000 to him. I damn well returned the money to him. That means he spent not a single cent. He contributed nothing at all. He received a loyal slave like you for nothing. Do you understand? He pulled off a scam with empty hands. You were deceived. You absolute fool. This was the truth of the matter. A cold, cruel truth filled with scheming. That mysterious crow cloak was no living bodhisattva. He was an even more astute opportunist than himself. He utilized his own guilt from breaching the contract, and Zhao Tianyang's despair, accomplishing a perfect investment without spending a dime. However, faced with this truth that could shatter anyone, Zhao Tianyang remained calm. He utilized his own guilt from breaching the contract, and Zhao Tianyang's despair, accomplishing a perfect investment without spending a dime. What did you say? Even if he spent not a single cent, even if this is a trap. Zhao Tianyang's breathing became weaker, but his thoughts were incredibly clear. The fact is, he obtained the serum, and then he gave the serum to me. This act saved my life, even if just for an extra month. That is enough. Zhao Tianyang will only acknowledge. The old ghost was completely at a loss for words. He dejectedly sat back in his chair, picked up a bottle of cheap alcohol from the counter, and took a harsh swig. The spicy liquid burned his throat, yet it couldn't clear his confused mind. He looked at the madman curled up in the corner, quietly awaiting death. He couldn't help but recall another madman who had been unreasonably calm from beginning to end, simply taking the money and leaving with great decisiveness. After a long while, the old ghost shook his head in disbelief and muttered under his breath, "Madmen. You are all madmen. Insane people." The next day at the Lin family, Lin Yu excitedly set out early in the morning to pick someone up, leaving Lin's father and mother restless in the living room. A lavish breakfast was laid out on the table, but no one had the heart to pick up their chopsticks. Lin's mother paced back and forth in the living room, glancing at the wall clock one moment, then moving to the window to peer outside, her face filled with uncontainable anxiety. "What do you think about Yao Yao? What's going on? She suddenly said she has a boyfriend yesterday and wants to bring him back today. Isn't that a bit too quick? The child is grown up and has her own ideas." Lin's father sat on the sofa holding a newspaper, but his eyes were completely unfocused on it. "I'm just afraid she'll be deceived. She's still so young, without any social experience. What if she encounters a smooth-talking bad guy?" Lin's mother felt increasingly uneasy. She stopped in her tracks and clapped her hands. "No, my mind is all over the place. I need to find someone to help keep an eye on things. I'll call my sister and have her come over." Lin's father put down the newspaper and nodded. Old Sue has been Lin's mother's good sister for decades, and is also Sue Kingsu's mother, astute and good at reading people. Having her around would certainly put one at ease. The call was quickly connected. Lin's mother briefly explained the situation, and old Sue immediately agreed, saying she would arrive in half an hour. After hanging up, Lin's mother's mood finally calmed down a bit. In less than 20 minutes, the doorbell rang. Lin's mother hurried to open the door, and standing at the entrance were not only her good sister Sue's mother, but also Su Qingxue, along with a young man who looked quite spirited. "Oh, why are you all here?" Lin's mother was a bit surprised. "As soon as my mom mentioned it, I was worried about Yao Yao too, so I came along to check it out." Su Qingxue explained with a smile, naturally linking her arm with the young man's. "Auntie, uncle, this is my boyfriend." "Hello, auntie and uncle." Chen Rue immediately greeted politely, holding some high-end gifts in his hands. Come in." Lin's father and mother hurriedly welcomed the group inside. In an instant, the previously quiet living room was filled with 5 people, the atmosphere turning lively yet peculiar. Lin's father and mother, Su's mother Su Qingxue, and Chen Rue, formed an impromptu in-law jury on the sofa, all waiting for Lin Yao's boyfriend, who was about to arrive. "Qingxue, your boyfriend is truly a handsome talent." Lin's mother observed Chen Rue, growing more and more satisfied. Chen Rue wore a well-fitted casual suit, his demeanor proper, and he always wore a gentle smile. "Auntie, you flatter me. Not just a handsome talent." Su's mother immediately took over the conversation, a hint of pride on her face. "Our Chen Rue is a serious university graduate and a seasoned professional. He's already at level 30. As soon as these words were spoken, Lin's father and mother's expressions became more serious. Level 30 is a height that ordinary people who have not awakened combat professions can only look up to. Su Qingxue wore a proper smile, while modestly saying, "Mom, why are you saying this? Chen Rue just doesn't like going to the front line or battling in the abyss. He wants to live a stable life, so his level has risen a little slowly." This statement sounds humble, but every word dripped with a sense of superiority. Chen Rue also spoke at the right moment, his posture very proper. In today's society, stability is the most important thing. Although my level is not high, my strength is quite good. Among the same level, protecting Qingxue is more than adequate. His words were flawless, showcasing strength while appearing steady. Su's mother looked at her prospective son-in-law with satisfaction, then shifted her gaze to Lin's mother. "Hey, I said to the Lin family, have you asked about what kind of person Yao Yao's boyfriend is?" Lin's mother's expression instantly fell, and she awkwardly shook her head. "That girl Yao Yao didn't say anything, just told us to wait and see." "Did she not say anything?" Su's mother's tone rose a bit. "That's not good. For girls, the most important thing is to see if a man has prospects. She can't be deceived by some useless poor boy. What if Yao Yao hasn't awakened yet? What if she awakens in a couple of days? This guy is trying to stabilize Yao Yao first." Su Qingxue chimed in. "Yes, Annie, Yao Yao is pure-hearted and easily soft-hearted. Many men nowadays lacking abilities only deceive young girls. You must keep a close eye on her." As she spoke, she glanced at Chen Rue beside her. "For a man, ability and profession are fundamental. Just like our Chen Rue, although he chose stability, he can always seek a high-paying position in a big company. That is the confidence." Although Chen Rue did not speak, the faint curve at the corner of his mouth already indicated his attitude. He truly looked down upon those ordinary people, without power or background. Today all present were elders, so he had restrained himself considerably. In his eyes, being favored by Su Qingxue naturally meant he was among the best of the best. As for the one Lin Yu was looking for, it was highly likely just an unremarkable character. Lin's parents listened to these words, feeling increasingly heavy in their hearts. They were already worried, and now, after hearing the remarks from the Su mother and daughter, their anxiety deepened. Indeed, Yao Yao is so outstanding. Oh, what if she really found someone utterly worthless? Lin's mother, growing more fearful with each thought, couldn't help but ask Su Qingxue then. Qingxue, in your opinion, what would count as reliable? Auntie, in this day and age, aside from family background, at the very least, he should be an awakened combat profession practitioner, right? The level cannot be too low. A level 20 is the baseline. And he must have a proper job, not some drifter in a wasteland. With each condition Su Qingxue listed, Lin's parents felt their hearts grow colder. These criteria sounded so familiar. Each one felt like a reminder of their disappointing son Lin Yu. The atmosphere in the living room grew oppressive in an instant. Su Qingxue seemed to sense that she had touched upon a sensitive topic and quickly remedied. Of course, feelings are the most important. As long as he is good character and treats Yao Yao well, the rest is not unacceptable. Chen Rui nodded in agreement, saying, yes, uncle, and Annie don't need to worry too much. Even if the other party is just an ordinary person, as long as he is down to earth and hardworking, life can still be good. After all, not everyone possesses the talent to become a powerful practitioner. His words of comfort were filled with a condescending air of charity. Lin's couple's faces darkened further. In this awkward and tense atmosphere, the doorbell rang. All actions in the living room froze momentarily. They had arrived. Lin's father and mother exchanged glances, both seeing the tension on each other's faces. You all sit, your guests'll go, and open the door. Lin's father stood up, adjusted his clothes, and walked toward the door. Old Lin'll go with you. Lin's mother could no longer sit still, and quickly followed. Su's mother, Su Qingxue, and Chen Rui sat on the sofa, exchanging a tacit understanding in their expressions. This scene felt like an interview. Su's mother lowered her voice and said to Su Qingxue and Chen Rui, looking at their nervousness, it seems that the person Yao Yao found really isn't that impressive. Alas, this girl just has too soft a heart. Chen Rui did not respond, merely lifting his teacup and gently blowing on the steam. What kind of respectable person could a girl who hadn't even awakened possibly find? He came today purely to give Su Qingxue a face. Su Qingxue gently patted her mother's hand, signaling her to stop talking. She was eager to see what kind of person could make Lin Yao take this so seriously and bring him home. He came today purely to give Su Qingxue a face. Su Qingxue gently patted her mother's hand, signaling her to stop talking. In the next second, Lin's father stood frozen in place, his mouth opened as he struggled to utter a single word, the color draining from his face at a visible pace. Lin's mother, who followed closely behind him, staggered upon seeing the face outside. She pressed her hand tightly against her mouth to suppress her cries, but tears burst forth like beads slipping from a broken string. The three people in the living room were momentarily stunned. What was happening? Why this reaction? Su's mother was the first to break the silence, leaning forward and whispering to Su Qingxue, crying. Why is Lin's sister crying? Chen Rui also set his teacup down. Crying? Could it be? Out of sheer, a thought flashed through his mind. Could it be that the boyfriend Lin Yao found was so outstanding that it brought her parents to tears of joy? What kind of person could have such an effect? The son of the city mayor? Or perhaps an heir to Enshrank Guild? Su's mother clearly thought of this too. Her expression became fascinating, filled with shock and a hint of barely concealed jealousy. Qingxue, you quickly take a look and see who it is. Su Qingxue was also filled with immense curiosity. As good friends with Lin Yao, standing up to take a look at this time was not considered rude. She swallowed hard, stood up from the sofa, casually walked a couple of steps toward the door, and quietly peeked out. Just one glance. Su Qingxue froze entirely. The curiosity and the playful expression on her face instantly solidified, replaced by an extremely complex look mixed with shock, absurdity, and disbelief. How could it be him? In the living room, Chen Rui saw Su Qingxue's reaction and felt even more confused. Even Su Qingxue, who always held herself in high regard, was shocked like this. What was going on? He straightened his body, adjusted his collar, preparing to greet the person who could make both the Lin family and Su Qingxue lose composure. What kind of person was this? Chen Rui's curiosity piqued. The silence at the door continued. Lin's father trembled his lips, and after a long while managed to squeeze out two words from his throat. You? Lin's mother was already in tears, her hand covering her mouth trembled violently. A slightly hoarse male voice broke the silence. Dad, Mom. Chen Rui jolted. They just met, and they were already calling out to the parents. This guy could not be underestimated. Su's mother finally could not contain her curiosity any longer, stood up, and took a glance. She too was stunned, her expression equally complex, filled with shock, relief, and helplessness. At that moment, a lively figure emerged from behind the man in the impeccably tailored suit. Lin Yao playfully placed her hands on her hips, leaning her head against the man, her face adorned with an unprecedented radiant smile. Dad? Mom. Look who I brought back. This exclamation completely awakened everyone. Lin's mother could no longer hold back, collapsing into Lin's father's embrace, crying loudly. Chen Rui watched Lin Yu walk in, feeling a bit dazed. He whispered to Su Qingxue beside him, what is going on? Su Qingxue did not look at him. Chen Rui watched Lin Yu walk in, feeling a bit dazed. He whispered to Su Qingxue beside him, what is going on? Su Qingxue did not look at him, but quickly pulled out her phone, and Chen Rui watched Lin Yu walk in, feeling a bit dazed. He whispered to Su Qingxue beside him, "What is going on?" Su Qingxue did not look at him, but quickly pulled out her phone and typed a line of text. "He is the Lin Yu who shocked Ninghai province 5 years ago." Chen Rui's phone vibrated. He looked down. Lin Yu. He had certainly heard of this name. 5 years ago he awakened the epic profession all-encompassing card maker, yet he had willingly fallen into depravity, becoming obsessed with creating trash cards, ultimately severing ties with his family. That madman. A wave of complex emotions surged through Chen Rui's heart. To put it more bluntly, he felt jealousy. He envied Lin Yu's talent and looked down upon him for wasting it so carelessly. To put it more lightly, during the first 2 years of university, he failed to win over Su Qingxue, simply because at that time, she still harbored a flicker of hope for her childhood friend, believing that he would soar to greatness after a brief period of silence. It turned out to be him. Su Qingxue noticed the change in her boyfriend's aura and discreetly reached out to affectionately squeeze his hand under the table. She leaned close to his ear and whispered in a tone only the two of them could hear, "Don't cause any trouble today." An atmosphere of awkwardness quickly condensed and spread in the Lin family's living room. Su Qingxue calmly withdrew her hand, sensing the intense fluctuations in her boyfriend's emotions. She didn't say anything further, merely watching Lin Yu being pulled into the house by Lin Yao. It had been 5 years. He seemed to have changed, yet also remained the same. His face was still that familiar visage, but the youthful exuberance had faded, replaced by an inscrutable calmness. His figure was still slender, but he stood tall, devoid of any signs of despair. Most importantly, the obsessive indifference he had carried for 5 years had vanished. In its place was a calm that had settled, almost bordering on indifference. This made Su Qingxue feel a hint of strangeness. "Oh dear, what is wrong with my mind?" Lin's mother finally snapped back to reality from the overwhelming emotions, wiping her tears and instantly breaking into a radiant smile. "Yao Yao, you girl, what a big surprise. I thought." Never mind, never mind." She hurried over to Lin Yao, grabbing Lin Yao's hand and inspecting it closely. "You've lost weight, really lost weight. You must not have been eating well out there." Lin's father also approached, patting Lin Yao's shoulder, his lips moving as if to say something, but ultimately it just ended in a long sigh. "You've lost weight, really lost weight. You must not have been eating well out there." Lin's father also approached, patting Lin Yao's shoulder, his lips moving as if to say something, but ultimately it, "Your Aunt Su and Qingxue came to help you keep an eye on things. We thought you really found a boyfriend." Lin's mother playfully glared at her daughter, but the smile in her eyes was impossible to hide. Their son had returned. This was a monumental blessing for the Lin family. Nothing else mattered. The family was finally gathered together. Aunt Su cheerfully played peacemaker. "What a wonderful surprise. Little Yu is back." Lin's mother slapped her thigh, her whole demeanor brimming with enthusiasm. "Everyone sit down, don't be polite. Little Yu, you sit too. I'm going to the kitchen." Aunt Su was a perceptive woman, she knew the Lin family had many things to discuss at this moment, and it wouldn't be appropriate for her to stay. "Good sister, we won't disturb your family reunion." "Well, just. Hey, don't leave." Lin's mother grabbed her. "What kind of relationship do you have with me? You are not an outsider. You are definitely not an outsider. You must stay for dinner." Qingxue and Chen Rui, right. "You all stay too, it's just right for little Yu to get to know you." Lin mother's enthusiasm was impossible to refuse. Aunt Su thought for a moment, as she and Lin's mother were indeed like sisters, so staying to share in the joy made sense. Su Qingxue was not only Lin Yao's close friend, but also grew up alongside Lin Yu, so it was reasonable for her to stay as well. Thus Chen Rui became the only outsider. He stood there, neither able to stand nor sit, feeling utterly uncomfortable. This sensation further intensified his resentment and frustration. Fortunately, the Lin family and the Su family were warm-hearted. Lin's father invited Chen Rui to sit and took the initiative to start a conversation. "What does little Chen do for work?" "Uncle, I work as a consultant at a security company," Chen Rui replied politely, while also adding, "I provide security solutions for some major clients. It's quite a relaxed job." "That's good. Stable stability is good." Lin's father nodded repeatedly. In the living room, the elders were chatting. Lin Yao, like a cheerful little bird, flitted around Lin Yu, recounting the changes in the family over the past few years. Lin Yu listened quietly, occasionally nodding, his gaze sweeping over the familiar yet strange decorations in the living room, eventually resting on the awkward Chen Rui. This person harbored hostility towards him. A blatant hostility. The aroma of the dishes soon wafted out from the kitchen. A large round table was filled to the brim with sumptuous delicacies. Lin's mother removed her apron, glowing with excitement, as she announced, "Dinner is served. Don't be polite, dig in. Little you, eat more of this. It's your favorite sweet and sour ribs." The meal was enjoyed with great harmony. At least that was how it appeared on the surface. The topics at the dining table revolved around Lin Yao's imminent professional awakening, as well as the future wedding plans of Su Qingxue and Chen Rui. No one dared to touch the most sensitive subject, the past 5 years of Lin Yu and his future. Not until halfway through the meal. Lin's father had drunk 2 cups of wine, his cheeks flushed. He looked at his silent son, and ultimately could not hold back any longer. "Little Yu." As soon as he spoke, the atmosphere at the dining table came to a halt. Lin's mother immediately shot him a warning glance. But Lin's father ignored it. He looked at Lin Yu, speaking in a tone of negotiation. You see, now that you're back, you can't just be idle all the time. Let the past be the past. In the future, find a proper job and settle down. Oh, it's better than anything else. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone paused their chopsticks. Su Qingxue lowered her head, pretending to pick up food. Meanwhile, Chen Rui's lips involuntarily curled into a smirk. Here it comes. The family judgment segment. He was curious to hear how this once genius would respond to the question. Lin Yao anxiously watched her brother. Lin Yu set down his chopsticks and picked up a napkin to wipe his mouth. He didn't look at his father, but calmly surveyed the room. Finally he spoke. Dad, I have my own plans for work, you don't need to worry. His response was calm, neither excited nor impatient. But it was this tranquility that choked Lin's father, who had prepared a mouthful of teachings, leaving him speechless. What are your plans? You better not go and do your... Old Lin. Lin's mother suddenly slammed her chopsticks on the table, her voice rising sharply. Are you trying to cause trouble today? She pointed at the table full of dishes, then at Lin Yu. It's not easy for our son to come back. The family should enjoy a happy meal together. Why bring up those frustrating matters? No lecturing allowed. Today at this meal no one is allowed to lecture. Lin's mother was genuinely angry. Lin's father was taken aback by her outburst, looking at his wife's reddened eyes, and ultimately swallowed his words, raising his glass and draining it in one gulp. Lin's father was taken aback by her outburst, looking at his wife's reddened eyes, and ultimately swallowed his words, raising his glass. Chen Rui took all of this in. He chuckled coldly in his heart. Self-arrangement. What kind of arrangement could a useless person who had been out of society for 5 years possibly have? It was nothing more than relying on his parents' spoiling to continue being a freeloader. He increasingly felt that coming here today was a mistake. Sitting down to dinner with such a family was simply lowering his own status. He glanced at Su Qingxue beside him. Su Qingxue seemed to sense his thoughts and gently nudged him with her foot under the table. The meal ultimately concluded in a subtle atmosphere of harmony intertwined with undercurrents. Lin's mother enthusiastically packed the leftovers, insisting that Su's mother take them home, saying, Sister, take this back. You can heat it up tomorrow and eat it again. Don't waste it. In the elevator, the atmosphere grew a bit strange again. Chen Rui stood in the corner with his hands in his pockets, silent. Su Qingxue clung to her mother's arm, chatting with Lin Yao, but her gaze would often unconsciously sweep over Lin Yu and Chen Rui. In the elevator, the atmosphere grew a bit strange again. Chen Rui stood in the corner with his hands in his pockets, silent. Su Qingxue clung to her mother's arm, chatting with Lin Yao. Drive safely on the road. Lin's mother waved. Just as Lin Yu was about to turn back and follow his parents and sister, a voice called out to him. Lin Yu. Right? Wait a moment. It was Chen Rui approaching from beside the car with an unsettlingly self-satisfied smile. Uncle, Auntie, Yao, you all go ahead. I need to talk to Xiao Yu alone for a moment. We are both young, and perhaps there is something I can assist with. Chen Rui turned to the Lin family. His words sounded grandiose. Lin's father and mother exchanged glances, somewhat hesitant. Lin Yao immediately became vigilant, stepping forward to stand in front of Lin Yu. My brother can handle his own matters, there's no need to trouble you. Yao. Su Qingxue spoke up, gently pulling her sister back and wearing an appropriately reassuring smile. Uncle and Annie, don't worry. Chen Rui just wants to discuss some matters within the professional circle with Xiao Yu. He means no harm. Her words clearly carried weight. She was both Lin Yao's close friend and Lin Yu's peer, as well as Chen Rui. With her assurance, Lin's parents' doubts were quickly dispelled. Well, that's fine then, Lin's father nodded. Xiao Yu, be sure to have a good chat with him. With her assurance, Lin's parents' doubts were quickly dispelled. Well, that's fine then, Lin's father nodded. Xiao Yu, be sure to have a good chat with him. Seeing Lin Yu saying this, Lin Yao had no choice but to relent. However, still uneasy, she turned back every few steps as her parents pulled her into the elevator. For a moment, only Lin Yu, Chen Rui, and Su Qingxue remained in the parking lot. Su's mother was already in the car, leaning out to urge, Qingxue, hurry up. Su Qingxue had come with Chen Rui and was not in the same car as her mother. But they all had to return to Su's house tonight. Mom, you go ahead, I will be there soon, she said to her mother. After telling her mother, Su Qingxue turned and walked toward Chen Rui and Lin Yu. She was uneasy. She knew Chen Rui very well. Arrogant and prideful. She knew he must be simmering with frustration about today's meal. Su Qingxue felt that he would at most just throw around a few barbs or lecture Lin Yu with his 30-level experience, professional status, to assert his superiority. He shouldn't actually resort to violence. After all, this was right outside Lin Yu's home, and causing a scene would be. However, she still underestimated a man's foolishness when driven by jealousy. Just a few steps away, she saw Chen Rui already extending his hand toward Lin Yu, a false smile on his face. Lin Yu, let's get to know each other again. Chen Rui, Kingsu's boyfriend. His tone emphasized the words boyfriend. Lin Yu looked at him calmly and extended his own hand. The two hands clasped together. In that instant, Su Qingxue saw the veins bulging on the back of Chen Rui's hand, and a faint, almost imperceptible earthy yellow glow flashed from his palm. Attribute glow. He was using the power of a professional. Su Qingsu's heart raced with alarm. Chen Rue was a 30-level rock warrior with his strength attribute nearing the 50-point threshold. This handshake, seemingly a formality, was actually a power-laden attack. What does 50 points of strength mean? It means bending steel bars with bare hands is a piece of cake. This guy still couldn't restrain himself. What did he intend to do? Break Lin Yu's hand? Su Qingsu's face paled instantly as she lifted her skirt and ran over. Chen Rue, what are you doing? At this moment, Chen Rui's mind was filled with a single thought: to give a little less. He certainly didn't intend to actually cripple Lin Yu, but making him suffer for 10 days or so to understand the gap between them was entirely feasible. He used his attributes, but only applied 30% of his strength. To him, dealing with someone like Lin Yu who had been out of society for 5 years was more than enough. He even pictured that in the next second Lin Yu would let out a pig-like scream, painfully kneeling on the ground. However, a second passed. Nothing happened. The sound of bones shattering he had envisioned did not come, and there wasn't even a hint of pain on Lin Yu's face. Chen Rue was stunned. What was happening? He increased his grip strength slightly. Still no reaction. He felt that what he was holding was not a human hand. It was a piece of granite frozen by 10,000 years of ice. No, even harder than that. How could this be? Chen Rui's pride was challenged like never before. He refused to believe it. Just a useless person. How could he withstand his power? It must be an illusion. Break for me. Chen Rue roared inwardly, no longer holding back his professional core, operating wildly, pouring all 50 points of strength into his right hand. He intended to crush this hand that brought him such humiliation into dust. Lin Yu remained calm, as ever. The moment Chen Rue made his move, he didn't even take a moment to think. Hardening technique. His professional skill activated, followed by the terrifying enhancement of ghost card multiplication cycle, amplifying it by an astonishing 485,760 times. In that moment, the physical defense attribute of his hand had surpassed the definition of any known material on this planet. To him, Chen Rui's strength was no different from the struggles of an ant. In fact, it was a bit laughable. Crack. A crisp and painfully grating sound of bones breaking finally echoed in the silent parking lot. But the source of the sound was completely opposite to what Chen Rue had anticipated. A heart-wrenching scream pierced the night sky. Chen Rue jerked his hand back, staggering 2 steps back, his face filled with extreme pain and disbelief. His once proud right hand was now twisted at an unnatural angle, with pale bone shards piercing through the skin exposed to the air. Blood gushed out between his fingers. Su Qingxue, who had just rushed forward, witnessed this horrifying scene. She froze in place. Chen Rue used all his strength to crush Lin Yu's hand, and ended up breaking his own. Sitting down to dinner with such a family was simply lowering his own status. He glanced at Su Qingxue beside him. Su Qingxue seemed to sense his thoughts and the jealousy of a little boy. Nothing more than that. It was not worth paying attention to. He released his grip, allowing Chen Rue to hold his deformed right hand as he stumbled backward. Lin Yu. Su Qingsu's voice trembled with terror as she finally rushed forward, looking at the horrific state of Chen Rui's hand, then glancing at the unharmed Lin Yu, her mind blank. She wanted to question him, but found herself lacking the ground to do so. It was Chen Rue who had acted first. It was Chen Rue who had used the strength of a professional. Yet the result was that Chen Rue had severed his own hand. How could this be possible? Lin Yu ignored the two of them and turned to head upstairs. To him, this farce was already over. However, the utmost humiliation and excruciating pain ignited the flame of jealousy within Chen Rue. Useless. A complete waste. A waste who had squandered 5 years abandoned by his family, living on loans. How dare he? How could he? I will kill you. Chen Rue let out a beast-like roar. Ignoring the excruciating pain in his right hand, he clenched his left fist tightly, his body slightly sinking the concrete floor beneath him, cracking slightly from the gathering force. The full power of a level 30 rock warrior erupted at this moment without reservation. A yellowish glow completely enveloped his left arm, a manifestation of power pushed to its limits. Chen Rue, no. Su Qingxue screamed in despair. She wanted to pull him back, but Chen Rui's speed was a punch infused with all his dignity, and rage shot forth like a cannonball aimed directly at Lin Yu's back. This punch was enough to blast a large hole in a reinforced concrete wall. He wanted this useless person to die. Lin Yu's steps halted, but he did not turn around. Bang! A dull yet thunderous sound echoed. Chen Rui's fist struck solidly against Lin Yu's back. Yet the anticipated scene of flesh and blood flying did not occur. Lin Yu's body remained utterly still. It was as if what had been struck was not a person's back, but a mountain that stood immovable since ancient times. The madness on Chen Rui's face froze. It was as if what had been struck was not a person's back, but a mountain that stood immovable since ancient times. The madness on Chen Rui's face froze. Bang! Another loud sound erupted, but this time it was the sound of bones shattering. Chen Rui's left arm from his fist to his elbow exploded into a mist of blood in an instant. But that was not the end. The terrifying recoil continued to surge into his body. Crack! Crack! His already fractured right hand was completely shattered under the impact of this force. Ah! The piercing scream finally rang out. Chun Rui flew like a kite with a broken string tumbling over 10 meters before crashing heavily against a load-bearing pillar, then sliding down to the ground like a puddle of mud. His arms had completely vanished, leaving only 2 bloody stumps, blood gushing like a fountain. Su Qingxue stood dazed, looking at Chun Rui collapsed in a pool of blood, uncertain of his fate, then glancing at the unharmed figure of Lin Yu, feeling as if all the blood in her body had frozen. Dead, or just ruined. She did not know. All she knew was that her proud boyfriend, a level 30 elite professional, had exhausted all his strength to attack a waist and ended up crippling himself. This was a terrifying story beyond her comprehension. At that moment, Lin Yu finally turned slowly. The calm on his face had vanished, replaced by a faint yet chilling anger. If it weren't for the fact that Qingxue grew up with me, your actions would warrant a death sentence. A death sentence? He was not joking. He truly bore murderous intent. Su Qingxue shuddered, a fear that originated from the depths of her soul, nearly bringing her to her knees. She looked at Lin Yu, this familiar yet strange man, feeling for the first time that she had never truly known him. Lin Yu did not look at Chun Rui on the ground again. Such a lowly insect was not worth his time. But he needed a warning. A warning that would silence all petty individuals. He raised his right hand palm up. Multiplication card. He did not use the terrifying millionfold amplification. For dealing with such characters, it wasn't necessary. In an instant, the effects of 14 multiplication cards stacked in his mental sea. 16,384 times. A gray card appeared in his palm. Lightning spell. Effect summons a weak bolt of lightning with a power equivalent to static electricity when removing a sweater in winter. But under the 16,384 times amplification, this useless card would display godly might. Buzz. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only a tremor that seemed to come from the depths of space. In the next second, all the lights in the underground parking lot went out in an instant. Buzz. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only a tremor that seemed to come from the depths of space. In the next second, all the lights in the underground parking lot. Zizz. Zizz. The surveillance cameras installed in every corner exploded into sparks the moment they were touched by the lightning, completely destroyed. Beep, beep, beep. The alarms of all parked vehicles were triggered simultaneously, emitting a piercing shriek. But it lasted only half a second. The entire parking lot transformed into a sea of thunder and lightning. Su Qingxue was terrified by this apocalyptic scene, screaming as she crouched down, hugging her head tightly. Her body. The entire parking lot transformed into a sea of thunder and lightning. Su Qingxue was terrified by this apocalyptic scene, screaming as she crouched down, hugging her head tightly, her body shaking violently. And at the center of this sea of thunder and lightning, a thunderbolt trunk thicker than the load-bearing pillar began to take shape. It did not strike anyone. Instead, carrying the aura of annihilation, it slammed heavily into the wall far away in the parking lot. Boom. A sound loud enough to shake the building. The entire building shook violently. Dust filled the air, debris flew everywhere. When the electric light dissipated and darkness reclaimed the parking lot, only Lin Yu's figure remained standing. And on the distant wall, a terrifying hole over 3 meters in diameter, bottomless and flickering with arcs of electricity. Cold wind poured in from the opening, fluttering Lin Yu's clothes. And on the distant wall, a terrifying hole over 3 meters in diameter, bottomless and flickering with arcs of electricity. Cold wind, completely stunned. What was happening? What was going on? Lin Yu, had he not squandered 5 years? Was he not the waste obsessed with creating trash cards, resigning to his fate? Lin's mother enthusiastically packed the leftovers, insisting that Su's mother take them home, saying, "Sister, take." Lin Yu did not look back. He simply left behind a statement as calm as if declaring an objective fact. It's not too late to find a doctor now. As his words fell, he stepped forward, heading towards the elevator, completely leaving behind the shock, blood, and ruins. This sentence was like a bucket of ice water dousing Su Qingxue. She jolted, breaking free from the apocalyptic scene and the tremor in her soul. Doctor. Yes, a doctor. She crawled and rushed towards the puddle of mud lying beneath the load-bearing column. Chun Rui. He still had breath, but had completely passed out. The positions of his arms were nothing but 2 bloody holes, and blood continued to gush out, forming a small pool on the ground. Su Qingxue's stomach churned violently. She fought back the urge to vomit and took out her phone with trembling hands, only to find the screen completely black, utterly destroyed by the earlier terrifying electric surge. Her car. Su Qingxue frantically dashed towards Chun Rui's expensive sports car. Fortunately, the car could still start. With immense effort, she dragged the unconscious Chun Rui into the passenger seat. The car roared to life, tires screeching as they tore through the hellish parking lot. Cold wind poured in through the shattered window, stinging Su Qingxue's cheeks. Her mind was a chaotic mess. Lin Yu. What on earth was happening? Was that man really Lin Yu? Was he the same Lin Yu she had known since childhood, who later fell into depravity, making her despise him, even feeling that talking to him was a waste of time? Impossible. Just not long ago she and Lin Yu had gone to that rundown container to find him. What was he like then? Pale and emaciated, he looked like a half-dead wretch, exuding a decayed aura that was disconnected from society. And today? Today he wore a well-fitted suit looking somewhat better, but that frail physique showed no sign of change. Yet it was this frail body. Su Kingsu's mind uncontrollably replayed the scenes from earlier. Chen Rui, a level 30 rock warrior, an elite professional, using all her strength to grasp his hand only to have her own hand crushed. A punch filled with rage strong enough to shatter walls struck his back, yet he remained unfazed while Chen Rui's own arm was shattered by the recoil. And that last strike, that divine punishment like lightning, that was not a power any ordinary person or even a typical professional could possess. That was a natural disaster. Su Kingsu's hands gripped the steering wheel, shaking uncontrollably. What had Lin Yu been doing in these 5 years of disappearance? Was he really playing a bigger game? This absurd thought, which she had once scoffed at, now morphed into the most terrifying imprint deeply engraved in her mind. She felt she had caught a glimpse of an incomprehensible, terrifying secret. Lin Yu did not care about the fate of the two ants behind him. He stepped into the elevator, returned to his doorstep, and opened the door. "Brother, you're back." A petite figure immediately pounced over like a joyful fledgling, directly hanging onto his arm. It was Lin Yu. She had changed into a cute rabbit pajama, smiling brightly as she waited for him at the door. A trace of helplessness appeared on Lin Yu's face. He would bet that if he had not run away from home in these 5 years, Lin Yu at this age would have definitely felt more contempt than affection for him. How could she be like now, clinging to him like a little tail? Impossible. "I like brother the most." Lin Yu linked her arm with Lin Yu's, dragging him to the living room sofa, chattering nonstop. Seeing their son return, Lin father and Lin mother also breathed a sigh of relief. The earlier unpleasantness at the dining table had long dissipated. This is how a family should be. Lin Yu sat quietly listening to his sister talk about the amusing events at school, his gaze sweeping over the familiar yet somewhat strange decorations in the living room. Home again. This feeling wasn't bad. Lin Yu talked until her mouth was dry, took a big gulp from her cup, then naturally leaned over, resting her little head on Lin Yu's shoulder, her hands still clutching his arm, fiddling with the cuff of his suit. "Brother, your outfit looks really good, 100 times better than what you used to wear." "Is it, eh?" "Of course." Lin Yu's fingers glided unconsciously up his sleeve. Suddenly her movement stopped. A strange sensation emerged at her fingertips. Through the layer of shirt fabric, she felt some subtle, dense protrusions. Something was off. Lin Yu's brow furrowed slightly. Yesterday in the container, she had also hugged her brother's arm, but at that time it was chaotic and her mind was agitated, so she hadn't noticed. With a hint of curiosity, she cautiously pushed up Lin Yu's suit sleeve a little, then the shirt sleeve. When that small section of arm was exposed to the bright light of the living room, the smile on Lin Yu's face instantly froze. That seemingly frail arm was covered with dense, tiny pins. Some had already turned into light brown spots, clearly old, while more were new marks, slightly swollen. These pinholes spread from the wrist upwards, disappearing deep into the sleeve with no end in sight. It was because those pinholes were not obvious and the lighting was dim at the time she hadn't thought in that direction. Today, under the bright light, with a little attention, this horrifying sight could no longer hide. "Up!" Lin Yu instinctively gasped. "What's wrong, Yao Yao? So jumpy." Lin mother's voice came. Lin father also lifted his head from behind the newspaper. Lin Yu's body stiffened. She quickly let go of Lin Yu's sleeve, pulling it down swiftly, and squeezed out a smile towards her parents that looked worse than crying. "It's nothing. Nothing. A bug." She turned back, staring intently at Lin Yu, the brother who once made her feel incredibly safe. At that moment, she felt a chill rushing from her soul straight to the crown of her head. Lin Yu's heart felt as if it was tightly grasped by an invisible hand. She looked at Lin Yu, her lips trembling, using a voice only the two could hear, filled with a crying tone. She anxiously spoke. "Brother. What are you doing?" Lin Yu's fingertips recoiled suddenly, as if burnt. The bright light in the living room now felt painful. Those tiny old scars that had already healed into light brown spots, along with the fresh red swollen new holes, looked like ugly centipedes crawling from her brother's wrist deep towards the sleeve. Why had she not noticed that in the dark container yesterday? "Brother." Lin Yu's voice trembled, filled with a fear she hadn't even realized. How could her brother, who made her feel so safe and invincible, have such things on his arm? Was it really as she imagined? For money? Selling blood? Or was it something worse, those things that once touched would ruin one's life, only appearing in the news? In an instant, countless terrifying thoughts flashed through Lin Yu's mind, each one sending chills down. She recalled her brother's desolation in the shipping container, the ferocity of the debt collector Wang Gu, and the pile of brand new bills she had discovered. All the clues pointed to one most desperate answer. What are you doing?" Lin Yu's lips lost their color as she questioned him again, her voice trembling at a volume only the two of them could hear. She stared intently at Lin Yu, hoping to see a hint of panic or embarrassment on his face from being exposed. Lin Yu merely glanced calmly at the marks on his arm before slowly pulling down his sleeve to cover that shock. He pondered seriously for a moment. This question had to be answered, but the answer could not be the truth. This is proof of becoming stronger. He did not lie, but simply offered a version she could not comprehend. Becoming stronger. Lin Yao was on the verge of collapse, unable to accept this answer. What kind of becoming stronger requires this, say? Brother, stop lying to me. Are you short on cash? You can tell Mom and Dad. We are family. Why would you go? Go do this. Her voice uncontrollably grew louder, tears welling up in her eyes. What is going on? Yao, why are you shouting? Lin's mother came out of the kitchen holding a plate of cut fruits while Lin's father also put down the newspaper and looked over. Lin Yao's body stiffened, all the words clogging her throat. She could not speak. She could not voice those terrifying guesses in front of her parents. Lin Yu stood up and walked to his sister's side, gently patting her shoulder. I haven't done anything wrong. His movements were light, yet carried an undeniable stabilizing force. Trust me. Lin's father and mother exchanged glances, both sensing something was off from each other's reactions. Having lived for most of their lives, how could they not see the tense atmosphere between the two children? Lin's father stood up and walked in front of the siblings. He did not question the recent argument, but instead took out a bank card from his pocket. It was the most ordinary savings card. Lin's father handed the card to Lin Yu. Shall you take this? Lin Yu looked at the card without moving. Lin's mother also approached, wiping her hands, her eyes slightly red. Your dad is right, just take it. The password is your birthday. Lin Yao was stunned, watching her parents' serious actions and looking at the card momentarily, forgetting the fear from earlier. Dad, Mom, this is. Inside there are 3 million. Lin's father spoke, each word clear and heavy. 3 million. Lin Yao's head buzzed. Lin Yao's body also trembled slightly. In these years, aside from this house we live in, we have sold off all other assets that do not affect our lives. Lin's mother's voice was soft, yet it struck the hearts of the two children like a hammer. We have inquired, and the loans you owe outside over the years with all the messy interest added up, this amount should be enough to settle them. Pay off the debts. Lin's father looked at his son, who had once filled him with pride, but later disappointed him greatly, yet was still his beloved son. Don't drift alone out there. There is still a place for you at home. Yes, shall you? Lin's mother finally shed tears, smiling through them, nodding repeatedly. Come home. No matter what, family is always together. Whatever difficulties there are, we will face them together. The living room fell into dead silence. Only the sound of Lin's mother's suppressed sobs could be heard. Lin Yao was completely stunned. She looked at her parents' faces, which were no longer young and even a bit haggard, and at the bank card they handed over, which bore the weight of the entire family's hopes. It turned out, Mom and Dad knew everything. They knew how much debt her brother owed and how hard he had struggled over the past 5 years. They spoke of severing ties and harsh words, yet behind the scenes they were preparing a final escape route for their son in their own way. Lin Yao's tears could no longer be contained, rolling down in large drops. Lin Yu lowered his head. 3 million. This was their parents' lifetime savings. They should have used this money to enjoy their old age, to travel, to live the life they desired. But now, without hesitation, they handed it all over to their unfilial son, to let him come home. This amount weighed heavily. He, who already had the capability of 100-fold increase, could easily create immense wealth, felt a suffocating pressure. This is not money. This is all the hope of their parents for the second half of their lives. He could not refuse. In this situation, any refusal would be a trampling and insult to this love. Lin Yu slowly extended his hand. His fingertips touched the cold card. Then he took it and held it in his. The temperature of the card seemed to warm up instantly from his body heat. Dad, Mom. Lin Yu raised his head, his face devoid of the excitement or guilt his parents had anticipated, only a calm and solemn demeanor. Thank you. He did not say I will pay you back, nor did he say I don't need it. He simply accepted it, because he understood very clearly that from this moment on he carried not only his own future, but also this family. Seeing his son accept the card, Lin's father's tense facial lines finally softened a bit as he heavily patted Lin Yu's shoulder. It's good to come back. Lin's mother, wiping away her tears, finally smiled and nodded repeatedly. Yes, it's good to come back, good to come back. Lin Yao watched this scene, wiped her tears, and the enormous stone of worry in her heart seemed to be temporarily pressed down by this mountain called home. Yes, it's good to come back, good to come back. Lin Yao watched this scene, wiped her tears, and the enormous stone of worry in her heart seemed to be temporarily pressed. The heavy family meeting ended silently after Lin Yu accepted the bank card. Lin's father and mother seemed to have lifted the heaviest stone from their hearts, tired, yet with a hint of long-lost peace. After reminding each other to rest early, they returned to their rooms. Only Lin Yu and Lin Yao remained in the living room. Lin Yao's eyes were still red, and she pulled Lin Yu back to her room in silence. The pink walls, the desk piled high with study materials, and a cute rabbit desk lamp. Everything was not much different from when Lin Yu left 5 years ago. For now, I'm still living outside. Why? Lin Yao's voice suddenly rose, unable to understand. The debts at home are all paid off. Surged up again. You've already accepted Mom and Dad's money. When will you move back in? Lin Yu sat on his sister's desk chair. For now I'm still living outside. Why? Lin Yao's voice suddenly rose, unable to understand. The debts at home are all paid off. Why are you still living in that broken container? Didn't you say you were playing a bigger game? Is the game over now? Lin Yao's answer was calm and direct. Then what are you really doing? Lin Yao's fury was completely ignited. Just the thought of the countless holes on her brother's arm made her heart ache like a knife twist. She stepped forward and grasped Lin Yao's arm. The fears and suspicions that had been forcibly suppressed yesterday surged back up again. Brother, tell me the truth. Are you? She wanted to utter the most terrifying word, but she couldn't bring herself. Lin Yu looked at his sister's face filled with panic and pain, and he remained silent for a few seconds. He raised his right hand and solemnly held up 3 fingers. His gesture and promise carried a weightiness that did not belong to his age, instantly calming the oncoming collapse of Lin Yao. His gesture and promise carried a weightiness that did not belong to his age, instantly calming the oncoming collapse of Lin Yao. Lin Yao stared at him blankly, noting that there was not a trace of jest or insincerity on her brother's face. She was skeptical, but the immense panic was finally suppressed for the time being. She released her grip and slumped down beside her bed, burying her face in her knees. The room fell into silence. After a long time, Lin Yao finally spoke with a muffled voice. Brother, I'm so troubled. In 3 days I will undergo my professional awakening. Lin Yao raised her head, her face filled with confusion and helplessness. For these past 10 years I've worked tirelessly to learn, wanting to excel at everything. But all this effort seems insignificant compared to that random awakening in 3 days. What if I awaken to a very poor profession? What if I can only be an ordinary person for the rest of my life? What should I do? I don't want to be ordinary, brother. I don't want to face situations in the future like today, feeling powerless just watching you and our parents. Lin Yu was all too familiar with this feeling. 5 years ago he had the same exact anxiety. This world is so cruel. Talent or luck can easily negate all your previous efforts at certain points. Lin Yu stood up and walked in front of Lin Yao, mimicking his childhood self as he ruffled her hair. What are you thinking about? My sister is so smart and hardworking, the profession she awakens will definitely not be poor. What if it is? Lin Yao swatted his hand away. There is no what if. Lin Yao's actions were firm. You will definitely awaken to a powerful profession. He joked, trying to ease his sister's anxiety in the simplest way possible. Lin Yao pouted, clearly unimpressed. Lin Yu looked at her, the ease on his face gradually fading into seriousness. Yao, listen to me. Lin Yao was drawn in by his suddenly changed atmosphere and lifted her head. Promise me one thing. What is it? In 3 days after your professional awakening, until I come home. Lin Yu spoke clearly and deliberately. Do not make any decisions. Lin Yao was taken aback. What do you mean? What does it mean to not make any decisions? It means exactly that. Lin Yu did not explain further. Whether it's about your profession, your future, or anything else, don't take matters into your own hands. Wait for me. Brother, you're being cryptic again. Lin Yao's dissatisfaction flared up again. Why do you always leave everything unclear? What are you hiding from us? Lin Yu looked at her stubborn face, which bore too many similarities to his own. The same stubbornness, the same seriousness, the same unwillingness to be mediocre. He sighed softly. I act cryptically because I hope you never encounter a moment like mine where you must make a choice. Yao, you are too much like me. This statement caught all of Lin Yao's complaints in her throat. She looked at her brother and suddenly felt a bit aggrieved. Yao, you are too much like me. This statement caught all of Lin Yao's complaints in her throat. She looked at her brother. Lin Yu laughed. Yes, you study well. You're much better than I am. Mentioning this, Lin Yao's face finally regained a bit of spirit as she proudly puffed out her small chest. Of course. I'm the class monitor now. Oh, class monitor. Lin Yu feigned surprise. Is there a lot of power in that? Tons of power. Lin Yao instantly became excited, leaning in close to Lin Yu with a mysterious look. Let me tell you, but you mustn't tell mom and dad. Our homeroom teacher gave me his personal stamp. Now I can give all my classmates. Excuse notes. Lin Yu was amused by her proud expression. Haha, is that it? What kind of power is that? What do you know? Lin Yao retorted defiantly. This is called grassroots power decentralization. I can not only give excuses for our class, but I can also help students from other classes forge excuse notes. She became increasingly animated, as if she truly were some strategic mastermind. I have already used this ability to win the hearts of the entire senior year. Now, as long as I give the order, I could even take down the homeroom teacher, undermine the academic director, and control the principal. Lin Yu looked at her little clawing expression, laughing even harder. This girl, given time, will surely become great. Lin Yao, seeing that her brother was completely unconvinced, grew anxious. Really? I'm not lying. A few days ago I gave an excuse note to a student from the neighboring class. That guy was huge, but he still called me Yao Jia obediently. What happened next? Why did he take leave? Who knows? Lin Yao stuck out her tongue, her expression becoming a bit strange. It's funny, right before the professional awakening, how come he hasn't come back? His parents aren't worried at all. Lin Yao's heart stirred. He casually asked, what was that person's name? What was it again? Lin Yao tilted her head in thought. Oh, I remember now. Oh, it seems to be. Zhao Tianyang. The world is truly small. No, it's normal for Lin Yao to have won the hearts of the entire senior year, knowing a student from the neighboring class. Lin Yu frowned slightly and asked again, has he not come back these days? Lin Yao shook her head. I don't know, we aren't in the same class. Suddenly, she reacted, looking angrily at Lin Yu. No. Why are you concerned about Zhao Tianyang? You should be concerned about your sister. Look at me. I'm so troubled. I don't want to talk to you anymore. Lin Yu looked at her explosive reaction and extended his hand, gently pressing his finger against her forehead. Do you still have that card I gave you before? That was the only card. Lin Yu had made himself a white card called the blessing card. It is said to grant a random blessing. As for blessings, they are mysterious and supposedly useful during professional awakenings. Lin Yao took it out seriously. Lin Yu fumbled for a moment and then took it back. Along with it, he returned a full 104,576 layers of the blessing card's effects. If this is truly useful, Lin Yao will surely awaken to a remarkably powerful profession. The moment the blessing was passed over, Lin Yao seemed to freeze for an instant. A refreshing, indescribably comfortable sensation spread throughout her body from her forehead. Lin Yao instantly calmed down. The anxiety and inexplicable irritation about the future vanished. A refreshing, indescribably comfortable sensation spread throughout her body from her forehead. Lin Yao instantly calmed down. The anxiety and inexplicable irritation about the future vanished without a trace. She blinked, looking at Lin Yu in a daze. You should rest early. Lin Yu withdrew his hand. Don't overthink. Lin Yao obediently nodded and no longer made a fuss. Lin Yu stepped out of the room and gently closed the door behind him. He paused at the entrance. A thought crossed his mind, and through the invisible master-slave mark, he instantly locked onto Zhao Tianyang's approximate location. Taking a long vacation. It seems that the matter with Zhao Tianyang has not been resolved at all. Just in time, he also needs manpower. I hope this Zhao Tianyang is worth the effort. Lin Yu took out his phone and opened the map, comparing the vague location sensed in his mind with the map. This place is a lake center. Is Zhao Tianyang submerged in water? No. Lin Yu quickly switched to the black market map in his mind and compared once more. The sensed point perfectly coincided with a location on the black market map. This place is the old ghost hall. Half an hour later, at the black market dump, Lin Yu changed into the cheapest crow outfit from a few days ago, pulling the hood low to cover most of his face, and blended back into the chaotic yet vibrant shadows. He walked straight through the noisy crowd and arrived at the entrance of the old ghost hall. Dingling. The sound of wind chimes rang out. Lin Yu pushed the door open and a strong herbal scent mixed with the smell of disinfectant rushed toward him. The shop was very quiet. Behind the counter, the old ghost, wearing a beak mask, was idly polishing a flask. In the corner of the shop, a figure was curled up, wrapped in an ill-fitting coat, trembling uncontrollably. It was Zhao Tianyang. His complexion was even grayer than a few days ago, his lips cracked, and he exuded an aura of imminent death. Hearing the sound of the wind chimes, the old ghost raised his head. When he saw that the visitor was Lin Yu, his polishing action came to a halt. The figure curled up in the corner also struggled to lift its head. Upon seeing Lin Yu, a remarkable brightness erupted in Zhao Tianyang's dim eyes. He struggled, leaning against the wall, trying to stand up. Master! Master! As soon as he spoke, a violent cough erupted from him, as if he were about to cough up his lungs. The old ghost watched the scene. His expression behind the beak mask was quite fascinating. Did he really wait for this? This foolish boy, using the most clumsy method, stood by like a hunter, and he actually managed to catch that rabbit. This world is truly absurd. Lin Yu ignored the old ghost and walked up to Zhao Tianyang. I have a rough idea of your situation. Zhao Tianyang gasped for breath and wanted to say something, but Lin Yu interrupted him directly. Come with me. No unnecessary words, just the most straightforward command. Zhao Tianyang did not hesitate at all, nodding and using all his strength to follow Lin Yu, ready to leave. The old ghost watched Zhao Tianyang's precarious figure, which seemed ready to collapse at any moment, and shook his head inwardly. No hope. This kid is completely hopeless. The toxins from the medication have already invaded his bones and internal organs, and even a great Luo golden immortal would be helpless. One vial of life serum. It would barely scratch the surface. To completely eliminate the toxins in his body and pull him back from the gates of hell, at least 10 vials would be needed. And that might not even be enough. That's 5 million. Who would spend 5 million to save a person who has already been ruined? This deal would be a loss beyond measure. Lin Yu reached the door, but paused. He turned around and looked back at the old ghost behind the counter. Do you still have those 3 attribute potions from before? The old ghost was taken aback for a moment, then quickly reacted. Yes, of course I do. He retrieved the 3 boxes from under the counter. Giant strength potion inferior. Windrunner's breath inferior. Heart of the boulder inferior. What's the matter? The old ghost lined up the 3 boxes on the counter. Lin Yu did not answer his question, only calmly asked, how much? Old price, a total of 650,000. The old ghost's business instincts made him immediately quote the price. But once he said it, he hesitated. He looked at the loyal but dying Zhao Tianyang at the door, then at Lin Yu, who was mysterious and spent money like water. A crazy thought suddenly popped into his mind. Could he take a gamble? An investment? This is a high-risk investment with potentially unimaginable returns. The old ghost's heart began to race. He had spent half his life in this medicine alley relying on shrewdness and caution. But today, facing these two lunatics, he wanted to go crazy once and see if his gamble was right. Cough. The old ghost cleared his throat and made a move that surprised even Lin Yu. He pushed the 3 boxes toward Lin Yu. These 3 are a gift for you. A gift? Yes, a gift. The old ghost's mask faced him considerate. A gesture of friendship. Lin Yu looked at him. What is this old fox thinking? However, the old ghost's madness was just beginning. He watched Lin Yu's relatively calm reaction, gritted his teeth, as if he had made a greater determination. The effects of the inferior products are too poor and their side effects are significant. They do not deserve you. The old ghost said, turning and heading toward a safe that was locked with 3 locks in the deepest part of the shop. He used 3 different keys to open the cabinet door in sequence. From inside, he cautiously took out 3 boxes made of special metal radiating coldness. Bang, bang, bang. The 3 boxes were heavily placed on the counter, making a dull and heavy sound. The old ghost removed his beak mask, revealing a face slightly flushed with excitement. Today he was going to gamble everything. Giant strength potion, Windrunner's breath, heart of the boulder. He opened the first box, revealing a deep red potion, the liquid's luster far purer than that of inferior products, seeming to flow as if it had life. Produced by a regular military-industrial enterprise, original product. No inferior suffix. It can steadily increase strength by 5 points, and the pain level is only a third of that of inferior products. He opened the second one, a light blue gas, formed a miniature whirlwind in the test tube. Windrunner's breath. It steadily increases agility by 5 points. Finally, the third one was no longer a lump, but a yellow crystal as translucent as amber with a light pulsing at its core. Heart of the boulder, original. Steadily increases physique by 5 points. Assimilation risk reduced from 10% to 1%. The old ghost's breathing quickened as he pointed at the 3 potions. These 3 are samples I spent a lot of money to acquire through special channels. Originally, I intended to study them myself and break through the technical barriers. These 3 potions, the black market price on the market, are each no less than 800,000, and also scarce. The old ghost stared at Lin Yu, speaking every word clearly. Today, if you need them, I'll give them to you as well. A deathly silence enveloped the room. The old ghost removed his birdbeak mask, revealing a face flushed with excitement and fervor. He stared intensely at Lin Yu, his heart pounding violently in his chest. He had wagered everything. He had staked all his wealth on this inscrutable young man before him. These 3 genuine potions were his most treasured possessions, the hope for his revival in the latter half of his life. Now he had personally handed over that hope. Lin Yu gazed at the 3 potions on the counter, radiating a pure energy sheen, then glanced at the old ghost, who had fallen into a frenzied state. How interesting. Truly fascinating. From the initial shrewd calculations to the later tentative flattery, and now to this allure-nothing gamble. This old ghost possessed far more resolve than he had imagined. Lin Yu was not polite. He extended his hand and stored the 3 heavy metal boxes into his storage ring one by one. His movements were decisive and swift, without a hint of hesitation. As the old ghost witnessed this scene, the muscles on his face twitched involuntarily. The exhilaration of giving away something mingled with the heartache of having it taken away wove together 2 extreme emotions on his face, twisting his expression into a grotesque mask. Lin Yu chuckled. Old ghost, the road has widened. He turned around, ready to leave with Zhao Tianyang. When he reached the door, he paused, not looking back, and left a final remark. Don't worry, your fortune is yet to come. The chime of a wind bell rang out, then fell silent. Only the old ghost remained in the shop, slumped in his chair, gasping for breath. He stared at the empty counter, then at the door through which Lin Yu had vanished. The twisted expression on his face finally transformed into a long sigh, a sound of ambiguity between pain and laughter. Lin Yu walked through the chaotic alleys of the black market. Behind him, Zhao Tianyang followed, closely tightening his ill-fitting coat. With each step his body swayed, as if it might fall apart at any moment. He dared not get too close, fearing he might offend this master. Nor could he stray too far, afraid that he might lose sight of this only hope. Soon the 2 arrived at the entrance of the hive. Lin Yu used his card to open the heavy alloy door of bunker number 3 and stepped inside. Zhao Tianyang followed behind, and when the door slammed shut with a loud boom behind him, his body noticeably shook, isolated from the world. This feeling reminded him of the days he had spent locked in his home, waiting for death. Master! Master! Zhao Tianyang strained his body, attempting to bow. However, when he spoke, his voice came out hoarse like a broken wind instrument. Lin Yu turned around to look at him. Master. This title sounded rather awkward, as if he were acting in some third-rate period drama. Don't call me that. Lin Yu's reaction was quite calm. Zhao Tianyang was taken aback, lowering his head in fear. Then, how should I address you? Just call me brother, Lin Yu said casually. As soon as the words left his mouth, he frowned. No, brother was a term exclusive to Lin Yu. Forget it. Lin Yu amended, from now on call me boss. Boss. Zhao Tianyang was stunned again. This title compared to master carried less absolute control and more of a modern transactional feel. Yet he had no qualification to question it. Yes, boss. He replied respectfully. Lin Yu nodded and no longer paid him any mind, instead pressing a communication button on the wall. Soon a processed electronic voice echoed in the room. Bunker number 3, what do you need? It was the same woman from the front desk wearing a metal mask. Expand the space. Lin Yu stated his request directly. What level? Maximum. The voice on the other end fell silent for 2 seconds, seemingly confirming Lin Yu's authority and financial capability. Expansion to throne-level space using military-grade expansion array can extend the standard bunker to 300,000 cubic meters, ensuring absolute physical isolation and an independent circulation system. The cost is 10,000 per day paid on a peruse basis. 10,000 a day. That's 300,000 in a month. That price could easily rent a top-tier luxury apartment in the city center. Zhao Tianyang listened nearby, his heart racing. He had never seen so much money in his life. And this new boss was willing to pay such an exorbitant price just to expand a temporary room. That's fine. Lin Yu's response came without hesitation. He placed his black card against a sensor area on ding. Payment successful, balance 810,000. 20,000 disappeared in an instant. Space expansion array activated, expected duration 10 seconds. Please do not move. The electronic voice concluded. Virum. The entire bunker emitted a low rumble. Zhao Tianyang watched in horror as the metal walls before him began to retreat swiftly in a way that defied the laws of physics. The ceiling rose and the floor extended. What had once been a cramped 30 square meter room transformed into a vast void, so large it seemed to stretch beyond the horizon in mere seconds. Its scale was easily several football fields in size. After 10 seconds, the rumbling ceased. The world returned to an absolute silence. Only emptiness remained. An endless expanse of emptiness. Standing in this enormous space, Zhao Tianyang felt as small as a speck of dust. He looked at Lin Yu, who stood not far away. The silhouette of the figure clad in a cheap cloak suddenly appeared immensely grand and mysterious. Is this the world of the strong? Changing space at will, treating money as if it were dirt. In Zhao Tianyang's heart, besides the relief of surviving a catastrophe, there was an overwhelming sense of unease and inferiority. He clenched his fist, his nails digging deeply into his palms. He understood that there lay an insurmountable chasm between him and his boss. He moved his heavy footsteps to stand behind Lin Yu, lowering his head. Boss. His voice trembled, unable to conceal his fear. I don't know what I can do for you. I have not yet awakened, but due to the reckless use of potions I can no longer participate in the awakening ceremony, and my body is ruined. He spoke with great difficulty, each word peeling back the bloody scars of his past. I only have this last month to live. He raised his head, and in his dim eyes a flame of determination ignited. But I promise you, in this last month, no matter what you ask me to do, even if it's to die, I will not flinch. I will repay this kindness. He spoke with unwavering resolve, his words filled with a determination to stake. Yet this resolve felt so pale and powerless in the face of this vast, despair-inducing space. What could he possibly do? Clean up. There wasn't even a speck of dust here. Lin Yu looked at him, at this young man who clung to the last straw in despair. His vow was heavy, sincere. But to Lin Yu it held no meaning. What he needed was not someone to die for him, but a living person who could work for him and create value. Lin Yu spoke calmly, his voice echoing in the eerily empty space. Zhao Tianyang abruptly lifted his... But Lin Yu's next words extinguished half of the hope he had just ignited. It will be very painful. Lin Yu added, the genuine potions that old Guei provided will help lessen the pain. Zhao Tianyang was stunned. He completely did not understand. What does that mean? Lin Yu did not explain. He took out a card from his storage ring and activated it. A syringe emitting a soft golden glow appeared in his hand. Life Serum Standard Edition. Take this. Lin Yu handed over the syringe. Zhao Tianyang trembled as he accepted it. Inject it. Lin Yu said just a single word. Zhao Tianyang dared not hesitate for a moment. He rolled up his sleeve, revealing an arm marred by the misuse of inferior potions, mottled and covered in needle marks. The organs that had begun to fail seemed to be infused with a glimmer of vitality. The excruciating pain that had constantly tormented him eased just a little, his nearly withered body. The organs that had begun to fail seemed to be infused with a glimmer of vitality. The excruciating pain that had constantly tormented him eased just a little. Just a little. When the potion was fully injected, the warmth quickly dissipated. His condition improved slightly, but he was still far from recovery. Zhao Tianyang was dumbfounded. This was it. Was it all over? The fake drugs he had used before were poisons concocted by unscrupulous workshops, causing devastating and deep-rooted harm to his body. A standard life serum was a lifesaver for an ordinary person, but for someone in his dire situation, it was merely a drop in the bucket. A standard life serum was a lifesaver for an ordinary person, but Zhao Tianyang's face turned even grayer. So it turned out, his previous 500,000 could not save his life at all. Lin Yu watched his reaction with no surprise. With a flip of his hand, another life serum card appeared activated. An identical golden syringe. And again, just that one word. Zhao Tianyang suddenly looked up, staring at the second syringe in Lin Yu's hand, utterly stunned. Another one. That was 500,000. Boss. He stuttered, unable to speak. Inject it. Lin Yu's command held no emotion, but bore an undeniable authority. Zhao Tianyang gritted his teeth, took the second syringe, and once again plunged it into his arm. The same warmth, the same effect. His condition improved a bit more, but still not enough. Far from enough. Lin Yu's expression remained unchanged as he produced another one. Inject it. The third one. Zhao Tianyang's breathing grew rapid. He mechanically took it and injected it. The fourth one. Inject it. The fifth one. Inject. The 10th one. When the effects of the 10th life serum spread through his body, Zhao Tianyang finally showed a noticeable improvement. His complexion regained some color, and his breathing became much steadier. Yet he trembled violently, not from the effects of the potion, but from sheer terror. 10. A full 10 life. According to the pricing of Old Gui's Hall 1 was 500,000, making 10, 5 million. 5 million. This figure loomed like a mountain, crushing down on his heart and nearly suffocating him. He had never seen so much money in his life. And now 5 million was just injected into his own body. How could he repay this kindness? With his life? Was his life worth 5 million? Boss. Zhao Tianyang's voice cracked. That's enough, really enough. Before he could finish, he was completely stunned by the scene before him. Lin Yu waved his hand. With a clatter, a large pile of potions shimmering with golden light was casually dumped onto the ground. Life Serum Standard Edition. 110/50/100. Over 100 life serums piled into a small mountain, the brilliant golden light almost turning the area into a golden hue. Zhao Tianyang's mind buzzed, blanking out entirely. He was utterly dumbfounded. What was this? An illusion? What had he just seen? Life Serum Standard Edition. 110/50/100. Over 100 life serums piled into a 50 million. He dared not imagine. His brain had completely crashed, unable to think at all. In the next moment, he made an instinctive move. Thud. Zhao Tianyang's knees buckled heavily, kneeling on the ground, bowing frantically to Lin Yu and the boss. No, don't use any more. I don't deserve it. I truly don't deserve it. Please, take it back. My worthless life isn't worth this much money. It's really not worth it. Tears streaming down, he completely broke down. This was no longer a kindness. It was a terrifying burden that could crush his soul. He would rather die from illness than accept even one more potion. Lin Yu looked at Zhao Tianyang, who was kneeling on the ground and had completely lost control, his face still showing no signs of fluctuation. Knowing gratitude and also saving the boss money, sigh, a rare good beast of burden. He bent down and casually picked up one from the pile of potions. He walked in front of Zhao Tianyang and shoved the syringe into his hand. Inject it. This time Zhao Tianyang gripped the syringe tightly, shaking his head desperately. No, boss. I want to inject it. I can't do it anymore. Please just kill me. I can't repay this. I can never repay it in my life. Lin Yu did not speak again. He simply reached out and grabbed Zhao Tianyang's arm. Then he took the syringe, aimed at the needle hole, and without a moment's pause stabbed it in, pushing all the potion inside. The 11th one. After doing all this, he picked up another one and stuffed it into Zhao Tianyang's hand again. The actions repeated, precise and cold. Zhao Tianyang felt despair. He looked at Lin Yu, this boss whom he could not fathom at all. Resistance was mean. Refusal was also meaningless. This was the command from the boss. He gave up thinking. He became an pick up, inject. Pick up again, inject. 20, 50, 100. His movements became increasingly numb. His body had completely lost the sensation of the needle prick. Lin Yu scrutinized Zhao Tianyang before him. Not bad. After being baptized by 200 doses of life serum, he had undergone a complete transformation. The originally depleted body, which had suffered from the abuse of drugs, was not only fully replenished, but even gained a certain degree of enhancement under the nurturing of immense vitality. He was robust with abundant vitality. It was evident that his talent was indeed impressive, a promising seed. Lin Yu sensed the invisible master-servant mark in his mind. Very solid. Zhao Tianyang's current loyalty, mixed with the relief of surviving a catastrophe, fear of the unknown, and despair over the colossal debt of 100 million, formed an extremely stable emotional shackle that bound him tightly. Very good. A qualified tool had been initially crafted. Next it was time to upgrade the tool. Lin Yu no longer. He took out the 3 heavy metal boxes sent by the old ghost from his storage ring. Bang, bang, bang. The 3 boxes were placed on the ground in sequence. Boss. Zhao Tianyang stared at the 3 extraordinary boxes, puzzled. Lin Yu ignored him and crouched down to open the first box. Inside lay a deep red potion, its liquid shimmering with pure and rich luster. Giant Strength Formula Original. Lin Yu extended his hand and activated the skill. Card Transformation. This time he encountered almost no resistance. Supported by a mental strength of 500 points, the transformation of such items had become effortless. A card glowing with red light appeared in his hand. Following the same procedure, he transformed Breath of the Windwalker and Heart of the Rock. 3 cards representing top-tier attribute potions for strength, agility, and constitution lay quietly. Based on his previous experience with the Awakening Potion, to raise a basic attribute from 0 to the cap of 500 points, he would need at least 2,000 doses. Considering the subsequent drug resistance, this quantity might only increase. So he decided to get 2,000 of each. Lin Yu's thoughts shifted. Ghost card. Doubling card. With his current mental strength of 500 points, he could maintain the existence of 22 doubling cards simultaneously. But he didn't need such an exaggerated multiplier. 11 doubling cards 2 raised to the 11th power amounted to exactly 2,048. That was sufficient. Buzz. The space within the storage ring began to exponentially multiply once again. The 3 original potions, the Old Ghost's Private Awakening Potion and the Auxiliary Consumable Life Serum, began to rapidly double in quantity. In just a few breaths' time, the cycle stopped. Lin Yu waved his hand. Crash. A torrential downpour of potions began to fall inside the empty bunker. 4 small mounds, and 1 large mound appeared out of thin air. 1 mound burned with a deep red glow representing pure strength. Giant Strength, Formula Original X, 2048. 1 mound spun with a pale blue vortex, symbolizing ultimate speed. Breath of the Windwalker Original X, 2048. 1 mound radiated a heavy earthy yellow glow indicating an indestructible physique. Heart of the Rock Original X, 2048. 1 mound emitted a bluish glimmer of water representing mental power. Awakening Potion X, 2048. Finally, the last and highest mound, its golden glow nearly illuminating the entire dome of the bunker. Life Serum Standard Version X, 8192. Zhao Tianyang stood frozen in place, utterly petrified. His body trembled uncontrollably, his teeth chattered, producing a clattering sound. He looked at the 4 peaks formed by wealth and power, and his brain completely ceased to function. He recalled the Old Ghost's words. These 3 potions on the black market each is worth no less than 800,000. And they're priceless. 800,000 each. Here, how many doses are there? 2,048 doses. Zhao Tianyang's lips quivered as he struggled to calculate a mathematical problem he had never dared to imagine. 800,000 multiplied by 2,048. 160 million. No, 16 billion. He couldn't figure it out. This number had surpassed his comprehension. And this was just 1 mound. There were 3 mounds here. That would be nearly 5 billion. And that pile of gold, that was life serum. The previous 200 doses were worth 100 million. Here, there are over 8,000 doses. For billion. Altogether, it is. Thud. Zhao Tianyang's legs went weak, and he knelt down. He did not bow down, nor plead for mercy. He cried. Not out of fear nor excitement. He simply looked at the 4 peaks of cards, and tears streamed uncontrollably down his face. He had calculated himself to tears. He thought about his life over the past 18 years. Born into an ordinary family, he worked desperately to change his fate, to give his parents a good life. He believed that as long as he worked hard enough, he could achieve greatness. It wasn't until he encountered those inferior potions that he realized hard work was worthless in the face of real shortcuts. He took a shortcut and then fell into the abyss. He thought his life was over. But now what did he see? Close to 10 billion wealth casually piled on the ground like garbage. His worldview, values, and outlook on life were utterly shattered at that moment, then reassembled in an incredibly distorted way. It turned out that money was truly just a number. It turned out that power could indeed be created out of thin air. It turned out that the gap between people could be greater than that between mortals and deities. Lin Yu paid no attention to this already mentally disoriented subordinate. He walked to the wall and pressed the communication button. No. Free bunker, is there anything needed? Still that cold electronic voice. Open another room. What level? Same level. The throne level space extension already exists. To open a subsidiary space of the same level beside it, the cost is 10,000 per day paid in advance. Okay. Lin Yu swiped the black card. Ding. Payment successful, balance 790,000. Another 20,000 disappeared. Boom. The heavy metal wall slowly opened a similarly thick alloy door. Behind the door was another identical desolate and vast space. Lin Yu pointed to the 5 mounds of potion. Your task. His voice echoed in the empty bunker, clearly reaching Zhao Tianyang's ears. Finish all of until all 4 basic attributes reach 500 points. After saying this, Lin Yu no longer glanced at him and turned to walk towards the newly opened door. He also needed to begin his own enhancement. But as the boss, he had to maintain the most basic sense of mystery and oppression. Sitting side by side with subordinates to get injections. That was absurd. Boom. The heavy alloy door slowly closed behind him. In the vast space, only Zhao Tianyang remained, along with the 4 peaks of potions worth nearly 10 billion before him. He sat cross-legged and took out 3 genuine potion cards sent by the old ghost along with the vast inventory he had replicated all from his storage. He sat cross-legged and took out 3 genuine potion cards sent by the old ghost along with the vast inventory he had replicated all from his storage ring. Giant Strength Potion Original. Windrunner's Breath Original. Heart of the Boulder Original. And as an auxiliary consumable life serum. He already had experience. The enhancement process of the Awakening Potion had allowed him to grasp the rules governing these attribute potions. The first 100 points had the best effects. From 100 to 300 points the effects would diminish. Beyond 300 points the effects would further decline significantly. And he possessed an almost unlimited supply of potions. This decline was meaningless to him. All he needed to do was repeat. Lin Yu picked up a Giant Strength Potion, activated it, and injected it. A surge of searing energy instantly flooded his muscle fibers, causing every cell to expand, tear, and then reorganize under the stimulation of this power. Next he picked up a life serum and injected it. The gentle vitality soothed the tearing pain and reinforced the newly formed muscle tissue. Strength 9. Again. The second Giant Strength Potion, the second life serum. Strength 19. The 10th one. Strength 59. His mental strength reached 500 points, and his control over his body was far beyond that of Zhao Tianyang before. Moreover, his absorption efficiency of the potions also far exceeded that of ordinary people. Additionally, he did not need to first use 200 life serums to eliminate the toxins and hidden injuries within his body like Zhao Tianyang had. His body during the previous enhancement process of 500 points of mental strength had already been repeatedly refined, becoming a clean slate. The effects began to have. Lin Yu remained expressionless and continued to inject. He moved like a precise program, constantly repeating the cycle. The effects began to have. Lin Yu remained expressionless and continued to inject. He moved like a precise program, constantly repeating the cycle of taking, activating, injecting, and taking again. Strength, Agility, Constitution. The 3 attributes were raised alternately by him. He did not calculate how much time had passed. In this isolated bunker, time lost its meaning. Only the continuously fluctuating numbers on the panel proved that his life level was undergoing a tremendous leap. When the last heart of the boulder was injected into his body, that feeling of enhancement finally disappeared completely. All 3 of his fundamental attributes had reached a perfect integer, just like his mental strength. 500. Lin Yu slowly stood up. He moved his neck, producing a series of crisp cracks. He could feel that every corner of his body was brimming with explosive energy. Muscle density, nerve reaction speed, cellular vitality. All had been elevated to a superhuman level. If he had been a mere frail vessel filled with immense mental strength before, now this vessel had been reinforced into an incredibly solid fortress. He glanced at the empty potion vial. To stack his 3 attributes to 500, he had consumed over 6,000 original potions and an equal amount of life serum. Moreover, the time he spent was far quicker than he had anticipated. He wondered how Zhao Tianyang was faring. Lin Yu walked to the wall, and the heavy alloy door slowly opened before him. He stepped outside. In the similarly vast space next door, Zhao Tianyang remained in that position. He sat before a mountain of potions, mechanically injecting himself. His movements had become numb, his face devoid of expression, only a kind of near-religious focus. The ground was already piled high with densely packed empty syringes far exceeding those on Lin Yu's side. Faced with the wealth and power that could cause any ordinary person to mentally collapse, he had not lost himself, nor had he become lazy. Instead, faced with the wealth and power that could cause any ordinary person to mentally collapse, he had not lost himself, nor had he become lazy. Instead, he executed the boss orders meticulously. Very well. After an unknown amount of time, Zhao Tianyang finally picked up the last Giant Strength Potion and pushed it into his arm. At the moment the potion was injected, boom. A visible wave of pure vitality erupted, centered around him. The entire vast bunker space trembled slightly due to this wave. Zhao Tianyang slowly stood up. His already robust body now appeared even more proportionate and filled with a sense of power, every inch of muscle seemingly forged from tempered steel. He looked down at his hands, feeling the 4 torrents of immense energy coursing through him like rivers. Strength, Agility, Constitution, Spirit. All 4 fundamental attributes had reached the upper limit of 500 points. He had been reborn. He had gained a new life. Zhao Tianyang raised his head and looked at Lin Yu, who stood not far away. That figure in a cheap cloak looked so slender, yet in his eyes it appeared more magnificent than a deity. He felt not a shred of joy or excitement. His face bore only the calmness of profound silence. He stepped forward, taking steady strides toward Lin Yu. Thud! Zhao Tianyang's knees slammed heavily against the hard metal floor, creating a dull thud. He deeply buried his head, his forehead pressed tightly against the cold ground. This time it was not out of fear, nor despair, nor even the unfathomable gratitude. Boss. His voice was hoarse, yet incredibly firm. My life is given by you. From today on, Zhao Tianyang will be the sharpest blade and the sturdiest shield. Wherever the blade points, wherever the shield stands, that is the only direction of my life. If I break this oath, may heaven punish me, the earth condemn me, and my soul scatter, never to be reborn. He raised his head, and in those once dull eyes now burned a flame called faith. He had completely submitted. From body to soul, he had thoroughly submitted. Lin Yu looked at him calmly. All of this was within his expectation. Get up. Yes, boss. Zhao Tianyang stood up respectfully, standing to the side with his hands down like the most loyal guardian. In 3 days it will be this year's Occupational Awakening Day. Lin Yu spoke. Zhao Tianyang's body trembled. Occupational awakening. This term, which he had once yearned for and later completely despaired over, was once again spoken from someone else's mouth. In these 3 days you will follow me. Lin Yu paid no heed to his emotional changes. There is an important matter that requires manpower. 3 days later you will awaken as usual. Zhao Tianyang did not hesitate, did not doubt, and immediately bowed his head. Yes, boss. The heavy alloy door of the hive slowly opened and then closed behind him. Lin Yu walked ahead, donning the cheap black cloak once more. Zhao Tianyang followed closely behind, matching his every step. He had already changed into a fitted black combat uniform, a spare provided by the bunker's storage cabinet. With a physique boasting full attributes of 500 points, he exuded a restrained, yet dangerous aura. He was no longer the dying man trembling in the corner, but rather a drawn blade, silent and sharp. Even without a profession, he was still overwhelmingly formidable. All his attention was focused on the frail figure. The two of them, one in front and the other behind, blended back into the chaotic crowd of the black market dump. The surrounding clamor and filth had no effect on them. The aura surrounding Zhao Tianyang made the oblivious thugs instinctively avoid him. Lin Yu had a clear goal in mind. He navigated through several alleys and finally stopped in front of a familiar door. The old ghost hall. Dingling. The sound of wind chimes rang out. Lin Yu pushed the door open. The rich scent of herbs remained as potent as ever. Behind the counter, the old ghost, wearing a bird beak mask, was absent-mindedly organizing a row of test tubes. Those 3 genuine potions were the fruit of his lifelong efforts. Just like that, they were given away. During this time, every second was filled with regret and anticipation alternating in his mind. He heard the sound of the wind chimes, but did not lift his head. We're not open today. If you want to buy something, come back tomorrow. He halted mid-sentence. He saw that familiar black cloak. It was that madman. The old ghost's heart raced, and he nearly dropped the test tubes in his hands. He's back. So soon. Is he here to invest more, or to tell himself that he has failed? And the old ghost leaned against the counter, forcing himself to calm down. His gaze passed over Lin Yu and landed on the person behind him. A young man in a black combat uniform, tall and steady, exuding a calm presence. Such powerful life force. This physique, this mental state. Absolutely elite among elites. How could such a person associate with that madman? The old ghost's mind raced. Is he a newly hired bodyguard? No. The old ghost looked at the young man's face, feeling a sense of familiarity. Where have I seen him before? Zhao Tianyang sensed the old ghost's gaze and stepped forward, standing next to Lin Yu, slightly bowing. Boss. This salutation was extremely respectful. Instantly, the old ghost's attention was completely captured by this face. He stared intently at Zhao Tianyang. This face. In the depths of his memory, a gray, puffy, lifeless face slowly overlapped with the distinct, vibrant face before him. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. It's Zhao Tianyang. The one he had determined would not survive a month. Even a great immortal could not save him. The old ghost's body began to tremble uncontrollably. As a seasoned pharmacist, he could clearly sense Zhao Tianyang's current life state. This is not simple recovery. That vitality, robust and overwhelming, was at least 10 times stronger than before he abused the potions. The energy fluctuations within him. Strength, agility, physique. Each aspect had reached a terrifying value. This is a rebirth. This is a miracle. The old ghost's mind went blank with a buzz. He understood better than anyone what it took to pull Zhao Tianyang back from the brink of death. 10 vials of life serum. That's merely a drop in the bucket. That would only allow him to die with a bit more dignity. To completely purge the deeply ingrained toxin from his body and restore his depleted foundation, at least hundreds would be needed. That's tens of millions. But now, Zhao Tianyang not only survived, but has become even stronger. Strong to an absurd degree. This is no longer a problem that a few million can resolve. Those 3 genuine potions. Yes, those 3 potions. But even those 3 potions would only enhance attributes. They couldn't possibly have such a miraculous effect of resurrection. Moreover, how long has it been? Not even 2 days. In just 2 days a miracle was created. The old ghost's breathing became exceedingly rapid and his face beneath the bird beak mask twisted in sheer shock. He recalled Lin Yu's words when he left. Don't worry, your fortune is yet to come. Fortune. This is immense wealth. This is an opportunity to reach the heavens. Ha ha ha. The old ghost suddenly burst into laughter. Laughing, he suddenly tore off the bird beak mask from his face and slammed it hard onto the ground. Bang! The mask shattered, revealing a face flushed with ecstatic joy, even somewhat grotesque. He bet right. He bet right. This was the most correct, most insane, and most genius investment he had ever made in his life. He wagered his entire fortune for a ticket to a new world. Boss. The old ghost darted from behind the counter with the agility of a young man. Hearing Zhao Tianyang's address, he immediately corrected himself. He would tie Lin Yu to this ship, even if he had to force it. He rushed to Lin Yu's side, trembling with excitement. You're back. He wanted to say something, but didn't know where to start. All words seemed pale and powerless in the presence of this miracle. He could only repeat, you're back. That's good as long as you're back. Lin Yu looked at his uncharacteristic behavior, showing little reaction. Everything was as expected. If you want the horse to run, you must show it the grass. And it must be the best grass that no one else has. He walked over to a nearby chair and sat down, while Zhao Tianyang immediately stood like an iron tower behind him. Lin Yu extended his hand and placed 3 genuine potions on the table. Titan's Strength Potion Original. Windsurfer's Breath Original. Heart of the Boulder Original. Upon seeing these 3 potions, the old ghost's ecstatic expression instantly froze, turning pale. Is he returning them? Is he asking for a refund? As that thought crossed his mind, the old ghost's heart felt like it was gripped by an invisible hand, nearly stopping its beat. Is he asking for a refund? As that thought crossed his mind, the old ghost's heart felt like it was gripped by an invisible hand, nearly stopping its beat. I'm not here to return them. Lin Yu interrupted him. The old ghost was taken aback, his heart eased halfway, but he still looked nervously at Lin Yu. Lin Yu pointed at the 3 potions on the table. Let me ask you, how many vials would you need as research material to crack the formulas for these 3 potions? Crack the formulas? The old ghost's professional instincts were awakened. He looked at the 3 potions, his expression rapidly shifting to one of professionalism and seriousness. He pondered for a moment. Boss, you have overestimated me. These 3 are the top-tier original goods on the market, and their formulas are closely guarded secrets of major pharmaceutical companies. Let alone cracking them. Even replicating 70 to 80% effectiveness could establish a new 3 vials. The old ghost chuckled bitterly. 3 vials, and I don't even have confidence in analyzing the basic components. Each attempt is a consumption, and the failure rate is too high. I cannot guarantee it. This is also the reason I have collected them for so long, but have never dared to make a move. Lin Yu nodded, slightly remaining silent. He waved his hand. On the table, 3 identical potions appeared out of thin air. Each type now had 2 bottles. The old ghost's eyes twitched. This? Lin Yu waved his hand again. On the table, the quantity of each potion changed to 3 bottles. The old ghost's breath halted. What kind of trick is this? Created out of thin air. No, wait, this must be some kind of storage equipment. But even if it is storage equipment, where did he get so many top-grade potions? Could it be he truly is a young master from some pharmaceutical company, taking the company's goods privately? Before the old ghost could think it through, Lin Yu waved his hand once more. This time, the quantity of each potion on the table directly changed to 10 bottles. 30 top-grade potions exuding an enticing glow were neatly arranged on the table, forming a powerful visual impact. What about now? Lin Yu asked. Gulps. The old ghost swallowed hard. 10 bottles. 10 of each. This amounts to 30 million worth. With so many samples, he truly had the confidence to try. Boss, if I have 10 bottles, I have a 30% chance to replicate a similar product within half a year. The old ghost's voice twisted with excitement. Lin Yu shook his head. Too slow, and the success rate is too low. He looked at the old ghost and spoke slowly. As soon as the words fell, Lin Yu's hand slammed heavily on the table. Crash. The table was instantly piled. Deep red, giant strength potion, light blue, breath of the windwalker, and earthy yellow, heart of the rock. Each one formed a small mountain. Counting roughly, each type exceeded 100 bottles. These are your funds. Lin Yu's voice was calm, but in the old ghost's ears it was akin to thunder. My goal is to have you help me distribute them. As for cracking the formula, that's just a side task. You can use these potions freely and consume as you wish. If you think it's not enough. Lin Yu paused, saying something that completely shattered the old ghost's worldview. I have as many as you want here. The old ghost's mind went blank, completely crashing. He stared blankly at the more than 300 top-grade potions on the table, each worth 800,000 on the black market. More than 300. That amounts to over 200 million. Funds. Distribution. How many? As many as you want. In an instant, all the clues connected in his mind. The resurrection of Zhao Tianyang. Recklessly raising the price by 300,000 to buy medicine. Now there were these mountains of top-grade potions worth over 100 million. And that casually spoken, as many as you want. He finally understood. He finally understood why Zhao Tianyang underwent such a transformation. Boss, you want to distribute these? The old ghost's voice was hoarse and dry, each word seeming to squeeze out from his throat. 200 million worth of goods. Hiss. This place is too small. Lin Yu did not answer, only glanced around the cramped shop. The old ghost instantly snapped awake. There is a place. Boss, follow me. The old ghost hurriedly crawled towards the back door of the shop, personally opening an inconspicuous hidden door for Lin Yu. Inside is my private warehouse, absolutely safe. Absolutely quiet. Lin Yu stood up and followed. Zhao Tianyong walked closely behind like a silent shadow. Passing through a dim corridor, the three arrived at a spacious underground space. About 200 square meters with thick concrete walls and some clutter and medicinal materials piled on the floor. Boss, look here. The old ghost's words were not finished. Crash. A sound 10 times more intense than before exploded throughout the entire warehouse. This time it was no longer the small mountains on the table. Instead, there were 3 true mountains made of potions. Deep red, light blue, and earthy yellow, the 3 colors shone together, almost illuminating the entire dark warehouse. Countless potions poured out from Lin Yu's storage ring, piling up on the ground into 3 mountains that made one's scalp tingle. Each mountain was composed of thousands of top-grade potions. These are the first batch of goods. Lin Yu turned to look at the old ghost, who was already completely frozen in place. This is the cargo I want you to help me distribute. The old ghost trembled violently, staring at the 3 mountains of potions in front of him, his brain unable to calculate their value. Each bottle worth 800,000. 1,000 bottles equals 800 million. Here. There are at least 3 to 4,000 bottles. That means 30 billion. The first batch of goods. Thud. The old ghost's legs weakened, and he heavily knelt on the ground. This time he knelt more thoroughly and willingly than Zhao Tianyong. His murky eyes were filled with fervor, fear, and a sudden realization of the ultimate truth. Having navigated the black market all his life, thinking he was well informed, the scene before him had exceeded the limits of his imagination. Could a person who could produce so much goods be an ordinary person? Would such an existence seek the help of an old man like him for no reason? This was an enormous opportunity, as well as a test that could lead to destruction. If he couldn't grasp it, he would die. If he could seize it, he would rise to greatness. The old ghost's heart trembled. He made the most significant decision of his life. He heavily knocked his head on the ground, his forehead hitting the cold cement floor with a dull thud. Boss, I, the old ghost, am willing to serve you to the death. Please give me a chance. I am willing to sign a master-servant contract, serving you forever without any second thoughts. To prove his loyalty, he proactively proposed the contract. He wanted to bind himself completely to this divine chariot. Lin Yu calmly looked at the old ghost kneeling on the ground. A master-servant contract. He recalled Zhao Tianyong. That invisible thread connecting souls made him understand that the slots for master-servant contracts were extremely precious. Each slot represented someone who could be completely trusted, someone with whom life and death could be entrusted. This old ghost, shrewd and calculating, was a competent businessman, but he was far from that standard. You are not qualified yet. Lin Yu's voice was not loud, but it struck the old ghost like a thunderbolt. Not qualified. Not even qualified to be a slave. A wave of immense disappointment and fear instantly engulfed him. Lin Yu's heart remained unperturbed. Yet this old ghost was indeed the most suitable candidate for managing the distribution channel at this stage. He had to give him a glimmer of hope, but he couldn't let him take an inch. Just as the old ghost felt as if all hope was lost, a flash of inspiration struck him, recalling another type of contract rumored in the black market. Boss. He suddenly raised his head, his face filled with desperate madness. If the master-servant brand won't work, then how about a time-limited contract? For a term of 3 years. This type of contract does not take up precious permanent contract slots and automatically dissolves when the time is up. I just need one chance. A chance to serve you. He looked at Lin Yu, his eyes filled with longing for the future, a desire for power, without a trace of rejection. For someone like him who had struggled at the bottom his whole life, freedom was far less important than the chance to rise to great. A time-limited contract. Lin Yu was hearing about it for the first time. If it does not occupy a contract position, it can be considered. He needs a loyal and capable assistant to handle these illicit fortunes. Sure. Lin Yu uttered 2 words. The old ghost immediately rejoiced, feeling as if he had been pulled from hell back to paradise. Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss. He quickly got up from the ground and took out an old-fashioned communicator, moving so fast that an afterimage appeared. Hello. Is it Master Chi? It's me, the old ghost. Yes. There's another job. A time-limited master-servant contract. Yes. Now at my warehouse. He'll pay double. The iron door of the warehouse was knocked on. The old ghost scampered to open the door. Master Chi, dressed in a tang suit, walked in with a wooden box. The iron door of the warehouse was knocked on. The old ghost scampered to open the door. Master Chi, dressed in a tang suit, walked in with a wooden box, his expression unreadable. When he saw the 3 mountains of potions in the warehouse, the eternally poker-faced expression of Master Chi cracked slightly. But he quickly composed himself, pretending not to see. He glanced at Lin Yu and the old ghost. Who is the master and who is the servant? Master Chi rasped. I am the master, Lin Yu replied calmly. I am the servant. The old ghost eagerly responded, his voice loud and filled with pride and urgency. Master Chi looked at the old ghost, stunned. He had known the old ghost for decades and was well aware of how shrewd and life-preserving this guy was. Forcing him to sign a master-servant contract would be harder than killing him. What was going on today? But when his gaze swept over the 3 mountains of potions again, and he recalled the old ghost's nearly frenzied excitement on the communicator, he suddenly understood. These 3 mountains of potions were not mere backdrops. They were real. Master Chi's breath momentarily halted. He had spent a lifetime as a contract master serving countless big shots, believing himself accustomed to storms. But what lay before him was not a storm, it was a cataclysm. This was not wealth. This was power capable of upheaving an entire industry, even the order of a region. And someone possessing such power needed to sign a contract with an old man from the black market. Why? Master Chi's mind raced, countless thoughts flashing through. The next moment, under the bewildered gazes of the old ghost, and Zhao Tianyang thud. This contract master, who held a supreme position in the black market and was even respectfully addressed as Master Chi by numerous gang leaders, suddenly softened at the knees and knelt heavily before Lin Yu. Faster and more decisively than the old ghost boss. As soon as Master Chi spoke, his title changed. He pressed his forehead against the ground, his tone filled with suppressed excitement and reverence. My name is Qin Chi, and in the black market I am called Master Chi. Throughout my life I have only made contracts and believed in rules. But today I have seen something beyond the rules. I also want to sign. I am willing to sign a permanent master-servant brand. Please, boss, give me a chance. Oh, I am willing to work for you like an ox or horse, without hesitation. The old ghost was left dumbfounded. He only wanted to help his old friend out, letting him have a taste of the soup. Who knew this guy was even more ruthless than himself, directly willing to sell himself? Lin Yu looked at the two kneeling before him. One was a potion master, and the other a contract master. This old ghost had indeed played his cards well, knowing he couldn't monopolize everything, and brought his most connected old friend on board. Fine. Professionals should do professional things. A permanent one won't do, Lin Yu said. Like him 3 years. Master Chi's body shuddered. A wave of immense disappointment surged within. Did he not even qualify to be a permanent slave? But the disappointment lasted only a second, soon washed away by overwhelming joy. Being qualified to board the ship is enough. 3 years. As long as he can stay on this ship for 3 years, his life will be completely different. Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss, for your kindness. Master Chi bowed deeply. Lin Yu looked at him and said, You are the contract master, you can handle it yourself. Yes. Master Chi immediately got up and opened his old wooden box. This time he did not act on Lin Yu first, but picked up a silver knife and decisively cut his fingertip, letting his blood drip into a porcelain bowl. Then he looked at the old ghost. The old ghost also stepped forward, immediately cut his finger, and let his blood drip. Throughout the process, both of their faces displayed a near pilgrimage-like reverence. Master Chi swiftly drew 2 complex, time-limited contract runes with the red liquid mixed with their blood. In my name I serve you as the master for a duration of 3 years, life and death together. The runes ignited without fire, turning into 2 ashes, imprinting on the foreheads of the old ghost and Master Chi. Sizzle, 2 soft sounds. In Lin Yu's mind, 2 invisible threads were added. One connected to the old ghost's soul, filled with greed, shrewdness, and fervor. The other connected to Master Chi's soul, deep and calm, yet equally ignited with ambition at this moment. The contract was formed. Boss. Boss. The old ghost and Master Chi stood up respectfully, standing to the side with their hands lowered alongside Zhao Tianyang, resembling 3 of the most loyal guardians. They didn't even dare to imagine what would happen 3 years later when the contract ended, and if this boss no longer wanted them. That feeling of falling from the clouds would be more terrifying than death. Let's discuss business. Lin Yu broke the silence. Yes. The old ghost immediately entered his role, pointing at the 3 piles of potions, starting to report. Boss, for this batch of goods, we will publicly claim that I have finally cracked these 3 potions and achieved mass production. My name, Old Ghost, still holds some weight in the black market. This claim can hold up. Lin Yu was coming to the black market, so these things would definitely be illicit, therefore it was best to have a cover in the black market as well, and the risk would be borne by the old ghost. Master Chi quickly added, Boss, I have my network in 7 cities around Ninghai province. We can unite and quickly distribute this batch of goods covering half of Ninghai province. However, Master Chi shifted his tone, revealing a hint of seriousness. The original manufacturers of these 3 potions, Giant Power Group, Windwalk Technology, and Rock Solid Biology, are all giants in Ninghai province. Once our goods appear on a large scale, they will surely attract their attention. The old ghost nodded. Exactly. So we must be cautious. These more than 3,000 potions need to be carefully calculated, determining how many each city gets, how many each channel releases, not only to sell the goods back quickly, but also not to be too ostentatious to avoid their united crackdown. The 2 of them spoke in turn, quickly entering a state of planning, devising a large and meticulous underground sales network for Lin Yu. They gestured on the ground, discussing the market capacity of each city and the risk assessment of each channel. Qingzhou City has the largest market. We can allocate 500 units. Yungang is strictly monitored at most 300 units, and they need to be divided into batches. And in Shilin City, As they listened, Lin Yu slowly stood up. The old ghost and Master Chi immediately halted their discussion, respectfully looking at him. Boss, do you have any instructions? Lin Yu remained silent. He merely gazed at the relatively empty area in the warehouse and waved his hand again. The deafening sound of a torrential downpour echoed throughout the underground warehouse, far more terrifying than the previous two combined. This time it was no longer 3 small hills, but an ocean formed by countless potion bottles stretching in. Crimson, pale blue, and earthy yellow, the 3 types of potion bottles surged madly from the storage ring, instantly flooding every empty space in the warehouse, their height quickly surpassing the knees of a person and continually rising. Tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands. Old Ghost and Seventh Master had just been eagerly planning the distribution scheme for 3,000 potions, but at this moment they stood dumbfounded, surrounded by an ocean of potions. Underfoot, it was not concrete ground they were standing on, but priceless top-tier potions. The cold glass bottles clashed against their shins, emitting a crisp, yet chilling sound. The over 3,000 potions they had just discussed now seemed like a trivial drop in this vast ocean. Seventh Master swallowed hard, unable to produce any coherent sound. His usually calm face was now marred with cracks of disbelief. Old Ghost was even more rigid, feeling as if his brain had come to a halt. 500 from Qingzhou City, 300 from Yunport. Now how do you think we should distribute them? This question struck Old Ghost and Seventh Master like a hammer on their hearts. Lin Yu stood still, watching as the potions piled up to a height surpassing his waist. He turned around to look at the two men, now completely petrified. Now how do you think we should distribute them? This question struck Old Ghost and Seventh Master like a hammer on. Distribute? How could this be distributed? This isn't distribution. This is the beginning of a war. Old Ghost opened his mouth, the greatest worry lurking in his heart, nearly escaping his lips. With so much inventory flooding the market, the 3 pharmaceutical giants would go insane. They would use all their power to crush the source into powder. Yet when the words were on his lips, he couldn't utter a single one. He stared intently at Lin Yu's overly calm face. Could this godlike man not think of the problems he himself could foresee? A terrifying yet alluring thought split through his chaotic mind like lightning. The boss isn't. No, it's not that he isn't afraid. He is doing this on purpose. He wants to draw the attention of those 3 companies. He is not here to sneakily make money in the black market. He is here to overturn the table. He has come to declare war on the entire pharmaceutical industry of Ninghai province. A suppressed roar squeezed out of Old Ghost's throat. He abruptly turned to look at Seventh Master, who was also watching him with a mix of extreme fear and maniacal. No words were needed. In their shared gaze they saw the answer that was bursting to escape. They understood. They all understood. No wonder. No wonder the boss has so much inventory. This is a premeditated scheme. Have they cracked the formula? They all understood. No wonder. No wonder the boss has so much inventory. This is a premeditated. Regardless of the boss' true identity or ultimate goal at this moment, Old Ghost and Seventh Master clearly confirmed one thing. They were not on the same boat. They were clinging to a rocket that was about to launch. Boss. Old Ghost's voice rang out again, now devoid of any tremor, replaced by a fervor of determination. We will spare no expense. With the fastest speed and the most violent methods, we will flood the entire black market of Ninghai province with our goods. Seventh Master immediately followed up, his breath quickening. Price war. Lin Yu watched as the two suddenly came to their senses, finally revealing a hint of satisfaction. Money is not important. He spoke slowly. I want them to. Lin Yu watched as the two suddenly came to their senses, finally revealing a hint of satisfaction. Money is not important. He spoke slowly. I want them to come to me voluntarily. Indeed. The two exchanged a glance, feeling as if they had grasped the mysteries of the universe. After discussing the subsequent details, Lin Yu left the Old Ghost Hall, with Zhao Tianyang stepping out of the black market. Returning to the surface, the hustle and bustle of the city rushed at him. Lin Yu did not flinch or avoid. In an empty alley, he removed the bronze mask from his face and the cloak from his body, revealing his true appearance. A young, handsome face, still carrying a hint of youthful innocence. Zhao Tianyang, who was following behind, froze the moment he saw Lin Yu's true appearance. He had imagined countless possibilities. This mysterious and unfathomable boss, who could produce an infinite amount of potions and held his life in his hands, could perhaps be a wizened old monster or a deep and powerful middle-aged expert. But he never expected it to be such a young man who was not much older than himself. Judging by his age, he was probably just in his early 20s. The immense contrast left Zhao Tianyang's mind blank, but the contrast imprinted deep in his soul made him dare not harbor the slightest doubt or disrespect. Within that awe there was an additional layer of indescribable shock. Lin Yu paid no attention to his shock. Money was no longer in short supply. Old Ghost and Seventh Master would continuously funnel the profits from the black market to him. But this was just the first step. His true plan was just beginning. He had 3 million in capital. That was given to him by his parents after returning home. This money must be spent justly and earned justly. The funds from the black market inherently carried risks. It was better to have less than more. Moreover, his true goal was to drag the major pharmaceutical companies into the fray to see if he could innovate the technology and create more effective potions. Just relying on distribution was a bit slow. To quickly force them into a corner, he could also approach it from the perspective of potion futures and the stock market. Now it was time to put this money to work. The three major pharmaceutical companies would conduct bottomless sell-offs in the black market of Ninghai province, and it wouldn't be long before news would reach the outside world. When they discovered the staggering volume of goods being shipped out, Julie Group, Fengxing Technology, Pansure Biological, the stock prices of these three listed companies would undoubtedly experience a cliff-like plunge. What he needed to do was to short sell. At the same time, the rampant abuse of the three top-tier potions would inevitably result in a surge of professionals whose bodies were on the verge of collapse. And the life serum, which could eliminate side effects, would undoubtedly see a skyrocketing demand. His second step was to go long on eternal life pharmaceuticals behind the life serum, with one side emptying and the other filling a dual harvest. His cost for goods was zero, allowing him to sell without limits or even give them away to impact the market. The three major companies could not withstand such a dimensional strike. He awaited the day when they would be driven to desperation and voluntarily reach out to him. But this plan for trading and operating could also be done without him personally stepping forward. Lin Yu turned to Zhao Tianyang beside him. "There's something I need you to do." "Boss, please command." Zhao Tianyang immediately bowed, his demeanor respectful. Lin Yu handed him a note detailing the operation. "With your identity, open an account at the largest securities company and follow the operations I wrote above. This matter must not be known to anyone, including Old Ghost and Seventh Master. In matters involving true identities and the layout of the financial market, only Zhao Tianyang, who has signed a permanent master-servant contract, is the most trustworthy." "Yes, I guarantee to complete the task." Zhao Tianyang took the note without any hesitation. Although this seemed like just a minor errand, far less glamorous than the hundreds of billions managed by Old Ghost and Chi, he harbored not a shred of resentment in his heart. Being able to relieve his boss' worries is his greatest value. "Once you finish, go home and prepare well," Lin Yu added. "Tomorrow is the day of career awakening for Lin Zhou. One high school, don't miss it." "Understood, boss." Zhao Tianyang nodded earnestly and quickly turned to leave. He originally planned to spend 3 days resolving these matters, but with Old Ghost and Old Seven cooperating so well, his efficiency improved significantly. Lin Yu stood alone at the alley entrance, having just withdrawn over 3 million from Old Ghost, which he had already transferred to an external bank account. He opened his mobile banking app, found the overly familiar debt collection phone number, and transferred all the debts and interest accurately to the other party's account. "Your account ending in XXXX has successfully repaid XXXX yuan." Looking at the notification on his phone, Lin Yu deleted all the debt collection contacts. The gloom of 5 years thus came to an end. Next, he would await the rise of the wind. A few minutes later, he returned to that familiar decayed and rust-laden abandoned site. The solitary shipping container cast a long shadow under the moonlight, resembling a silent tombstone. Lin Yu stood before this tombstone for a long time. Here lies the burial ground of his youth over the past 5 years. It buried the glory he once had as a favored child of heaven and the pain of his familial rift. The misunderstood days and nights, the struggles of surviving on loans and scrap materials, the solitude of facing the entire world alone. All of it was here. Now it was time to put an end to it all. Lin Yu raised his hand. He did not summon any glamorous cards. A plain gray card devoid of any grade materialized in his palm. A small pebble. He did not even use the doubling card. He simply infused his 500 points of mental energy into this insignificant stone. Then he used another 500 points of power. In the next moment, he flicked his fingers. The gray card transformed into a wisp of light and gently landed on the iron surface of the shipping container. There was no explosion, no loud noise. Only a nauseating buzzing sound. Centered around the point where the pebble landed, the container's heavy metal began to decompose and dissipate at a visibly accelerated rate. It did not shatter into fragments, but rather transformed directly into the most basic metal powder, which with a gust of night wind completely vanished into the air. This process lasted less than 10 seconds. When everything settled, only an empty rectangular imprint pressed out by the shipping container remained, along with all the trash left behind by his 5 years. Lin Yu glanced at the scattered debris and turned to leave. An era had come to an end. When Lin Yu returned home, the sky had already begun to lighten. He returned faster than he had anticipated. Thanks to Old Seven's spontaneous surrender and Old Ghost's goodwill, he saved a lot of trouble. The living room lights were on. Lin's father and mother sat on the sofa, both wide awake, their faces etched with unmistakable worry. Upon seeing Lin Yu push the door open, they simultaneously sighed in relief. "Xiao Yu?" Lin's mother started to ask. "I went out for a few days and cleaned up the past," Lin Yu calmly replied. "Cleaned it up." Lin's father and mother exchanged glances. Although they did not fully understand their son's words, they sensed that something had truly changed. Before them Lin Yu still looked thin, but the despondency and gloom that had lingered on him for 5 years had completely vanished. In its place was a steadiness and tranquility they had never seen before. It seemed that this time Lin Yu had truly recovered. At that moment Lin Yao's door also opened. She wore rabbit pajamas, rubbing her sleepy eyes. Seeing her brother safe and sound in the living room, the stone that had been hanging in her heart finally fell. She believed her brother's words. Those pinholes were perhaps truly just a price for some kind of empowerment. She ran to Lin Yu's side, carefully sat down, tugged at his clothes, and softly, with a hint of pleading and immense anticipation, asked, "Bro, tomorrow?" "No, it's today. Today is the career awakening. Can you come with me?" Lin Yu looked at his sister's anxious yet hopeful little face and laughed heartily. He reached out his hand, and like in their childhood, playfully ruffled her hair. "What do you think I came back for?" With that one sentence, Lin Yao's eyes lit up instantly, and all her unease and fear transformed into immense joy. Lin's father and mother watched this scene, their faces breaking into the long-lost smiles. A family should. Lin's mother smiled, and went to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Soon the dining table was filled with steaming soy milk and fried dough sticks. The family sat together, the atmosphere warm to an almost unreal degree. By the way, Lin's father took a sip of soy milk, suddenly recalling something. He put down his cup, his face filled with concern. "Our neighborhood seems a bit unsettled lately." "What's wrong, Lao Lin?" Lin's mother asked. "Just a couple of days ago I went downstairs to get the car and found a large hole punched in the wall of our underground parking lot." Lin's father's expression was serious. "I heard from the security guard that it was some professionals fighting over there, making such a ruckus that the whole building was shaking. It's too dangerous." Lin Yu's hand paused as he was about to grab the fried dough stick. Lin Yao's eyes widened. "Is that true? That's terrifying." "You bet." Lin's father sighed. "Nowadays there are more and more professionals, and their strength is increasing. If something happens in a place where ordinary people like us live, it would be really difficult to seek justice." Lin's mother's face also showed concern. "How about this? After Yao finishes her college entrance exam and goes to study in another city, Xiao Yu also find a stable job, and we can sell this house and move back to our hometown." He knew that his parents genuinely meant to return to their hometown for retirement. But the deeper reason was that this family was already out of money. He knew that his parents genuinely meant to return to their hometown for retirement. But the deeper reason was that this family was already out of money. Originally, with the Lin family's assets, although not extraordinarily wealthy, they could be considered middle class in Linzhou City. They had a house, a car, and a small business, living comfortably and abundantly. But now, to gather that 3 million loan for him, this unfilial son, they had sold everything they could and even disposed of their business. In the eyes of the family, no one blamed Lin Yu. To them, as long as he could return, that was more important than anything. Lin's father looked at his son, who was silent with his head down, believing that he was still feeling guilty about the past. He sighed heavily and patted him on the shoulder. "Xiao, you don't overthink it. Money can be earned again, but if the family is lost, then nothing remains. Your mother is right, your return is the best thing." Lin Yu raised his head, looking at his parents, their hair touched by time, and his sister's trusting eyes. He offered no explanations and made no promises. He simply picked up a bun and handed it to Lin Yao's bowl. "Eat quickly. Once you're done, I'll accompany you for your awakening to obtain your epic class." "If I don't want an epic class." Lin Yao huffed proudly, but still happily took a big bite of the bun. "I'm sure I can awaken a mythic class." "All right, mythic class," Lin Yu replied with a smile. After a warm breakfast, the siblings prepared to head out to Linzhou No. 1 high school. It was a place Lin Yu was extremely familiar with, yet had not visited for 5 years. Strictly speaking, he was still a student of Linzhou No. 1. Moreover, since he had not yet taken the college entrance examination, he was not technically a graduate. As he walked down the path to school with his sister, Lin Yu felt a surge of emotions. 5 years ago, he had walked this path with a mix of anticipation and nervousness, ready to embrace his career. 5 years later, everything had changed. Today's path was more crowded than he could ever remember. Various vehicles lined both sides of the road, and groups of students and parents formed a flowing crowd heading in the same direction. Every face was filled with complex emotions: expectation, tension, anxiety. Career awakening was of utmost importance to everyone in this world, a matter that determined their fate. "Look over there, that's our grade's top student, Zhao Tianyang. I heard he has already been reserved by the Sky Tower. No matter what class he awakens, he can get in. And that girl in the red dress is our school beauty. People line up from the school gate to the city square just to pursue her. Wow, isn't that Teacher Wang?" She kept introducing Lin Yu to the notable figures along the way, as if she needed to fill him in on all the campus gossip he had missed over the years. She kept introducing Lin Yu to the notable figures along the way, as if she needed to fill him in on all the campus gossip he had missed over the years within this brief span of time. Lin Yu listened quietly, nodding occasionally. His sister's vitality eased the complex emotions he felt about returning to this familiar place. How wonderful. Just like this, it's quite good. Soon the gate of Linzhou No. 1 high school appeared before them with a massive red banner reading, "Warmly welcome the 20XX returning seniors for the career awakening ceremony." The crowd at the school gate grew denser, nearly shoulder to shoulder. Security and teachers were doing their best to maintain order, directing the flow of students and parents. At that moment, a commotion suddenly arose in the crowd. Many people's attention was drawn to a figure just stepping out of a car at the school gate. It was an extremely tall and burly boy towering over the surrounding adults, his solid muscles almost bursting out of his school uniform. Just standing there, he exuded a strong sense of pressure. Lin Yu paused his steps. Lin Yao also noticed the giant and tugged at Lin Yu's sleeve, introducing him in a low voice. "Brother, do you see? That's Zhao Tianyang from the class next door whom I mentioned. He's the one I wrote the leave request." Zhao Tianyang was currently surrounded by his parents, his mother wiping away tears of excitement, while his father clapped his shoulder with palpable joy. Zhao Tianyang was currently surrounded by his parents, his mother wiping away tears of excitement, while his father clapped his shoulder with palpable joy. Then he saw it. He saw the figure standing at the edge of the crowd, calmly observing all of this. The master. It was the master. Zhao Tianyang's blood surged at that moment. After returning home yesterday, seeing his parents relieved by his recovery, the joy and excitement of surviving a disaster was beyond any words. He knew who had given him all of this. It was his master who had granted him a second chance at life and a new beginning for his entire family. This gratitude was heavier than Mount Tai. Almost instinctively, he wanted to push through the crowd and rush over. He wanted to kneel before his master, expressing his gratitude and loyalty in the most sincere manner. However, just as he took a step forward, Lin Yu in the crowd slightly shook his head. The movement was so subtle that almost no one noticed. But Zhao Tianyang understood. His forward momentum was suddenly doused with cold water, freezing him in place. The master did not want to reveal his identity. Zhao Tianyang's heart raced, cold sweat instantly pouring down. He had almost caused unnecessary trouble for his master due to his impulsiveness. Damn it. His mind raced. No, it can't end like this. The master was right in front of him. He had to do something. He noticed the girl beside the master. Taking a deep breath, he forced a sincere and grateful smile and walked toward Lin Yao. The surrounding students recognized Zhao Tianyang, the well-known standout in school, and instinctively made way for him as he walked straight over. Lin Yao was also stunned. She hadn't expected Zhao Tianyang to come toward her. What? What does he want? She nervously clutched Lin Yao's arm. In front of the entire school, the burly Zhao Tianyang stood before Lin Yao, and then at an angle that left everyone speechless, slightly bent down. His demeanor carried a genuine respect and gratitude. "Classmate Lin Yao, thank you." Huh? Lin Yao was completely bewildered. "Previously, my family had some issues and my health was also poor. Thanks to you writing the leave request for me, I could rest at home with peace of mind." Who was Zhao Tianyang? Although his grades weren't the best, he was known as a tough guy in school, walking with a swagger due to his height. When had he ever been this polite? "Really, thank you so much." After saying this, he bowed deeply again. This scene left everyone around utter. Who was Zhao Tianyang? Although his grades weren't the best, he was known as a tough guy in school, walking with a swagger due to his height. When had he ever been this polite to anyone? Moreover, the other party was a girl. Lin Yao's mind went blank. She was completely dazed by this sudden gratitude, stammering her response. It's nothing, just doing what any student would do to help each other." After thanking her a few more times, Zhao Tianyang straightened up, explained a few words to his parents, and then the three of them entered the campus. Until Zhao Tianyang's figure disappeared, Lin Yao remained in a daze. She felt as if all eyes in the school were focused on her. That feeling was so wonderful. She suddenly turned her head, puffed out her chest, and looked at Lin Yu with pride, her face saying, "Praise me quickly. Brother, did you see that? I told you. Being the class monitor gives me great power." Lin Yu looked at his sister, who wore a proud expression as if she had accomplished something monumental, and couldn't help but smile. "Yes, our Yao Yao is the best." The siblings walked into the campus they hadn't visited in 5 years, following the crowd. The large playground, the platform, and the central black awakening stone stood tall. Everything felt so familiar, too familiar to the point that Lin Yu felt a bit dazed, as if he had just left yesterday. The playground was already sectioned off by class, densely packed with students. Below the platform, there were rows of seats filled with parents who came to observe. On the platform itself, the front row was even more distinguished. Leaders from the city's education bureau, the principal of Linzhou No. 1 high school, along with some well-dressed men and women with extraordinary demeanor, occupied the seats. Each of them bore various badges on their chests. These were the emblems of major enterprises, top universities, and powerful guilds. They were here to recruit talent. Every year on the day of Vocational Awakening, it was a fierce competition for talent without any gunfire. A good candidate was enough to make these powerhouses fight tooth and nail. "Brother, look." The first row of the— Lin Yao excitedly tugged at Lin Yu's sleeve, lowering her voice. "That middle-aged man in the blue suit with slicked back hair, do you see him?" Lin Yu followed her pointed direction. The man was chatting amiably with a leader from the education bureau, exuding a relaxed demeanor, clearly of high status. On his chest, he wore a silver badge shaped like wings. Windwalker Technology, one of the 3 major pharmaceutical manufacturers in Ninghai province. He was also one of Lin Yu's targets for this plan. His name is Feng Rue, the vice president of Windwalker Technology. Lin Yu continued to quietly inform him. I heard his son Feng Xiyuan is also in our batch awakening today. He's here to balance his public and private affairs recruiting talent for the company while also attending to his son. Lin Yu nodded. So that's how it is. No wonder he could sit at the same table as the city leaders. At that moment the man named Feng Rue seemed to sense something and his phone vibrated. He picked up his phone to take a look. The smile that was hanging on his face stiffened for a moment, then transformed into a clear disdain and contempt. He quickly typed a reply on his phone, his brow furrowed, seemingly displeased with the person who sent the message. Lin Yu was too far away to see the content on the screen, but he could guess. The wind had already blown to this place. On the platform, Feng Rue glanced at the urgent message from his subordinate and almost laughed out loud. Feng's own trouble. A massive amount of breath of the Windwalker potion has suddenly appeared in the black market of the 7 major cities in Ninghai province. The quantity is unclear, but preliminary statistics show it's at least the total output of our company for a month. A massive amount, and at half the price. Feng Rui's first reaction was that it must be fake. Thoroughly fake. Every year around the time of awakening there are those money-crazed scammers using inferior materials to counterfeit their potions, trying to make a quick buck in the black market. But such scams can only fool those newbies without connections. Who among the seasoned professionals would fall for it? It's really making a big deal out of nothing. He quickly tapped on the screen. Do they bother me with such trivial matters? Let the black market managers handle it themselves. Just a bunch of money-crazed fools. As soon as the message was sent, the other party called him directly. Feng Rue frowned, glanced at the principal sitting next to him with a smile, nodded apologetically, and walked to the corner of the platform, impatiently answering the phone. What is it? Didn't I say not to disturb me with such trivial matters? His voice was low but filled with anger. My son is awakening today, that is the big deal. Do you understand? The subordinate on the other end sounded anxious. Feng Zong. It's not fake. Our people have already obtained samples, and after urgent testing the effect is exactly the same as what we produce. Moreover, the elemental energy of wind inside is even purer than ours. Impossible. Feng Rue denied it without thinking. His expression twisted slightly due to this certainty. Are you joking with me? What is the core material of the potion? It's wind element crystals. The entire Ninghai province, no, the entire eastern war zone of the abyss, the majority of the supply channels are monopolized by our Windwalker technology. I know exactly how much stock I can get each month. What do they have to make it? Air. This was his greatest confidence. Technology can be cracked and formulas can be leaked, but raw materials cannot be conjured out of thin air. Without enough wind element crystals, even with a divine formula, one cannot produce a qualified breath of the Windwalker potion. So this is absolutely impossible. But Mr. Feng, the facts are as such. The black markets of the 7 cities are simultaneously supplying goods. This is definitely a premeditated attack. We must take action immediately, or... Shut up. Feng Rue harshly interrupted his subordinate. He felt his authority was being challenged. I'll say it again, that is definitely fake. Someone is using some means to temporarily simulate the appearance of wind elemental energy. After I finish dealing with my son's matters, I'll come back to handle you useless bunch. After saying this, he hung up the phone directly, his face regaining that composed smile, and walked back to his seat, as if that phone call had just been an inconsequential disturbance. A performance by a clown that didn't even deserve a second of his attention. Among the crowd on the playground, Lin Yu saw all of Feng Rui's little actions. From the disdain he showed upon receiving the message to the anger when answering the phone, and finally the arrogance after hanging up. Everything was within his expectations. Arrogance is the original sin, especially for a giant who has monopolized for too long and has forgotten the cruelty of the market. They don't believe anyone can challenge their authority. Even less do they believe that someone can overturn their game. Very well. It should be this way. By the time they truly realize what's happening, the avalanche of stock prices will have already begun, and all he had to do was quietly wait for the moment to harvest. Brother, look at that, Mr. Feng. His expression is so ugly. Did something happen at the company? Lin Yu asked curiously. Maybe, Lin Yu casually replied, refocusing his attention on the platform. The awakening ceremony was about to officially begin. With a stirring and passionate piece of music, the director of Linzhou No. 1 high school stepped onto the platform, commencing his annual routine speech. It was nothing more than some cliches encouraging students and looking forward to the future. The students listened drowsily while the parents were all engrossed. The long-winded speech was finally drawing to a close. The director of instruction cleared his throat, his face turning solemn. Before the awakening ceremony formally begins, I must reiterate one of the schools and the Education Bureau's core regulations. The most important clause concerns exam postponements. Every student pricked up their ears. Under the new rule, any student who wishes to apply for a deferred exam must obtain unanimous written consent from their parents' homeroom, teacher, the director of instruction, the principal, and the leaders of the Municipal Education Bureau. At his words, an uproar rippled through the ranks of students. Furthermore, the school strictly forbids any student for any personal reason from opting out of the college entrance examination. If a student faces financial hardship and cannot support further study or career development, the school may assist in applying for interest-free student loans and can also introduce outstanding companies for sponsorship and contractual support. In short, no deferrals and absolutely no refusing to take the exam. Lin Yu listened in stunned silence, instinctively tugging at Lin Yu's sleeve. Brother, what kind of tyrannical clause is this? If I simply refuse to go, can they really drag me to the exam hall? Her voice was low, but the director on the dais seemed to have ears everywhere. He answered immediately. I know some of you will ask, what if I simply do not attend? What can the school possibly do to me? His face bore not a trace of amusement. I can tell you quite plainly, out of responsibility for every student's future, the Education Bureau will, in conjunction with the Public Security Bureau and other relevant units, take necessary compulsory measures to ensure each pupil is guided onto the right path. Compulsory measures. Those 4 words struck like a block of ice into every heart. Lin Yu's face drained of color in an instant. Lin Yu sneered inwardly. Such high-sounding rhetoric. In other words, forced transactions. In the name of, for your own good, they would package you up and sell you to the capital waiting patiently in the wings. Interest-free loans. Corporate sponsorships. They were nothing but contracts of servitude. Sign such a paper, and in the years to come they could control and exploit you for any reason. How was this different from a master-slave contract? It was worse. A master is at least a living person. Any human might possess empathy or conscience. A prudent slaveholder would in some measure spare the life of his own property, because that property was his asset. But those companies and forces were not like that. They were cold machines driven by capital and wrapped in countless. They would calculate everything with chilling rationality: your value, your output, your remaining years. When your value had been fully squeezed out, you would be discarded, without pity, discarded like a broken part. 5 years ago he had seen this clearly, and so he made his choice. He swore never to be owned by another. Even if he could not change the world, he would seize control of his own fate, become his own capital. If he died by his own hand, at least it would be his own decision. Senior year class 7, Lin Yu, step forward and prepare for your awakening. The director's voice on the dais snapped Lin Yu back from his thoughts. The awakening ceremony formally began. As the first name was called, a bespectacled, refined young man climbed the. He was the top student Lin Yu whom Lin Yu had mentioned. He approached the black awakening stone and placed his hand upon it. A low hum filled the air. The stone glowed with a soft white light, and within it a clear rune slowly emerged: white common profession scholar. Silence fell over the crowd. Though only a common white-hire profession, no one jeered. The scholar, while offering almost no early combat strength, was the vital precursor for many research and support-oriented paths. With sufficient investment, its future achievements could be considerable. The representative of Sangxiong Tower on the dais allowed himself a pleased expression. The result evidently met his approval. Lin Yu accepted the outcome with composed grace, bowed, and stepped down. Next, senior year class 2, Wang Hao. Another student came forward. Brother, is farmer really that bad? Lin Yu whispered. Not necessarily, Lin Yu replied coolly. Any profession taken to its extreme can be formidable. The state. Brother, is farmer really that bad? Lin Yu whispered. Not necessarily, Lin Yu replied coolly. Any profession taken to its extreme can be formidable, but most likely he won't have that chance. Without resources or connections, awakening into a purely domestic livelihood role meant a life frozen in place. One after another, a dozen students stepped up, each result unsurprising. Pure white common professions. Woodcutter, fisherman, textile worker. The atmosphere on the field grew heavier. In the parents section, a mother furtively wiped away tears. This was reality. More than 90% of people would live and die ordinary. Then a girl climbed the stage, and the awakening stone finally flared with a different hue. A green light. Green, excellent profession, wind speaker, wow. The entire field erupted instantly. Green. An excellent tier profession. Oh my god, she's from our class. It's Lin Yu. Wind speaker. An elemental profession, so powerful. Students buzzed with envy and excitement. Parents craned their necks to glimpse the fortunate girl. The representatives of the major factions on the dais finally stirred, exchanging knowing glances. Fengxing Technologies Vice President Feng Rue leaned to his assistant and muttered a few words. The assistant immediately began rifling through the file on the girl named Lin Yu. Next, senior year class 9, Zhang Wei. Another student ascended the stage. The moment his hand met the awakening stone, an anomaly erupted. 3 white lights flared from the stone at once. They braided together and then separated into 3 distinct white runes hovering side by side in the air. White common profession trainee knight, white common profession shield bearer, white common profession weapon apprentice. Everyone froze at once. What is happening? Is it broken? 3. How can he have 3 professions? Students were baffled. Even the school leaders on the dais looked stunned. What is happening? Is it broken? 3. How can he have 3 professions? Students were baffled. Even the school leaders on the dais. This is not a malfunction of the awakening stone. This phenomenon is called multiple adaptation. It means this student's innate talent is simultaneously compatible with multiple professions. He may choose one of these 3 professions to serve as his initial vocation. So that's how it is. The students below emitted exclamations of realization, casting envious glances at the boy named Zhang Wei. Although they are all white-collar professions, having options is certainly better than having none. The apprentice knight leans towards offense while the shield bearer specializes in defense, and the weapon apprentice has a broader development path in the later stages. This is simply a starter pack for beginners. The boy named Zhang Wei transformed from a state of confusion into one of ecstasy. He looked at the 3 runes, rubbing his hands in excitement, when suddenly a bold thought popped into his mind. Teacher, he called out loudly, since I am compatible with all 3 professions, can I take all 3? As soon as those words left his mouth, the entire venue fell silent. Everyone looked at him with a foolish expression. The headmaster's face instantly darkened as he sternly reprimanded nonsense. Do you think this is a market where you can just choose whatever you want? You want all 3. The awakening of a profession is a process of imprinting the soul fraught with danger. Multiple compatibilities are already a rare stroke of luck. Do you still want to force a fusion? Let me tell you, the compatibility of these 3 professions is extremely poor, and the success rate of forced fusion approaches 0. Once you fail, your spiritual sea will completely collapse, and all 3 professions will disappear, leaving you a useless person, even worse than an ordinary individual. Can you bear the consequences? A series of questions poured down like buckets of cold water, extinguishing Zhang Wei's unrealistic fantasies. A small storm was thus quelled. But everyone remembered that profession fusion was an extremely dangerous undertaking that should never be attempted lightly. A small storm was thus quelled. But everyone remembered that profession fusion was an extremely dangerous undertaking that should never be attempted lightly. The awakening ceremony continued. After a dozen more people, suddenly the crowd on the podium stirred once again. This time a white light and a green light shone simultaneously from the awakening stone. White ordinary profession, minor green excellent profession, earth element affinity. The noise from the podium was louder than any previous time. Those representatives from powerful factions who were dressed impeccably could no longer maintain their composure, all leaning forward and whispering to each other. Minor and earth element affinity. This compatibility is amazing. Exactly one responsible for basic excavation and the other providing elemental perception and control. This is simply a match made in heaven. As long as resources are sufficient, transitioning to the Earth Controller or Treasure Explorer professions later on will be no problem. This seedling is promising. The foundation is solid, far better than that girl who only has the Wind Whisperer profession. Vice President Feng Rue of Windwalk Technology also momentarily set aside the company's small matters and watched the students on stage with great interest. His assistant immediately reported in a low voice, President Feng, this student is named Sun. He comes from an ordinary family. Both parents are laid-off workers from our Lin Yu steel plant, with below-average grades. Ordinary is good. A calculating smile appeared on Feng Rui's face. Children like this know gratitude and are easier to manage. Give him a level contract and sign him up. Yes. The assistant nodded and took note. On the playground, the students were so envious that their eyes turned red. Wow, Sun Yi's luck is incredible. Yeah, although the minor is a white profession, when combined with earth element affinity, its value skyrockets several times. Now he's going to soar. Lin Yu excitedly shook Lin Yu's arm. Brother, did you see that? Sun Yi, who usually keeps quiet in class, turned out to be so impressive. Lin Yu simply watched calmly. Impressive? Not enough. With a white and green combination, even if the compatibility is good, the upper limit is already locked. To break this shackling, there is only one way. On the podium, the boy named Sun Yi was immersed in a He stared at the 2 floating runes, trembling with excitement. He could feel that those once lofty figures below were now looking at him with a new scrutinizing gaze. He could also sense that in the distance his parents in the audience were wearing expressions of excitement, nearly crying. Is that enough? Not enough. He thought of his father, who after being laid off went to the construction site to carry bricks for a living. He thought of his mother, who had to work as a part-time, made it 3 different places daily to make ends meet. He wanted to see his parents completely escape that hard and exhausting life. A crazy thought surged He wanted to see his parents completely escape that hard and exhausting life. A crazy thought surged uncontrollably in his mind. I wanted all to fuse. Just like that classmate named Zhang Wei earlier, but he wanted to take a gamble. With such good compatibility between these 2 professions, the probability of success should be much higher than that of the 3 unrelated professions, right? Sun Yi's breathing grew heavy as he raised his head, looking at the headmaster with a resolute madness in his gaze. Teacher. His voice was somewhat hoarse with tension. Can I try to take them all? As soon as these words left his mouth, the entire venue fell into silence once again. The topic of fusion, which had just calmed down, was reignited. Everyone's gaze focused on this audacious boy. The headmaster's expression instantly darkened. Sonny, do you know what you're saying? He scolded harshly, even more sternly than he had with Zhang Wei. I just warned you about the dangers of profession fusion. Didn't you hear? Zhang Wei's three professions are only incompatible, but your two professions, one belongs to the physical system and the other to the elemental system, are fundamentally in conflict. Forcing a fusion will only lead to your soul being torn apart by two different powers. The probability of success. Let me tell you, it's less than 1%. This number struck Sun Yi's heart like a heavy hammer. The students below gasped in shock. Are you crazy? You dare to gamble? This number struck Sun Yi's heart like a heavy hammer. The students below gasped in shock. Are you crazy? You dare to gamble on a 1% chance? Exactly, isn't it better to choose Earth element affinity obediently? It's already an excellent green profession. How many people are seeking it, but can't get it? So impulsive. If he fails, his life will be ruined. Sun Yi's parents in the audience stood up, anxiously waving their hands desperately at the stage, their faces filled with fear and pleading. No, son, don't gamble. Sun Yi saw the expression on his parents' faces, and his heart ached. But he knew even clearer that if he didn't take the risk, his life would just remain like this. He didn't want to see his father's hands deformed from years of heavy lifting, nor did he want to see his mother's feet cracked from long exposure to cold water. Let's take a gamble. With this 1% chance, I will fight for the future of my entire family. Sun Yi closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, all that remained was determination. Teacher, I've made up my mind. He bowed deeply to the head of the teaching department. I am willing to bear all the consequences. The head of the teaching department looked at him, opened his mouth, but ultimately all words of persuasion transformed into a long sigh. Forget it. He waved his hand and stepped aside. This was the student's own choice, and he had no right to interfere. All eyes in the room were focused on Sun Yi. Sun Yi placed his hand back on the awakening stone, concentrating all his spirit on the two runes. Buzz. The white and green lights surged instantly and collided violently. It was not the fusion he had imagined, but a fierce repulsion and conflict. The two forces were entangled frantically on the awakening stone, with energy waves escaping that caused the entire podium to tremble slightly. Sun Yi's body shook violently, his face turned pale as paper in an instant, and beads of sweat the size of beans rolled down from his forehead. Failed. Everyone's hearts leaped into their throats. Sun Yi's parents felt a darkness before their eyes. Lin Yu anxiously clutched Lin Yu's shirt collar, her palms drenched in sweat. Brother, is he going to fail? I don't know. Lin Yu calmly uttered 3 words. Just when everyone thought the fusion was about to fail and Sun Yi would become a failure, a sudden change occurred. In the center of the swirling white and green light, a faint yet incredibly dense earthen yellow glow suddenly brightened. The appearance of this glow seemed to act as a perfect adhesive. The originally conflicting white and green lights began to slowly yet firmly merge together with this earthen yellow at their core. The conflict vanished. The repulsion disappeared. Eventually, all the light converged into one point, and then it exploded. A dazzling and noble purple beam of light shot into the sky. Within the beam, a new rune more complex and profound than any before slowly took shape. The entire playground fell silent. Everyone was stunned by this sudden and incredibly shocking scene. Did he actually succeeded? On the podium, the head of the teaching department rushed to the awakening stone, eyes wide, staring at the purple rune, his voice trembling with excitement. Purple rare profession. Earth treasure seeker. Oh my god, it's purple. Truly a purple premium profession. At this moment, the entire Linzhou One high school erupted. Sun Yi. Awesome. The playground exploded with cheers, all the students gazing at Sun Yi on the podium with almost worshipful fervor. He succeeded. He gambled with a 1% chance and won his life. Sun Yi himself, upon seeing that purple rune, felt his legs weaken and collapsed to the ground. He gasped for breath, unable to tell whether the moisture on his face was sweat or tears, only able to grin and laugh silently. He won. He won. The powerful representatives on the podium were also greatly stirred. Quick, investigate all the information about this Sun Yi. I want him. And strength contract. Nonsense. With his profession coming to us at Panshur, biology is the best development. We will offer him the best Earth attribute resources. Fengxing Technologies Vice President Feng Rue at this moment also forgot the small matter of the black market, standing up and commanding his assistant. Tell him that Fengxing Technology can sponsor his entire family to immigrate to the provincial capital and arrange the best nursing home for his parents. The only condition is to sign with us. A fierce talent competition had already begun before Sun Yi even left the stage. This scene deeply stimulated every student who had yet to awaken. A green excellent profession could only attract interest in a brand contract. Yet a purple premium profession could make these giants tear their faces and fight for talent on the spot. The gap was clear at a glance. Therefore, when the next student awakened with multiple professions stepped onto the stage, everyone's hearts raced. On the awakening stone, a white light and a blue light shone brightly. White, ordinary profession hunter; blue, excellent profession eagle. Another highly compatible combination. Fusion. Hurry and fuse. Take a gamble. From a bicycle to a motorcycle. The students below began to cheer wildly. The boy was evidently also intoxicated by Sun Yi's success. He looked at the two beams of light, his face filled with greed and desire. Teacher, I choose to fuse. The head of the teaching department turned pale, wanting to stop him, but the boy had already placed his hand on the stone. Buzz. The light surged. But this time no miracle occurred. The blue and white lights merely collided once, and like a punctured balloon they both instantly disappeared. The light on the awakening stone was completely extinguished. The boy stood frozen in place, the color draining from his face at a visible speed. No. It's impossible. Where's my profession? The head of the teaching department rushed over to check the awakening stone, finally announcing in despair, fusion failed. The profession mark collapsed. Awakening failed. Ruined. A genius who could have had a blue excellent profession was turned into a failure, just like that. The entire venue fell silent in an instant, the previously fervent atmosphere doused with a bucket of cold water. But it wasn't over yet. Next, two more students awakened with multiple professions influenced by Sun Yi's success, and the tragic fate of the first failure chose to fuse with a stroke of luck. As a result, without exception, all failed. A girl who awakened chef and fire control failed to fuse. Her mental sea burned, and she fainted on the spot. A boy who awakened blacksmith and power enhancement failed to fuse, and both profession marks disappeared. The continuous failures made everyone completely awakened to reality. The head of the teaching department seized the opportunity and immediately took the microphone, his stern voice resonating throughout the venue. Now, everyone calm down. I will say it again, the success rate of profession fusion approaches 0. Sun Yi's success is a rare miracle, 1 in 10,000, no 1 in hundreds of thousands. It is irreplaceable. To put it another way, whatever profession you awaken, the moment your hand touches the stone, it is already predetermined. If it is meant to be yours, it will naturally appear in its fused form. Forcing a fusion is gambling with your life. Can you afford to take that gamble? This statement finally silenced everyone. No one dared to mention the word fusion again, until a boy stepped onto it. As his hand was placed upon it, the entire podium was engulfed in a dazzling radiance. 3 beams. A full 3 purple pillars of light soared into the sky. Purple elite profession holy light affinity, purple elite profession blessing sorcerer, purple elite profession sacred codex. The venue fell into a deathly silence. Everyone was left speechless, stunned by this miraculous scene. 3 purple elite professions, and their compatibility was at its utmost. It was as if they were born for one another. The bigwigs on the podium were going crazy, disregarding their dignity and rushing directly to the awakening stone. Heavens! If they were to merge, it would surely yield gold. Absolutely a legendary profession. No, it could even touch the threshold beyond that. Everyone's gaze was fixed on that boy. His face was filled with shock and ecstasy. But soon the ecstasy turned into struggle and fear. He recalled those classmates who had failed their merges and became useless. To gamble. Theoretically, the success rate of merging these 3 professions was extremely high. But what if? What if he was the unlucky one? If he failed, he would plummet from heaven to hell, losing everything. He hesitated. Under the expectant gazes of everyone, he struggled for a full minute, eventually trembling as he spoke. I choose the sacred codex. He gave up. He relinquished the opportunity for a meteoric rise, opting instead for the most stable purple profession. The school leaders and teachers on the podium collectively sighed in relief. Fortunately, there were no further mishaps. Lin Yu looked at the boy stepping down from the podium, feeling no wave. Years later, he would wonder whether he would rejoice in his cautious choice or regret missing the singular opportunity to touch legend. Just as everyone was lamenting the 3 purple professions, another student stepped onto the stage. Boom. A brilliant, dazzling, and more blinding golden pillar of light soared into the sky. Golden epic profession dragon blood warrior. Gold. It's a golden epic. Heavens. After Lin Yu 5 years ago, our school has produced gold again. The playground erupted once more. If purple represented genius, then gold signified legend. Lin Yao excitedly grabbed Lin Yu's arm, shaking it vigorously. Brother, gold. Our school has produced gold again. Lin Yu just smiled. At that moment, the director announced the next name. Class 31 of the senior year, Zhao Tianyong, please step up for awakening. Zhao Tianyong walked onto his robust physique, combined with a staggering 500 points in base attributes after the life serum baptism, gave him an extraordinary aura far surpassing his peers. He stood before the awakening stone, not immediately placing his hand upon it. The awakening of a profession was closely tied to the awakened one's physique, spirit, and deepest desires. At this moment, he had only one thought: to become stronger, to grow even stronger. He needed to prove his worth to his master. His master had saved him at any cost, raised him without limits, and pulled him and his entire family from the depths of this grace he would repay with his entire life. He pressed his hand firmly onto the awakening stone. Buzz. A brilliant golden pillar of light, even more dazzling than the previous dragon blood warrior, soared into the sky. Golden epic profession heart of fury. Another gold. Heavens. What is happening with our school today? 2 golden epics. Zhao Tianyong. It's actually Zhao Tianyong. The entire playground erupted, instantly cheers and gasps merging into a huge wave of sound, nearly overturning the entire campus. The shock from the previous Dragonblood warrior had yet to fully subside when the second golden epic followed closely behind. The representatives of the powerful factions on the podium could no longer remain seated. Isn't this Zhao Tianyang, the special student? The one with S physical quality? Yes, that's him. Heart of Fury is a perfect fit for his physique. This one must be secured. An S contract, top salary. At this moment, Feng Rue, the vice president of Winwalk Technology, completely cast aside the company's small matters. His eyes sparkled as he focused on Zhao Tianyang on stage. This prospect was even better than the previous Dragonblood warrior. However, just as everyone thought this was the climax, an anomaly arose again. Next to that brilliant golden pillar of light, another identical golden glow flickered to life. Boom. The second golden pillar shot into the sky. Golden epic profession, indomitable soul. The uproar in the playground came to an abrupt halt at this moment. Everyone felt as if their throats were being choked, mouths agape, yet no sound emerged. Two golden epic professions. What was happening? Multi-adaptation. Golden multi-adaptation. The director on the podium had his eyes nearly bulging out, staring intently at the two golden runes floating side by side. His lips trembled, unable to utter a single word. The director on the podium had his eyes nearly bulging out, staring intently at the two golden runes floating side by side. His lips trembled, unable. The goddess in his heart, whom he had pined after for 4 years before the apocalypse, and for another 3 years after. The representatives of the powerful factions completely lost their composure, each one standing up from their seats, pushing forward recklessly, trying to see more clearly. Feng Rui's breathing became heavy, his mind a blank. One golden epic was already a top genius that could have factions fighting over it. But two. This had surpassed everyone's understanding. In the crowd on the playground, Lin Yu gripped Lin Yu's arm tightly, her nails nearly digging into his flesh. Brother, am I dreaming? Two golden ones. Lin Yu simply watched calmly, his face devoid of any expression. Yet he had a certain judgment about Zhao Tianyang's potential. This was just the beginning. While everyone was still immersed in the tremendous shock of the dual golds, the awakening stone shone again. Boom. The third golden pillar shot into the sky. Golden epic profession, Titan's power. The entire venue fell silent. If 2 golds were shocking, then 3 golds were a miracle. Everyone's minds had ceased to think, merely staring blankly at the 3 golden pillars piercing through the heavens on the podium and the robust figure bathed in golden light. Insanity. This world had gone insane. Yet this was still not the end. Boom. The 4th golden pillar. Golden epic profession, body of 100 battles. Boom. The 5th golden pillar. Golden epic profession, destructive charge. 5 robust golden pillars of light loomed like divine columns, supporting the heavens, casting a brilliant golden hue over the entire Linzhou No. 1 high school. The 5 intricate, profound golden runes hovered in the air, exuding a terrifying aura, as if mocking the ignorance of all in this world. The playground was eerily silent. No cheers, no gasps. Only the sound of people taking a cold breath. Students, parents, teachers. Everyone seemed petrified, frozen in place, unable to move. The dignitaries on the podium, some buckled at the knees and slumped into their chairs, others clutched the railings tightly, their knuckles turning white from the strain, while some rubbed their eyes, repeatedly convinced they were hallucinating. The head of the administration gaped, making a ha-ha sound from his throat like a fish out of water. He wanted to say something, yet found himself unable to utter a complete syllable. 5. A full 5 golden epic professions. This was no longer a genius or a prodigy, this was a monster. A deity descending to the mortal realm. Lin Yu was completely dumbfounded. She released Lin Yu's arm and stared blankly at Zhao Tianyang on the stage, muttering unconsciously. 5. How can there be 5? Just when everyone thought this was the limit, the pinnacle of miracles this world could accommodate. In the center of those 5 golden pillars of light, the awakening stone suddenly radiated a unique glow. It was not golden. It was a profound, deep red, as if it contained the essence of mountains of corpses and seas of blood, the realm of Shura. At the moment the red light appeared, the 5 towering golden pillars emitted a mournful wail, their brilliance dimming, as if bowing in submission to their sovereign. At the moment the red light appeared, the 5 towering golden pillars emitted a mournful wail, their brilliance dimming, as if bowing in submission to their sovereign. Within the beam, a red rune 100 times more complex than the 5 golden runes combined, filled with the essence of slaughter, destruction, and ominous energy, gradually took shape. Within the beam, a red rune 100 times more complex than the 5 golden runes combined, filled with the essence of slaughter, destruction, and ominous energy. He was not the only one. Over half of the representatives from major powers fell to the ground in a daze, just like him. They gazed at the blood-red beam, at the red rune that resembled a demon's mark, their minds left with a legendary term they dared not believe, yet had to. Myth. That which transcends epics, only existing in myths and legends. A myth-level profession. Red. It's red. The head of the administration finally regained his voice, trembling fingers pointing at the red rune, articulating in a near dreamlike tone laced with endless fear and fervor. Red myth-level profession. Shura. As the head of the administration shouted these 6 words with all his might, the entire world seemed to be muted. Myth. A term that existed only in ancient texts and heroic epics. A domain beyond which mortals had no right to gaze. And now it was vividly manifested before everyone's eyes. On the podium, the representatives of the major powers, those who usually looked down upon others and dictated the fates of countless professionals, were all in a state of disarray. What does the birth of a myth-level profession signify? It signifies that for decades, even a century, the world order will undergo earth-shattering changes because of this boy named Zhao Tianyang. The so-called golden epics they had previously fought over now seemed as insignificant as dust in the face of this red hue. A single thought arose in everyone's mind. What will he choose? 5 golden epics, 1 red myth. If they merge, what will be born? An existence that transcends myths. No one dared to think further. Under the watch of hundreds of thousands in silence, Zhao Tianyang on the stage finally moved. He hesitated not a moment, struggled not at all. If his life were still his own, he might have gambled for that elusive greater strength. But now his life, his soul, everything he was belonged to the calm figure at the street corner. His master granted him rebirth. What he must repay was absolute loyalty and stability. Any hint of risk would be a desecration of his master's grace. He extended his hand under the expectant, frenzied, and greedy gazes of all, gently tapping the red rune. Shura. Buzz. With his choice, the 5 resplendent golden pillars, like guards that had fulfilled their mission, instantly transformed into specks of golden light dissipating into the air. Only the blood-red myth beam stood proudly between heaven and earth. He had given up. He had forsaken the 5 golden epics, relinquishing the possibility of creating history and transcending myths. In the crowd, someone exhaled first. Following that, a wave of gasps arose. Half were lamentations, regretting not witnessing the birth of an unprecedented miracle. The other half, however, felt relieved. A myth-level Shura, while terrifying, still fell within the realm of but if he truly succeeded in merging, what would be born would be a monster no one could predict or control. That might not be a good thing for the entire world. Good, good, good. The school leaders on the podium were the first to react, their faces flushed with excitement as they exclaimed 3 good words. A myth-level. This was a monumental achievement for Linzhou No. 1 high school, and the entire city of Linzhou. A glory worthy of being recorded in history. Quick, please bring Zhao Tianyang and the earlier Dragon Blood Warrior Earth Treasure Hunter to the VIP room to rest. The head of the administration immediately ordered loudly as several teachers hurried forward to carefully escort the still exhausted Zhao Tianyang and a few other geniuses off the stage. An unprecedented storm had temporarily calmed, but everyone knew that the real competition had just begun. The awakening ceremony was still ongoing. However, after witnessing the earth-shattering myth's arrival, everything that followed seemed bland. Blue premium. Oh, green rare. Even the emergence of a purple supreme profession did not cause much of a stir. Everyone's spirits had been thoroughly crushed by Zhao Tianyang's terrifying scene of 5 gold and 1 red. The crowd's mentality shifted from initial tension and anticipation to a numb acceptance of fate, until a name rang out. Class 7 of Senior 3 Lin Yu come to the stage to prepare for awakening. In the crowd, Lin Yu's body suddenly stiffened. It was her turn. She gazed at the black awakening stone on the podium where a legend had just been born, feeling a chill in her hands and feet. The pressure was overwhelming. In front of her stood Sun Yi's purple elite class, an unknown classmate's golden epic, and Zhao Tianyang's red myth, as if a deity had descended. What about herself? What would she awaken? What if she turned out to be just a common white class? How embarrassing would that be? Would her brother be disappointed in her? She instinctively turned her head to look at Lin Yu beside her, her face filled with helplessness and panic. Lin Yu saw his younger sister's tearful expression and smiled. Do you believe in your brother? Lin Yu nodded vigorously, tears already welling up in her eyes. Lin Yu reached out his hand, not ruffling her hair like he did when they were kids, but gently tidying a strand of hair that fell over her forehead. His movements were gentle, yet his words carried an irresistible dominance and confidence. Go on, don't be nervous. Your brother has your back. No matter what profession you awaken, your brother can ensure you become the strongest person in this world. He did not lower his voice. Nearby, many students and parents heard him clearly. Instantly, various discussions arose. Who is that person? What a big talker. A boy recognized Lin Yu, a look of disdain on his face. Him. You don't know? He's the one who was a golden epic 5 years ago, but wasted 5 years obsessed with trash cards and didn't take the exam, Lin Yu. So it's him. Lin Yu's brother. No wonder he looks familiar. With him in such a mess, how can he still have the faith? And he thinks he can make his sister the strongest in the world. What can he guarantee? His trash cards. It's ridiculous. His sister must have really bad luck to have such a brother. Mockery and ridicule were unrestrained. Yet many, especially some girls, looked at Lin Yu with envy. Wow, although I know it's boasting her brother is so handsome. If only I had such a brother, no matter what I did, he'd support me. Yeah, that feeling of being unconditionally trusted is amazing. These discussions reached Lin Yao's ears word for word. She stared blankly at Lin Yu. Watching him calmly face everyone's ridicule, she saw his steady and powerful eyes. A wave of unprecedented warmth surged through her body. Yes, what was she afraid of? She still had her brother. Even if she really failed to awaken and became an ordinary person, her brother would never give up on her. What he said earlier was not boasting. He would truly do that. Because he is my brother. All the tension, fear, and unease were completely dispelled in that moment by something called courage. Lin Yao straightened her small chest, mustering all her strength, and nodded heavily. Brother, I'm going. She turned around, no longer hesitating, and walked with determination toward the podium. Each step was incredibly firm. She stood in front of the black awakening stone, gently placing her delicate fair hand upon it. Buzz. A dazzling purple light shot up into the sky. Purple Elite Class Frost Empress. A small stir arose from the audience. Lin Yao looked at the purple rune hovering in the air, letting out a long sigh of relief. Her small face. A small stir arose from the audience. Lin Yao looked at the purple rune hovering in the air, letting out a long sigh of relief. Her small face breaking into a radiant smile. Great. It's purple. I didn't embarrass my brother. She was about to confirm her choice. But at that moment, an unexpected change occurred. Beside that purple light pillar, another identical purple light glowed. Buzz. The second purple light pillar shot up into the sky. Purple Elite Class Spirit of the Storm. Two purples. Dual professions. Or two rare levels. This compatibility isn't particularly good. Ice plus wind. Is she going to merge them? The crowd below hadn't reacted yet. Meanwhile, the big shots at the podium were already sitting up straight. Lin Yao was also confused. She looked at the two parallel purple runes, momentarily unsure of what to do. However, this was just the beginning. Buzz. 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 The third, fourth, fifth. Purple Elite Class Earthwalker. Purple Elite Class Flamesinger. Purple Elite Class Shadow Assassin. 5 light pillars of varying colors, yet all purple in rank, stood side by side, enveloping Lin Yao's small figure. The entire venue fell silent for a moment. Then it erupted completely. What the hell? 5 purples. What is going on? Elementalist plus assassin. How can this merge? What kind of constitution does she have? Lin Yu was also stunned. 5. Yao Yao's potential is this great. Something was off. However, the light on the awakening stone showed no signs of stopping. It was as if a switch had been flipped. Buzz, 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 buzz. Purple light pillars surged forth from the awakening stone, like bamboo shoots after rain. 10, 50, 100. The awakening stone, taller than a person, shook violently, like boiling water. A deluge of purple runes surged out instantly, filling the sky above the podium. Mages, warriors, assassins, priests, archers. Combat classes, life classes, support classes, crafting classes. All known human purple elite classes, and even some unheard of ones transformed into runes surrounding Lin Yao like countless stars. Thousands. Dense purple light pillars converged into a vast sea of purple. The entire Linzhou One high school was completely submerged in this purple ocean. The entire venue was dead silent. Everyone lost the ability to speak, staring blankly at this absurd scene. If Zhao Tianyang's 5 golds and 1 red were a miracle descending, then this scene before them was as if a deity had overturned its entire library of professions. Lin Yu was completely stunned. What the hell? What is going on with Yao Yao? Is she the reincarnation of a succubus naturally adapting to all professions? Or is she the true master of all trades? This spectacle, this visual impact compared to Zhao Tianyang's 5 golden lights was simply no less impressive. Or could it really be the work of that so-called blessing card? On the podium, Feng Rue, the vice president of Windwalker Technology, who had been in despair over Zhao Tianyang's incident, suddenly sprang up from his chair, breathing rapidly, his face flushed with extreme excitement. What? What does this mean? Do you understand? He was not asking anyone, as if he were talking to himself. This means she can become any profession. Our Windwalker Technology needs a wind mage, she can be the spirit of the storm. The Titan Group needs an earth warrior, she can be the Earthwalker. She is a customizable purple genius. A single sentence jolted everyone awake. All representatives of major powers seated on the podium blazed with unprecedented brilliance in their eyes. Indeed, Zhao Tianyang's mythic profession, Azura, is formidable, overwhelmingly so. Yet such overwhelming strength implies an ever-present risk of losing control. Such a being cannot be easily controlled. Even if major factions sign him, they must treat him like a revered ancestor. Lin Yao, however, is different. She is merely purple. Though she possesses over 1,000 purple glyphs, each profession remains fundamentally capped at the supreme tier. What does that signify? It signifies controllability, a top-tier prodigy who can be firmly held within the grasp of capital and even now custom-crafted into any desired profession according to corporate needs. In the eyes of these conglomerates, her value surpasses even that of the uncontrollable mythic tier talent. She must not be allowed to choose. Absolutely not. To choose for herself. A corpulent middle-aged man representing Pancher Biotech violently shoved his chair aside and rushed straight toward the center of the podium. We must secure her before she decides. Exactly. Sign the contract first. We'll decide her profession and strength contract. Step aside. She belongs to Julie Group. Instantly chaos erupted. Dozens of dignitaries, normally clad in crisp suits and exuding polished authority, now surged forward like sharks, scenting blood frenziedly converging upon Lin Yu beside the awakening stone. They roughly shoved aside teachers attempting to intervene, even ignoring the city-level education bureau director, standing nearby, his face ashen with fury. Halt! What are you doing? The academic director roared, struggling to restore order. The awakening ceremony has not yet concluded. All of you retreat immediately. Yet no one heeded him. Before the colossal temptation of a customizable prodigy, every rule and shred of decorum shattered utterly. Feng Rue reached the front first. Gazing at Lin Yu, bewildered and encircled by over 1,000 shimmering violet runes, he bellowed with all his might. Feng Rue reached the front first. Gazing at Lin Yu, bewildered and encircled by over 1,000 shimmering violet runes, he bellowed with, "Sign with us, and we." His words were cut short as a fleshy arm violently shoved him aside, sending him stumbling nearly to his knees. The Pancher Biotech representative, a mountain of flesh, muscled his way to the forefront. Feng Rue, get lost. Fengxing wants mages. Letting her choose Storm Spirit would squander her innate talent. The fat man turned, plastering what he believed to be a benevolent smile across his face. Lin Yu joined Julie Group. We offer you an SS strength contract. If you select Earthwalker, you shall become our group's chief warrior. Bullshit. Letting a girl pick Earthwalker. Are you insane? Does Julie Group have any shame left? You know nothing. This is about maximizing potential. Arguments, threats, promises, all exploded around Lin Yu's ears. Surrounded by these frenzied titans, spittle flew perilously close to her face. She tried to speak, to declare this was her profession, her choice. Her mouth barely opened before Feng Rue glared viciously and silenced her. What does a little girl like you understand? Choose yourself. Do you know how to maximize benefit? One wrong choice, and your entire life is ruined. Exactly. Another corporate representative chimed in. Listen to us. We have the finest team to chart your future. Just obey orders. Lin Yu was berated mercilessly. You decide. You understand nothing. She felt less like a person, more like merchandise displayed on a shelf. Soon this mad scramble for profit left no room for her voice. Their quarrels ceased to concern her. They were now directed solely at one another. Feng Rue, I'll pay 50 million. Withdraw now. The girl belongs to Pancher Biotech. 50 million. Are you bribing beggars? Fengxing Technology offers 100 million. Everyone else get out. 100 million to buy out a customizable prodigy's future. Dream on. We bid 200 million. The monetary figures soared dizzyingly high. Yet none of this money touched Lin Yu. These sums were merely exit fees paid to force rivals to withdraw. A representative from another firm sneered, coldly calculating Lin Yu's worth with clinical precision, reducing her entirely to quantifiable metrics. A supreme tier violet tier professional will generate, at minimum, 5 billion yuan for our company within 10 years. With optimal management, over 10 billion is entirely feasible, and she can become any top-tier professional. Her value is incalculable. Assign her Storm Spirit, align her with our pharmaceutical RD, and in 10 years, not 5, we'll monopolize Ninghai Province's wind element pharmaceutical market. Then 100 billion won't be enough. We'll earn 1 trillion, provided she obeys without question. 20-hour workdays are standard. Zero Zarosovin isn't exploitation, it's her privilege. Every moment, 20-hour workdays are standard. Zero Zarosovin isn't exploitation, it's her privilege. Every moment must serve corporate value creation. No holidays. No friends. Absolutely no romantic relationships. Correct. Her genome is invaluable wealth. Her future marriage must be arranged by the company to maximize strategic alliances. Even her ova may be cultivated via advanced biotechnology, producing batches of high-potential offspring for the corporation. They calculated how much to spend to drive competitors away, but would the company bear those costs? No. Ultimately, every cent of expense would be extracted, hundreds, thousands of times over, from Lin Yu herself. Each word struck like a razor-sharp blade, piercing deep into her heart. She froze completely. So this was it. Was this truly how they saw her? A commodity with a price tag, a tool to be drained of every ounce of value, a breeding machine whose future and progeny had already been preordained. Those radiant violet lights, once symbols of glory, now transformed into a vast gleaming cage, bearing a flashing price tag. Dizziness overwhelmed her. She could scarcely breathe. Just as she neared collapse, she saw him. Amidst the chaotic crowd on the sports field, she recognized that familiar figure. Brother. Lin Yu rose to his feet. He stood calmly, Yet all surrounding noise and mockery receded as though he existed beyond their reach. He walked step by deliberate step toward the podium. Lin Yu remembered what her brother had whispered before ascending the stage. Go ahead. Don't be nervous. I've got your back. No matter what profession you awaken, brother, will make you the strongest person in this world. Yes. What do I have to fear? I still have my brother. An indescribable courage surged from the depths of Lin Yu's being, crashing through all her fears and despair. Don't you want a controllable genius? Don't you want to treat me as a commodity? Don't you think you can arrange everything about me? Well, I will give you something you can never control. Lin Yu suddenly closed her eyes, shutting out all the ugly faces and dirty dealings of the outside world. She immersed all her thoughts into the purple ocean of her profession. Then resolutely she made her choice. Fusion. But just as she reached out her hand before she could touch any of the runes in the air, a large hand suddenly grasped her wrist. She wants to fuse. A sharp scream shattered Lin Yu's determination. It was Feng Rui, the vice president of Functioning Technology. He gripped Lin Yu's wrist tightly, his face contorted with excitement and anger, the force of his grip almost crushing her bones. Don't move. This shout caused all the big shots who were caught up in a frenzy of competition to instantly cease their quarrels. They all turned their heads in unison, dozens of green eyes focused entirely on Lin Yu. In their gazes there was no longer any admiration or appreciation, only naked greed and cold possessiveness. How dare she? The fat representative of Pansure Biotechnology growled lowly, his plump cheeks trembling. A little girl. How dare she make her own decisions? Fusion. Does she even know how much her value will plummet if she fuses? Does she have any idea how much of a loss this will be for us? In the brief quarrel of just a few seconds, they had gained a further, more terrifying understanding of Lin Yu. Her value had long surpassed her individual self. This constitution must be replicated. One representative lowered his voice and quickly communicated with those beside him. Control her parents. Study her genetic sequence. See how we can create another a batch of mass-produced Lin Yu's. Breeding. We must conduct the finest genetic breeding. Her offspring must be under our control. These once lofty figures who controlled countless destinies had completely torn off their disguises at this moment. Before the controllable, infinitely potential and profitable commodity, they revealed their most genuine and ugliest faces. Now this commodity actually wants to decide her own attributes. It's simply a huge joke. Dream on. The school leaders on the podium finally reacted. They rushed forward, trying to pull Feng Rui's hand away, their faces filled with anger. What are you doing? Release my student. She has the right to choose freely. The leaders of the Municipal Education Bureau also stepped forward, their faces dark. Feng. According to the law, no one has the right to interfere with the choices of awakeners. Your actions are already seriously illegal. However, his warning was met with a contemptuous sneer from Feng Rui. Freedom. Director Wang, are you talking to me about freedom? Feng Rui released Lin Yu, but formed a tighter encirclement with over a dozen others, trapping Lin Yu and the school and education bureau leaders in the middle. The fat representative of Pansure Biotechnology took a step forward, his massive body exuding a strong sense of oppression. Director Wang, let me calculate an account for you. Her free choice could even affect our supply of materials at the front lines in the abyss. The fat man extended a finger, almost. Her free choice will cause the economic landscape of 7 cities surrounding Ninghai province to regress by 5 years due to the setbacks in our industry. Her free choice could even affect our supply of materials at the front lines in the abyss. The fat man extended a finger, almost poking Director Wang's face. Now tell me, is her personal freedom worth this price? Director Wang's lips moved, but he couldn't utter a word. He was completely stunned by these words. Freedom my ass, another company representative cursed bluntly. In the face of absolute interest, rules are meant to be broken. Today she must choose one from what we need for her profession. No one can change that. Exactly. She has no right to decide for herself. Her future we decide. The school leaders trembled with anger. You are robbers. Robbers. Feng Rui laughed, straightening his disheveled tie, and spoke leisurely. Principal, don't say such harsh words. We are optimizing resource allocation. It is her honor to let a genius like her contribute to the economic development of the entire Ninghai province. As for her, Feng Rui's gaze fell on Lin Yu cold, as if viewing an inanimate object. She just needs to obey, and that will be enough. Lin Yu stood in the center of the encirclement, feeling completely chilled. She looked at the faces of these people and listened to their discussions about dividing her future, her stomach churning. So this is the world her brother once faced. Her brother held a golden, epic profession, a card maker. It was a versatile profession, with high economic value. Would he face less pressure than herself? Those who are misunderstood, viewed as outcasts, the loneliness, the despair cast aside by rules and interests. She seemed to understand a bit why her brother would rather bear 5 years of infamy than walk his own path. Because without resistance one would be swallowed whole. If it were indeed for the sake of contributing to the world, then so be it. But is that really the case? She raised her head, stubbornly looking at the group of sharks surrounding her. She recalled her brother's calm and determined back as he walked toward the podium. Her brother was coming toward her. She couldn't kneel before her brother arrived. Lin Yu straightened her frail back, and with all her strength spoke I do not choose. I choose fusion. What did you say? Feng Rui's expression instantly turned ferocious. Say it again. I said I want to fuse. Lin Yu's voice was not loud, but it clearly resonated throughout the silent podium. You're seeking death. A representative completely lost his patience. He reached out his hand to cover Lin Yu's mouth, trying to control her forcibly. But his hand froze in midair. A stronger hand had grasped his wrist. On the outskirts of the crowd, someone had appeared without anyone noticing. He stood there calmly holding the representative's wrist, his expression unreadable. Who are you? Let go, the representative yelled. Lin Yu ignored him, only looking at his sister in the encirclement pale, but still standing straight. Then he looked at Feng Rui, the fat representative, and everyone surrounding his sister. His voice was calm. Let her go. Lin Yu did not respond to the furious roar of the representative. He simply flicked his wrist lightly. Crack. The sharp sound of a bone breaking echoed harshly on the silent podium. Ow! The company representative let out a shrill scream, his body flying backward like a discarded sack, crashing into a row of chairs before coming to a messy halt. The crowd gasped. Lin Yu shook his hand, as if he had merely brushed off some dust. He pulled the pale-faced Lin Yu behind him, using his body to completely shield her from the dozen greedy gazes. Hiding behind her brother's broad back, inhaling the familiar and reassuring aura, Lin Yu's heart, which felt like it was about to leap out of her chest, miraculously calmed down. All fear, grievance, and anger transformed into boundless reliance at that moment. Her brother was there. She had nothing to fear. You dare to make a move? Feng Rui, the vice president of Vocational Technology, was completely enraged. He never expected that this waste in his eyes would dare to act against these dignitaries in broad daylight. Security. Where the hell is the security? Get him arrested. A piece of trash abandoned by the school dares to act wild here. The fat representative of Pancher Biology also roared, his overweight face twitching with veins bulging. However, they did not rush towards Lin Yu anymore. The power the youth had just displayed made them feel wary. But they could not let Lin Yu merge. A customized purple genius was invaluable. He is all alone. Let's split up. Subdue that girl. We absolutely cannot let her merge. Instantly 4 or 5 representatives seemed to receive orders. He is all alone. Let's split up. Subdue that girl. We absolutely cannot let her merge. Instantly 4 or 5 representatives seemed to receive orders and rushed toward Lin Yu from another direction. They aimed to bypass Lin Yu, this tough nut, and directly control their product. The school leaders and teachers tried to intervene, but were roughly pushed aside. Get lost. Don't block the way. Just as those filthy hands were about to touch Lin Yu was about to make a move. A more robust figure like an iron tower thundered in front of the representatives. It was Zhao Tianyang. He had rushed up to the podium at some point, his massive body completely blocking the path. Move aside. A representative roared. Zhao Tianyang remained silent, simply standing there. The aura of slaughter belonging to the Azura was unabashedly released. They were professionals, but their ranks were too low, and they were all auxiliary professions. They had never seen such a scene. They were professionals, but their ranks were too low, and they were all auxiliary professions. They had never seen such a scene. Zhao Tianyang. Feng Rui recognized this fierce man who had just awakened his mythical profession, and his heart sank. How could he be here? Why was he helping Lin Yu? Zhao, student Zhao? This is none of your business. Our Vocational Technology is willing to offer 5 million. Please step aside. A representative hurriedly spoke up. Zhao Tianyang turned a deaf ear, unmoved. In that brief moment of distraction, the director on the podium seized the opportunity, rushing to Lin Yu's side, using his body to protect her as he shouted. Lin Yu, don't mind them. Choose. Choose according to your own thoughts. Lin Yu nodded seriously. No longer hesitating, with her brother and Zhao Tianyang forming a double barrier under the protection of her teacher, she stretched out her delicate fingers, decisively pointing towards the center of that sea of purple stars. Merge. Buzz. Thousands of purple beams of light at that moment, as if receiving some supreme command, converged towards that central point. The radiance was dazzling. The entire world seemed to consist only of that ultimate purple. When the light faded, a brand new red rune radiating infinite mystery and majesty quietly hovered before Lin Yu. The brilliance was deeper and older than any of Zhao Tianyang's professions before. Another mythical universal law master. However, looking at this red rune representing supreme glory, everyone on the podium felt not a shred of joy. Lin Yu felt the same way. She succeeded awakening a mythical profession she had never even anticipated. Yet she could not feel any happiness. The ugly faces of those people just now, their words treating her as a commodity and a breeding tool, deeply. This glory came too humiliatingly. Bastard. Feng Rui looked at the golden rune, feeling his heart bleed, his face twisted as he let out a reluctant roar. It's over. All over. The fat representative of Pancher Biology plopped down on the ground, his face quivering with fat. A customizable purple genius was gone. Their grand blueprint to divide the future, monopolize the market, and mass-produce genius offspring was utterly bankrupt. A loss of hundreds of billions. How would they explain this to the board? The representatives of over a dozen major companies all had ashen faces at this moment, looking at Lin Yu and Lin Yao with expressions filled with resentment and hatred. Lin Yu shielded his sister behind him, already prepared for a fierce battle. However, something strange happened. Feng Rui, who just moments ago had seemed ready to devour a person after the initial rage and loss of composure, slowly calmed his expression. He stared intently at the universal law master, the resentment in his eyes gradually replaced by another, more fervent emotion. Greed. He suddenly stood up, adjusted his suit, and a stiff smile squeezed onto his face. The representatives from other companies also began to react. Right? The customized genius was gone, but this one was still a genuine mythical professional. Though uncontrollable, a mythical professional is still a mythical professional. Its potential for the future is equally immeasurable. Sign her. Realizing this, the atmosphere on the podium underwent a marvelous change. Feng Rui was the first to step forward, showing Lin Yao a smile he thought was amiable, even slightly bowing. Lin Yao, congratulations, you have awakened a mythical profession. Just now, we were too excited and our attitude was a bit poor. Here, I represent Functioning Technology and sincerely apologize to you. This statement left the school leaders and teachers dumbfounded. Apologize? How could their expressions change so naturally? The fat representative from Pancher Biology also got up, dusting off his clothes, approaching with a face full of smiles. Yes, Lin Yao, it was our fault. We were too eager for talent and lost our way for a moment. Please don't take it to heart. The mythical profession Universal Law Master has limitless prospects indeed. A tense conflict was so casually brushed over by them, as if the venomous words and violent actions had never. They offered a bland apology, then once again surrounded Lin Yao in the center. Yet this time their attitude was infinitely more respectful. Classmate Lin Yao, our S-level contract with Functioning Technology is still valid. Moreover, we are willing to add an additional 5% of the company's original shares on top of the existing offer. Nonsense. Feng Rui, do you have no shame? The representative of the chubby man directly shouted, a mythical level individual, and you're only offering 5% of the shares. Are you begging for alms? Classmate Lin Yao, come to our Pancher Biotech. We will offer you an SS level contract, plus 10% of the shares. 1 billion in training funds every year. No upper limit. Our Julie Group will offer 2 billion. We the Sky Tower are willing to list you as a candidate for the Saintus. A new round of even more frenzied bidding began. However, this time the commodity they were vying for had transformed from a customizable purple genius to an uncontrollable mythical professional. They presented various exorbitant contracts before Lin Yao, like snowflakes. Classmate Lin Yao, you choose. As long as you nod, we can give you anything you desire. Lin Yao stood there in a daze, gazing at the faces before her. Each face was filled with eager, sincere smiles. It was as if they genuinely cared for her, truly excited for her future. Yet just a few minutes prior, it was these very people who had plotted with the most vicious language on how to squeeze everything out of her. It was these people who regarded her as a commodity, a tool, a breeding machine. It was these people who revealed their most ferocious faces when she wanted to make her own choice. A surge of turmoil twisted in her stomach. Lin Yao felt a wave of intense nausea. She could not comprehend. How could they? How could they act as if? How could they in a split second transform from robbers eager to devour her whole into amiable philanthropists? She wanted to vomit. You? Lin Yao's lips moved as she attempted to question and scold. Yet she could not utter a single word. For she realized that there was not the slightest hint of guilt on their faces. Their enthusiasm, their smiles, their promises all felt incredibly genuine. So genuine that it made her doubt whether everything that had just happened was merely a nightmare of her own. Finally, an administrator from the school could no longer hold back, trembling with anger as he pointed at the group and shouted, "How did you just treat a child? Now how do you have the face to stand here?" Feng Rui's smile momentarily froze, but quickly returned to normal. He did not even glance at the school administrator, continuing to address Lin Yao. "Principal, you don't understand." A middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses who had been mostly silent suddenly spoke. He was a representative from another large enterprise Tiangong group. He adjusted his glasses and began to speak slowly, as if explaining a basic principle. Looking around at my colleagues, he wore a self-deprecating, yet entirely natural expression. Which of you when young? Looking around at my colleagues, he wore a self-deprecating, yet entirely natural expression. Which of you when young was not a normal person with blood and flesh, with emotions of joy and anger? But now we are no longer. We represent the company. Behind me are tens of thousands of employees waiting for their salaries, hundreds of shareholders awaiting dividends from financial reports, and countless upstream and downstream industry chains. Every decision we make must and can only be accountable to the interests of the company. His words rendered the noisy podium eerily quiet. The middle-aged man looked at Lin Yao, his expression calm, even bearing a hint of regret. Therefore, classmate Lin Yao, we apologize for scaring you just now. But that was merely a matter of stance, not personal animosity. He paused, uttering a line that shattered Lin Yao. Let me put it this way, even if you had just stabbed me to death, as long as I am not completely dead, the first thing I would do after getting up from the ground is to smile and ask you, classmate Lin Yao, are you still interested in our SS level contract from Tiangong Group? Because that is my job. My personal life and death, honor and disgrace are worthless compared to the interests of the company. Boom. Lin Yao's mind went blank. The people her brother faced back then were exactly this kind of individuals. A group devoid of emotions, only recognizing profit. Machines. In their eyes, there is no right or wrong, no good or evil, only value. If you have value, you are a god. If you lack value, you are garbage. All warmth, all morality, all rules in the face of absolute interest are simply a piece of paper that can be torn up at any time. This is more despairing than being simply evil, because you cannot defeat them at all. If you kill them, new people will come to take their place, continuing to smile at you and asking if you still want to sign the contract. A chilling sensation surged from Lin Yao's feet straight to the crown of her head. She felt like she could no longer stand. Just then a warm, dry hand gently rested on her shoulder. It was Lin Yu. He had silently stood behind his sister, observing everything. He felt neither anger nor surprise, because he had experienced all of this 5 years ago. He had even seen scenes more grotesque and naked than this. The warmth of that hand permeated through the thin fabric of her school uniform, reaching Lin Yao's shoulder. A steady and powerful force coursed down her spine, dispelling the bone-chilling cold. Lin Yu did not look at the middle-aged man who claimed to represent Tiangong Group. He merely gazed calmly at the well-dressed machines surrounding them once again. Lin Yu's voice was not loud, yet it silenced all the noisy bidding. We need some time to consider. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire place fell silent. Feng Rui's smile momentarily froze, then quickly became more fervent. Of course. This is a monumental matter for a mythical-level profession. It should be given proper consideration. The representative of Pancher Biotech nodded repeatedly, his facial fat squeezing together as he struggled to project a friendly expression. That's right, we were abrupt. Classmate Lin Yu, take your time to consider. There's no rush, we have all the time to wait. They appeared to be incredibly understanding and empathetic, as if the ones who had just tried to forcibly bind Lin Yao and compel her to sign a contract were not them at all. The middle-aged man wearing golden-rimmed glasses adjusted his glasses and added a remark. His words remained slow and measured, yet carried an unassailable sense of cold authority. Of course, we respect your right to choose, and will give you ample time to consider. However, there is one thing I must remind you. All the contracts we are offering today, whether they are S-level or SS level, are based on the highest value assessment at this moment in time. From today until the day of the college entrance examination a month from now, every passing day will see a corresponding decline in the contract's value. This is the law of the market, not something any of our companies can control. After all, even geniuses have an expiration date, do they not? These words were delivered lightly, yet the underlying threat caused the school leaders and teachers who had just managed to catch their breath to once again change their expressions. This was not a threat, it was an overt scheme. They were using time and money to place an invisible shackle around Lin Yao. Each day her value diminished. Each day she became cheaper. A month later, when she finished her college entrance examination and sought to sign a contract, she would likely not even receive half of today's offer. They intended to compel Lin Yao to make a decision quickly through this method. Lin Yu's face showed no signs of disturbance. He was all too familiar with such tactics. He pulled his sister and turned to leave. We understand, he stated. Feng Rui and the others immediately parted to let them through, still wearing warm smiles as they bid them farewell. But just then a deep voice rang out. I also need to consider. It was Zhao Tianyang, still standing there like an iron. The company representatives looked towards Zhao Tianyang, their smiles somewhat strained. Another one. A mythical-level profession, Shira. Zhao, your situation is different from Lin Yao's. One representative hurriedly began to speak. However, before he could finish, several voices arose from the crowd. I also want to think about it some more. The speaker was the boy who had awakened the golden epic-level profession, Holy Light Knight. Next to him, the girl who had awakened the purple rare-level profession, Elementalist, also whispered in agreement. Me too. One stone stirred 1,000 waves. Several students who had awakened high-quality professions previously locked in by various companies and prepared to sign contracts on the spot now hesitated. They witnessed Lin Yao's ordeal. They also saw Lin Yu and Zhao Tianyang's determination. An idea they had never entertained before began to germinate within them. Perhaps we need not rush. Perhaps we can still fight for ourselves. The faces of the dozen or so company representatives on the podium finally darkened completely. Their smiles vanished. They could afford to wait for a single Lin Yao, using time to pressure her. But now all the top-quality candidates began to adopt a wait-and-see attitude. This meant they might not secure a single contract today. This was an unprecedented scene for Lin Zhou. One high school. It was also an unprecedented Waterloo for these traffickers. As the atmosphere grew tense once again, the school leaders finally found an opportunity. He stepped forward to address the company representatives. Ladies and gentlemen, the awakening ceremony has come to an end. Thank you all for coming. As for the contracts, let's have the students return home and discuss it thoroughly with their parents. He was issuing an eviction order. Feng Rui cast a cold glance at the school leader, then at Lin Yu, who was protected behind Lin Yu, before finally fixing his gaze on Lin Yu's calm face. He said nothing, merely turning away with a heart full of anger and frustration, descending from the podium. Others followed suit, each leaving with a deep look at Lin Yu. That gaze was extremely complex. However, they were not in a hurry, for in the entirety of Linzhou one high school there were not many students from affluent backgrounds, and these few were not among them. They could afford to wait. The anxious ones were definitely the students. It was only when all the company representatives had departed that the atmosphere on the podium truly relaxed. The school leader let out a long breath, feeling as if he had fought a battle, his entire body drenched in sweat. He approached Lin Yu, gazing at this student he had once held in high regard, and now felt great sorrow for his expression, filled with mixed emotions. Lin Yu. He had so many questions. He wanted to ask where he had been for these 5 years. He wanted to ask why he had changed so much. He wanted to ask where he had found the courage and strength to confront those dozen giant corporations just now. He approached Lin Yu, gazing at this student he had once held in high regard, and now felt great sorrow for his expression, filled with mixed emotions. When he was still a student at Linzhou one high school, Principal Zhang had given him considerable care. Principal Zhang, it's been a long time. Lin Yu's greeting made Principal Zhang even more emotional. Indeed, it has been a long time. He wanted to say you finally came to your senses, but felt it was inappropriate. He wanted to say welcome back, but it seemed too light. In the end, he could only pat Lin Yu on the shoulder. It's good that you're back, it's good that you're back. Lin Yu nodded, watching the playground return to order, observing the excited or disappointed younger students. Then he suddenly spoke up. Principal Zhang, I need to trouble you with something. You say it as long as I can manage it, Principal Zhang immediately replied. Lin Yu's words were calm, yet they stirred a tremendous wave in the hearts of all who heard them. Please help me print an admission ticket. I will participate in this year's college entrance examination. This statement left Principal Zhang stunned in place, and made Lin Yu, who had just regained her composure from that nightmare, abruptly raise her head in disbelief at her brother. She gasped, her eyes filled with shock. Brother is going to take the college entrance examination. The brother who had given up the examination for 5 consecutive years, even at the cost of severing ties with his family, now says he wants to take the examination. Lin Yu, what? What did you say? Principal Zhang stepped forward, doubting whether he was experiencing auditory hallucinations due to his age. I said I want to take this year's college entrance examination. Lin Yu repeated, as calm as if he were stating the most ordinary matter. This time, everyone understood clearly. The podium fell into complete silence. Principal Zhang's muscles twitched a few times. He looked at Lin Yu with an incredibly complex expression. Have you thought this through? This is not a joke. You have delayed your examination for 5 years. Your difficulty is 32 times that of ordinary candidates. Principal Zhang's facial muscles twitched violently as he looked at Lin Yu, his expression beyond complex, resembling more of a horrified gaze at a madman. Lin Yu, do you think it's just 32 times? His voice was dry, filled with a sense of helplessness. Do you know how much the overall difficulty of the college entrance examination has increased in these 5 years? The situation at the front lines of the abyss is becoming increasingly tense, and the demands on professionals are rising as well. The exam questions from 5 years ago and those now are 2 completely different concepts. Principal Zhang extended 5 fingers and waved them in front of Lin Yu. The most conservative estimate is that the overall difficulty is at least 5 times that of 5 years ago. That 32 times of punitive difficulty is stacked on top of this foundation. What you are facing is not 32 times, but close to 160 times the difficulty. She clung tightly to her brother's shirt, shaking her head desperately. No, absolutely not. This is not going to an exam. This is going to certain death. Balance. She clung tightly to her brother's shirt, shaking her head desperately. No, absolutely not. This is not going to an exam. This is going to certain death. The other teachers on the podium also displayed expressions of sympathy. They all remembered Lin Yu. This once brilliant genius of Linzhou one high school had awakened as a future star of an epic-level profession. Now is he really going to end his professional career in such a tragic way? Faced with everyone's shock and objections, Lin Yu's face still bore no extra expression. He simply looked calmly at Principal Zhang. I know. So thank you, Principal Zhang. These 2 simple sentences felt like 2 mountains, making it hard for Principal Zhang to breathe. He could see no sign of wavering on Lin Yu's face, nor any trace of bravado. Only calmness. A calmness that stemmed from absolute confidence, which was terrifying. This student was either completely insane, or he really had that capital. Principal Zhang stared at Lin Yu for a long time, long enough that the air around them seemed to solidify. Eventually, as if he had been drained of all his strength, he heavily slumped his shoulders. All right, he uttered just one word. Come with me to the office. The pair of siblings followed Principal Zhang, walking down from the podium under countless complex gazes. The crowd on the playground had yet to disperse. All the students were discussing everything that had just happened. The birth of a myth-level profession, the ugly face of the big companies, and that mad senior brother who hadn't taken the exam for 5 years only to return and challenge hellish difficulty. All the students were discussing everything that had just happened. The birth of a myth-level profession, the ugly face of the big companies, and that all the students were discussing everything that had just happened. The birth of a myth-level profession, the ugly face of the big companies, and that mad senior brother who hadn't. Her gratitude was heartfelt. At a time when everyone treated her as a mere commodity, it was her brother and this classmate whom she had only seen a few times who stood in front of her. No, please don't. Zhao Tianyang was startled by Lin Yu's gesture, stepping back repeatedly, his honest face turning bright red. He waved his hands helplessly. Lin, class monitor, please don't embarrass me. I didn't do anything. His panicked demeanor left Lin Yu somewhat dazed. Is this really the well-known tough guy in school? Why does he seem more nervous than I am? Just then Lin Yu walked past her. As he passed by Zhao Tianyang, his footsteps didn't pause, but in a volume only the two could hear, he quickly, when you get home, immediately inform your parents to leave Linzhou City. Zhao Tianyang's body suddenly stiffened. Find a secluded small city and hide for a month. This month Linzhou, and even Ninghai province, will not be peaceful. Not just because of him, but also because of the emergence of two myth-level professions. Lin Yu finished speaking and continued to walk forward. Zhao Tianyang stood in place, not turning back or saying a word. But if someone could see his front, they would find that all his honesty and tension vanished without a trace in an instant. This month Linzhou, and even Ninghai province, will not be peaceful. Not just because of him, but also because of the emergence of two myth-level Lin Yu kept her head down, silent. She had been close enough to hear some of the conversation between her brother and Zhao Tianyang. Leaving Linzhou City, hiding for a month. Not peaceful. Each word felt like a needle piercing her heart. She vaguely sensed that this was not a game. It was a war that could take lives. And her brother stood alone at the center of the storm. She suddenly remembered the pile of new identical 100 yuan bills she had seen in the container. She recalled the numerous pinholes on her brother's body. She remembered the wall of the underground parking lot that had been shut. She had previously thought her brother was just counterfeiting money, but now it seemed the situation was far more serious than she had imagined. Those big companies with their greedy faces would not let it go. And the college entrance examination, with a difficulty of 160 times. Does my brother really have the confidence? Countless thoughts churned in her mind, leaving her in a state of utter confusion. She felt a heavy weight pressing down on her chest like a giant stone. She grasped Lin Yu's arm tightly. Brother. She opened her mouth, unsure of what to ask. Should she ask where he was going? Should she ask what he was going to do? Should she ask if he was in danger? But she knew that even if she asked, her brother wouldn't tell her. Lin Yu stopped in his tracks. He did not turn around, but simply patted the hand gripping his arm. Don't be afraid, he said. Let's go home. Mom and Dad must be waiting anxiously. Lin Yu looked at her brother's back, still thin, yet incredible. She bit her lip and ultimately swallowed all her questions. She nodded vigorously. Let's go home. When they returned home, the living room light was still on. Lin's father and mother were seated on the sofa. The television was on, but no one was watching. Upon hearing the sound of the door opening, the two almost simultaneously sprang up from the sofa and hurried to the door. Xiao Yao, you're back. Lin's mother squeezed out a smile, but the tension in her expression was impossible to hide. Lin's father followed behind, rubbing his hands, looking equally hesitant to speak. Their gaze immediately fell on their daughter Lin Yu's face. Then both of their hearts sank in unison. Lin Yu kept her head down, her face pale, looking listless like a frostbitten eggplant. In this state, how could she possibly resemble a proud child who had awakened a powerful profession? She looked like someone who had suffered a severe blow. It's over. Lin's father and mother exchanged a glance, both seeing the same thought reflected on each other's faces. Their daughter's occupational awakening had failed, or rather the awakened profession was far from ideal. Yao Yao had always been lively and cheerful, and she had never felt so dejected except when Lin Yu was ill. Lin's mother's heart felt as if it were being grasped by an invisible hand, aching terribly. She hurried a couple of steps, grabbing her daughter's hand, which felt icy to the touch. Yao Yao, what's wrong? Is it a bad result? She asked cautiously, fearing that any word might trigger her daughter. It's okay, Yao Yao. No matter what profession you awaken, you will always be your parents' pride. Lin's father quickly joined in to comfort her, his voice trembling slightly. At worst, we just won't go down the path of becoming professionals. We can go to a regular university, find a stable job, and live our lives just fine. 5 years ago, when their son awakened an epic-level profession, they were overjoyed, believing the Lin family would soar to new heights. Instead, it turned into a 5-year nightmare. Now their daughter's awakening result seemed unsatisfactory, and they felt a sense of reassurance, as if they had anticipated this outcome. Perhaps a plain and simple life is the truth. Lin Yu looked up, seeing the genuine worry and pain on her parents' faces. She opened her mouth, but couldn't utter a single word. How could she explain? Should she say she awakened a mythic-level profession, the universal law master? This result was not only less than ideal, but was simply outstanding. Should she say she awakened a mythic-level profession, the universal lawmaster? This result was not only thinking of the greedy and ugly faces of those on the podium and how they treated her as a commodity to be priced, even plotting her reproductive tasks for the next few decades, she felt waves of nausea. What good was a mythic-level profession? In front of those true behemoths, she still felt pitifully small. At least, she didn't even have the ability to help her brother share any of the burden. This achievement, which should have been a source of immense joy, now felt like a heavy stone pressing down on her chest, making it hard for her to breathe. I. Lin Yu's eyes reddened, tears as big as beans swirling in her eyes, yet she couldn't say a word. This appearance only confirmed her parents' suspicions. Sigh. Lin's father sighed heavily. He reached out, wanting to pat his daughter's shoulder, but his hand fell weakly. He turned to look at the silent Lin Yu beside him, his face bearing a hint of pleading. Xiao Yu, can you talk to your sister? You have experience, and don't let her get stuck in a rut too. As soon as he said it, Lin's father felt a flush of embarrassment on his face. Asking a son who had been stuck in a rut for 5 years and nearly destroyed the family to advise someone else not to get stuck in a rut. It was simply a tremendous irony. But now he could only hope for Lin Yu's help. After all, Lin Yu had always listened to Lin Yu the most since she was little. Lin's mother had already embraced her daughter and started to quietly sob. My Yao, why is your life so tough? It's okay, I'm here. The sky won't fall. The atmosphere in the living room was stifling to the extreme. Just then a gentle female voice interjected. Oh dear sister-in-law, don't cry yet. The child has just returned. Your tears will only make her feel worse. Lin Yu shifted his gaze over. He then realized that there were more people in the living room than just their family of 4. Several people were standing or sitting on the sofa in the corners. The speaker was his aunt. Beside her sat his second uncle. On the other side, in a single armchair, sat a well-groomed middle-aged woman who was none other than Su Qingsu's mother, Su Mu. Su Qingxue stood behind her mother, lowering her head, twisting the hem of her clothes, not daring to look in Lin. Su Mu clearly did not yet know what had happened in the parking lot. Seeing Lin's mother crying, she also stood up and walked over to pat Lin's mother's back. Yes, sister, the child is still young. What's one failure? Our Qingxue didn't awaken a combat profession either. For girls, these things aren't that important. His aunt also came over, taking Lin Yu's other hand. Yao, don't be sad. We girls don't necessarily have to fight. Look at me, your aunt. I've lived a perfectly ordinary life, and it's been good, hasn't it? His second uncle also stood up, hands behind his back, taking on an elder's demeanor. All right, everyone, stop crowding around. Awakening is mostly determined by fate, with a bit of effort involved. Since the result isn't ideal, just accept reality early. Yao has always done well in her studies, right? Getting into a good university for theory or culture is also good. They took turns speaking, their words filled with concern and understanding. It seemed they were genuinely thinking about Lin Yu. But under Lin Yu's eye of analysis, all their facades were laid bare. Her hand, resting on Lin's mother's back, unconsciously patted twice, not in comfort, but in celebration. When his second uncle said, accept reality, he slightly raised his chin, a typical gesture of disdain stemming from his belief that he was above others. As for Su Mu, when mentioning her daughter, her orbicularis oculi did not contract. It was a standard social false smile. Her true emotions were a mix of boasting and pity. These subtle actions, imperceptible to ordinary people, were magnified infinitely by Lin Yu's high mental attribute of 500 points and the enhancement of the eye of analysis. In an instant, the true thoughts of these relatives emerged in Lin Yu's mind like a barrage of comments. And great. The Lin family's girl has failed too. Let's see how she boasts about her daughter's achievements in front of me in the future. My son may be disappointing, but at least he hasn't been overshadowed. I told you the old Lin family's generation isn't capable. They produced a crazy son, and now the daughter is useless too. Luckily, I didn't lend them money back then, or it would have all been for naught. Alas, truly pitiful. But this way my Qingxue will seem even more outstanding. In the future, Yao might even have to seek a job from our family. One by one, the hypocritical masks were torn off, revealing the most real and ugliest desires beneath. Not a single person truly felt sorry for Lin Yu. Some felt fortunate, others scornful, or were scheming how to extract the last shred of superiority from the Lin family's misfortune. This was more nauseating than the naked greed of those company representatives at the awakening ceremony. Because those people were enemies. Yet these people before him were family. Su Qingxue seemed to sense Lin Yu's gaze. Her body trembled imperceptibly, and she buried her head lower. She was now extremely afraid of Lin Yu. The man who effortlessly crippled Chun Rui's arms in the parking lot and destroyed half of the parking structure was entirely different from the despondent Lin Yu in Su Qingxue's memories. She couldn't imagine what the scene would be like if those elders who were still chatting grandly learned of Lin Yu's actions. At this moment, her aunt shifted the conversation to Lin Yu. Speaking of which, Xiao Yu as well. With such great talent back, then he insisted on being stubborn. Yao, you must not follow your brother's example. Look at him now. Her words trailed off, but her sigh and the look of regret and reproach in her eyes spoke volumes. All eyes instantly focused on Lin Yu. There was sympathy, ridicule, and a sense of deservedness. Indeed, the second uncle chimed in, shaking his head as he looked at Lin Yu. Talent can sometimes be a curse. With high aspirations yet fragile lives, Xiao Yu is the best example. Yao Yao, remember mediocrity is a blessing. Su's mother added timely. With high aspirations yet fragile lives, Xiao Yu is the best example. Yao Yao, remember mediocrity is a blessing. Su's mother, surely you can't expect your parents to support you for life. How about I have Aunt Su find you a security job? It may be tough, but at least it's a proper job. A group of relatives chimed in, each voicing their opinions. The living room was filled with their nauseating concerns. Lin Yu leaned in the corner of the sofa, head down, fingers swiftly scrolling on his phone screen. He was arranging matters, preparing for the impending storm. He didn't even bother to look up at the faces of those relatives. Under the watchful gaze of the eye of analysis, every subtle movement and twitch of their muscles betrayed their When the aunt said, "You must not follow your brother," the corner of her eye shifted downward, a typical expression of disdain mixed with glee. As the second uncle said, "Mediocrity is a blessing," his arms crossed and body slightly leaned back, a defensive yet authoritative posture indicating he perceived Lin Yu's family as those he needed to look down upon. And as Su's mother kindly offered a security job, she pressed her lips tightly together, a signal of barely contained smugness. She felt a genuine satisfaction from the stark contrast between her daughter's future and the tragic situation of Lin's family. Lin Yao could no longer bear to listen. She broke free from her parents' embrace and quietly retorted, "No. My profession isn't that bad." She wanted to say that her brother wasn't crazy, he had his own plans. But she didn't know how to express it. All her words were stuck in her throat. The glory that came with her mythical profession now felt like a heavy burden. "Yao Yao, my child." The aunt immediately interrupted her, wearing a look of, "I've seen through you already. I know you're feeling hurt and unwilling to accept it, but facts are facts. Evasion is useless. Your brother wouldn't accept reality back, then which led to." The second uncle also shook his head and sighed. "Yes, forcing respect is the most meaningless thing. Look at how lost you looked when you entered. Everyone's eyes are sharp and clear." Yao Yao, listen to your second uncle's advice. Recognizing reality early will be beneficial for you. They gave Lin Yao no chance to explain. Or rather, they simply did not believe any explanations. They only believed what they saw and what they wanted to believe. That is, the talented daughter of the Lin family had failed to. The Lin family's outstanding son and daughter had now both fallen into disgrace. What could be more gratifying than this? It brought them a sickly, deep-seated joy. Lin Yao's face flushed red, tears welling up in her eyes, both from anger and grievance. She felt as if she had fallen into a large net woven from care. No matter how she struggled, it was all in vain. Seeing Lin Yao's stubborn demeanor, Su's mother's regret intensified. She cleared her throat, preparing to educate this ungrateful child as someone who had been through it. "Yao Yao, it's not that I'm criticizing you, but your mindset is wrong. People fear most not recognizing themselves. Do you think being a professional is so easy?" Her movements were swift and urgent, tinged with an unmistakable panic. All present were stunned. Su's mother was bewildered by her daughter's sudden act. In the end, it's still, "Mom." Su Qingxue could no longer hold back. She grabbed her mother's arm and pulled it back forcefully. Her movements were swift and urgent, tinged with an unmistakable panic. All present were stunned. Su's mother was bewildered by her daughter's sudden action and turned back in dissatisfaction. "Qingxue, what are you doing?" "I'm just teaching your sister Yao Yao." "Stop talking." Su Qingxue's voice trembled, her eyes fixated on the man sitting silently in the corner of the sofa who hadn't spoken a word and was merely scrolling through his phone. Lin Yu. The elders present saw only a downtrodden, despondent, and taciturn young man. A negative example. But only Su Qingxue had witnessed it firsthand. She had seen the strength of professionals and their cruelty, as well as Lin Yu's dominance. "Mom, just say less." "Brother." Su's mother was bewildered by her daughter's nervous demeanor, feeling embarrassed in front of everyone. "What's going on with you today? Your brother is in this state. Oh, what's wrong with me saying a few words? I'm also doing this for his own good." Su Qingxue was on the verge of tears. Only she knew that Lin Yu only needed to lift a finger to turn all these noisy, ordinary people into pulp. Su's mother was utterly infuriated by her daughter's frantic demeanor. She tried to shake off Su Qingxue's hand, but found her daughter's grip surprisingly strong. "Have you lost your mind? Let go. I'm doing this for him. If I don't say something, his whole life will be ruined." Su Qingxue ignored her mother and turned her head abruptly, speaking rapidly to all the elders in the living room in a near-pleading tone. "Aunt Lin, Uncle's aunts. It's getting late. Yao Yao just awakened and must be tired. Uncle Lin and Aunt Lin have worried all day. Shouldn't we let them have a good talk as a family?" Her mind raced. Space. Yes, give them space. This was the only reason she could think of to pull these oblivious elders back from the edge of a cliff. This reason was reasonable, full of consideration. While Su Qingxue desperately tried to persuade everyone outside the community, it had become noisy without her noticing. It was the buzzing sound that only arises when a large crowd gathers. The rarity of Lin Yao's profession must have caused a stir outside, even more than her brother's. The situation mirrored that of 5 years ago. Linzhou Huayuan residential complex at the entrance. Dozens of interview vans bearing the logos of major media outlets like sharks drawn to blood choked the gate until no one could pass. Countless reporters lugging long lenses and heavy equipment swarmed out of the vehicles, and for a moment the scene teetered on chaos. The 2 security guards in the gatehouse stood frozen dumbstruck. They had worked here for more than a decade, and this was only the second time in their lives they had seen such an array. No, this was even bigger than the last time. What? What is this? Filming a movie, the younger guard stammered. The older, more seasoned guard shoved open the door and intercepted a reporter who was running at the front. Hey, what are you doing? This is a private complex, you cannot just barge in. The reporter halted and, impatient, slapped a press credential down in front of the guard. Linzhou Daily. We're here to cover a major story. Cover whom? The guard asked, bewildered. A female reporter squeezing forward shouted at the top of her lungs as if afraid of being left behind. Lin Yao? This year's newly emerged mythic deer professional, an awakener. She lives in this complex. Mythic deer professional. Lin Yao? The 2 guards in the booth felt their minds go numb. Of course they knew Lin Yao, the quiet, sensible girl from the old Lin family, always top of her class, the pride of the neighborhood. But a mythic deer professional. What did that even mean? Linzhou had never produced one. They only knew one thing: this had to be enormous. Lin Yao's place. The older guard came to his senses and reflexively began to give directions. Oh, she lives in Building B Unit 7. He had not finished the sentence when something made him stop short and swallow the rest. Something felt wrong. This scene, why did it feel so familiar? Building B Unit 7. Thanks, sir. A few reporters at the front caught the key information and bolted into the complex like hounds unleashed. The rest of the pack surged after them. Only a newly hired intern reporter lagged behind. After running a short distance, he noticed several veteran colleagues halt with strange expressions, and curious, he drifted closer. Wanga, why did you stop? If we don't hurry, all the good positions will be taken. The veteran called Wang gave no answer. He only stared blankly toward Building B Unit 7, murmuring to himself, Building B Unit 7. Why that address? The intern grew even more puzzled. He only stared blankly toward Building B Unit 7, murmuring to himself, Building B Unit 7. 5 years ago we came to that address too. For someone else. Who? Wang slowly exhaled 2 words. Lin Yu. The moment the name left his lips, the expressions of the reporters standing nearby shifted into a complicated, unsayable mix. There was regret, ridicule, and a persistent memory that would not be washed away. The intern Xiaoli was baffled. Who was Lin Yu? Was he famous? Famous. More than famous. Wang lit a cigarette, drew a long, distant drag, and his eyes drifted. 5 years ago he was Linzhou City's most dazzling prodigy, a rising superstar who awakened the golden epic tier profession, Wanxiang Cardmaster. When we went to interview him back then, that scene was no less grand than what we see today. An epic tier profession. What happened afterwards? Xiaoli pressed on. Afterwards, Wang exhaled a smoke ring and sneered. Afterwards the genius went mad. He became obsessed with damn cards, postponed his exams for 5 straight years, cut ties with his family, and became the laughingstock of the city. Xiaoli was stunned into silence. The fall of a prodigy always carried a bitter aftertaste. Suddenly the TV reporter's face froze as a realization struck her. Lin Yu. Lin Yao. The cigarette but fell from Wang's fingers to the floor. Good heavens. They are brother and sister. I remember now. When we interviewed Lin Yu 5 years ago, his sister stood by the side, shrinking and too timid to say a word. Exactly. It's her. Unbelievable. 5 years later she has awakened a mythic tier profession. This discovery might be even more explosive than the mere fact of a mythic tier awakening. A family in which the brother had once been the epic prodigy, now reduced to madness and ridicule. While the sister 5 years on had soared into the heavens, awakening a profession that stood above the epic tier. What a theatrical turn of fate. The angles to mine for a story were endless. Move. Wang stamped out his cigarette, and as if injected with adrenaline, snapped back to life. The other mythic deer, the Xiaolaw, from the Zhao family, turned out to be a dud. The lead is gone. Now every treasure line points at Lin Yao. This is an exclusive within an exclusive. The reporters went wild. Without hesitation, they surged toward Building B Unit 7. Linzhou City, top floor of the Global Financial Center. In a conference room that looked down over the entire city, smoke curled through the air, and the atmosphere was so stifling it felt as if one could squeeze water from it. With a loud slap, a test report was flung onto the Wang Wali conference table, rattling the expensive bone porcelain teacups. Wang Tung, chairman of Julie Group, a burly middle-aged man, chest heaving and veins bulging at his neck, roared, "Authentic. The test results show it is authentic. The efficacy, the ingredients, the molecular structure. There is not a hair's breadth of difference from our company's Julie elixir." He glared at the 3 others around the table. Who can tell me what the hell is happening? Opposite him sat Feng Rue, vice president of Fengxing Technology. Feng Rue pushed up his glasses and pointed to the plunging green curve on the virtual screen. 3 days. In only 3 days our stock value has evaporated by 30%. Those untraceable Finxing's breath products flooding the black market have already captured nearly 40% of our market share. It's terrifying. And that number keeps ballooning. Our distributors' phones are being hammered. They demand to know how a competitor can slash prices down to 30% of market value. 30%. They cannot even cover cost. This is suicidal dumping. In the corner, Mr. Sure from Pancher Biotech dabbed his forehead with a handkerchief of fat, and shaking, he looked on the verge of collapse. It is not merely dumping. The wolves that smell blood are circling. They are aggressively shorting our shares. The snowball has begun to roll. If we don't act, the three of us could be forcibly liquidated and closed out. Bankruptcy. The word hung above them like a cold Damocles sword. 3 bloodshot eyes simultaneously turned to the other end of the table, where a man sat utterly at odds with the surrounding tension. Lin Yu of Qingyun Pharmaceuticals. Among the 4 major pharmaceutical suppliers in Linzhou, it is the only company specializing in mental drugs. Lin Yu picked up a teacup, gently blowing away the floating tea leaves, and leisurely took a sip. He didn't even look at the report or the chart of plummeting stock prices. Director Wang, President Feng, President Sure. He set down the teacup, producing a crisp sound. Being anxious is useless. Wang Tung slammed his fist on the table. Lin Yu, stop talking now. Now that it's not you in trouble, of course you're not anxious. Feng Rue coldly interjected. President Li, this time the black market drugs do not include your awakening potion. Don't you find that strange? President Shi's voice was tinged with a hint of desperation. President Li, we 4 are in the same boat. You can't just stand by and watch us suffer. Think of a way, think of something. Hearing this, Lin Yu finally raised his head. He surveyed the 3 frantic individuals around him. To him, this matter was something he could choose to help or not. But their attitude undoubtedly irritated him. Strange. Not strange at all. The drugs circulating in the black market are all based on the 3 fundamental attributes: strength, agility, and physique. These drugs are in high demand, but the technical barriers are low and they are highly substitutable. As for my awakening potion, it targets mental attributes. This thing is useless for the average person. Only those who are breaking through bottlenecks in magical professions or researchers would buy it. The market is small and the audience is precise, so naturally no one wants to touch it. He paused for a moment and added a sentence. Moreover, because the prices of your 3 companies' drugs have dropped, many practitioners have more disposable income, allowing them to purchase my awakening potion to enhance their mental strength. In the past 3 days our sales have increased by 5%. Boom. This statement fell like a lit match in a barrel of gunpowder. Wang Ting suddenly stood up, a tremendous sense of oppression washing over the room. Li, what do you mean by that? Are you saying that while our 3 companies suffer, you actually benefit? Don't forget, we are all shareholders in this together. We rise and fall as one. Lin Yu smiled. He leaned back in his chair, spreading his hands. Director Wang, calm down. Shareholders are shareholders, and business is business. If one prospers, all prosper. If one falls, well, then it's every man for himself. Furthermore, this incident clearly targets your 3 companies. What good would it do for me to get involved? Am I trying to bring disaster upon myself? Cold, ruthless. The naked face of a businessman. A glint of cold light flashed behind Feng Rui's glasses. Lin Yu, are you planning to break the agreement and betray us? It's not betrayal. Lin Yu shook his head. I'm just not engaging in a losing deal. Your troubles are for you to resolve. As for Qingyun Pharmaceuticals, I want to accompany you in this. After saying this, he stood up, adjusted the collar of his suit, and prepared to leave. You dare to leave? Wang Tung shouted angrily. Do you think I want dare? Lin Yu did not look back. Is there really no way out? Feng Rui's voice, tinged with excitement, became sharp as he leaned on the table, staring intensely at Wang Tung and President Shi. President Shi felt flustered under his gaze, a surge of anger rushing to his head. What good does shouting do? He exploded like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, roaring without restraint. If you have the guts, go find Chen Ao. Isn't Chen Ao the king of the underground world in Linzhou? He can't handle this little matter. Chen Ao. The moment the name was mentioned, the entire meeting room fell silent. Even Lin Yu, who was about to leave, paused with his hand on the doorknob. Chen Ao, a legendary figure entrenched in the gray areas of Linzhou. No one knew his true origins. They only knew that all shady dealings in Linzhou City, the black market, intelligence and trafficking, had his shadow behind them. He was a giant lurking in the shadows. A flicker of hope ignited in Feng Rue and President Shi's eyes. Chen Ao. To stir up such waves in the black market, finding him is the best solution. Feng Rue immediately turned to Wang Tung, his attitude doing a complete 180. Director Wang, I remember you. You know Chen Ao. I recall you mentioned at the last banquet that you and Brother Ao are sworn brothers. President Shi also scrambled over, his face filled with flattering smiles. Director Wang, Brother Wang, you can't keep this to yourself. As long as Brother Ao is willing to step in, let alone 3 times the price, even if he sinks all those goods into the river, no one would dare to say a word. Wang Tung's face turned a pig liver color. He indeed bragged about this after drinking. But that was just boasting. He had only seen Shinao from a distance at an auction, not having exchanged a single word. Now being publicly grilled by Feng Rue, he found himself in a difficult position. Wang Tung stammered, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. Feng Rue looked at him, his heart sinking little by little. He sneered. What? Director Wang, why don't you just give Brother Ao a call? Tell him to break the legs of these market disruptors and throw them out to feed the fish. Wang Tung's throat made a hoarse sound, unable to utter a word. If the board investigates you as the CEO, won't be able to keep your position. President Shi scrambled to block the door, his hefty body almost blocking the way, his face a mix of, do you really think you can walk out of this door today? Our 4 companies have crosshair holdings and our interests are deeply intertwined. If we go down, Qingyun Pharmaceuticals will also suffer. If the board investigates you as the CEO, won't be able to keep your position. President Shi scrambled to block the door, his hefty body almost blocking the way, his face a mix of pleading and desperate madness. Yes, President Li, Brother Li, we're all in the same boat. You can't leave. If you go, we're all finished. The shareholders won't spare you. Wang Tung remained silent, his gaze fixed on Li Mo, his heavy breathing echoing in the quiet conference room, the bloodshot eyes filled with the last traces of madness and threat. Wang Tung remained silent, his gaze fixed on Li Mo, his heavy breathing echoing in the quiet conference room, the bloodshot eyes filled with the last, only a look of mocking disdain, as if viewing clowns. These people had never regarded him as one of their own. Because crosshair holding. Li Mo chuckled lightly, the laughter piercing through the oppressive air. President Feng, are you mistaken about something? He pointed at Wang Tung, then at Feng Rue. Director Wang, you are the chairman of the Julie Group and a major shareholder of Fengxing Technology. President Feng, you are also one of the founders of Fengxing Technology. President Shi, Panshir Biotech is your family business. Your companies are your lives. If the company goes bankrupt, you'll have to jump off this building. As for me, he shifted his finger to himself. I'm merely the CEO of Qingyun Pharmaceuticals. Just a worker receiving a salary and a small bonus. Li Mo's smile widened, carrying a sort of cruel condescension. You are not wrong. If one suffers, all suffer. But what suffers are the company's assets, the shareholders' money. What does that have to do with me, Li Mo? The worst outcome is that the board gets angry and fires me, the CEO. I'll take my compensation, change cities, and still be able to rise again. He spread his hands, his posture relaxed and free. Li Mo coldly observed it all, adjusted his tie, and turned to walk towards the door. This time no one dared to stop him. Just as his hand was about to touch the doorknob, a hoarse, deep voice rang out. It was Wang Tung. His voice was stripped of the previous rage and despair, leaving only an eerie calm. Li Mo's steps halted. He did not turn around, standing quietly, as if giving this defeated man one last bit of dignity. Wang Tung slowly raised his head, his red eyes flickering with a strange light. We found the source. All low-cost drugs come from a place in the Linzhou black market. He pronounced each word deliberately, Old Ghost Hall. Presently, Wang Tung's voice carried a hint of cruel satisfaction. Old Ghost. This name is certainly familiar to Li Mo. In fact, one could say it is quite well known. For Qingyun Pharmaceutical to have achieved its current status, rising from countless small workshops to become one of the 4 major pharmaceutical companies in Linzhou, the man known as Old Ghost played an indispensable role. No, back then he was not Old Ghost. He was Little Ghost. A spirited individual who treated the laboratory as his home, sporting 2 panda eyes, yet capable of finding gold among a pile of discarded data, a mad scientist. Unlike the other 3 companies, Julie, Fengxing, and Panshir, these 3 started by monopolizing resources. They controlled the drop rates of specific monster materials. Without those core materials, no one could produce their flagship potions. This was both a barrier and a lifeline. Qingyun Pharmaceuticals' awakening potion had extremely difficult raw material drops, and its production was always struggling, with the company teetering on the brink of bankruptcy. It was Little Ghost who took the lead in reformulating the recipe. He spent countless sleepless nights losing clumps of hair and deteriorating in health, yet he stubbornly managed to produce a weakened version of the awakening potion. Though the effectiveness was diminished, the most crucial fact was that it completely broke free from the dependency on rare materials. Production increased. Qingyun Pharmaceutical survived. At that time, Little Ghost had a relatively good life and the company respected as a technical backbone by everyone. Until Li Mo took office. As the new CEO, Li Mo had a clear goal: to optimize the company's revenue, reduce costs, and increase efficiency. He opened the personnel files, and the name Little Ghost jumped out at him. Oh no, that's right, he is now Old Ghost. Balding, deteriorating in health, relying on medication to get by, he could hardly produce any new results in the laboratory, becoming purely a cost center. What was the point of keeping a half-dead old man around, waiting to collect retirement and compensation? Li Mo employed some means compliant, but lacking in compassion. Soon Old Ghost was optimized away. It was said that later on his wife left him, his children disowned him, and he became a laughingstock, abandoned by all. Li Mo felt no remorse. He was just a worker. He was merely fulfilling his KPIs. And the facts proved that his decision was undeniably correct. Years after being expelled, Old Ghost had not caused any significant uproar. At most, he sold a few of his homemade counterfeit potions in the corners of the black market, barely scraping by. That measly production capacity was not even worth bothering Qingyun Pharmaceutical. But now, Wang Teng said that these 3 disruptive potions all came from Old Ghost Hall. Interesting. Limo's movement halted. He slowly withdrew his hand from the doorknob. Had this old ghost gained enlightenment? Or had he been divinely inspired? How could he possibly have unlocked the formulas for the potions of the other 3 companies? This was unscientific. It was even beyond metaphysics. He knew that the formulas for those 3 companies' potions could not possibly be unlocked. Without the raw materials, production was impossible. As for how he knew, that was not your concern. Limo's curiosity was piqued for the first time. Wang Ting's news had indeed kept him there. He turned around. The mockery on his face had vanished. In its place was a pure bureaucratic gaze typical of a technocrat. Old Ghost Hall. He repeated the name as if tasting an unfamiliar dish. He alone. Wang Teng saw Limo's reaction and felt a surge of morbid delight. He knew he had bet right. There must be a story between Limo and this old ghost. And Limo was also contemplating. These 3 fools thought they had caught him. Going in could shift Old Ghost's motives towards revenge against Qingyun. Delving deeper, it could even be said that this was Qingyun's scheme, allowing Old Ghost to endure humiliation and plot this attack. They believed that Old Ghost's origins in Qingyun would inevitably drag Limo into the mire. Even if it was ultimately found out that he had no connection, this dirty water was enough to leave him in a panic, and the board would undoubtedly hold him accountable. Ridiculous. They did not understand at all. This was not trouble for him. It was an opportunity. A business opportunity. The only thing he wanted to do now was to reach out to that old ghost and understand the reasons, and perhaps see if collaboration was possible. Of course, in a personal capacity. As for personal grudges in the face of money, what grudges could there be? Feng Rue looked at Limo's reaction, thinking that his guess had been confirmed. He stepped forward, his voice sharp. Old Ghost is someone from your Qingyun Pharmaceutical. Now he has caused such a big incident targeting our 3 companies, yet leaving you alone. You say this has nothing to do with you. Who would believe it? Does the board believe it? Shirzong also found a backbone, scrambling to echo. Right? With Crosshair holding, we cannot have a hard time, and neither can you. Threat. A threatening display of bravado. With Crosshair holding, we cannot have a hard time, and neither can you. Threat. A threatening display of bravado. Limo found it somewhat amusing. To put it bluntly, these 3 incompetents bound together could not even match his finger. They were already out of options, in terms of time efficiency perspective, and that pathetic sense of superiority that comes from being in a higher position. They could not possibly consult anyone else, let alone lower themselves to engage with an old ghost in the black market. Thus they could only cling desperately to themselves. The only person who could help them, and the only one they believed they had caught with a handle. It seemed that even if it was just to buy time, it was indeed necessary to help them analyze a bit. Otherwise, if these 3 idiots really went crazy, who knew what they might do? Limo's expression remained unchanged as he walked back to the conference table, but he did not sit down. Instead, he looked down at the 3 men. No need for euphemisms. If you want me to help you, that's fine. He spoke calmly. But before that, I need you to answer me a few questions. First, have there been any abnormalities in the core raw materials that your 3 companies rely on for survival, the specific monsters' production areas? Has any new force intervened? Wang Teng instinctively replied no. In the abyss, the territory of the fire-maned lion has always been under our Wang family's control. You outsiders simply cannot enter. Second, have you received any warnings or hints from higher-ups, whether official or military? Feng Rue immediately shook his head no. The cooperation between Fengxing Technology and the military has always been stable. My brother is in the procurement department, and if anything happens, I will know immediately. Third, have you offended anyone you shouldn't have recently? Very good. Limo interrupted him. He extended his hand. So the attacks from the other side are entirely market-driven. There has been no interference from upper-level forces, and your raw material supply has not been cut off. This is a purely commercial war. Limo paused and glanced around at the 3 of them. And you are the ones losing. These 3 words struck like 3 slaps on Wang Teng and his companions' faces. Limo did not give them a chance to refute. He continued, since this is war, panic and infighting are the most primitive behaviors. Now I present you with a plan. Whether you listen or not is up to you. He raised a finger. First, focus on stability. Secure your foundation. I don't care what connections or means you use. Go and reconfirm immediately whether your monopoly on raw materials is secure. I want 100% assurance that no other forces can obtain those core materials. This is our confidence to engage in a price war. He raised another finger. Second, present a strong front. Whose confidence? The stock market is in panic, shorts are rampant, and the snowball has already started rolling. You must immediately step forward and hold a joint press conference projecting a strong and high-profile image. What should be announced? Just announce that the 3 groups will jointly invest to launch the New Star project and sign contracts with the outstanding newcomers in Lin Yu on a large scale. Feng Rue frowned. Sign newcomers. What good is that? Fool. Limo spoke without reservation. This is for the market to see, especially those two mythic-level figures. Spare no effort to approach them. Offer them the best contracts and the most favorable terms. Even if you can't sign them, you must present a strong front. Let everyone see that your three groups have not been crushed, rather you are financially robust and expanding against the odds. The tremors from this small transaction are even less significant than signing newcomers. This is called painting a pie, do you understand? Use a massive pie to stabilize investor confidence and drive the stock price up. On the other hand, let everyone know that your three groups are united. Only by binding together will the market confidence be strong enough to prevent further turmoil. Lastly, he extended another finger pointing directly at the three of them. Third strike downwards. Launch a dimension. If I remember correctly, your three groups have been strictly controlling the circulation of potions in the market to maintain high profits, and the stockpiled inventory in your warehouses must be astronomical, right? Wang Tung and the others' expressions subtly changed. This was their biggest commercial secret. Now it's time to let this inventory see the light of day. Limo's voice carried a hint of cold cruelty. Starting tomorrow, the three groups will jointly hold a Awakening Season Grand Giveaway event. All featured potions will be sold at a threefold discount. What a... Mr. Sure screamed, a threefold discount. We would lose everything. Strictly limited. Lin Yu added. Our battlefield is the legitimate market, while Liaowatang operates in the black market. Our advantage is our massive inventory and brand effect. When everyone believes they can buy genuine potions at a threefold discount, who would still go to the black market to buy when their goods can't sell and pile up in stock, we will find someone to purchase all their inventory from the black market. As long as our raw material side is confirmed to be fine, their production capacity and inventory will certainly have limits. We can use our endless stock to strangle them. Once they go bankrupt, the event will end and prices will stabilize. Not only will we have eliminated our competitor, but we will also have bought a batch of products at a low price, which we can then sell for profit. Once they go bankrupt, the event will end and prices will stabilize. Not only will we have eliminated our competitor, but we will also have bought a batch of products. Mr. Sure was the first to hesitate, wiping sweat from his brow, muttering quietly, just the threefold discount alone means astronomical losses every day. Feng Rue pushed up his glasses. Moreover, acquiring goods from the black market carries too much risk. What if they have a lot of goods? Wouldn't we just be handing them money for no reason? Liamo couldn't help but laugh. Then wait until the black market is driven down to cost price before taking action. No matter how strong they are, their costs can't be lower than what you guys manage, right? That way you won't lose anything. Wang Tung remained silent, but his furrowed brows already indicated everything. They were still concerned about those trivial profits. Liamo was truly amused and enraged. He looked at the three fools guarding a mountain of gold, but lacking the courage to fight back, feeling as if he were playing a lute to a cow. Hundreds of billions, he uttered softly. The three were taken aback. The other party is using goods worth hundreds of billions to smash your market. Hundreds of billions, he uttered softly. The three were taken aback. The other party is using goods worth hundreds of billions to smash your market. Have you forgotten that if your company goes bankrupt, you will only have this rooftop to jump off from? He deliberately made his words sound frightening, just to make these three think only about fighting rather than contacting Liaowatang to negotiate. The door was closed behind Liamo. Bang! A soft sound echoed in the silent conference room, stirring layers of resonance. The door was closed behind Liamo. Bang! A soft sound echoed in the silent conference room, stirring layers of resonance. Liamo left striding with an air of superiority. He left behind a plan, one that sounded perfect yet overflowed with a scent of blood. Threefold discount. Threefold discount. Mr. Sure's lips trembled, his plump face devoid of any color as he repeated this number like a spell. Isn't that slicing our flesh? That's stabbing our hearts with a knife. Every day. How much would we lose? My God. Feng Rue pushed up his glasses, his fingers rubbing his aching temples behind the lenses. It's not just about losing money. This plan is too risky. Once initiated, it's like shooting an arrow without a chance to retract. Whether our cash flow can sustain until we exhaust Liaowatang is an unknown. How is that possible? If our three groups work together, even Chineo would have to think twice. How could he with just Liaowatang hold up against us? His potions can't be endless, right? Enough! Wang Tung shouted fiercely, slapping his palm heavily on the bang! Liamo is right, let's do it. The entire mahogany long table shook, causing the teacups on it to leap and shatter to pieces on the floor. Feng Rui's breathing quickened as he adjusted his glasses. The last remnants of hesitation were completely swept away by the instinct for survival. Let's do it. He squeezed out a word through gritted teeth. Mr. Sure looked at the reckless determination on Wang Tung and Feng Rui's faces, realizing he had no way out. He slumped in his chair, his face ashen, muttering, let's do it. Better than jumping off the building. Good. Wang Tung sat heavily, and the atmosphere in the conference room finally shifted from a desperate silence to a fervor akin to that of desperate gamblers. Since we are going to do it, we must do it thoroughly. Feng Rui's mind raced, and he quickly pinpointed a blind spot in Limo's plan. Old Wang Limo's plan is an overt strategy. It aims to crush him in the legitimate market using our scale advantage. But Liaoguatang operates in the shadows in the black market. We can't just engage on the surface. Wang Tung instantly understood. Are you saying? Chen Ao. Exactly. Feng Rue nodded. We were pushed into a corner before, which is why we wanted to fight Chen Ao desperately. But now that we have a plan, our purpose for seeking him out is different. It wouldn't be realistic to ask him to take action and eliminate Liaoguatang. We don't have that kind of influence. He wouldn't destroy the black market rules for our sake. But, Feng Rue lowered his voice, we could spend money to buy information, right? What is this old ghost's background? Does he have people backing him? Where did his goods come from? Chen Ao must know the— Mr. Shi leaned and his eyes rekindled with hope. Yes. Knowing both ourselves and the enemy ensures victory. As long as we clarify his details, we won't have to act blindly like we are now. Wang Tung pondered for a moment and slapped his thigh. Not just buying information. Aren't we ultimately going to the black market to buy out Liaoguatang's inventory at low prices? This matter can't avoid Chen Ao. No matter what, we must first pay our respects at the docks and get his nod. All right, it's settled. Wang Tung stood up and began assigning tasks. The imposing air of a group chairman finally returned to him. He'll think of a way for Chen Ao. Even if I can't meet him directly, those who manage things under him should be able to communicate. Spend money until they agree to speak. His gaze turned to Feng Rue. Old Feng, you take charge of the New Star project that Lin Yu mentioned. Immediately. Right now. Those reporters following the trend should still be around just in time. We can save on publicity costs. Build up the momentum. The bigger the better. We need everyone in Linzhou to know that our three groups not only aren't in trouble, but are also about to take significant actions. Old Sure, you return to the company immediately. Take inventory of the warehouse. Get in touch with all channels. Over the night, have the operations department work overtime to come up with a plan. Tomorrow morning, our three groups' featured potions will be sold at a threefold discount on the official website and all offline stores. Limited supply. Remember, maintain a strong front, but don't open the gates too wide. The goal is to draw customers back from the black market and suffocate Liaoguatang's goods in their own hands. Understood. The two responded, and the three got to work. Lin family. Su Kingsu's suggestion created a slight crack in the suffocating atmosphere of concern in the living room. Indeed, it was getting late. Lin Yao, having returned from her awakening, felt utterly exhausted and needed a good rest. Aunt and uncle exchanged glances. They had achieved their purpose for coming today. Having confirmed Lin Yao's failed awakening with their own eyes, and having comforted the Lin family in person, the elders felt that their responsibility had been fulfilled, and their sense of superiority was greatly satisfied. It was time to take their leave and share this bad news with other relatives. Yes, look at us two caught up in conversation. Aunt was the first to stand up, wearing a hypocritical smile. Yao is exhausted. Oh, we won't disturb you any further. Old Lin's sister-in-law, don't be too upset. The child has done her best. Uncle also got up, straightening his collar. Xiao Yu, you two don't let your parents worry anymore. Find something proper to do. He did not forget to remind Lin Yu in his capacity as an elder. Su's mother also pulled Su Qingxue, preparing to leave. Sister, we are leaving now. We will come to see you another day. He did not forget to remind Lin Yu in his capacity as an elder. Su's mother also pulled Su Qingxue. No longer a vague background noise, but a clear and discernible clamor of the crowd mingled with a few sharp shouts, though the specific content could not be made out. What's going on outside? It's so noisy. Aunt, who was about to head towards the door, stopped in her tracks and curiously looked towards the window. The security in Linzhou City has always been great, and their old neighborhood hadn't seen any major incidents in decades. This commotion seemed as if a significant figure had arrived. Could something have happened? Uncle also walked over, more anxious than Aunt, directly pulling back the curtain to look downstairs. After just one glance, he was stunned. The community garden below was a sea of people. Cameras with long guns and short cannons, microphones bearing logos of major media outlets, and countless flashing phone screens surrounded the entrance of the entire building, making it impossible to pass. Reporters. Why are there so many reporters? Uncle voiced his confusion. Reporters. Everyone in the living room was drawn to the scene. Lin's parents also temporarily set aside their sorrow, looking puzzled as they gathered by the window. Su's mother even squeezed to the front. Heavens, there must be over 100 people here. Have all the media in Linzhou come. Which family produced a top scholar? Su's mother exclaimed. But wait, even if it were a top scholar, it shouldn't have caused such a scene. Aunt mumbled. In their understanding, only a sensational criminal case that shook the entire city or a visit from a top figure could attract such a scale of reporters. Have all the media in Linzhou come. Which family produced a top scholar? Su's mother exclaimed. But wait, no way. Could it be? As long as it doesn't concern us, let's leave. Uncle retracted his head and resumed his indifferent elder demeanor, leading the way to the door. Exactly, let others deal with their own business. Aunt echoed, urging everyone to leave. Lin's parents were now in a state of chaotic confusion and had no mind to see them off. Lin Yao was still lost in her own emotions. Lin Yu remained leaning in the corner, the light from his phone's screen reflecting off his unperturbed face. Relatives streamed out, and as Sue's mother was about to leave, she glanced back at the Lin family with a complex expression filled with both pity and relief. Su Qingxue was pulled along by her, and as she stepped out, her footsteps hesitated. She moved her lips towards Lin Yu's direction, but ultimately said nothing and was forcefully dragged away by her mother. The door clicked shut. The world became silent. Yet outside, the world was just beginning to boil. The reporters were firmly blocked at the entrance of the building by several property staff, but they could not be held back. Security had let them in, but they couldn't just let the reporters swarm in. This surging tide of people could cause an accident. The crowd surged like a deluge, crashing against the weak barrier time and again. Let us in. We have the right to interview. Building B, Unit 7. This is the place. Charge. However, amidst this chaos, a few seasoned old hands coincidentally stopped in their tracks and gathered. It was the group of reporters who had been discussing at the entrance of the community earlier. Everyone stopped pushing. The elder brother Wang shouted at the crowd behind him. He was well respected in the Linzhou media circle and said, "What good will it do to rush in now?" Everyone shouting at once won't yield any useful questions. A female reporter from a television station chimed in, "Exactly. If we scare them, they'll hide inside and not come out, and everyone's effort today will be in vain." As soon as these words were spoken, the restless crowd quieted down significantly. Everyone understood this principle. Interviewing is not like robbery, especially not when it comes to interviewing a top genius who has risen to fame. The first impression is crucial. Seeing the chaos under control, Brother Wang pulled out a cigarette box from his pocket and passed one to a few old companions around him. "Gentlemen, this matter today is not simple. Not just simple." A bespectacled colleague adjusted his glasses and said, "A family first, an epic, then a myth. This topic, looking nationwide, even worldwide, is unparalleled. I was just thinking about how to write the news piece." The female reporter from the television station exhaled a puff of smoke. "How about genius false siblings on different paths? Or dragon and phoenix twins, two talents from one family? A myth-level profession is impressive, but every 2 years, there's always one nationwide. Reporting on a newly emerged genius is routine. A myth-level profession is impressive, but every 2 years, there's always one nationwide. Reporting on a newly emerged genius is routine." Brother Wang flicked the ash off his cigarette. "But Lin Yu is different. Once an epic genius, the hope of Linzhou City back, then now fallen into ridicule after 5 years of silence. Now his sister has awakened a myth-level profession even stronger than his. Just think about it. What is his current state of mind? Is it jealousy? Is it comfort? Or is it numbness?" Digging him out from the pile of old papers and comparing him with his sister, this dramatic conflict, this topic, is 10 times more significant than just reporting on Lin Yu. The surrounding veteran reporters nodded repeatedly, their breaths becoming heavier. They were masters at manipulating words and public opinion, instantly grasping Brother Wang's point. A perfect genius girl certainly attracts attention, but it pales in comparison to the impact of a beautiful, strong, and tragic character combined with a fallen genius brother. This news industry is indeed profound. I just pulled some strings and asked an old classmate at Linzhou Yizhang, a reporter who had been silent and burying his head in his phone suddenly looked up, his face flushed with a near manic excitement. "What did you find out?" Everyone surged forward. The reporter swallowed and with effort said, "Confirmed, Lin Yu and Lin Yu are indeed biological siblings." "Is that even news?" Wang Gu snapped impatiently. "Get to the point." The reporter lifted his phone. The chat on the screen was plain to see. "My classmate said that Lin Yu, the Lin Yu who wasted 5 years, this year, is also going to take the college entrance examination." Boom. The revelation hit the assembled reporters like a thunderclap. "What? He is taking the exam too? Didn't he already give up? 5 years. What could he possibly use to face the exam? Are they insane?" This is even more absurd than his sister awakening a myth-tier career. If the earlier news had merely excited them, this put them over the edge. A so-called madman who deferred his exam for 5 years was going back to the testing hall. This is a headline served on a silver platter. The reporter with the scoop began to tremble. "Don't forget, every year of postponement doubles the difficulty. If Lin Yu sits the exam this year, it would be 32 times harder." Hell mode. Wang Gu, who had just inhaled a cigarette, spat it out. 32 times the difficulty. The number plunged every journalist present into a deathly silence. They all knew what that figure meant. It was true hell, the crucible reserved for the most monstrous of prodigies. Since Linzhou City was established, the highest recorded multiplier had only been 8. 32. This was not an exam, it was suicide. A man ruined for 5 years planning to challenge a difficulty even top geniuses dared not imagine. This was no longer mere news, it was legend. Wang Ji's cigarette but fell to the ground without his noticing. He snatched the reporter's phone and stared at the line of text, as if trying to see through it. "It's real, it's really true. Quick, quick, quick." Wang Gu reacted, instantly stamping out his cigarette as if flooded with adrenaline. "Revise the question sheet. Rewrite everything. Redirect all questions toward Lin Yu. First question, ask him why he is attempting the 32-fold difficulty. Second, ask his view on his sister awakening a myth-tier profession. Third, ask what he has been doing these past, and ask Lin Yu what does she think about her brother challenging hellish difficulty. Does she support him? Does she have confidence? The veteran reporters, suddenly awakened, pulled out their work devices and pounded the virtual keys with trembling fingers, electrified with excitement. The routine questions they had prepared for the genius girl were instantly discarded. All the questions about awakening impressions and future plans seemed pale and powerless before the explosive angle. The former prodigy challenges a 32-fold Hell Gaokao. Colleagues, let's coordinate. Wang Ge lowered his voice, though his excitement could not be contained. When we go up, don't rush, one team at a time. First, get the core questions answered and secure first-hand material. For subsequent in-depth interviews, we'll each compete on our own merits. Agreed. Agreed. Let's do it. Faced with enormous stakes, rival reporters, who usually fought tooth and nail, unusually formed a united front. They understood this was no mere exclusive, this was to witness the birth of a story worthy of being inscribed in Linzhou City's history books. After revising the interview outline, the older reporters exchanged a tacit look, straightened their collars and gear like generals about to head into battle. Wang Ge led the way toward the stairwell of the apartment block. Behind him stood senior journalists from Linzhou's largest media outlets, each well-equipped and composed. Colleague, silence. Wang Ji's voice was not loud, but it carried an authority that cut through the garden's clamor. The restless crowd gradually quieted. Small media reporters lugging equipment and live streamers holding phones stopped and turned to him. This is a big matter for Linzhou and a feast for us as journalists, Wang Ge said, scanning the scene. All the more reason not to cause a scene. If we scare the genius, no one will get the story, he continued. We mainstream outlets have agreed to ask first the questions everyone cares about. Once we have core material, we'll come down and share the first-hand information. Later, for deeper interviews, we'll each compete fairly on our own merits. His words provoked murmurs. Why should you ask first? Is news graded? A young reporter could not help protesting. The female reporter beside Wang Ge snorted. Because we are Linzhou Daily and Linzhou Television. Our reports will be pushed to every citizen's phone tomorrow. Yours, how many will see it? That was the crushing weight of industry status. The young reporter's face flushed, unable to reply. The smaller outlets, angry but powerless, lowered their microphones. Faced with absolute channel advantage, all resentment felt faint and impotent. The property managers, who had been frantically trying to keep order, finally breathed a sigh of relief. They wiped the sweat from their brows and cast a grateful look at Wang Ge. At last, someone who could take charge. In Building B, Unit 7, Corridor, click. The Lin family's heavy security door closed behind them, sealing off the stifling air within. Silence fell instantly. Yet Su Mu and the others were far from calm. Oh, it makes me furious. That Lin Yu. No manners at all. As soon as they entered the corridor, Aunt could no longer hold back and began to complain in a low voice. Did you see Lao Lin and his wife's faces? As if their parents had died. Serves them right. Who told them to be so smug before? Shu adjusted his glasses and walked ahead with measured steps, adding its fate. Some people are born to enjoy a good life. Others, no matter how high they are lifted, will fall. Xiaoyu was like that, now it seems Yao Yao is too. Humph, an ill-mannered brat. Su's mother's voice was laced with undisguised disdain. Qingxue, keep your distance from him in the future, don't let him lead you astray. Exactly. The aunt immediately chimed in while pressing the elevator down button, rolling her eyes. He used to look somewhat decent, but now? He's like a street urchin mooching off his family with no ambition. The elevator doors slowly opened, and they walked. In the cramped space, complaints sounded even clearer. Old Lin's family has really run out of luck. The second uncle adjusted his glasses, looking as though he saw through the world. A good genius just went mad all of a sudden. Now the younger sister has failed her awakening again. This family's fate is exhausted. Listening to these words, Su's mother felt somewhat relieved. She pulled Su Qingsu's hand and changed the subject to boast. Speaking of which, our Qingxue is fortunate. She has worked hard and found an excellent boyfriend. The aunt's attention was immediately drawn, her face breaking into a smile. Oh yes, sister-in-law Qingsu's boyfriend is Chun Rue, right? I've heard my husband mention him. He's talented and promising. A young person with potential is mostly due to good. Su's mother raised her chin slightly. His father is the head of the logistics department at Fengxing Technology, and he himself is a key talent with a boundless future ahead. Once they marry our Qingxue, it will be a wealthy lady, luckier than I am as her mother. That's truly remarkable. Qingxue has had a discerning eye since childhood. The elevator was filled with a cheerful atmosphere, and the flattery from the aunt and second uncle made Su's mother's pride nearly overflow. Only Su Qingxue stood in the middle of the crowd, feeling as though she had fallen into an ice cave. Wealthy lady. A boundless future. What echoed in her mind were the distorted arms of Chun Rue in the underground parking lot, and his face twisted in. And Lin Yu, the one who stood still, using mere recoil to incapacitate Chun Rue. If Chun Rue is considered talented and with a boundless future, then what about Lin Yu? The one who could summon thunder with a flick of a finger and annihilate the entire parking lot. What is he? A monster? Or a deity? Su Qingxue dared not think further, feeling her understanding being torn apart, enveloped by a profound sense of absurdity. Ding! The elevator reached the basement level, and the doors slowly opened. However, outside was not the familiar parking lot, but a yellow maintenance warning tape alongside a sign. Due to a circuit malfunction, an accident occurred, and the area is temporarily closed. Residents are advised to enter and exit from the first-floor lobby. They instinctively came to the basement, forgetting that the parking lot was under major repairs. What's going on? The second uncle was the first to voice his dissatisfaction. This broken community has problems every day. They can't even park a car properly. Exactly, the management is terrible. The aunt joined in the complaints. We pay property fees every year, and there's no service at all. Sue's mother frowned even more. They should have moved out long ago. Living in a place like this can't bring any good fortune. Accident. Circuit malfunction. She had seen it with her own eyes. It was no malfunction. It was Lin Yu's snap of his fingers that summoned accident. Circuit malfunction. She had seen it with her own eyes. It was no malfunction. It was Lin Yu's snap of his fingers that summoned a storm of lightning. It was a terrifying scene of purple lightning devouring the entire parking lot in an instant. He used only one move to cause destruction that required the authorities to cover it up as an accident. This man, what has he become after 5 years? Su Qingxue's heart raced uncontrollably, and she didn't even dare to look towards Lin Yu's direction, as if there resided a primal beast waiting to devour. Ultimately, it's still Lin Yu's fault. On the way up in the elevator, the aunt turned the topic back. If he hadn't gone mad with his epic career back, then the Lin family would have bought a big flat in the central affluent area long ago, right? Why would they need to be stuck in this broken place? Who says otherwise? The second uncle sighed, shaking his head. One misstep leads to another. Even if he returns now, look at him half alive. This life is how it is, and what future can he have? Such a pity for that girl Yao Yao. She was doing quite well, but now. Sue's mother did not finish her sentence, but her meaning was clear. In her view, the Lin family was finished. The brother was a waste who had gone mad for 5 years, and the sister had failed her awakening. Their parents were also old, and their family fortune had likely been squandered by Lin Yu long ago. Even if Lin Yu returned now, what difference would it make? A young man who had wasted 5 years and had long been out of touch with society. He would only add to the burden of this already precarious family. Su Qingxue listened to her mother and relatives' discussions. Her lips moved as if to retort, but she couldn't utter a single word. What could she say? Should she say that the waste in their eyes had just rendered her once promising boyfriend useless? Should she say that the accident in this broken community was caused by his single move? Who would believe it if she said it? They would only think she had gone mad like Lin Yu. A sense of unprecedented powerlessness gripped Su Qingxue. For the first time, she discovered that she and her mother, along with these relatives, seemed to live in two completely different worlds. All right, stop talking. The second uncle waved his hand, delivering a final summation. Everyone has their own fate. You can't force it. The only thing that can be confirmed is the Lin family has reached its end. Ding. The elevator reached the first floor. The metal doors slowly slid open. It's a family of... The second uncle adjusted his glasses, offering a final summary of their elevator chatter, and was the first to step out. Exactly, their luck has run out. The aunt followed closely behind. Sue's mother pulled Su Qingxue, still nagging. Qingxue, remember, don't think I'm nagging. Keep your distance from their family in the future, it's bad luck. However, the next second the three of them froze at the elevator entrance. The entire first-floor lobby was brightly lit, as bright as day. But that light did not come from the ceiling lights. It came from countless camera flashes and the wildly flickering magnesium lights. A dense crowd filled the small lobby. Long guns and short cannons, various microphones with media logos, and countless phones raised high formed a steel jungle. A wave of noise mixed with sweat, dust, and the heat of electronic devices rushed towards them. My goodness. The aunt was the first to let out a short scream, instinctively taking a step back, nearly bumping into the elevator. What is this? The second uncle was also taken aback, his hand that adjusted his glasses froze in midair. Sue's mother was even more shocked, her mouth agape, unable to utter a word. As they stepped out of the elevator on the first floor, the group was genuinely taken aback. They had only known that someone had arrived at the community, but from the window above they could only see a crowd gathered in the garden below. Who would have thought that all these people were crammed into the lobby of their building? What is happening? Su Qingxue's face turned pale in an instant. She looked at the scene before her, a chill creeping up her spine. They've come. Indeed, they have come. Uncontrollably, images of the dazzling electric lights in the parking lot and Lin Yu's expressionless face flashed through her mind. What's going on? Where is the property management? How could they allow all these people in? Sue's mother snapped back to reality, the first to complain, saying, what if there's a stampede? There's no awareness of safety at all. Something's not right. Uncle Air adjusted his glasses, the lenses reflecting the flickering lights. Look at them. Why aren't they going upstairs or leaving? As they focused their eyes, they noticed something even stranger. This group of journalists clearly had no intention of going upstairs. They showed no signs of wanting to leave. They were blocking the center of the lobby, forming a circle as if they were having a meeting. In the center of the circle, several seasoned journalists were passionately debating something, spitting out words. Meanwhile, the younger journalists and social media influencers on the outskirts stretched their necks and pricked their ears to listen, their faces filled with indignation, yet unable to step forward. What are they doing? Do they need to argue before an interview? Auntie looked on in confusion. Let's go over it. Uncle Air's curiosity was thoroughly piqued. He crouched down, trying to squeeze through the gaps in the crowd. Hey, be careful not to bump into their equipment. We can't afford to pay for that. Auntie quietly reminded him from behind. Su's mother also tugged at Su Qingxue, curiously following along. Only Su Qingxue felt as if her feet were weighted down with lead. She did not want to go over. She had a strong premonition that if she got close to that circle, she would hear the very things she dreaded the most. But her mother's grip was so tight that she had no strength to resist. Why should it be like this? Brother Wang, we are also a legitimate media outlet. Why do you get to ask first? A young journalist's voice came from the crowd, filled with suppressed anger. Just because we are from Lin Yu Daily. Another sharp female voice immediately retorted, our article can make it to the front page tomorrow morning. What about yours? How many people will see your article? In front of the news, everyone is equal. Such a big story, whoever gets it first has the skill. Equal. Then you go tell the editor about equality. Right now, we few mainstream media outlets are conducting a joint interview to ensure maximum dissemination of information. This is the optimal solution. Don't cause trouble here. The group managed to squeeze to the outskirts of the crowd just in time to hear the arguments clearly. Auntie and Uncle Air exchanged glances, both seeing shock and excitement in each other's eyes. A big news story. Uncle Air's breathing grew heavier. Is there some hidden big shot living in our building? It must be. Auntie lowered her voice, excitedly speculating, could it be that retired official upstairs who was found embezzling billions? What nonsense. Su's mother shot her a glance, but had an equally intriguing expression on her face. Did you not hear them? They want to create a big scene. It must be that one neighbor's child who has achieved great success. She instinctively puffed out her chest as she said this, as if referring to her own family, Chen Rui. Everyone quiet down. The middle-aged journalist known as Brother Wang finally lost his patience, shouting loudly to suppress all noise. I've already laid down the rules. We'll go and first gather the core materials, and then share them. Anyone who dares to break the rules and act on their own, don't blame us for joining forces to ensure they can't survive in the Lin Yu media circle. His words were heavy, carrying a naked threat. The several young journalists who had been clamoring moments ago fell silent instantly, their faces showing humiliation and reluctance. All right, now, let's confirm the final draft. Brother Wang ignored them and turned to a few old associates beside him. Simplify the questions, don't ask those pointless ones. The rest became unclear. However, judging by the situation, they seemed ready to move. With a wave of his hand, Brother Wang settled the matter. Let's go upstairs. He took the lead, followed closely by several mainstream media journalists striding determinedly toward the stairwell. The rest of the people in the lobby could only watch helplessly. Su's mother Ani and Uncle Air finally understood. It turned out this group was not having an internal conflict. They were dividing interests and discussing how to share the news. What big shot is it that has caused such a commotion? Ani exclaimed in surprise. Whatever, it has nothing to do with us. Su's mother pulled Su Qingxue. Let's hurry and leave, don't mingle in this mess, it's troublesome. Uncle Air nodded in agreement. Exactly, it's better to avoid trouble. We can't afford to provoke the people in this building. The group reached a consensus and chose not to push into the crowd anymore, instead opting to carefully maneuver along the wall, inching their way toward the exit through the gap between the crowd and the wall. The tide of people was overwhelming. They were nearly pushed along by the flow. The metallic edges of various camera equipment occasionally bumped against them, and the mingled scent of sweat and the heat from electronic devices made them dizzy. Ouch, my clothes. Auntie cried out in distress as a camera lens brushed against her. Hurry, hurry. Su's mother impatiently urged, one hand protecting her designer bag, while the other tightly gripped Su Qingxue. Su Qingxue followed passively, her face growing increasingly pale. She just wanted to get away from this place of troubles as quickly as possible. Speaking of which, this commotion is much bigger than when we interviewed Lin Yu 5 years ago. Uncle Air said while struggling to push forward, adjusting his glasses. His voice was not loud, but it was clear in the noisy environment. Indeed. Auntie immediately chimed in, her voice filled with schadenfreude back. Then Lin Yu was so glorious, the genius of Lin Yu. This young journalist, having felt displeased due to being sidelined by mainstream media, had been stretching his ears to eat. They continued chatting among themselves, completely unaware that a young journalist holding a camera nearby had suddenly paused upon hearing the name Lin Yu. This young journalist, having felt displeased due to being sidelined by mainstream media, had been stretching his ears to eavesdrop on some core information, but unexpectedly caught a key word. Lin Yu. He suspiciously turned his head to look at these people who were struggling to walk and complaining. Their attire was decent, not like the average residents of this building. Hey, what are you doing? Uncle Air was startled, nearly falling over, and turned back to glare in anger. Did you just say Lin Yu? I'm Uncle Air. Hey, what are you doing? Uncle Air was startled, nearly falling over, and turned back to glare in anger. Did you just say Lin Yu? The young journalist was a bit nervous, but more so he was excited. His question, though not loud, felt particularly jarring next to the team of reporters preparing to head upstairs. The group, led by Brother Wong, who was just about to go upstairs, came to a sudden halt. Everyone's movement stopped. Yes, what's the matter? Uncle Air frowned, looking displeased. What does who we're talking about have to do with you? He had yet to realize the severity of the situation. Do you know Lin Yu? The young journalist's breathing began to quicken. Yes, we just came from his house, Ani answered, quickly, feeling inexplicably excited in front of the camera. His house. Yes, Lin Yu is my nephew. Is it strange that we just came from his house? Boom. The journalists instantly transformed into hungry wolves surrounding them. The moment the words fell, it was as if a deep-sea bomb had detonated in the crowded hall. Countless gazes in an instant all focused on Su Mu, her aunt, and her second uncle. Their expressions shifted from mere spectators to that of hungry wolves spotting fresh meat and vultures sensing a rotting corpse. The journalists, who had been somewhat restrained, instantly went wild. The crowd that had been forcibly suppressed by Brother Wong surged like a flood, crashing down the invisible dam towards the small space by the elevator. Make way! Make way! Don't push! My equipment! Various cameras and microphones along with countless raised smartphones surged towards Su Mu and the others like a swarm of frenzied piranhas. Up! The aunt was bumped by an incoming cameraman, stumbling and letting out a sharp scream. What are you doing? Are you crazy? Su Mu instinctively shielded Su Qingxue behind her, shouting in alarm, but her voice was instantly drowned out by the surging crowd. The second uncle adjusted his glasses, his face ashen. Having lived half his life, he had never witnessed such a scene. He stood frozen, unable to move. Excuse me. Are you relatives of Lin Yu and Lin Yao? Did you just come from their place? Then you must know the inside story. Lin Yao awakened a mythical-level profession. Oh, as family, how do you feel right now? Lin Yu announced he would challenge the 32-fold hell exam. Do you support him? One question after another bombarded them like cannonballs, leaving the three of them dizzy. Su Mu, her aunt, and her second uncle were completely bewildered. Lin Yao awakened a mythical-level profession. Lin Yu challenging a 32-fold exam. What is going on? They felt as if they had misheard, or that this group of journalists had collectively lost their minds. What mythical-level profession? The aunt was closest to a microphone and instinctively retorted, her face filled with disbelief. You must be mistaken. Yao Yao failed the awakening. As soon as this was said, the entire noisy hall fell eerily silent for a second. All the journalists and bloggers holding smartphones had their expressions frozen. Even Brother Wong, who had been pushing forward aggressively, halted in his tracks, stunned. The silence lasted only a second. The next second it erupted into a more frenzied explosion. What a... Failed the awakening. Impossible. The official announcement has come out. The red mythical-level profession Omniscient has been announced citywide. A young journalist held up his phone, nearly poking it into the aunt's face. The aunt, startled, took a step back and bumped into Su Mu. Su Mu supported her and also saw the words on the screen, leaving her completely dumbfounded. Red mythical level. Omniscient. How is this possible? The image of Lin Yu's gray face and the heavy sighs from the Lin family echoed in her mind. And Lin Yao, that child, appeared lost and silent. Did she look like someone who had awakened a mythical-level profession? You must be mistaken. Su Mu finally regained her voice, firmly rebutting. We just came down from upstairs. We saw it with our own eyes. That child cried like a weeping willow, and her parents were pale. If it was a successful awakening, would there be such a reaction? Exactly. The aunt reacted as well, feeling that she had been played by this group of journalists, and anger surged within her. You people will say anything for a story. They are grieving, and you are here spreading rumors. Do you have no conscience? The second uncle pushed up his glasses, frowning as he added, facts speak louder than words. What we saw is the truth. As for what you say about a mythical level, it's simply absurd. The three of them spoke one after another with conviction. Now it was the journalists' turn to be confused. On one side was the official announcement, which could not possibly be wrong, and on the other side were the relatives, just coming from the scene, speaking with certainty. Who is lying? What is going on? Everyone felt their brains were not functioning properly. Brother Wong stared hard at Su Mu and the others, trying to find signs of deception on their faces. But he failed. Their expressions were purely resolute, and filled with the anger of being wronged, not at all like those who were lying. Could it be that the official announcement was wrong? As soon as this thought emerged, he dismissed it himself. Where exactly was the problem? Just as everyone was engulfed in great confusion, a bespectacled journalist on the outskirts of the crowd suddenly raised his hand, his voice trembling with excitement. I figured it out. All eyes turned back to him. I was reviewing all the details of the awakening ceremony. The awakening of Lin Yao was itself an anomaly. She did not awaken directly, but instead activated thousands of purple profession runes before finally undergoing fusion. Fusion. Those two words struck like lightning, instantly clearing the fog in everyone's hearts. Brother Wong's eyes lit up bright to the point of being frightening. He understood. He completely understood. So, another female journalist also reacted, her breathing quickening. The official announcement states that Lin Yu successfully fused with a mythical-level profession. That is the result. But Brother Wang took over the conversation, his voice filled with uncontrollable fervor. Her family says she failed and is heartbroken. This indicates that there was a problem in the process. Fusion. Failed. No, it wasn't a fusion. That bespectacled journalist nearly shouted. She successfully fused with a mythical-level profession, but for some reason, during the final step of fusion, it collapsed. Or there was a fatal flaw. Boom. This inference was 100 times, 1,000 times more explosive than the awakening failure itself. The genius girl, a heavenly anomaly qualified to step into mythology. Yet at the last moment she fell from the clouds. What a tragedy. And how captivating. A super news story. My goodness. A family of dual geniuses, the brothers squandered 5 years, the sisters' mythical dream shattered. Is this family cursed? This is simply the best tragic script of the year. All the journalists went wild. The way they looked at Su Mu and the others was no longer as news sources, but rather as a freshly uncovered shining gold mine. Excuse me, is this speculation true? Did Lin Yu's mythical-level profession run into problems? What is her current condition? Is she suffering from a huge psychological blow? What about Lin Yu? Does he know about his sister's situation? Is his challenge of 32 times the difficulty due to his sister's failure as a reaction? The questions became more intense, sharper, and even more cruel. Su's mother, aunt, and second uncle were completely bewildered by the imaginings of this group. What fusion? What collapse? They could not comprehend, but they understood one thing. Lin Yu seemed to have truly awakened to a mythic-level profession. However, it also seemed that she had truly failed. This stark contrast and information shock caused their brains to crash, leaving them instinctively responding to the reporter's questions. Yes, it was a failure. The child is greatly impacted. Their brains could no longer process such complex information. They could only rely on instinct to cater to the frenzied reporters. Yes, it was a great impact. Su's mother numbly nodded, her mind completely blank. When we saw her, she didn't say a word, just kept crying, the aunt added, feeling that she was stating the facts. Her parents are almost dying of anxiety. The second uncle adjusted his glasses, his voice trembling. These words fell into the ears of the reporters, instantly transformed into the most perfect story. Brother Wang's eyes sparkled with excitement as he spoke to the camera beside him, almost composing on the spot. What did we witness? A family tragedy. The genius girl Lin Yu, under the spotlight, invoked a mythic phenomenon, but failed at the final step of fusion, plummeting from the clouds. Her family, her parents, are now engulfed in immense grief. The female reporter beside him quickly chimed in, adding to another camera. And even more heartbreaking is her brother Lin Yu. That once genius, the universal card master, who squandered 5 whole years. After witnessing his sister's tragedy, it seems the shackles in his heart have been broken. He transformed his sorrow into strength, resolutely declaring that he would challenge the unprecedented hellish. Suddenly, a reporter who had been checking information shouted, interrupting her words, "Breaking news. The official announcement has just been updated. Lin Yu's assessment difficulty is set according to this year's standards, and in total, it is 160 times his level from back then." Newspeople media folks are inherently sensitive to higher numbers. 160 times. Boom. If the earlier news was a bomb, this number was a precision-guided nuclear bomb exploding in everyone's mind. 32 times was already a forbidden zone that humanity had never ventured into. 160 times. What kind of concept is that? Insane. He has completely lost his mind. For his sister, he is gambling his life for a future. What a tragic yet resolute choice. The deep bond of brother and sister is evident. The reporters were completely frantic. A perfect story filled with tragedy, twists, struggles, and sacrifices was being woven right before their eyes. A pair of prodigious siblings, the brother fell, and the sister rose, and then fell. The brother, amidst the ruins of his sister's downfall, burned himself, attempting to illuminate the future of the entire family. It was ignited. Su's mother, aunt, and second uncle were completely swept up by this fervent atmosphere. As they listened to phrases like tragic, resolute, and deep sibling bond, and thought of Lin Yu's indifferent face and Lin Yu's disheveled appearance, they found themselves oddly accepting this narrative. A sense of absurd identification rose within them. Indeed, that child Lin Yu must have been stimulated. Yao is so pitiful as her brother, he has to do something. Although 160 times sounds like a death wish, this spirit is commendable. Just as the atmosphere in the hall reached its peak, and everyone was immersed in this self-woven tragic epic. Make way. A cold, harsh reprimand came from the direction of the main entrance. The voice was not loud, but carried an undeniable penetrating force. The crowded mass parted as if pushed by an invisible force, automatically clearing a path. Everyone turned to look. Outside the door, several bodyguards in black suits and sunglasses cleared the way for a middle-aged man dressed in a silver-gray bespoke suit, his hair meticulously groomed, who walked in amidst a group of assistants. The man's presence was powerful, each step steady and forceful. He scanned the chaotic hall, frowning slightly, but revealing no impatience. The reporters were stunned. Who is this person? What a grand entrance. Is that Feng Rue from Functional Technology? Vice President Feng, a journalist covering financial news, exclaimed. Functional Technology. Feng Rue. At the mention of these names, all media personnel's breaths stopped for a second. Who in Lin Yu does not know Functional Technology? It is one of the commercial giants covering various fields, such as energy materials and pharmaceuticals. Its main business is pharmaceuticals. And Feng Rue, although he holds the title of vice president, everyone in the industry knows that many directors of Functional Technology hold multiple positions, and this vice president Feng is truly the one steering the ship. How could such a major figure whose mere stamp of a foot could cause tremors in the Lin Yu business community personally come to this rundown neighborhood? The reporters' minds quickly began to race. Could it be also related to the Lin family? Other than that, there seemed to be no other possibility. Everyone's hearts began to race. They sensed that the biggest news of the night was perhaps just beginning. Feng Rue ignored the commotion around him, and under the protection of his bodyguards walked straight to the center of the hall, into the circle that the reporters had spontaneously cleared. He stopped, his gaze sweeping across the twisted faces of excitement and confusion. Finally, he revealed a formulaic yet powerful smile, filled with confidence. I am here today for one thing. Feng Rue paused, enjoying the attention of everyone holding their breath. Functional Technology will officially launch a I am here today for one thing. Feng Rue paused, enjoying the attention of everyone holding their breath. Functional Technology will officially launch a talent strategy named the New Star Plan. We will spare no expense, utilizing all resources of the group to nurture the most outstanding and promising young talents of this era. And tonight we are very honored to have found here the first and most important member of the New Star Plan. His words were like giant stones thrown into a lake, creating towering waves. All the reporters went wild, desperately pushing forward, pointing their microphones and cameras at Feng Rue. The first member. Here. Could it be Lin Yu? But wasn't she a failure? Amidst everyone's fervent speculation, Feng Rue slowly raised his hand, pointing towards the upper floor. This genius is none other than the recently awakened red myth-level profession, the Universal Scholar, Miss Lin Yu. The moment the name was announced, the venue fell into dead silence. Everyone was dumbfounded. The reporters exchanged glances, their faces filled with disbelief. What is happening? The leader of Functional Technology personally comes to sign a deal with a failed genius. Is this a business investment or charity? Lin Yu's mother, aunt, and second uncle were so shocked that they stood frozen in place. Only moments ago they were lamenting Lin Yu's failure and expressing sorrow for the Lin family's tragedy. Yet now, in the blink of an eye, the CEO of a 100 billion group comes saying he wants to sign her. What on earth is happening? However, it was Feng Rue's next words that truly made them understand what madness meant. We believe in Miss Lin Yu's potential and firmly believe her future is limitless. Feng Rue's voice was filled with persuasive power. Thus, the board of directors of Functional Technology has unanimously decided to offer Miss Lin Yu a special top-tier contract. He extended a finger. This includes a one-time signing bonus of 80 million. 8 million. Boom. Lin Yu's mother felt her mind explode. She felt dizzy and almost unable to stand. Aunt's mouth fell open, unable to make any sound. Second uncle's glasses slipped off his nose, falling to the ground with a crash and shattering. In the entire hall, all reporters and onlookers lost their ability to think at that moment. 8 million. That is not 800,000, not 8 million. It is 80 million in cash. For someone they had just defined as a fallen genius. Furthermore, Feng Rue seemed quite pleased with the shock effect. He smiled and dropped the final heaviest bomb. The contract will also include resources tilted 50 times compared to traditional level contracts. This is the highest specification offered since the establishment of Functional Technology. 50 times. If 80 million was a shock of money, then 50 times the resources was an absolute affirmation of future potential. This is not merely signing a newcomer. It is clearly welcoming a future deity. All the reporters were stunned. They had just been weaving a tragic story of a fallen genius and deep sibling bonds. However, before the story could be completed, the helm of a 100 billion group jumped out, tearing apart their freshly written script with an unprecedentedly high-priced contract. This is not merely signing a newcomer. It is clearly welcoming a future deity. All the reporters were stunned. They had just been weaving a tragic story of a fallen genius and deep sibling. Mr. Feng, are you sure it's Miss Lin Yu? His voice was not loud, but especially clear in the dead silence of the hall. Do you know about her family's situation? This question was skillfully posed. He did not directly say Lin Yu failed to awaken, but used the vague phrase family situation. This was both a probe and a way to leave himself an exit. Feng Rue's smile faded slightly as he glanced at the reporter. Of course I'm sure. Functional Technology conducts the most thorough investigations before making any decisions. His answer was watertight, filled with the confidence of someone in power. As for her family's situation, how is it related to signing a genius with myth-level potential? Boom. The last shred of hope in the reporter's minds was shattered. He doesn't know. Feng Rue truly doesn't know. He doesn't know about Lin Yao's failed awakening. He doesn't know that the family upstairs is currently shrouded in great sorrow. Realizing this, the blood of all media personnel ignited in an instant. A group of relatives just coming from the scene declared with conviction that Lin Yao had failed to awaken heartbroken. A business magnate with vast connections brings an 80 million and 50 times resources top-tier contract to personally sign. If these two events collide, what an earth-shattering scene that would be. A timid reporter instinctively wanted to speak up and warn. Mr. Feng actually. He had just uttered 4 words when a colleague beside him immediately elbowed him sharply and blocked him with his body. The gaze was cold and sharp. Shut up. The reporter wanting to speak instantly understood. He looked around and found that all colleagues, whether it was Wang Ge from a mainstream media outlet or those marginalized reporters, had reached a strange consensus at this moment. Everyone sealed their lips. Their faces bore a near-cruel excitement. They must not speak. Absolutely must not inform Feng Rue. If this news were disclosed by them, the news value would be diminished by more than half. But if they let Feng Rue go up full of sincerity and with a sky-high contract to personally face that heartbroken family, when the Lin family learns that they have missed out on 80 million in cash and a contract that could change their fate, what expression will be on their faces? This is a top-tier material that could be recorded in the annual news history of Lin Zhou. It is a divine reversal. A shocking revelation. News. This is a top-tier material that could be recorded in the annual news history of Lin Zhou. It is a divine reversal. A shocking revelation. Realizing this, Wang Ge was the first to react. He immediately donned a warm smile and extended the microphone. Mr. Feng is visionary. Truly worthy of being the helm of Vocational Technology. Exactly. Heroes do not question origins. How can family circumstances be a measure of genius? Mr. Feng, could you elaborate on this new star plan? Why was Miss Lin Yao chosen as the first? What specific qualities of her as a universal scholar caught your eye? The reporters' faces changed in an instant. Questions surged like a tide, but they all tacitly avoided the topic of failed awakening, instead starting to frantically praise Feng Rue's plan. What they needed to do was elevate Feng Rue, amplifying the value of this contract. The higher he is lifted, the louder the crash when he falls. Feng Rue clearly enjoyed such a scene. He relished the feeling of being pursued by the media and being the center of attention. He cleared his throat and began to speak at length. The new star plan is the core strategy of Vocational Technology for the next decade. Our goal is to seek and cultivate the most outstanding geniuses of this era to reserve power for humanity's future. As for why we chose Miss Lin Yao, Feng Rue's face displayed a confident smile, because the potential of the profession universal scholar is beyond everyone's imagination. It represents infinite possibilities. Feng Rue's words were filled with fervor. The reporters frantically recorded, the camera flashes incessant. Sue's mother, aunt, and second uncle were utterly bewildered by this fervent atmosphere. They could not comprehend what infinite possibilities meant. All they knew was that Lin Yao, the failure in their eyes, had now become the toast of others. An asset worth 80 million. Sue's mother felt as if an invisible hand was gripping her heart, each beat accompanied by excruciating pain. 80 million. If only their attitude had been a bit better upstairs, just now. At that moment, a bespectacled reporter in the crowd, who had previously pointed out that Lin Yu's assessment difficulty was 160 times, asked again. His question was sharper than those of others. Mr. Feng, we have noticed that the stock price of Vocational Technology seems to be fluctuating recently, and there are rumors about internal issues within the group. At this time, you publicly launched the new star plan and personally come to the front lines. Is it to boost market confidence and respond to external doubts? This question instantly froze the atmosphere on site. Everyone turned to look at Feng Rue. It was almost an outright inquiry, questioning whether Vocational Technology had a problem. This question instantly froze the atmosphere on site. Everyone turned to look at Feng Rue. It was almost an outright inquiry, questioning, if Vocational really had problems, do you think I would still be standing here today? If the rumors are true, do you think I would have the leisure to personally launch a costly new star plan? He did not answer directly, but his retort was more powerful than any answer. Indeed, if 100 billion group truly faced major issues, how could the helmsman still have the mood to come to such a place to make an appearance for a contract? His presence at this moment was itself the most powerful retort to all rumors. Ladies and gentlemen, Feng Rue raised his voice, capturing everyone's attention. I can promise you one thing here. In order to give back to society, and to celebrate the launch of the new star plan, Vocational Technology will soon collaborate with 2 other major pharmaceutical giants to launch an unprecedented promotional event. As for the specific details, you will know in a couple of days. Another bombshell announcement. 3 major pharmaceutical giants collaborating on an event. What a monumental undertaking this must be. The reporters were completely frenzied, knowing that tonight's headlines. Feng Rue was very satisfied with the scene's effect. The purpose of promoting the new star plan was achieved. The goal of addressing market doubts was accomplished. He even warmed up the upcoming market activities on the side. hitting 3 targets with 1 arrow. Perfect. He straightened his suit and ignored the thronging reporters. All right, everyone. I need to head up and meet the first member of our new star plan. After saying this, he turned and walked towards the elevator at Block B Unit 7, escorted by bodyguards. Behind him, a large group of reporters armed with cameras followed closely like sharks, sensing blood, their faces filled with an excitement of about to witness history. The elevator was just ahead. Feng Rui's assistant had already pressed the up button. The earth-shattering signing drama seemed to be about to unfold at any moment. However, just as Feng Rui was about to step into the elevator cabin, bang! The old glass door of the community hall was violently pushed open from the outside. The force was so great that the entire door groaned under the strain. Immediately after, another large group of people surged in, clad in similar black suits and led by trained bodyguards. But unlike Feng Rui's comm team, this group came in more urgently, faster, and with a more overwhelming presence. They almost charged in. At the forefront was a middle-aged man with a receding hairline, a bulging belly, and beads of sweat on his forehead. As soon as he entered, his gaze precisely fixed on Feng Rui at the elevator. Is that President Qian from Baixing? Why is he here? And scolding Feng Rui. Before anyone could react, the second wave of people, the third wave, followed closely. Is that President Qian from Baixing? Why is he here? And scolding Feng Rui. Before anyone could react, the second wave of people, the third wave, followed closely. Make way. Everyone clear the way. Tianqing Group is here. Donghua Heavy Industry. Non-employees, step aside. The names of companies that thundered in Linzhou were shouted by these newcomers. Each name represented a titan in its field. Yet their people were now rushing into this dilapidated community hall as if it were a market. The entire hall was instantly packed with a dark crowd. The atmosphere shifted from the previous fervor to a suffocating seriousness and absurdity. What is happening? Are all the prominent companies in Linzhou holding their annual meetings here tonight? Sue's mother, aunt, and second uncle were completely stunned. What is happening? Are all the prominent companies in Linzhou holding their annual meetings here tonight? Sue's mother, aunt, and second uncle were completely stunned by this scene. They huddled in the corner, watching one major figure after another whom they had only seen in financial news walk past them, not daring to even breathe. Their brains could not comprehend the scene unfolding before them. I get it. Suddenly Wang Gus slapped his thigh, trembling with excitement. I understand everything. He stared fixedly at the new company representatives, then glanced at the distressed Feng Rui, trapped at the elevator. It's the rules. It's all about the rules. What rules? The young reporter beside him hurriedly asked. The unspoken rules. Wang Gus spoke in a low voice filled with ecstasy. After each awakening ceremony for those top geniuses, the major companies have an unwritten rule. Let them cool off for a few days. Wait until they and their families calm down and lower their psychological price before making a move to sign. This not only saves costs, but also avoids vicious competition. But today, Wang Gu's eyes sparkled. That old fox Feng Rui, in order to seize the opportunity and for his damned new star plan, broke the rules. He wants to sneak ahead. Boom. In that instant, all the reporters understood. They looked at Feng Rui, then at the aggressive newcomers, feeling the blood rushing through their veins. No wonder these bigwigs came personally. Feng Rui wanted to use the information gap to lock down a mythical profession with a seemingly astronomical contract. And the others, upon learning this news, couldn't sit still. How could a mythical profession be so easily taken by you, Fengxing Technology? Even if we can't get it, we absolutely cannot let you have it so easily. We're here to drive up the price. We're here to sabotage your good fortune. We're here to thoroughly disgust you. In an instant, the intentions of all the newcomers became glaringly obvious. The first to rush in, Qianzong from Baixing, had already squeezed through the crowd and stood before Feng Rui. He looked Feng Rui up and down, a smile on his lips, but not in his eyes. Mr. Feng, you ran quite fast. I heard Fengxing is about to launch some new star project. What has your stock price dropped so low that you can't even maintain your facade, and now you need to sign a newcomer to boost morale? His words were laced with unabashed sarcasm. Feng Rui's expression darkened. The composure and confidence he had maintained all night vanished in that moment. He had miscalculated. He hadn't anticipated that these old rivals would react so swiftly. Even more unexpectedly, they disregarded their dignity and came here to confront him directly. Fat Qian, Feng Rui said coldly, my matters are not your concern. Not my concern. Qianzong laughed, and the representatives from Tianqing Group and Donghua Heavy Industries behind him closed in form. Miss Lin Yu, awakening a mythical class profession. Mythical. Do you understand? This is a treasure belonging to the entire Linzhou, no, to the entire world. It is not just a private possession of your Fengxing Technology. A man wearing gold-rimmed glasses said sternly. Exactly. If you want to sign, let's compete fairly. The highest bidder wins. Mr. Feng, isn't your 80 million a bit too paltry? Baixing Pharmaceutical is willing to offer 90 million. Qianzong shouted out. We from Tianqing Group will offer 100 million. 100 million plus and class contract resource increase of 60 times. Bidding voices rose and fell. Each bid was higher and more ruthless than the last. The reporters they mechanically pointed their cameras at these influential figures who could shake Lin Yu with a stomp, watching them like vendors in a market frantically bidding for a product they hardly understood. When Sumu heard the figure of 100 million, her eyes rolled back, nearly fainting. Fortunately, she was supported by her aunt beside her. 100 million. This figure felt like an insurmountable mountain, crushing her heart and making it hard to breathe. 100 million. This figure felt like an insurmountable mountain, crushing her heart and making it hard to breathe. The leaders of major groups in Lin Yu were frantically raising their bids for what they called a treasure. Meanwhile, the relatives of that treasure mourned her so-called failure. The stark contrast created a strong dramatic tension, sending shivers down the spines of everyone present. Amidst this near-stagnant chaos, Feng Rue at the center of the storm made a move that no one expected. He smiled. Not the previous formulaic smile filled with confidence, but a genuine smile touched with a. He realized that what mattered was not how his peers viewed the situation, but how the public, the shareholders, and the capital market perceived it. Thus he relaxed his foot that was about to step into the elevator, turned around, and calmly adjusted his valuable suit jacket, his movements leisurely. Then he surveyed the faces twisted with shock, greed, and anger. Qianzong 100 million. Mr. Li from Tianqing 100 million plus 60 times the resources. He repeated the previous bid slowly, as if confirming a menu. Is there anyone else? He asked politely, maintaining a low posture, even hinting at encouragement. Everyone was dumbfounded. Qianzong's plump face instantly froze in a mocking expression. Mr. Li from Tianqing, the man in gold-rimmed glasses, also furrowed his brow. Something was off. This reaction was completely out of place. According to the usual script, Feng Rue should now be furious or verbally confrontational. He should have accused them of breaking the rules and malicious competition. But he didn't. Instead of being angry, he seemed quite pleased. He even actively invited everyone to continue bidding. What is this? Did he want to die faster? Feng Rue, what the hell are you doing? Qianzong finally couldn't hold back, stepping forward, as if to get in Feng Rue's face. Feng Rue merely looked at him calmly, then turned his gaze to everyone behind him. Everyone, please remain calm. We are all here for the future of Lin Yu, for our shared treasure, Miss Lin Yu. He emphasized the word treasure as if reminding them of something. Since everyone has this sincerity, Feng Rue naturally cannot be the villain who eats alone. He paused, revealing a smile that could be called kind. I propose that we compete fairly. A genius like Miss Lin Yu deserves the best contract and deserves all of us to compete with the greatest. The highest bidder wins, a matter of course. His words were flawless and grandiose. But to Qianzong and Li Zong they sounded like thunder on a clear day. A jolt ran through their hearts. It's a trap. Feng Rue, this old fox, is definitely up to something. Their purpose in coming here wasn't truly to spend 100 million on a newly awakened newcomer. Even a mythical class profession has its limits in initial investment. 100 million isn't much, but as a signing fee this price is outrageous. Their goal was to drive up the price to annoy Feng Rue, to ruin his sneak attack on this beautiful opportunity. They wanted Feng Rue to either give up in resentment or to bleed heavily, carrying the enormous pressure of costs to sign the person back, facing accountability from the board. But now Feng Rue actually handed them the knife, smilingly inviting them to cut even deeper. Something is definitely amiss. The minds of all company representatives raced. They wondered where Feng Rue's confidence was coming from. Could it be that Fengxing Technology's financial situation is much better than rumored, that he isn't worried about a signing fee of over 100 million? Impossible. The financial reports of the listed company were right there. Fengxing must be going through a tough time recently. So, where's the problem? In the crowd, Li Zong from Tianqing Group, the man with gold-rimmed glasses, adjusted his glasses. His mind flashed back to all the information received about the awakening ceremony this afternoon. Thousands of purple profession runes shot into the sky. A strange phenomenon enveloped the entire Lin Yu. All the purple runes eventually merged into Lin Yu's body. Ultimately, she awakened as a red mythical class profession, the universal master of all laws. Wait. A flash of insight struck Li Zong. He finally grasped the key point that everyone had overlooked. Fusion. Lin Yu's awakening did not occur out of thin air. It was the result of merging thousands of purple professions. According to the characteristics of profession fusion, the new profession after fusion inherits all the advantages of the foundational professions and undergoes a qualitative change. What does this mean? This means that Lin Yu's universal master of all laws possesses infinite plasticity. She is not a fixed mythical profession. There is a great possibility. She remains a perfect prototype that can adjust her abilities based on her training direction, theoretically capable of mastering all systems. Realizing this, General Manager Li broke into a cold sweat across his back. He jerked his head up and locked eyes with Feng Rue. At last, he understood. He finally grasped why Feng Rue had cast aside all decorum-violating protocol to seize the candidate ahead of schedule. Because this wily old fox wasn't signing a mythic-tier prodigy. He was seizing a possibility capable of redefining the future itself. Those earlier phrases, Unimaginable potential infinite possibilities. Were they mere flattery? Or were they stark unvarnished truth? This intelligence was Windwalk Technology's exclusive insight. Leveraging this asymmetry of information, Feng Rue intended to secure the future's ultimate all-rounder with a contract that appeared exorbitant, yet was in fact a staggering bargain. You cunning bastard, Feng Rue. General Manager Li fixed him with a glare so intense it seemed carved from ice, each word forced out through clenched teeth. Qian, General Manager, and the others beside Li watched his reaction. Though they hadn't yet pieced together the full implications, they instantly sensed the gravity of the situation, far exceeding anything they'd imagined. General Manager Li, what's wrong? What makes Lin Yu so extraordinary? Li did not answer. Instead, he stared at Feng Rue's placid face, and spoke, each syllable deliberate and precise. Tianqing Group bids 150 million yuan, plus an 80-fold increase in steer contractual resources. Furthermore, we will assemble an elite dedicated support team for Miss Lin Yu, ensuring every need of her future growth is met without compromise. Boom. If 100 million had been madness, then 150 million was sheer unbridled hysteria. This was no longer bidding, it was wagering. It was staking the company's entire future on a single roll of the dice. And most telling, the absolute seriousness in Li's tone. Upon hearing his bid, Qian, General Manager, and the other corporate representatives froze, then swiftly connected the dots. Only one thing could drive Li, a man famed for his caution, to commit such staggering capital. Lin Yu's worth dwarfed even their wildest estimations. Bison Group bids 160 million yuan. Qian, General Manager, gritted his teeth and roared. Donghua Heavy Industries grants full top-tier access to all material laboratories within our conglomerate. Bids erupted once more, but the atmosphere had transformed entirely. No longer the light-hearted, detached clamor of idle spectators. Now it was raw, visceral, bloody combat. Reporters stood utterly stunned. Reporter Wang's hand trembled as he gripped his microphone. The bespectacled journalist trained his camera lens squarely on Feng Rue at the center of the crowd. Yet he remained motionless, his inscrutable smile unwavering. He observed these veteran rivals, manipulated like puppets, watched them shift from mockery to shock, then erupt into frenzy. Within him reigned only glacial stillness. Come forth. All of you, come. Bid higher still. The higher you climb, the easier my justification becomes upon returning home. The more feverishly you inflate the spectacle, the more inevitable and utterly justified my pre-prepared astronomical contract appears, one forged by the full might of our corporation. He sought to sign Lin Yu, not for her intrinsic value, but to galvanize market confidence. And for that he would spare no cost. The greater the spectacle, the sharper its impact, for publicity scale is substance. Lin Yu was merely a strategic piece in his grand display. His preparations ran deep. Liu Mo had spoken wisely. If Lao Gue Hall deployed hundreds of billions to crush them, why should they hesitate over such trifling sums? As for whether Lin Yu was truly worth it, once signed, Windwalk possessed countless means to recoup every cent, and more. Lin Yu's mother, her aunt, and her uncle stood numb in the corner, ears ringing with astronomical figures tossed casually by titans, minds utterly blank. 150 million, 160 million. They had never seen such sums, nor dare dream of them. Amid this near hysterical fervor, a voice cut through, abrupt, jarring. Gentlemen, esteemed executives. It was reporter Wang, the ever-vivacious one. He pushed through the throng, microphone raised high, his face plastered with ingratiating smiles. I understand your passion. After all, Lin Yu is Lin Zhou's crown jewel. Yet shouting bids down here, doesn't this seem rather inappropriate? His words paused the frenzied bidding, just for a breath. Every eye turned toward him. Wang cleared his throat and continued, signing is a momentous affair. Ultimately, it must honor Miss Lin Yu's own will and respect her family's consent. Gathered like this, blocking the entrance, we resemble nothing so much as a mob. Might I suggest we ascend instead? Present our sincerity directly to Miss Lin Yu and her family. Let her choose. That is fair competition. That is true reverence for genius, isn't it? Silence fell, absolute electric. Corporate representatives stood frozen. Of course, they'd shouted themselves hoarse downstairs. Yet what if those upstairs refused to acknowledge any of it? What if Lin Yu had already struck a private agreement with someone? Unlikely, but not impossible. Most crucially, Wang had handed them a dignified exit. Bidding had spiraled into absurdity. Pushing further would bankrupt them all. Ascending for face-to-face negotiation, returning agency to the commodity herself, was now the only rational path forward. Exactly. Reporter Wang speaks wisdom. Qian, General Manager, seized the opening first, wiping sweat from his brow. We must go up, and let Miss Lin Yu witness our sincerity firsthand. Agreed, upstairs. Li, General Manager, nodded sharply, adjusting his gold-rimmed spectacles, regaining. He needed time. Immediate contact with headquarters to reassess risk parameters and authorize a new ceiling price. Let's go upstairs. Don't crowd. Let General Managers Feng and Qian lead the way. Frenzy found a new channel, Focused Urgent. Feng Rue, Qian General Manager, Li General Manager, and several others, the apex predators of this corporate jungle, moved toward the sole aging elevator flanked by bodyguards. Their expressions diverged. Feng Rue wore his customary self-assured smile, as though victory were all. Qian and Li wore grim, focused masks, whispering urgently into miniature comlinks, seeking emergency authorization for higher bids and broader mandates. The elevator doors slid open. They entered one by one. Then, slowly, deliberately, they closed, sealing the group inside. Everyone else remained stranded outside. A second of utter silence filled the lobby. Then, damn it, they took the elevator. What do we do? Wait for the next one. Too late. The deal's gone cold. Forget waiting. Take the stairs. Just 7 floors. Someone bellowed. Boom. The entire lobby surged like a breached dam, rushing headlong toward the narrow, dim stairwell in frantic, chaotic waves. Charge. Don't shove me. I've got a million-yuan camera. Make way for the press. Absolute primal chaos. Moments ago, impeccably dressed executives and polished journalists, now stripped bare, revealing raw animal urgency. They shoved, cursed, scrambled, desperate to cram into that dark, yawning stairwell. Lin Yu's mother, aunt, and uncle, along with Su Qingxue, scrambled upward too, still half-dazed, drifting between dream and reality. Reporter Wang staggered, buffeted by the tide, but clutched his microphone aloft, his face lit with feverish, unnatural exhilaration. The bespectacled journalist swept along in the current, adjusted his glasses, then curled his lips into a subtle, inscrutable smile. He exchanged a glance with Wang. In that silent look past perfect, chilling understanding. The real performance had only just begun. Upstairs, those titans still battled over a mythic tier vocation, still inflating signing fees into the hundreds of millions. How laughable. How utterly absurd. They had no inkling of what awaited them. The bespectacled journalist subtly adjusted the angle of his chest-mounted microcamera, ensuring crystal clarity for the coming spectacle. What they craved was never the birth of a record-breaking contract. What they craved was watching this euphoric carnival shatter, instantly, into humiliating farce. Watching these arrogant magnates realize in stunned disbelief that they'd been masterfully deceived, and witnessing the exquisite contortions of their faces. Watching the Lin family plummet, from dizzying heights to soul-crushing despair. Hadn't Lin Yu failed? That was the true headline. The elevator doors opened with a ding on the 7th floor. Feng Rue, President Qian, President Li, and several powerful men in the Linzhou business circle, accompanied by their most elite assistants and bodyguards, stepped out. They almost simultaneously reached the doorway. The old security door appeared to them as an entrance to limitless treasures. From the stairwell came a thunderous sound of footsteps and heavy breathing. Hurry, hurry, it's on the 7th floor. Damn it, who stepped on my foot? Don't push. Let me go first. A dense crowd was surging wildly from the stairway, aiming straight for the Lin family's door. Lin Yu sat on the sofa, burying her head in her knees. She wasn't crying, but the silent gloom was more heart-wrenching than any loud sobbing. Lin Yu sat on the sofa, burying her head in her knees. She wasn't crying, but the silent gloom was more heart-wrenching than any loud sobbing. She was currently troubled. Lin's father and mother sat beside her at a loss. They thought their daughter was suffering so much due to a failed awakening, unable to accept the reality. Yao, it's okay, it's just a profession, right? Let's go home. Your parents will take care of you for a lifetime. Lin's mother said, her eyes reddening as she gently patted her daughter's back, her voice choked. Lin's father sighed, pulled out a cigarette case from his pocket, intended to smoke, but glanced at his daughter and finally put it back. His gaze shifted to the corner where his silent son sat. Lin Yu sat quietly on the single sofa, observing everything before him. He of course understood why his sister was upset. It was not because of a failure, but because during the awakening ceremony, she had seen the greedy and ugly faces of the higher-ups who were fighting. That disgusted her, made her feel powerless. Of course it was also due to those relatives. However, Lin Yu believed she was far stronger than everyone perceived. Bang, bang, bang. The heavy and urgent knocking on the door shattered the indoor silence. It was not a polite visit, but rather the drumbeats of impending doom striking at everyone's hearts. Lin's mother jumped in fright, her hand froze in midair. Lin's father also stood up abruptly, looking warily at the rattling security door. Who is it? It's the middle of the night. Lin Yu buried her head deeper. She didn't want to see anyone right now. Sister, it's me, Sume, and your second brother. Open the door. Outside, Su's mother called out, anxiously mixed with excitement. Lin's father and mother exchanged glances, and both breathed a sigh of relief. It was them. How did they come back? Lin's father walked over, complaining as he unlocked the door. What's wrong? Did you forget something? The door opened. The complaints stopped abruptly. Lin's father stood frozen at the doorway. Outside stood people. A crowd of people. Strange faces filled the entire hallway, extending to the stairway, with countless heads bobbing behind them. At the front were faces only seen in financial news. Feng Rue, Vice President of Fengxing Technology, President Qian of Baixing Pharmaceutical, President Li of Tianqing Group. They all wore an almost fanatical expression, intensely staring at him, or rather at the room behind him. Countless flashes popped off in the crowd, the sound of clicks incessant. Lin's father's mind went blank. What is happening? Brother-in-law, let us in quickly. Su's mother squeezed in between Feng Rue and President Qian, followed by a frightened aunt and second uncle. Behind them, Su Qingsu's face was pale as she looked at Lin Yu in the corner, her body trembling. Old Lin, what happened? Lin's mother sensed something was wrong and walked over. When she saw the scene outside the door, she was as stunned as her husband. So many people. Who are they? What do they want? In the corner, Lin Yu's eye of analysis had already seen through everything. They arrived quite fast. Faster than he had anticipated. He originally thought only a group of reporters would come, but unexpectedly the power players from these large companies had personally come down so quickly. He watched the few men in suits at the doorway with great interest, observing the unabashed greed and desire in their eyes. Lin Yu lifted her head, seeing the dark crowd at the doorway, witnessing the ugly faces she had seen during the awakening ceremony. Her expression grew even angrier. She was genuinely curious. How did her brother 5 years ago manage to converse with these people under such public scrutiny? She couldn't do it. She only felt disgusted. The reporters would not miss this detail. Brother Wang's cameraman immediately zoomed on her stunningly beautiful face. Pain and despair were evident. Then she glanced at her parents, who were utterly lost and confused. Brother Wang was overjoyed. This is it. Solid evidence. The relatives of the Su family were right. The mythic profession had failed the awakening. Looking at this family's reaction, the heavy and oppressive atmosphere, where was the slightest hint of joy from awakening a mythic profession? Thinking of this, the reporters looked at Feng Rui's group with expressions filled with pity and glee. A bunch of fools. Still fighting to offer $1 billion for a sky-high contract. They had no idea what a huge joke they were about to face. Mr. Lin, Mrs. Lin, hello? Feng Rue could no longer wait, pushing aside Su's mother wearing the warmest smile. I am Feng Rue, Vice President of Fengxing Technology. On behalf of Fengxing Technology, I would like to present Miss Lin Yu with a Feng Rue, get away from me. President Qian of Baixing shoved him aside, a beaming smile on his chubby face. Mr. Lin, don't listen to him. We at Baixing Pharmaceutical are willing to offer 160 million. As long as Miss Lin Yu nods. Our Tianqing group will add another 10 million and provide a dedicated support team. President Li immediately chimed in. The doorway instantly turned into an auction scene. Bidding voices rose and fell. Lin's father and mother were completely stunned. $1 billion. 160 million. What were they talking about? Su's mother and the aunt and second uncle still wore shocked and jealous expressions. Why? Why did this girl from the Lin family have such good luck? Everyone. CEOs. Su's mother saw the situation spiraling out of control and hurriedly stepped forward, adopting a posture of authority. Everyone, please calm down. Calm down. She cleared her throat, holding Lin's mother's hand with a heartbroken look. I know everyone means well, but... She let out a long sigh, looking at the heated executives, speaking in a voice loud enough for everyone to hear. Please stop arguing. No more bids. Our Yao Yao. She has failed her awakening and is feeling very upset right now. Aren't you just pouring salt on her wound? As her words fell, the entire corridor on the 7th floor fell into a dead silence. The recent bid by President Li of Tianqing still echoed in the corridor, and his hand that pushed up his glasses was suspended in midair. The company representatives behind them. The recent bid by President Li of Tianqing still echoed in the corridor, and his hand that pushed up his glasses was suspended in midair. The company representatives behind them gaped like ducks caught by the throat. The recent bid by President Li of Tianqing still echoed in the corridor, and his hand that pushed up his glasses was suspended in midair. In the deathly silence, the only sound still resonating was the frantic shutter clicks of the reporters' cameras. The flashes illuminated faces twisted in extreme shock, painting them a ghostly white. Brother Wang's cameraman reacted the fastest. He abruptly turned the lens from those big shots to Lin family's parents inside the room. Lin's father's fleeting hope and confusion ignited by the exorbitant bids were utterly shattered upon hearing Mrs. Su's words. He felt as if his spine had been pulled out and his previously straightened back collapsed, once more leaning against the door frame, unable to utter a single word. Lin's mother covered her mouth with her hand. Yet the suppressed, heart-wrenching sobs still leaked through her fingers drop by drop. She looked at her daughter, who had buried her head in her knees, her shoulders trembling slightly. Among the reporters, Brother Wang and the bespectacled reporter exchanged glances, both recognizing the utmost excitement in each other's expressions. This was what they wanted. The fall of a genius. The shattering of hope. A tragic script descending from the clouds to hell. This was 100 times more thrilling than any exorbitant contract. Damn it. President Qian of Baixing finally snapped out of his petrified state. His plump face rapidly turned from stiff to ashen, eventually swelling to a liver-like hue. He yanked Mrs. Su by the collar, nearly lifting her off the ground. What did you say? Say it again. Who failed? His voice was no longer the forced laughter from before, but a roar akin to that of a beast. 160 million. He had just shouted 160 million. Now you tell me that this gem he intended to purchase for that price is a fake. President Li of Tianqing also wore a sullen expression. He fixed his gaze on the Lin family's parents' desperate reactions, then glanced at the motionless girl on the sofa. It's over. They've been played. All of them have been played. Feng Rue. Li abruptly turned, looking at the only man in the crowd who still maintained his composure. Feng Rue still stood there, even wearing that warm smile. He did not look at the furious President Qian or acknowledge the questioning President Li. His attention remained fixed on the room on that corner where a young man had been an outsider from the very beginning. Lin Yu. At this moment Lin Yu was also looking at him. Their gazes met in the air for an instant. Brother-in-law, you need to control him. He's going to hit someone. Mrs. Su, gripped by President Qian, was terrified and desperately sought help from Lin's father. Lin's father, lost and dazed, barely heard her. Everyone, calm down. Let's all calm down. Reporter Brother Wang, seeing the situation, immediately squeezed in with a microphone, playing the peacemaker. President Qian, President Li, we are all prominent figures. Let's not act impulsively. The matter isn't clear yet. While advising, he did not forget to bring the microphone close to Mrs. Su's mouth. This lady, please don't be afraid. Can you elaborate? Miss Lin Yao, what exactly went wrong? Was there a fatal flaw during the final step of fusion? His question was quite skillful. It provided the witness with a reasonable platform for explanation while pushing the dramatic climax of the fall of a genius story to a peak. Seizing the moment, Mrs. Su quickly wriggled free from President Qian's grasp and hid behind the reporter, gasping for breath. She looked at the big shots in the room, seeing their hungry expressions, and felt her heart race. But at this point she could only steel herself and continue. I don't know. When we returned, Yao Yao was crying the entire time, and no matter what we asked, she wouldn't say anything. She couldn't be happy at all. Isn't this obviously a problem? This statement was reasonable. Together with the heart-wrenching reactions of Lin's father and mother, it nearly sealed the coffin on the matter of awakening failure. President Qian's body swayed, almost losing balance. President Li closed his eyes, seemingly unable to bear watching this farce any longer. Other company representatives were cursing loudly, pounding their chests, while some had already begun contacting their companies to report this blunder. The entire corridor had completely turned into a huge joke. The reporters' cameras documented everything, capturing the process of these top elites, from Lingzhou transitioning from fervor to stupor, then to anger and despair. This would be a highlight in their careers. Just as this farce woven from misunderstandings, greed, and foolishness was about to reach its climax, the girl who had been burying her head all this while finally moved. Lin Yao slowly lifted her head, with tear stains still fresh on her face. Her beautiful eyes appeared slightly swollen from crying. Yet within them there was no despair or pain, as everyone had imagined. Only a pure, bewildered confusion remained. She looked at her mother, then glanced at those seemingly deranged big shots and reporters. Finally her gaze fell on Mrs. Su, who was still chattering away, smug about her discovery. Aunt Su. Her voice was soft and slightly hoarse from crying. Yet amidst the noise it clearly reached everyone's ears. All the clamor came to an abrupt halt. Everyone's attention was once again focused on her. Lin Yao sniffed. Using an almost innocent tone, she softly asked, "What are you talking about? What failure?" She tilted her head, seemingly unable to comprehend. "I didn't fail. I just felt a bit nauseous and didn't want to talk." Lin Yao's seemingly innocent retort splashed like a bucket of ice water over the entire fervent crowd on the 7th floor. "No failure. Just feeling nauseous. What kind of answer is that?" President Qian of Baixing, President Li of Tianqing, and those company representatives who had been in a bloody struggle moments ago were all dumbfounded. The fawning smile on reporter Wang's face stiffened into a comical mask. The cameraman behind him instinctively aimed the lens at Lin Yao's tear-streaked yet puzzled face. The script is wrong. Wasn't it supposed to be the fall of a genius, a family in mourning? Su's mother's expression was the most captivating among everyone present. She opened her mouth, pointing at Lin Yao, her finger trembling slightly in the air, momentarily at a loss for words. Just moments ago she had confidently announced Lin Yao's death, and now the very person was getting up saying, "I'm not dead." Where could she possibly put her old face? You child. What nonsense are you talking? Su's mother finally reacted, raising her voice in an attempt to regain control of the conversation. "Not failed? If you haven't failed, why are you crying? If you haven't failed, why do your parents look like this?" Her words acted like a key, instantly unlocking the chaotic thoughts of the crowd. Indeed, if she truly hadn't failed and had awakened a mythical-level profession, it should have been a time for family celebration and joy. But what about now? The oppressive atmosphere in the room, Lin's father and mother's desperate reactions, and the tear stains on Lin Yao's face. There was no sign of having awakened a mythical profession at all. A terrifying thought arose in everyone's mind simultaneously. She's gone mad. A voice in the crowd murmured in a low tone. She's gone mad. This thought spread like a virus, instantly infecting everyone. They remembered. It was the same community, the same Lin family. That even more dazzling genius Lin Yu, who was hailed as a ancient century talent in Lingzhou, after awakening a golden epic-level profession, also behaved oddly and ultimately became a laughingstock regarded by all as a madman, right? This explanation is too reasonable. It perfectly ties together all the contradictory phenomena in front of them. This explanation is too reasonable. It perfectly ties together all the contradictory phenomena in front of them. The journalist Wang's eyes instantly brightened to the extreme. Gone mad. The mythical-level genius failed at the last step of awakening and went mad on the spot. This is even more explosive than mere failure, and it carries a greater tragic tone. Two siblings, once geniuses, one has been dormant for 5 years and become useless, while the other crazily breaks down under the public scrutiny. What a tragic script of a sleeping dragon and a phoenix chick. So it was like this. Qian, the manager of Baixing, slowly lost color from his pig liver-colored face, which transformed into a pale mix of anger, relief, and disdain. He didn't lose over $1 billion, but he felt like he had been played by a madman. Damn it. Wasting my feelings. Li from Tianqing adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and had completely cooled down. He looked at the house full of Lin family members, their expressions resembling those watching a poorly performed circus. Mr. Lin. Qian forcefully pushed aside the journalist, blocking his way, pointing at Lin Yao and yelling at the dazed Lin father. Let her show her profession panel. Mad or foolish, it doesn't matter. Whether she has failed or not, let everyone see for themselves. Let her show her profession panel. Mad or foolish, it doesn't matter. Whether she has failed or not, what they wanted to see now was no longer a signing. They wanted to witness the final judgment, to see a genius turn into a joke with their own eyes. Lin's father trembled at the shouting, looking at his daughter, and then at the group of crazed people outside, his lips quivering, unable to utter a single word. Lin's mother instinctively shielded Lin Yao behind her. What are you? What do you want to do? Get out. Everyone get out. Lin Yao looked at the ugly faces before her, listening to the harsh shouts, and the disgust in her chest reached its peak. She didn't want to explain anything to these people. Get lost. A single word escaped her lips, filled with unprecedented coldness and disdain. This word ignited the powder keg completely. Get lost. Qian laughed in anger. You a failed madman telling whom to get lost. I see you are just pretending to be fierce. You definitely don't dare to show it. There must be some unseeable fatal flaw. Su's mother fanned the flames beside her. Exactly. Yao Yao, don't be afraid. If there are any problems, just say it out loud. Everyone can help you. Hiding like this isn't the way. The situation was about to spiral out of control. In the corner, Lin Yu slowly uncrossed his legs. He was preparing to stand up. However, at that moment, a calm voice with a hint of a smile cut through all the noise. Enough. It was Feng Rue. The vice president of Winwalk Technology had maintained that enigmatic smile. He leisurely stepped out from the crowd and walked to the front. He did not look at the furious Qian, nor acknowledge the instigating Su's mother. He merely gazed at Lin Yao, his deep eyes holding no hint of doubt or disdain, only calmness. Mr. Qian, Mr. Li, and esteemed media friends. Feng Rue surveyed the crowd and slowly began to speak. It's just an interview. Why make it feel like a public trial? I believe Miss Lin Yao has no need to lie to us. His words left everyone dumbfounded. Believe her? Believe someone who has been recognized as mentally What is Feng Rui's game? Qian frowned. Feng Rue, what do you mean? Do you want to take over this mess? Mess? Mr. Qian, you are being too harsh. He turned to Lin Yao, his attitude still respectful and gentle. Miss Lin Yao, I apologize to you and your family for the disturbance just now. Our Winwalk technology does not require any checks or proof. We believe in you. After saying this, he took a beautifully crafted physical contract that had been prepared in advance from his assistant. Under the incredulous gaze of everyone, he offered the contract to Lin Yao. This is the S-level contract, signing bonus 80 million. All future resources a 50-fold till. All terms still remain valid. Feng Rui's voice was not loud, but every word felt like a heavy hammer striking hard at everyone's hearts. The entire corridor fell into silence once again. Everyone looked at Feng Rue with expressions of disbelief. Qian and Li exchanged glances, both seeing the absurdity and confusion in each other's faces. They completely couldn't comprehend Feng Rui's maneuvering. Only Lin Yu, in the corner with his eye of analysis, had long since seen through the cold calculation behind Feng Rui's smile. Failed profession. Mentally unstable. These were of no importance to Feng Rue. What mattered was that the name Lin Yao had already been bound to the term mythical-level profession. As long as the official announcement hadn't retracted, as long as Lin Yao herself didn't admit failure, she would still be the second mythical-level professional in the history of Lingzhou. Her commercial value, her news effect, her promotional significance would still exist. Even a suspected failure or suspected madness of a mythical genius is more sensational and offers greater maneuverability than a flawlessly perfect genius. What Feng Rue wanted was not a genius. He wanted the signing of a mythical-level professional by Fengxing Technology to be reported by all media. This 80 million contract is not for Lin Yao. It is for the market for the shareholders to view Fengxing Technology's precarious stock price. Madman. The president of Baixing stared intently at Feng Rui, finally squeezing out 2 words through gritted teeth. He was not cursing Lin Yu, but rather Feng Rui. But he quickly came to realize. Feng Rui is not a madman, he is a gambler. He knows Feng Rui's purpose. Feng Rui is betting on the future of Fengxing Technology. President Qian's mind was racing. He couldn't let Feng Rui win this bet. Even if Lin Yu truly fails, he absolutely cannot allow Fengxing Technology to use this gimmick to escape the crisis. President Feng truly has great courage. A smile reappeared on President Qian's plump face, although that smile was more grotesque than a frown. Since President Feng is so optimistic about Miss Lin Yu, we at Baixing Pharmaceuticals naturally cannot fall behind. We offer 100 million. He raised a finger high. However, he shifted his tone, looking at Lin Yu's parents, putting on a facade of professionalism. To be responsible to the company and to ensure Miss Lin Yu's future, we must conduct a comprehensive health assessment of Miss Lin Yu before signing the contract. This is a standard procedure, I believe Mr. Lin and Mrs. Lin can understand. This statement was flawless. It not only followed the pricing, but also left plenty of room for maneuvering. If the assessment reveals no issues, signing a mythical-level professional for 100 million is a blood profit. If there are problems revealed, then the contract is automatically voided, and Baixing not only incurs no losses, but gains a reputation for being rigorous and responsible. President Qian is right. President Li of Tianqing Group immediately chimed in, adjusting his glasses. We at Tianqing Group offer 110 million. Similarly, we require a health assessment before signing. After all, cultivating a mythical-level professional requires enormous resources, and we must ensure that everything is foolproof. At that moment, the corridor became lively again. We at Feihong Group, 120 million. Shenlan Heavy Industries, 125 million. Bids were shouted one after another, but each quote secretly included the comprehensive testing clause. They were all shrewd individuals. They instantly understood President Qian and President Li's calculations. Not only could they ruin Feng Rui's plans, but they could also minimize the risks. Why not? Lin's father and mother were completely stunned. They looked at this group of big shots who one moment seemed ready to devour them, and the next moment were crazily throwing money, their minds unable to process the information before them. Only in the corner, Lin's mother had a face twisted by the flames of jealousy. Why? Why should this little brat, even if she goes mad or fails, still be worth so much money? 100 million. 200 million. She had never seen so much money in her life. She couldn't accept it. Yao Yao, you must listen to me. Lin's mother rushed out again, grabbing Lin Yao's arm with a pained expression. You must not let this money blind your eyes. Look at them. What are their true intentions? They even talk about assessments. This is simply distrust. It is an insult to us mythical-level professionals. She was filled with righteous indignation, as if she were the one being insulted. You are a mythical-level professional. A mythical-level professional who has emerged in Linzhou after so many years. Your future is limitless. How could you be bound by such conditional contracts? Listen to Annie, think carefully. You deserve better. This heartfelt advice was delivered with genuine emotion. Reporter Wang's camera faithfully captured the flushed face of Lin's mother, who was agitated. He felt like he was bursting with laughter inside. This is incredible. This woman is truly a born actress. It's a blatant act of lifting someone up to bring. She wants to roast Lin Yu over the fire, forcing her to reject all contracts for the sake of so-called mythical dignity, ultimately ending up with nothing. Then she can take the position of a victor to comfort the niece she has destroyed with her own hands. The ugliness of humanity is simply the best news material. All the pressure suddenly converged on Lin Yu alone. She looked at the hypocritical, greedy, and ugly faces before her. Feng Rui's smile concealed daggers. President Qian's arrogance. President Li's hypocritical schemes. And Lin's mother's poisoned care. She felt as if she was about to suffocate. She didn't know what to do. She instinctively looked at her parents, but Lin's father and mother were already at a loss, only able to look at her with equally helpless expressions. In the end, her gaze passed through the crowd and landed on that figure in the corner. The one who had remained quiet throughout, as if detached from the situation. Brother, Lin Yu. Only he felt out of place among all this. It was as if no matter how noisy the outside world became, it could not shake him in the slightest. Miss Lin Yu. Feng Rui's smile remained warm as he once again extended the contract devoid of any additional conditions. What is your decision? Lin Yu ignored him. She only looked at Lin Yu, her swollen red eyes filled with confusion and a plea for help. Brother. Her voice was soft, tinged with a cry. But those 2 words suddenly silenced the entire crowd. Everyone's gaze shifted in unison from Lin Yu to the young man forgotten in the corner. Lin Yu. The genius from 5 years ago. Now a useless person. What was she calling him for? Under everyone's watchful eyes, Lin Yu took a deep breath, using all her strength to utter a line that left everyone petrified. I don't know. I don't know what to do. Brother, please help me decide. Whatever you say, I will listen to you. As soon as the words fell, the entire world seemed to have been paused. The flesh on President Qian's face twitched. President Li's hand, pushing up his glasses, froze in midair. Lin's mother's mouth, which was prepared to continue advising, formed an O shape. Reporter Wang felt as if his brain had been struck by a thunderbolt. It's over. This time it's really over. Let Lin Yu decide. To let a well-known madman who has been addicted to creating trash cards for 5 years decide on a contract worth over 100 million. It's over. This time it's really over. Let Lin Yu decide. To let a well-known madman who has been addicted to creating trash cards for 5 years decide on a contract. It's over. This time it's really over. Let Lin Yu decide. To let a well-known madman who has been addicted to creating trash cards for 5 years decide on a contract worth over 100 million.